What should one do when unexpectedly thrust into a crisis-ridden Huiying world? Not only did she transmigrate, but she also became the controversial female lead, once known as Chenin and now as Chen Ying. With a blank expression, the girl cast a small stone into the lake. It has been 6 years in this world, and she has already enrolled in the ninja academy. The Erjuzi clan has been annihilated. One might feel sympathy, yet it concerns her not, for she lacks both a system and any divine boon, leaving her unable to effect change or lend assistance. Having finally mastered the language of this world now, she must also learn to read and write. She has little energy to spare for such details. Ah, how vexing. Sakura reclined on the lawn, gazing upward at a sky so genuinely blue, a rarity in her former world, and breathing in the refreshingly pure air. It was an ideal spot for relaxation if only no little brat were wailing nearby. Indeed, not far off, a certain clan-erased little brat was crying. I'll restrain myself. Sakura's forehead betrayed her by bulging veins as she finally made her way toward Yuzida Sasuke. She patted the little brat, whose face was buried in his knees, and asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" The black-haired boy's body stiffened as if caught off guard and embarrassed. Sakura blinked and retrieved some cookies from her backpack, her mother's midday care packed within. "If you're feeling down, a bite might lift your spirits," she said softly. Still ignoring her, the little brat, stubbornly aloof, glanced between the cookie in his hand and Sasuke before taking a bite. Delicious," Sakura remarked as she sat beside him and began eating. Sasuke, catching the delightful aroma, recalled that he hadn't eaten since his discharge, and his stomach gave a low rumble. Longing for food yet unable to speak up, Sasuke, ever aloof, had already silently declined the offer. With a trace of grievance, he turned his profile toward the girl, instantly admiring her adorably pink hair. "Here, you must be hungry," Sakura observed, offering yet another cookie from her bag. "Thank you," Sasuke mumbled as he dabbed away a tear, his eyes faintly reddened while accepting the token. After he finished eating, Sakura handed him some milk. No one needs to ask how she always had such supplies in her bag. She recalled that it was all provided by her mother, a bounty of maternal love. Noticing the lateness of the hour, Sakura rose and tidied the nearby litter as she prepared to head home. "Ah, thank you," Sasuke murmured awkwardly, his eyes flickering as he avoided meeting Sakura's gaze. "You're welcome, Sasuke. If you ever feel sorrowful, perhaps sharing it might ease the burden. Bottling things up only brings discomfort." A gentle breeze caressed them as the girl turned to smile back, causing the boy's cheeks to flush and his gaze to avert. "What? You know nothing. How could you possibly utter such things?" Then a voice called out, "Sakura, Sakura. After school, let's go play by the creek on the back mountain." In the blink of an eye, several years passed until graduation time arrived. During a break, a blonde girl ran over excitedly and said to Sakura, "There must be shrimp in the creek now. I'm off to catch some. Jingyo Yuloka Sensei has assigned homework, and we must review at home. After all, you wouldn't want to fail as a genin and miss graduation, would you?" Resigned, Sakura began gathering her study supplies at the table in an effort to dissuade the excited blonde, while Sasuke, one hand propping his face, watched the exchange below with a dark, inscrutable gaze. No. We can even review by the creek, and after that we can catch shrimp. How about it?" Jingyo clutched Sakura's arm and shook it playfully, her tone irresistibly pleading. "All right then." With little alternative, Sakura consented. On the way home from school, they encountered a sullen-faced boy. With politeness, Sakura asked if he would join them, and unexpectedly, Sasuke surprisingly agreed. So cool." Jingyo bashfully hugged Sakura's right hand as she noted Sasuke's flushed expression. Sakura, frowning slightly, mused, "These youngsters mature so fast." Though her mind was mature beyond her years, Sakura found herself perplexed. She used to read Sasuke's thoughts just 3 years ago, but now he was an enigma. Had she grown old? Choosing not to dwell on the unanswerable, the trio made their way to the back mountain creek, a place where Sakura and Sasuke had first crossed paths. "Hey, Sakura. Sasuke. What will tomorrow's exam cover?" Jingyo called out, having already caught a heap of shrimp in the creek and arranged small stones to trap them. These shrimp promised a delectable dinner. There was no chance to let it slip. It must be either the shadow clone technique, or the transformation jutsu, Sakura mused, hardly recalling the exact plot as she arranged numerous talisman papers and scribbled on a tree stump by the bank. While Sakura answered Jingyo's query, Sasuke silently observed her scribbling, a peculiar scene indeed. Jingyo then stood up and looked over, feeling an unapproachable air between the two. Was it merely her illusion? Never mind. It could also be the kunai, Sasuke interjected, much to Sakura's surprise, prompting her to nod. Exactly. One of these 3 techniques always appears in the graduation exam every year. Really? Jingyo asked, a trace of bafflement in her tone. She hadn't practiced her kunai for such a long time. Sakura remarked, "Speaking of which, Jingyo, you haven't practiced your kunai in ages. If it shows up on tomorrow's test, you won't pass unless you cannot graduate." A sly smile tugged at Sakura's lips while Sasuke's eyes sparkled with playful mirth. How adorable. The words left Jingnyo wide-eyed and ashen. Perhaps there's still time to review, she declared before dashing to the creek's bank to retrieve her kunai for training. What is this? Sasuke inquired as he approached after Jingnyo had walked away, puzzled by the indecipherable markings. This is a healing talisman capable of treating wounds much like an explosive sigil. At this mention, Sakura's interest was piqued. Truly, her aptitude for healing was nothing short of prodigious. Inspired by watching her father procure explosive talismans, she had meticulously researched and even studied basic healing at the hospital before deciding to attempt creating her own healing talisman. This is basic healing, capable of treating abrasions from falls and bruises from impacts. Sakura's eyes sparkled as she declared, I will continue my research and devise a method to heal wounds so that on future missions injured comrades can be treated promptly. Listening to her earnest monologue, Sasuke clenched his hands. Such talent was truly enviable. Everyone called him a genius, but if they knew of Sakura's gift they would be even more astonished. What is the matter? Noticing his distraction, Sakura asked in confusion, why does a gloomy shadow surround you? It's nothing. Sasuke replied impassively, moving the hand that had been prodding her face aside and idly fidgeting. Well, enough. I have to give it a try. This is my first attempt, and I hope it succeeds. She declared, let Sasuke help me test it out. She pinned the boy to the ground and was about to pull open his shirt. The boy, accustomed to training, bore numerous abrasions and scars. A perfect candidate indeed. At that very moment Jingnyo returned. Sakura. She stuttered, swallowing nervously. How could Sakura be so forward? She longed for the gentle Sakura of old. Confused, Sakura glanced at Jingnyo and, noticing Jingnyo repeatedly watching Sasuke, quickly realized the misunderstanding. No. Don't get the wrong idea, Jingnyo. I never expected things to escalate this far. Alas, I must relinquish my hold on Sasuke to you now. Jingnyo tried to cover her eyes, though the gaps between her fingers betrayed her effort. With an exasperated sigh, Sakura cast a helpless glance at Sasuke, whose response was to undo his shirt, revealing skin tinged with a serious blue-purple bruise. This? Jingnyo asked in disbelief. Could the so-called genius Sasuke really be working this hard behind closed doors? Even training must have its limits. Your body is yours alone. No one will pity your injuries. With a sigh, she picked up the healing talisman, channeled her chakra into it, and as a soft blue light enveloped her, the blue-purple hue gradually faded away. You don't know how either. What? Sasuke's voice was so faint that Sakura couldn't quite catch it. In the end, the healing process consumed over 20 sheets of talisman paper, leaving Sakura heartbroken. These papers were not cheap. It seemed her skills were still lacking and she needed to work even harder. If only her talisman artistry were better, she wouldn't need so many sheets. Heartbroken, she stared into her empty bag, already pondering alternative means to earn money. Noticing the late hour after seeing Jingnyo off, Sasuke walked with Sakura as she headed home. Sasuke, good luck on tomorrow's exam. Sakura waved at him as she stepped into her house. I'm back. Welcome home. Xiaoying arrived early in the classroom and sat down, aware that an exam awaited her today. Good morning, Xiaoying. Jinye immediately sat beside her upon entering, placing a bun he had brought in front of her. This was made by my mother herself. She asked me to bring it for you to try and offer some feedback. Thank you. Truly, one must not squander good food or money. With delight, she took one and bit into it. Delicious! Jinye exclaimed. Auntie's cooking has improved so much, it's extraordinary. He added. This was made by my mother for Zhou Xiaoying, please pass it on to him. After saying that, Jinye placed another portion before her. Can't you just take it for yourself? Xiaoying asked in confusion. Meanwhile, Jinye secretly teased about his sister's pairing, murmuring, as expected. Childhood friends, so innocent and carefree, destined to marry in the future. I shall be their godmother. When Zhou entered the classroom and sat nearby, Xiaoying passed the item to him, initially thinking it was a sign of his newfound insight. However, upon learning it was Jinye's mother's offering, his expression instantly turned cold, and he fell silent. Puzzled, she glanced at him, yet Xiaoying quietly continued eating. When the exam began, everyone lined up, entering the classroom one by one to start the test. The invigilators were a man named Shuimu and teacher Yaluka. Using the art of shadow cloning, everyone passed, except Mingren. Xiaoying frowned, recalling that Mingren had eventually passed, but now had something gone awry? So much time had passed that it was forgotten. Xiaoying, didn't you say you needed to buy talisman paper? Let's go together. Groups will be formed as early as tomorrow. I need to buy some weapons. Jinye, brimming with excitement, donned his ninja tools and hugged her, beginning his usual chatter. All right. Xiaoying nodded, as originally it was just the two of them. Along the way they met Luowan and Dingxi, and the group grew to 4. Midway they encountered Zhou, bringing the total to 5. If all goes as expected, Jinye will be in the same group as Dingxi and me. What a hassle. Luowan's hands clasped around his head in a lackluster manner trailed behind the two girls and grumbled to Zos. Unexpectedly Zos replied. Julu Dai is a renowned team in Konoha. He continued. Indeed, who do you think Xiaoying will be grouped with? Luowan mused. Konoha's typical groups balance outstanding talents with average ones. He added. So you won't be in the same group as Xiaoying. Unless Mingren passes the exam, then you might be paired considering he has the lowest score overall. He scoffed. Ah, that last place scorer. With that they reached the ninja tool shop and split up to get what they needed. She looked at the talisman paper priced at 100 taels for 2 sheets. Quite expensive, she thought. It seems I can't stock up much. With my current skills in drawing talismans, 1 sheet isn't enough for proper healing. I'll need several layered together. Fortunately, over the years my family had given me plenty of pocket money which I hardly spent. As for a ninja tool bag, no need, my small shoulder bag will do. Ah, that's it. I must also stock up on explosion talismans. If one can't win with skill, then win with equipment. Noticing her deep concentration on the talisman paper, Zos bought a weapon scroll and approached thinking she was troubled by the price and generously purchased many for her. Bearing a vast legacy from the Yuzhibo family, Zos exuded unabashed confidence. Rich people make me both envious and jealous. Zos' future girlfriend will undoubtedly be blissful. Xiaoying clutched a pile of items with a face glowing with happiness over her freebies. Hey Luowan, do you think Zos has feelings for Xiaoying? Jingye leaned over to Luowan to gossip, while Luowan gave an awkward chuckle. Clearly Xiaoying believed that they were all just kids and that their relationship was merely platonic, not prematurely mature. Luowan, whose IQ could easily exceed 200, remarked that sometimes being too smart makes it hard to understand such behavior. After all, they were just children. Why overthink things? Well, we've bought everything we needed, we don't even know who our teacher is. Let's rest early tonight and meet again tomorrow. The next day everyone in the class had arrived, and Mingren, who had secretly learned the art of shadow cloning from a forbidden book the previous night, burst into the classroom. Everyone! I have also become a junior ninja! As Mingren's words echoed, Yu began bantering with him, and with Zou's dismissive remark about being the lowest scorer successfully diverted the built-up animosity. Here he comes! Xiaoying's eyes sparkled as she watched Mingren plant his foot on the desk and lean forward toward Zos, as if he were about to kiss. Is it so wrong to be the last place scorer? Zos looked on with disdain, his peripheral glance catching Xiaoying's state as he frowned. At that moment, Yu, having been jostled, bumped into Mingren, causing him to lose balance and tumble toward Zos. He's about to kiss. An excited Xiaoying blushed deeply with shyness. Truly an iconic scene. Unexpectedly Zos sensed something amiss. He shifted his chair, raised his foot, and kicked Mingren away. Away indeed. Alas, Xiaoying was left disappointed. What a pity, the promised iconic moment had been ruined. Damn it, Zos, are you looking for a fight? Mingren, clutching his waist, stood up. Oh, just you. A mere last-place scorer. Zos retorted with a dismissive sneer, his cold gaze and mocking tone once again igniting anger in a certain small fox. Oh dear, Zos and Mingren seem to be quite close, Xiaoying remarked while resting her chin on her hand and laughing. Really, what makes you think their relationship is that good? Nearby everyone fell silent. Soon Teacher Yaluka arrived to assign the class groups. Class 7 Mingren, Xiaoying, Zos. Teacher. Why would someone as outstanding as I be grouped with this fellow? Mingren exploded in anger, pointing at Zos while Zos raised an eyebrow in a questioning manner. Lacking any self-awareness, Mingren was chided. Mingren. The groups are based on overall performance. Zos and Xiaoying rank at the top while you are at the bottom. Teacher Yaluka looked at him with resignation. Considering that Mingren had passed the junior ninja exam and ended up in the same class as Xiaoying, he chose not to argue further. Zos then turned to look at Xiaoying. A dejected Mingren seemed drained of color while Xiaoying couldn't help but laugh. Even if she wasn't exactly sure of the original storyline, Mingren was simply amusing. Class 8 Rishiang Hinian Inazuka Yuno Asino. Class 10 Nalo Lo 1 Chiodao Dingxi Shanzhong Jingye. Truly the famed Konoha squads had not disbanded, they remained together as always. In the afternoon everyone was escorted away by their team teachers, leaving only Class 7 behind. So slow. Hey Xiaoying, may I play a prank on the teacher? After a friendly exchange with Xiaoying, Mingren felt that they had become good friends. As for Zos, that conceited fellow, hardly his friend at all. No, that's not allowed. We must respect our teachers. Even while absorbed in drawing talismans, Xiaoying managed to interject. Her skills had improved remarkably over the past few days. She was drawing talisman paper capable of healing wounds, a process that drained enormous amounts of chakra, as she managed to complete 10 sheets in one afternoon. The finished talismans lay beside her. She planned to prepare even more to distribute among Jingye and the others as a graduation gift. This teacher is so slow and I'm starving, grumbled a listless Mingren. By the way, I have some cookies and drinks in my bag to tide me over, she added. Unperturbed, Xiaoying produced the cookies and 3 bottles of milk. Don't ask how she managed to carry them all, it was all filled with her mother's love. She handed the tomato-flavored one to Zos, unsure of Mingren's preferred taste, letting him choose for himself, and making a mental note to stock up on his favorite next time. Just then Kakashi entered as the trio enjoyed their cookies and milk, scratching his head without any hint of apology, as he explained that his tardiness was due to helping an elderly lady cross the street. Is that old man all right? We're not toddlers. Helping an old lady cross shouldn't take hours, Mingren quipped with a wink. Mingren, this is our teacher, we must not speak so. Perhaps the teacher slipped and ended up in the hospital. He seems unprincipled. Could it be he got caught doing something wrong? Huh. Perhaps we should request an exchange from the third Hokage. Kakashi's lips twitched beneath his mask as the group of mischievous kids retorted. My first impression of you is not good at all. After a brief shared silence, Kakashi led the trio to the training ground for an introduction. I am Mingren. My dream is to become Hokage. I love eating Uncle Yao's ramen, and I cherish teacher Yaluka as well as Luoan and Xiaoying. Although not entirely fitting, Xiaoying heaved a sigh of relief, thankfully so. Yuzhibo Zos has no dreams, only one goal, and that is to kill that man. At the mention of a certain person, Zos' face darkened once again. Well, now it's my turn. I am Xiaoying, call me Xiaoying. I currently have no particular dream, but if I did, it would be to create talisman paper that can heal all wounds in an instant. At that her eyes sparkled as she added, and then earn a lot of money. Truly, Xiaoying's dream surprised even Kakashi. After all, what exactly is talisman paper? Although investigations revealed that she had frequently dashed off to hospitals since childhood, pestering medical ninjas for lessons, no information about talisman paper was found. Could it be something she devised only recently? After Kakashi left, Xiaoying decided to go to the back hill to draw more talismans. Tomorrow's bell snatching would likely lead to injuries, so she should give a few to Jinye and the others to avoid being caught unprepared if someone got hurt on the mission. We really can't come after skipping breakfast tomorrow. Mingren's stomach clenched at the thought. Could it be that uncle is going to treat us to food? He brightened at the idea. Idiot, Zhuozhu said with an expressionless face. Such a thing was impossible, simply inconceivable. You fool, Zhuozhu, what are you saying? The two were bickering again. Hey Mingren, remember to call the teacher, Xiaoying whispered from the side. All right, but that uncle really is unreliable. It seemed that only after Mingren received a thorough beating from Kakashi tomorrow would he change his tune. And going to the back hill to practice, do you want to come? Can I come along? Mingren had seen Xiaoying and Jinye playing together before. Although he was close to Luma and Yingzi, he never joined Xiaoying because most children in the village treated him with malice. He envied Xiaoying and Zhuozhu, so many like them. Of course you can, we're partners, aren't we? The girl smiled gently in the sunset. Years later, when Mingren would tell Chutian tales of his childhood, this scene would feel as if it had happened only yesterday, the first time someone had called him a partner. Zhuozhu needed no invitation, he would certainly follow, for the Yuzhibo clan territory lay nearby, and he could train there too. By the way, Mingren, can you climb trees? Xiaoying had remembered something and asked about tree climbing and water stepping. Because of Xiaoying's, Zhuozhu had practiced those skills as well. Perhaps on the trip to Bozigo, Kakashi would teach them other techniques. Climb trees. I can. Saying that, Mingren simply scrambled up the tree. Xiaoying covered her face and Zhuozhu looked at him as if to say the fellow truly was an idiot. Then Zhuozhu teach Mingren. I must get back to drawing talismans. Thus began the chaotic lesson. Zhuozhu had grown more stoic over the years and seemed rarely ruffled by Mingren, yet, surprisingly, Mingren still managed to make him lose his composure. Could one call it true friendship? In the end, Mingren still had not learned. They would have to continue another day. The next morning, Xiaoying's mother Chunai Yachui placed little cakes and the like into Xiaoying's satchel. She had planned to pack 3 bottles of milk but decided to add 1 more. It felt awkward to have the teacher watching them eat at his side. Although she did not understand why Kakashi would not let them have breakfast, there would be food later. If not, it could serve as afternoon tea. Xiaoying, wake up or you'll be late. Chunai Yachui threw back the covers and the chill morning breeze roused Xiaoying, who sat up at once. Good morning, mother. From now on you'll be going on missions with the teacher, so you must listen carefully to him. Her mother worried again. Xiaoying did not find it vexing. After all, in her previous life she had longed for such familial affection. She hugged her mother and nuzzled her. All right, mother, I will be careful. Besides, I'm only a genin. I won't be sent on perilous missions anytime soon, so don't worry. She knew how to act endearing. You're too old to be acting cute. I'm only 12, I'm still small. Mother, is there anything you need me to bring? I should be back by the afternoon, you'll bring it then. Well, keep your pocket money, I'll go buy things myself. How about inviting your teacher and the others to dinner tonight? I remember Mingren and Zhuozhu's families. Xiaoying asked her mother to bring the medical talisman to Jingye. By the time she left the house it was already past the meeting time. When Xiaoying arrived, teacher Kakaxi had not yet come. Zhuizhu and Mingren were waiting. Zhuizhu leaned against a tree with an impassive face while Mingren jabbered beside him. Sorry, the teacher got lost on the road of life. With a whoosh, a dark figure flashed, and Kakaxi stood on the railing scratching his head and looking apologetic. Zhuizhu and Mingren were speechless. Xiaoying, having just arrived, had little to say and did not wait. Seeing his 3 students silent, Kakaxi explained the day's mission to snatch the bells. Only the 2 who managed to seize the bells would truly pass and graduate. The remaining 1 would return to the academy to repeat the training. More or less that was the gist of it. Years had passed and Xiaoying had nearly forgotten the procedure, which was not ideal. As Kakaxi declared the start, she dashed off to hide while Zhuizhu followed close behind. Mingren, true to himself, stood openly eager to solo Kakaxi. From a distant tree, Xiaoying pressed her forehead. Oh no, she had forgotten this idiot. Someone landed beside her, and she could only exchange a helpless glance with Zhuizhu. This fool, Zhuizhu muttered, his face changing with resignation. No choice, make it work. Xiaoying transformation technique. Zhuizhu spoke. Their years of tacit understanding showed. Zhuizhu and Mingren would fight Kakaxi to draw his attention, while Xiaoying used the transformation technique, becoming a kunai which Zhuizhu slipped into his weapon pouch. This was the dividing moment between Kakaxi battering Zhuizhu and Mingren, and Xiaoying finding an opening, seizing the bell. Xiaoying held 2 bells and stood with Kakaxi beside the 2 boys lying bruised. Kakaxi crouched and poked Mingren's swollen cheek, making him inhale sharply and cry out in pain. Well, although you seize 2 bells, one of you will still not graduate. Which of you do you intend to have graduate? One had to admit Kakaxi possessed a certain cruel sense of humor. Silence. Zhuizhu could not possibly forfeit the chance to graduate. He needed to grow stronger. Mingren, having finally made it through, did not wish to return to the academy either. At last someone had acknowledged him as a partner. Xiaoying opened her satchel and took out food. It does not matter to me whether I graduate. Let Zhuizhu and Mingren graduate. I can stay at the academy another year. I can still help at the ninja hospital later. No. Let that last place student graduate. Even if he must return later, he can apply for early graduation. Zhuizhu said, clenching his fist. Me. I'm just the last place student anyway. It's only natural if I can't graduate. That mindset would not do. Xiaoying narrowed her eyes. Mingren was the little son of the story. He could not be so defeatist. Congratulations, you have passed. A ninja must be composed, calm, and discerning. Those who break the rules of the ninja world, we call them worthless. But those who do not cherish their comrades are worse than worthless. There it was, Kakaxi's maxim. Mingren's blood burned upon hearing it, while Xiaoying and Zhuizhu showed little reaction. While Kakaxi spoke, Xiaoying used medical ninjutsu to treat Zhuozhu's superficial wounds. What was that? A palm healing art? No, not quite, an original ninjutsu. Though Kakaxi continued lecturing Mingren, he had noticed their actions. This had not been in his intelligence report. After treating Zhuizhu, it was Mingren's turn. Mingren could not help but have tears in his eyes, much to Xiaoying's exasperation. In the end, they all shared breakfast and lunch together. Xiaoying had expected Kakaxi to devour the food, but he did not. Oh, mother said to invite the teacher and Mingren and Zhuizhu to our house for dinner tonight. Everyone must come. Do not disappoint mother's kindness. Xiaoying smiled gently at the 3, a smile that felt like white lilies blooming behind her, sending a chill through them. What was this oppressive feeling? Kakaxi wiped a non-existent cold sweat. I'm back. Welcome back. Mom, Sasuke, Naruto, and Kakashi Sensei are here too. Sasuke, Naruto, and Kakashi thought for a moment before addressing each other as brother and sister due to their age difference. Not at all. Everyone can eat well tonight. I've prepared plenty. Sakura and the children's father haven't eaten much, which always makes me doubt my culinary skills. Isn't 2 bowls of rice for each meal not enough? Sakura sighed. Tonight everyone ate their fill. After dinner, Sasuke took Naruto to practice tree climbing in the backyard while Kakashi leisurely followed. Sakura continued her battle with drawing seals. Kakashi Sensei, why are our missions always about catching cats, fishing, and weeding? Naruto lay listlessly on the grass by the river, soaking wet. Even though he had learned to walk on water, the fish he caught still splashed water on him. Next to him were several large baskets of fish. Well, this is also a form of training for your bodies. If you complete it multiple times a day, you can train more, and next time the teacher will take on a crank mission. Kakashi squatted nearby reading Jiraiya's book, Intimate Paradise, quite leisurely. Sakura and Sasuke were still casting nets by the river. Why don't they hire villagers to fish themselves? Sakura was genuinely puzzled. This was specially left by the Hokage for newly graduated genin who just learned to walk on water. Originally, you wouldn't have received such a task so soon. It was unexpected that all of you learned chakra control and can walk on water now, so we seized the opportunity before other teams could take it. Training more is never a bad thing. And these fish can also provide an additional income for the village. I see, but even after a morning my chakra is still quite depleted. Sakura sighed. That's because you have the seal drawing to do, so you can take a break. I never told you not to rest, Kakashi said, shaking the book in his hand. You can take a break, Naruto, and I can handle the rest. Sasuke said, pointing at Naruto, who was using the shadow clone technique. That amount of chakra is indeed admirable. Sakura sighed again and ultimately returned to the shore to stay with Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei here. Sakura pulled out a drink from her bag and handed it to Kakashi. Kakashi curiously glanced at her bag. How could such a small satchel hold so many things? He remembered she had also brought breakfast for them in the morning. Kakashi-sensei, I've nearly mastered the basic medical techniques, Sakura said, looking at him expectantly. What does that mean? Kakashi was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized she wanted him to teach her more advanced medical ninjutsu. However, it seemed that no one from the Hatake family had ever become a medical ninja. He genuinely did not know what to do. How about this? Tonight I could go to the ninja hospital and copy some of their medical ninjutsu to teach you. As a teacher I can have nothing to teach my students. Thinking this, he spoke. Tomorrow I'll go sneakily learn. I'll find some higher level medical techniques for you, and by the way I'll take a crank ninjutsu mission out of the village. To avoid being discovered by the medical ninjas I'll need to sneak out for a bit. Hey, she heard me say sneakily. Sakura couldn't help but smile. This world is quite nice. Kakashi felt a bit embarrassed by her laughter, his gaze drifting back to the book. It wasn't good that his students had such keen hearing. Didn't he care about his reputation as a teacher? I heard you. Kakashi-sensei, I want to learn new skills too. Naruto energetically ran over his unsteady eyes, looking at Kakashi with anticipation. Although Sasuke didn't come over, his occasional glances also indicated he wanted to learn. Kakashi felt a bit of a headache. Indeed, having such keen hearing wasn't good. Sakura clearly stated her goal of wanting medical ninjutsu, while these two students hadn't even tested their chakra attributes yet. It seemed tomorrow would be delayed a day for the mission. That night a shadow lurked in the ninja hospital, rummaging through ninja books in the director's office, using the Sharingan to memorize the content in the books, promising to tell Sakura that he understood it later. As he thought, Kakashi paused in his reading. How about seeking out the Hokage to ask for some sealing techniques to look at? The next afternoon the three saw Kakashi, who looked listless but wasn't late. Sakura received several handwritten medical books, casting him a peculiar glance. Could it be that he copied them all night using the shadow clone technique? Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi waved his hand, indicating no need for thanks, and handed the attribute testing paper to the three. Although Sakura confirmed she would pursue medical ninjutsu, it was still better to test. After confirming the chakra attributes of the three, Kakashi began to teach Sasuke the lightning-release Chidori. He wanted the three to participate in this year's Chunin exams after they returned. After all, it was essential to teach students some life-saving techniques right. As for Naruto, the Rasengan could also be taught. Originally the Hokage didn't agree to let the two learn such ninjutsu so early, but Kakashi managed to convince him. After all, this was a rank ninjutsu that would take a long time to master. If they happened to have exceptional talent and learned it quickly, then that wasn't his concern. While Kakashi was directing training for the two, Sakura sat under a tree and read. She wanted to finish reading early, then practice. The Chunin exams were quite dangerous. She couldn't afford to be careless. So why are these little brats taking on missions? Can they really safely escort me to the land of waves? If you asked me? At this moment an old man was shouting in the Hokage's office. Kakashi with his three students stared at the old man with dead fish eyes. How could he talk so much? When would Naruto explode? Even I, the teacher, felt like punching him, and just as he thought this, Naruto spoke up. Huh. Old man, we still. Great, that's exactly what to say to him. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, is it this lively here? At this moment Asuma walked in with Shikamaru and the others. Sakura, I miss you so much. Ino rushed towards Sakura as soon as she entered, but Sasuke pulled Sakura away, leaving her to fall short. Ino cast a resentful glance at Sasuke, clearly dissatisfied. Hey Sakura, Sasuke, Naruto, long time no see. Shikamaru said, holding his head with both hands, still looking listless. Choji beside him was munching on snacks, nodding. Are you also looking to apply for a crank mission? Shikamaru glanced at the noisy old man, understanding. Yes, but that old man is a bit annoying. Even you, Sakura, think so. It seems this person is quite troublesome. Asuma mentioned wanting to apply for a crank mission to rescue hostages from bandits. Shikamaru said, looking helplessly at the excited Ino and the indifferent Choji. These two really were optimistic. Although these bandits lacked ninjas, one could not avoid some unexpected situations. Be careful. Sighing, it seemed Shikamaru's team would also face blood for the first time. The group parted at the village entrance, and Sakura's group walked along the forest path. A small puddle appeared ahead and the four fell silent except for the old man Danas who was hiring them, who was confused. Suddenly the water disappeared and two figures attacked Kakashi. Kakashi was taken down and Naruto was momentarily startled but quickly reacted to block the attack aimed at Danas. Sakura watched Kakashi fall speechless. That substitution technique was truly impressive. Watching Sasuke swiftly take down one of the attackers while Naruto was still fighting the other, Sakura thought that it was good for Naruto to gain combat experience. As the logistics support, she enjoyed a cup of milk, feeling quite comfortable. Kakashi, hidden behind a tree, twitched the corner of his mouth, utterly defeated. In the end, Naruto knocked out the opponent and proudly bore a wound from a poisoned kunai. Sakura examined it. It was a very ordinary toxin. Cut the hand, released the poison, apply the healing seal, all good. So, Mr. Danas, can you tell us why there are ninjas trying to target you? At this moment, Kakashi also descended from the tree, confronting Danas. I remember that ninjas are classified as rank missions, right? Sakura asked uncertainly, and Sasuke nodded. This mission continued with Danas playing the victim, and Naruto being deceived, leaving Sakura still feeling a bit uneasy. Fearing that her butterfly effect might stir up a whirlwind, she still informed Kakashi. Kakashi, while casually walking and reading his book, reassured her not to overthink it. How could the Uchiha orphan and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki not have someone secretly following them? Moreover, Sakura's displayed talent had indeed moved the Hokage. With time to grow, her medical abilities could undoubtedly save many. Uncertain whether it was due to the storyline or Sakura stirring up trouble, they encountered several waves of ninja ambushes along the way, all resolved by the three of them, albeit with varying degrees of injury. In this type of combat meant to give students experience, Kakashi did not participate, only stepping in during crises and later tending to their wounds. By the time they reached Dana's hometown, Sakura was exhausted and being carried by Sasuke. Among the three, Sakura had the weakest combat capability, but her future goal was to become a medical ninja, so everyone understood that her current fighting ability could already rival that of elite genin. During Sakura's recovery period, Kakashi was training with Sasuke and Naruto. While Sakura was not idle, she attempted to draw advanced healing talismans. The Chunin exams were approaching, and she remembered that they would encounter Orochimaru and Sasuke would sustain severe injuries. This must succeed. Ultimately, after using 40 sheets of talisman paper, she successfully drew one advanced healing talisman, taking a whole day and depleting her chakra. Uncertain if it was because Sakura was engrossed in drawing talismans, several days passed unnoticed. One day there was a commotion outside and Sakura couldn't quite understand what was happening. By evening, when Kakashi and the others returned injured, she realized she seemed to have missed a crucial part of the story. Although she wouldn't participate in the battle, missing the plot involving Haku and Zabuza was still a pity. Taking out 6 advanced healing talismans, 2 for each person, their injuries were significantly healed in an instant. Sakura nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this team could not do without her. With 6 advanced healing talismans left, she decided to conserve them. They were out of danger now and could move. The others could slowly recover. At night, fearing the others might catch a fever, Sakura stayed up to keep watch, reading a book. Seeing that they showed no signs of fever in the middle of the night, she returned to her room to rest. It seems Sakura's healing talismans are quite effective, Kakashi remarked as he woke up and checked his wound. Sakura is really amazing. Naruto chimed in, already bouncing up to run out and play. Sasuke looked at Naruto, who was full of energy, with a blank expression. Was that guy not in pain? Seeing Kakashi-sensei get up at the same sluggish pace made him feel a bit better. His severe injuries were due to the aftereffects of using Chidori. Naruto's injuries were from seeing him unconscious and injured, causing the Nine-Tails to emerge and burn him. Kakashi's injuries were from battling Zabuza, and he had sustained severe damage while shielding both himself and Naruto. Although they ultimately won, he still felt too weak. With a large hand placed on his head, Kakashi smiled gently at him, saying, "Don't think too much. Sasuke is already very impressive." Naruto's voice came from outside. "Sakura, Sasuke is amazing. Yesterday he used Chidori that Kakashi-sensei taught him, and the enemy was struck in a vital point. So impressive." Sasuke's face turned slightly red. What was this idiot talking about in front of Sakura? "That's awesome. He'll prepare a feast for everyone at noon to celebrate." "Really? I want to eat that sweet and sour pork ribs you mentioned last time and more." "Ouch. Sasuke, what are you doing? Dunce, don't push your luck." "What? You want to eat it too?" Well, the two were at it again. "Sakura-sensei wants to eat steamed fish." "That's fine, but everyone has to help me out." Alright. After a week of rest, everyone was ready to bid farewell to the land of waves. A bridge had been repaired and named after Naruto, making him very happy on their way back, as this represented that more people recognized him. On the way back, Sasuke and Naruto also spent time bickering. Upon entering the village, they noticed many new faces from other ninja villages. "Why are there so many people? What happened?" Naruto asked curiously. "Idiot. Sasuke, who had already learned what was happening, gave him a side-eye while Sakura smiled beside them. The Chunin exams are being held in our Konoha, so everyone arrived early to scout the situation and have some fun. Kakashi glanced around and frowned slightly. Chunin exams. Can we participate too? Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Kakashi thought for a moment, then nodded. Yes, but I need to report this mission to Hokage first. Let's meet at the training ground tomorrow and I'll explain the situation to you. Yay, Naruto cheered happily. Upon returning home, Sakura was immediately examined anxiously by Ino to check for injuries. Since Kakashi had sent a message back, the family was also aware that someone had concealed information and improperly registered the mission, which worried them. It's alright, Mom, I'm fine, don't worry. Sakura stopped her movements, and Ino sighed in relief. Mom made your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. You need to eat more tonight, look how much weight you've lost after going out. There is a feeling that the elders at home think you've lost weight. Sakura could say that she has grown taller on this mission, but she definitely hasn't lost weight. By the way, that girl Ino came back lying down after her mission a few days ago. Lita was quite scared, but luckily you gave her healing talismans, so she managed to return. She was discharged yesterday. You should go chat with Ino tomorrow. She seems to have been frightened by this mission and doesn't seem as optimistic as before. Ino was actually scared. Sakura was a bit surprised, but did such things happen in the plot? Unable to figure it out, she went to bed early, planning to check on her the next day. Early the next morning, packing her bag full of maternal love snacks, Sakura happily set out, arriving at the flower shop run by Aunt Lita, where she indeed saw Ino helping to sell flowers. Perhaps due to the upcoming Chunin exams, the shop was bustling with customers. Good morning, Aunt Lita. Ino. Today Sakura wore a lovely pink hanfu, her long hair loosely tied behind her, holding a light pink bag. She looked stunning, giving an eye-catching impression. Wow, Sakura, you're back. I miss you so much. Ino rushed over and Sakura opened her arms expecting a hug, but Ino ignored her, snatching her bag instead. Unable to help it, she felt a black line of annoyance. Hey, what delicious food did Aunt Ino prepare? How could Mom think Ino wasn't as cheerful as before? Isn't she lively? Sakura initially wanted to hang out with Ino, but Aunt Lita's shop was too busy and Ino couldn't leave. Sakura had no choice but to leave first, as they had a gathering that morning. Kakashi-sensei was going to talk to them about the Chunin exams. So these are the issues you need to pay attention to for the Chunin exams. Did you remember? Kakashi tapped Naruto's head, which made him cover his head in pain. Just make sure to keep your life safe. Sakura summarized this phrase and Kakashi's sweat dropped. As expected, he couldn't expect them to pay attention to the other villages. He was even gathering intelligence for them yesterday. I will definitely pass the Chunin exams. Naruto had a goofy smile which made Sakura and Sasuke shake their heads helplessly. Originally the four were supposed to go out to eat together, but Kakashi received a summons from the Hokage halfway through and had to leave, so only the three of them went. What should we eat? Sakura tilted her head, looking at the two, both so cute, while Sasuke's ears turned slightly red. Ramen. I've been craving Ichiraku ramen after being out for so long. Naruto exclaimed happily. Alright. Then let's go eat ramen. Sakura nodded. As for Sasuke's opinion, it didn't matter, that guy liked it anyway. Mingren stretched languidly and sighed with contentment. The meal had been exquisite, especially the little pleasure of fleecings with Shu. The three of them strolled down the bustling street until a sudden commotion ahead caught their eyes. What is going on? Mingren asked and darted forward in curiosity. Xiaoying and Zhuju exchanged a glance. Zhuju leapt onto a tree to watch the spectacle, and perched on a branch signaled with his eyes for her to join him. Unexpectedly, gossip seemed to transcend dimensions. Xiaoying settled beside him and watched as Mingren rescued Mu Yiwan's trio, sparking a clash with Kenjio Lang that quickly erupted into a fight. To everyone's surprise, Kenjio Lang, caught off guard, was hurled aside by Mingren. By the way, was it like this in the original? Had they slipped into a distorted two-dimensional scene? Or had she simply misremembered? Never mind, it did not matter. Sand swirled up behind Mingren and Xiaoying frowned. Zhuju hurled a kunai. Mingren jumped clear as thunderlight erupted in his wake. What kind of technique was that? Xiaoying wondered in astonishment. How despicable, you cowardly fools, to ambush us! Mingren snarled, a flush of crimson light seeming to rise from his skin. The sand parted to reveal before Kenjio Lang and showed Zhu, a red-haired youth bearing the character for love on his forehead. He exuded a murderous aura and stared intently up at the two in the tree. You insolent fiend, what do you intend to do to the Thailanders of our squads? Zhu demanded, his gaze cold and lethal. As for Xiaoying, she thought the two of them were competent enough, and not worth fretting over. Noting the heavy dark circles around the youth's eyes, an idea formed in her mind. Could she craft a talisman to cure insomnia? If it were only that, it would be simple enough. Yet this Rinju Li Jinchuriki seemed unstable. If the seal faltered and the host slept, the tailed beast might break free. It would be ideal to produce a talisman that could lull the tailed beast to sleep as well, and she had to consider the summoning beasts too. She had no summoning beast of her own, but Kakashi could assist. In the Hokage Tower, Kakashi watched the crystal ball with his colleagues and shivered, seized by a vague foreboding. Lost in thought, Xiaoying was suddenly pulled into Zhu's arms and thus avoided the sand attack. The two dropped to the ground together, and Zhu and Mingren stepped protectively before her. What is happening?" Xiaoying asked, bewildered as she took in the scene. "Your name?" Wei Luo demanded, pausing. Yujibo's Zhu came the reply. Zhu produced a kunai and suffused it with lightning nature chakra, an approach he had conceived after watching Xiaoying draw healing talismans. A crack of thunder sounded, and the jonin in the Hokage Tower turned their odd gazes to Kakashi. "Kakashi, did you not say you had taught no jutsu?" someone asked. Asima rested a hand on his shoulder, face dark. "Well," Kakashi muttered, "I merely explained the principles of Qian Yao Chidori, but this has nothing to do with me." Kakashi averted his eyes. He had not formally taught them yet. Zhu had come to him with questions after hearing Kakashi's explanations of lightning natures. Zhu had expanded those ideas into many techniques. Truth be told, Kakashi himself had learned a few tricks from Zhu, but such things were never spoken of. "You liar," another scoffed. "I do not believe you." The assembly bristled with anger. With such a technique in play, if their students faced it in the Chunin exams, they would not merely be wounded but could be killed. Do not be fooled by the simple addition of lightning nature chakra. They had just watched an attack that blackened the ground and left a deep crater. "I only offered a brief lesson. I never imagined Zhu's comprehension would be so swift," Kakashi said with an awkward laugh and a scratch of his head. "Kakashi, what about Mingren?" someone asked. Sandai watched the scene unfold on the screen and inquired further. "Ah, Mingren. Mingren has not been formally taught jutsu," Kakashi replied, bowing his head. Of course, that was not the whole truth. Since Mingren had once conversed with the Nine Tails, his aptitude had soared to rivals with Zhu's. But such a thing could not be announced. Mingren had not yet grown powerful enough to be noticed. Zhu fared better. He had an older brother, Yujibo, quietly protecting him, whereas Mingren had no such guardian. Therefore Mingren must not be singled out. After both sides exchanged names and departed, everyone returned home, and with the written exam scheduled for the next day, Xiaoying decided to take Mingren and Zhu back to review. The next morning the three shared breakfast at Xiaoying's house before heading to the exam site, and discovered that everyone had gathered again, clamoring for them to enter the exam. "What are they doing here?" Xiaoying wondered, puzzled. How could so many have fallen for such a simple genjutsu? "So lively," Mingren exclaimed. Jingyi grew increasingly affectionate while Lu Wan and his two companions trailed behind. Lu Wan wore a deadpan expression. Ding Si munched on snacks, and Jingyi bounded toward Xiaoying. "Xiaoying, good morning," Jingyi purred against her cheek. Zhu's face darkened and he moved to shove Jingyi away, but Lu Wan intervened, pulling her back first. "Jingyi, you're making Xiaoying uncomfortable," Lu Wan remarked with a sideways glance at Zhu, and Zhu nonchalantly lowered his hand. "Mingren, Xiaoying." "Zhu, good morning," Ding Si called out as he found a moment. "Good morning, everyone," Xiaoying replied, rubbing her face and smiling. Jingyi's enthusiasm only grew. "Hey, you must be the genius of the Yujibo clan duo," cried a youth clad in a green jumpsuit, one hand behind his back, the other extended towards Zhu in invitation. Zhu ignored him, his gaze fixed on Xiaoying. Unmoved, the youth launched a kick. Mingren raised a hand and blocked it. "The exam is about to begin," Xiaoying said. "Mingren, Zhu will wait for you in the classroom." Seeing the situation could not be resolved quickly, Xiaoying decided to go to the classroom and wait. At that very voice, Xiaoli looked over and felt as if he had fallen headlong into love. How beautiful, he thought. "Hello, I am Luo Kali, please go out with me," he cried ardently over and over in his mind. "Go out with me." Bang! The classroom wall was ruptured by a kick and dust billowed through the room. "So fast!" Jingyi exclaimed as everyone in the hall turned to look. Jingyi's eyes widened. The crowd watched as before anyone could seize Zhu's motion clearly, the youth was already sent flying. "What a nuisance," Lu Wan muttered. Lu Wan's mouth twitched. He grabbed his two friends and hurried away, eager not to attract attention. Zhu's face remained somber as he withdrew his stance. Luo Kali rose from the dust and dusted himself off, scolding, "You fool, do you not know it is rude to disturb others? A minor should not be rushing into romance. Please allow me to decline," Xiaoying said awkwardly as she refused. Xiaoying's embarrassed refusal left her wondering why everyone seemed so precocious. She turned, took Mingren's hand and called to Zhu, "I'll leave it to you, do not be late." "I'll go into class with Mingren and wait for you," she added. Go teach, that would be lover a lesson, she thought, and for reasons he could not explain Zhu seemed to understand her meaning and nodded. The two fought fiercely until Luo Kali's teacher intervened and broke them apart. Zhu gave the pair a look of bemused contempt before striding toward the classroom, and Xiaoying teased, "Do not converse with idiots so much, or you will become foolish yourself." The classroom was filled with people. Upon seeing Sasuke enter, Naruto provocatively said, "Hey Sasuke, I thought you were knocked out since you took so long to come in. The last in line, do you think I'm like you?" Sasuke glanced at him, and sat down next to Sakura. Due to the prolonged interruption, outside Yakushi Kabuto did not appear before the group, so everyone just found random seats upon entering. The noisy classroom fell silent when the examiner Marino Ibiki arrived. "I am your examiner for this session, Marino Ibiki." The middle-aged man with 2 scars on his face spoke loudly. "Now those whose names I call should take their seats as I say." As Marino Ibiki called out names, the students were indeed separated. Sasuke sat to her diagonal right while Naruto sat in front of him 2 desks away. Sakura, meeting Naruto's pleading gaze, silently averted her eyes. Naruto was not good at written tests, but this one was manageable for everyone, so Sakura felt reassured. As for Sasuke, she was even more confident. He was a top student, and even if he didn't know something, he had his Sharingan. However, when the test papers were handed out, and Sakura saw the questions written on them, her mouth twitched slightly. What kind of ridiculous questions were these? Besides her and Shikamaru, she could guarantee that nobody in the room could answer them, oh no, except for those teachers disguised as candidates. Picking up her pen, Sakura waited for the examiner to say start. She raised her left hand, 3 fingers pointing down while her thumb and index finger pointed up. When the examiner looked over, she lowered her hand. Sensing the scrutiny of chakra, she quietly began to write. Sasuke could copy her, and as for Naruto, he was the top ninja when it came to unexpected risks, so there was no need to worry, he would pass. As time slowly passed, after an hour, Sakura looked at the clock and saw there was still half an hour left. Suddenly her body froze. Mind-body switch technique. Success. Sakura raised her head, which had been bowed, and looked at the test paper. After a moment she slumped back down on the desk. Sakura opened her eyes, her forehead marked with a grid. Angrily she thought that Ino dared to use a jutsu against her. Humph. She decided not to bring Ino any food anymore. Ino quickly filled out her answers and then used the jutsu to help Choji fill his out. As time passed, Sakura supported her head with one hand and saw a huge sand eye above. She glanced at the feigning ignorance Marino Ibiki. 6. Why was such an obvious cheating method being ignored? Lowering her head, Sakura noticed a small bug flying onto her test paper. What is this? Is this from Oil Woman Shino? This jutsu really showcases a variety of techniques. As time expired, the examiners collected the test papers. Marino Ibiki stood sternly at the podium, remaining silent for a long time, creating a heavy atmosphere of tension in the classroom. First, you must choose whether to accept the examination of question 10. If you choose not to accept, that candidate will immediately receive a score of 0. This means failure, and the 2 individuals in the same group will also be marked as failing. Furthermore, there is another rule: if you choose to accept and do not answer correctly, you will forever lose the qualification to participate in the Chunin exams. Just as Sakura was about to doze off, Marino Ibiki finally spoke. Sakura patted her cheeks, trying to wake herself up. However, her attempt to wake up failed. She dozed off again as more students gradually left the classroom. The person next to Naruto also raised their hand and stood up, plunging Naruto into despair. How annoying. What kind of question is this? If I get it wrong, I can only be a genin for the rest of my life, and that won't do. Sakura was startled awake by the sound of Naruto banging on the table. Seeing Naruto express his intentions, Marino Ibiki looked somewhat surprised and his thoughts changed. After that, everyone engaged in a question and answer session, and the remaining candidates all passed. Sasuke approached Sakura, squatted down, and glanced at her. Sakura tilted her head. Sakura should rest first. When the exam starts, we'll call you. Naruto came over and gave Sakura a slap on the back, causing her to fall directly onto Sasuke's back. Sasuke picked her up and immediately followed Naruto to catch up with the main group. Sakura rubbed her back, feeling the pain. Naruto's strength was increasing and he really had no idea how to be gentle. However, being carried by Sasuke felt somewhat embarrassing. She decided not to think too much about it. The second exam involved gathering the Heaven and Earth scrolls. Each group of candidates had different scrolls, either the Heaven scroll or the Earth scroll. As long as they gathered them and reached the tall tower, they would pass. In the Forest of Death, Sakura was still asleep. Naruto took out the scroll and pulled out a simple bed. Sasuke laid her down. They had prepared their personal items for better rest while studying ninjutsu on their way back from the Land of Waves. Sasuke, where are we going to find the Earth scroll? Naruto was roasting a fish, feeling frustrated as his brain couldn't come up with a solution. We just need to wait. Many people must have seen Sakura sleeping just now, and someone will definitely come over. Sasuke sprinkled some seasoning on the roasted fish. Saka. Naruto nodded, halting his action of flipping the fish. He made eye contact with Sasuke, handing the fish over to him. I'll go take care of some business, you handle this fish. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, taking the fish. Once Naruto left, he approached Sakura and gently shook her. Someone was coming, and it was likely they would have to fight. It was better to wake her up just in case. Sasuke. Sakura yawned, getting up and leaning against him. She regretted staying up late to draw the talisman last night. Just hold on, we can rest tonight. Supporting the unsteady girl, he folded up the makeshift bed. They had prepared this themselves, so it needed to be kept well, otherwise they would have to sleep on the ground at night. Since they were awake, the two began to eat. After a long while they heard some sounds nearby. "I'm back, Sakura." Sasuke. "Oh right, I just encountered 3 ninjas from another village and took care of them." Naruto walked out from the nearby thicket, one hand holding a scroll and the other dragging a few bound ninjas. Sakura took the scroll. It was the Heaven Scroll. It was a collision, so it seemed they still had to continue searching. "This is a collision, but perhaps we could trade it with Shikamaru and the others later." Sasuke handed Naruto the prepared roasted fish. It seemed that Shikamaru and his group had the Earth Scroll. "Wow. I thought you wouldn't save any for me, Sasuke. I didn't expect you to still think of me. I'm so touched." Naruto received the roasted fish looking emotional, while Sasuke rolled his eyes. "I just don't want you to starve and drag us down. Don't think too much about it." "What? Who do you say would drag us down? Is that the point?" Sakura was helpless as she stored the scroll, taking out the sleep talisman she had researched last night, and walked toward the 3 sound ninjas. Amidst the background of Sasuke and Naruto arguing, she managed to wake the 3 and began her experiment. Just as Sakura was using it on a pale-faced man, his murderous intent suddenly erupted, freezing Sakura in place. "Sakura!" Naruto and Sasuke rushed over. Sasuke grabbed Sakura and retreated while Naruto kicked at the man. With a loud bang, the tree fell. Naruto was kicked out from the dust. At that moment, Sakura's face turned pale. The kind of killing intent rendered her unable to move. She had thought Sakura was too weak when watching before, but now she realized how terrifying this person truly was. "Naruto!" Sakura called out. Sasuke set Sakura down and saw Naruto being knocked away. The pale-faced man was holding a long sword and chased after Naruto, determined to take him out. Sasuke quickly took out a kunai from his pack, infusing it with lightning chakra and throwing it at the pale-faced man as the flash of lightning flickered in an instant. The battle with Orochimaru ultimately ended with Sasuke being afflicted by the curse mark of heaven, Naruto's Ninetales chakra sealed away, and Sakura delivering a punch to Orochimaru, leaving him severely injured. In a small cave, Sakura was awakened by the clamor, feeling an excruciating pain throughout her body as if several bones had been broken. "You're awake!" A blonde girl, Ino, walked in, looking at her with concern. "You 3 have sustained such severe injuries. Do you realize that if we hadn't come to check on you, you would have been done for? Fortunately, you were prepared with the healing talismans," Shikamaru said, sitting by the campfire, propping his face with one hand while roasting fish with the other. "But Sasuke and Naruto truly did well. They held off against the 3 Sannin until we and the village reinforcements arrived. Originally, the Hokage wanted you to abandon this mission and go recuperate, but Sasuke and Naruto refused," Choji interjected. "Thank you all," Sakura replied with a wry smile, feeling her weakness. She turned to look at the 2 lying nearby with Naruto's Ninetales chakra sealed. His injuries weren't healing as quickly as they normally would. Sasuke was covered in dark curse marks, occasionally emitting sounds of pain. "Originally, Kakashi-sensei wanted to force you to give up, but whatever they discussed made him relent. It's truly troublesome." Shikamaru sighed, handing the roasted fish to his teammates, and passing the fish soup to Ino so she could feed Sakura, who was unable to move due to her injuries. Recalling how he had been drawn in by the loud noise, Shikamaru had intended to take the 2 away, but then he heard Sasuke and Naruto's shouts. Ino immediately turned and ran in that direction without hesitation. Reluctantly, Shikamaru and Choji followed suit. What they saw was Sakura being trampled underfoot by one of the legendary 3 Orochimaru with a kunai in his hand, ready to stab her in the heart. Sasuke's Sharingan seemed to whirl, and then Sakura's position shifted. Blood streamed from Sasuke's eyes as he was finally bitten by Orochimaru, letting out a pained cry. Not to mention the 3 red chakra tails behind Naruto. Could this be the reason why Naruto was isolated as the demon fox? Lost in thought, Shikamaru was suddenly tapped by Ino. "Shikamaru, what are you thinking about?" Ino asked in confusion, having spoken to him for a long time without a response. "It's nothing, Ino. You should focus on treating Sakura first." Shikamaru shook his head, taking a bite of fish. "All right then." It was fine not to speak now. After all, Shikamaru wouldn't harm them, and would eventually explain. Although Ino's healing techniques weren't as proficient as Sakura's, they were still quite effective. Seeing her awake, and with her chakra restored, she began a new round of treatment. Sakura blinked and signaled for Ino to retrieve the large stack of healing talismans from her bag. Ino held the pile of talismans in silence, while Shikamaru's mouth twitched. Had he known she had so many, they wouldn't have had to wait until now. Half an hour later, Sakura sat up and stretched. No need to question why her broken bones had healed without rest, just say it was a plot device. Aside from her chakra not being restored, everything else was fine. Now that she was better, she should check on Naruto and Sasuke. While treating Naruto, the three ninjas from before returned and Shikamaru and the others went to deal with them. When they returned, they brought along Rock Lee and his companions. Sakura once again faced an earnest confession from Rock Lee and decisively rejected him. What could she say? Sakura sighed watching Naruto transition from unconsciousness to sleep. She really wanted to slap him. Forget it, let's check on Sasuke instead. Sasuke's condition was more serious. Shikamaru mentioned he was bleeding from his eyes, indicating that he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, which was a significant strain on his eyesight. It seemed they would need to conduct further research regarding his eyes. Perhaps due to Sakura's arrival, her hair remained uncut, and although Naruto's Ninetales chakra was sealed, his relationship with the Ninetales seemed better than she had remembered. Surprisingly, Sasuke had unlocked his Mangekyo early. It was unclear whether this was good or bad. Sakura could only treat Sasuke's wounds and alleviate the strain on his eyes. She had no means to deal with the curse marks. By the time Naruto awoke, Sasuke was still battling against the curse marks. Sasuke still hasn't woken up. Is this really alright? Shikamaru frowned, feeling a bad premonition from this situation. Shall we head to the tower first? While dealing with those ninjas, Shikamaru and the others brought back several scrolls, including those they needed. Sakura decided to head to the tower first. After all, this was no longer the anime she used to watch, and she didn't dare treat it as such. Let's go together. After all, we've already obtained our scrolls. Shikamaru was still uneasy. Orochimaru was still around, and who could guarantee he wouldn't target the rest of Konoha? They didn't possess Sasuke and Naruto's strength, so it was better to head to the tower first. Naruto, carry Sasuke. We'll head to the tower first. Sakura nodded. Alright then, you guys want to come along? Naruto asked as he lifted Sasuke onto his back, looking at Rock Lee dressed in green. I am Rock Lee. You guys go ahead, we three need some training before heading to the tower. Be careful then, we're leaving first. Naruto did not try to dissuade them as they appeared capable of protecting themselves. The five jumped through the trees and after an hour they finally reached the tower. The two teams opened their scrolls and out came Iruka Sensei. Hey there Naruto, Sakura, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji. I didn't expect you to arrive at the tower so quickly. Iruka greeted them, noticing Sasuke being carried and frowning in surprise that Sasuke had attracted Orochimaru's attention. Hello Iruka Sensei. There are still 3 days until this exam ends. If you've come out, you should rest in the tower for a while. Naruto and Sakura, follow me with Sasuke so we can address this curse mark issue. Understood. They all replied in unison. Following Iruka into a dimly lit room, they found Kakashi already waiting inside. Thank you for your help, Iruka. No problem, Kakashi. Sasuke and the others are also my students, Iruka said as he left. Now I'll check on Naruto and Sasuke. Sakura, please wait here for a moment. Alright. Sakura nodded. Honestly, Kakashi could have just called Naruto and Sasuke here. She didn't understand why he had called her. Watching Kakashi apply a thin layer of seal on Sasuke, it seemed ineffective. Naruto's seal was a 5-element seal and Kakashi had no way to deal with it, mentioning that only Jiraiya could handle such a situation. Sakura felt helpless. Although she had known this for a long time, the feeling of being unable to control the situation was still quite uncomfortable. After sealing the curse marks, Sasuke calmed down, focusing on his breathing, likely to awaken soon. Sakura, I need to reprimand you this time, Kakashi said, having finished with the two, looking sternly at Sakura, who was puzzled. While your intention was to protect your teammates, you shouldn't have rushed forward. You must understand that you are a medical ninja. Only if you survive will the team's chances of survival increase. Kakashi was genuinely angry. Even if Sakura hadn't charged in and stayed back, neither Sasuke nor Naruto would have been in danger. Not to mention Naruto was the Jinchuriki, and the Ninetales wouldn't allow him to suffer harm. Orochimaru wouldn't dare strike with lethal intent either. The importance of a Jinchuriki to a village was no joke. Furthermore, Sasuke was the last of the Uchiha clan. Itachi would surely have left behind contingency measures for him. He couldn't possibly die. As long as Sakura lived, they could manage any injuries easily. Among the three, only Sakura was a civilian-born ninja. Although she was now considered his disciple, Orochimaru wouldn't spare her just because she was a junior. If he intended to kill someone among them, it would undoubtedly be her. I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura blinked and decisively apologized. Sakura, are you okay? Sasuke's voice came through his eyes, filled with coldness, and a murderous aura immediately enveloped him. I'm fine. Sakura shook her head, drawing closer to infuse chakra into Sasuke's body for a checkup. There were no serious injuries. The wounds were healing, just waiting for the chakra to recover. Oh, Sasuke, you're awake. Do you want to eat some dango? Kakashi-sensei brought it. Naruto's face appeared in his line of sight. I want the red bean flavor. He got up only to find himself wrapped in white bandages, feeling a bit of pain, but it was bearable. We have already exited the forest of death. The time will be up tomorrow, Kakashi-sensei said. The remaining people will compete against each other, and the winner will advance to the next round in a week. Naruto took a bite of the dango, his expression contorting as it was too sweet. Sasuke, you should try this, it's really good, he said, directly stuffing the dango into Sasuke's mouth. Sasuke choked on it, his face turning red. Cough, cough. His face was flushed. Hey. Are you okay? Naruto panicked, quickly patting his back. Sakura was laughing non-stop on the side. Naruto! I'm going to kill you! After Sasuke spat out the dango, he fiercely glared at Naruto and lunged at him to start hitting. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Naruto struggled. I don't believe you. Sakura. Help me. From the dust a hand reached out. Ha ha ha, Naruto, you better fend for yourself now. Sakura turned around, unable to help but sigh. Ah, youth is truly wonderful. On the third day, Kakashi looked at the depressed Naruto, who had swollen like a pig's head, confused. Sakura, Sasuke, what happened to Naruto? He fell last night. Sasuke turned his head away, not wanting to look at him, fearing he would burst out laughing. Huh? Can one fall this badly? Kakashi asked, looking at Sakura. Cough, cough, it's fine, Kakashi-sensei, I'll treat him shortly. Sakura ignored him, her gaze drifting. Naruto looked at Kakashi with a pitiful expression. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke was too much, he beat me up like this. Kakashi was puzzled. He didn't understand why it was so serious this time, but the exam was about to start, so he had to take them to the hall. This match was an elimination round. The remaining battles would lead to another competition, with the winners advancing to become Chunin. The first match, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Akatsuki Dong 4th Tone Kai. After the third Hokage finished speaking, the first match began. Go Sasuke! You must unleash your wrath and defeat him. Naruto clenched his fists excitedly. Go Sasuke, hit him hard. Show them the power of our Konoha. Ino rushed over. Very well, he had successfully attracted everyone's attention. Sasuke fell silent, thinking about these two idiots. Ah, what a hassle. Shikamaru clasped his hands behind his head, sighing. So arrogant, I will tear you apart. Akatsuki Kai grinned, exuding a murderous aura. Hey, you can try. Sasuke took out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, spinning it in one hand. We can start now, examiner. Then the match begins. The examiner Mabuki coughed under the cold stares and spoke slowly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sasuke charged at Akatsuki Kai, thunder echoing from his hand. Akatsuki Kai, who was sent flying, looked bewildered. Didn't they say Uchiha Sasuke couldn't use chakra? Why was he still able to use ninjutsu? This was a one-hit kill. The arena fell silent, and then erupted in noise. So amazing. Sasuke. Ino cheered. Yeah, not bad. Sasuke. Naruto jumped up. If that's the case, we're under a lot of pressure, what a hassle. Shikamaru's mouth twitched. Oh, that's incredible. Sasuke, let's have another match next time. Rock Lee was excited. Then the contestant hasn't recovered yet. In this match, Uchiha Sasuke wins. Mabuki checked Akatsuki Kai's injuries and announced the victory of this match. The medical team took him away. Now let's start the next match, Sakura vs. Yamanaka Shino. If I remember correctly, it seems Yamanaka Shino won this match. Sakura thought quietly, resting her hand on the railing. Congratulations, Sasuke, you've advanced to the next round. Seeing Sasuke come up, Sakura congratulated him. Thank you. As he spoke, he took out tables, chairs, snacks, and tea from the scroll, inviting Sakura to sit down and eat together. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Naruto's eyes lit up as he quickly sat down. Here time passed peacefully while below they fought fiercely. I want to eat too. Ino came over after seeing this, sitting next to Sakura first while Naruto sat on the other side of Sakura. Sasuke's face darkened instantly. These two guys. Naruto. Sasuke placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, his voice a bit cold. What's wrong? Naruto stiffly turned around. You sit over there. Huh? Why? I want to sit next to Sakura. Sasuke was helpless and had to sit next to Naruto. This table was quite long, accommodating 8 people if sitting on one side. Now Sakura was in the middle, 3 seats on one side and 4 on the other. Perhaps it was too relaxed on this side. Kakashi returned and joined them. Eating snacks and drinking tea, they leisurely watched the battles. This was so comfortable. As expected, in this match, Yamanaka Shino won. Next was the match between Kenmei and Kankuro. If nothing unexpected happened, Kankuro would win, and then it would be their turn. Sakura thought, glancing at Ino. It seemed she hadn't properly competed against Ino, but she wondered if there would be a butterfly effect, as most time travelers would change opponents during battles. Sakura, what's wrong? Ino noticed and looked at her in confusion. It seems I haven't properly competed against you. As she spoke, this match concluded, and indeed she was matched against Ino. I will show you my current strength. Ino stood up smiling and leaped down from the upper floor. Sakura, come on. The golden-haired girl looked up and smiled brightly, reaching her hand upward. Sakura was momentarily stunned and leaped down as well. Yamanaka Ino vs. Haruno Sakura. The match begins. Mabuki said, running to the side to avoid being affected. Please show me your skills. As soon as Sakura finished speaking, Ino threw a punch at her, and Sakura quickly dodged. Ino's relentless attacks kept coming and Sakura continued to evade. Hey! Sakura, stop dodging! A punch came toward her and Sakura tilted her head to evade. The wall behind her instantly cracked, creating a large hole. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Hey, is Ino really this serious? If I don't dodge, you'll be severely injured for a month. However, I would probably recover in a week. Hey. No way, this damage. Is she really a Konoha genin? Kankuro wiped his cold sweat. In order to catch up with Sakura, Ino is really putting in a lot of effort. Asuma sighed while Kakashi looked at him with deadpan eyes. Are you sure she's trying to catch up to Sakura? This is youth. For the sake of friendship, one can become this strong. Did you see that, Lee? You must also strive for friendship. Yes. Teacher Guy. Rock Lee was tearfully excited, his words filled with emotion. Bang. Sakura. This match will be mine to win. Ino's fist came flying straight at her. Sakura dodged, then swiftly drew a kunai from her pack and thrust it forward, channeling chakra into the blade. Ino failed to evade in time. The kunai sliced across her waist, tearing her clothing and drawing blood. Looks like I guessed right after all. The girl smiled warmly, twirling the kunai in her hand, its tips still glistening with a faint crimson sheen. While Sakura moved with effortless grace, Ino bore mounting pressure. Crouching slightly, she too unsheathed a kunai, bracing herself for Sakura's counterattack. Sakura arched a brow. Very well, then she would show no restraint. Raising one hand, she began forming hand seals. After this match, let's go to Ichiraku for ramen, Ino. I'll treat you if I win, Ino replied with a grin. Sakura hurled her kunai. Ino leapt backward only to find the air before her suddenly filled with multiple duplicates. Truly impressive, Sakura. Likewise. Ino raised both hands and sealed the technique, mind-body switch. Darkness swallowed Sakura whole. Blinking in the formless void, she wondered, how does one break free? Wasn't it the original story where Sakura's second personality terrified Ino? If this was the inner world, then perhaps. A sharp cry pierced the air. Ino staggered backward, her face strained of color, her body trembling faintly. Regaining control of her body, Sakura smiled gently at Ino. My turn now, Ino. Huh? Ino took a step back. Trouble. Her chakra was nearly depleted. Ino, you have my respect. I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Ino's eyes widened in shock as she was sent hurtling backward. Dust billowed upon impact, and a massive crater split the ground beneath her. Examiner, please declare the victor, the young woman said softly, brushing her long hair behind one ear as she turned toward the visibly flustered Might Guy. Might Guy sighed inwardly. The arena was pockmarked with craters, mostly Ino's doing, though Sakura had contributed one. The next match would require relocation, but fortunately a backup arena stood adjacent. Ino Yamanaka has lost consciousness. The winner is Sakura Haruno. Due to severe damage to this arena, all participants will proceed to the adjacent arena for the next match. Sakura approached Ino, lifted her gently, and declined assistance from the medical team. I'll handle it myself. With a graceful leap, she carried Ino up to the second floor, laying her on the bed Sasuke had already prepared. Sakura, you were amazing. Naruto rushed over, cheering wildly. Is Ino alright? Though he knew Sakura's strikes were precise, Shikamaru couldn't help but worry. Just superficial wounds, nothing serious. Hearing this, Choji, who'd paused mid-snack, resumed digging into his bag of treats. Sakura pressed her palms glowing with emerald chakra against Ino's injuries. Sasuke frowned. Your chakra reserves, are you certain you can sustain this? Perhaps rest first, then resume healing. I'm fine, I'll rest afterward. Sakura paid little heed to the following matches. After finishing Ino's treatment, she drifted into deep slumber, and remained asleep even after Naruto returned from his own bout. Before we begin, there is something I wish to tell you, Hinata. Niji spoke calmly. Hinata, you are unsuited to be a shinobi. Withdraw now. Hinata. Niji. Your heart is too gentle. You yearn for peace above all, shunning conflict, avoiding confrontation, and you feel no discomfort in conforming to others' expectations. You lack self-confidence, plagued by deep-seated insecurity, so... Yet the Chunin exams require teams of 3 to register. In truth, you entered only because you could not refuse Kiba's insistence, reluctant, hesitant, and unwilling. No, that's not true. As Niji's words struck home, Hinata faltered, voice trembling. I just wanted. I only wanted to change this self through strength. Hinata, you truly are the heiress of the Hyuga main house. People cannot change. A dead last remains a dead last. One's nature and power remain immutable. Niji gazed coldly at Hinata, who lowered her head in silence. It is precisely because change is impossible that differences arise. And thus labels like elite or dead last are born. We judge ourselves by appearance, intellect, ability, physique, and temperament. And from these unchangeable traits distinctions emerge, along with the suffering each identity demands. Just as I belong to the branch house, and you to the main house, unchangeable facts. With these Byakugan eyes I see all things clearly. And I understand this, you are merely pretending. Deep down you long to flee this place at once. A boundary between words. It was noisy, she couldn't make out what they were saying. Sakura stirred awake, startled by Naruto's booming voice, and opened her eyes to find Sasuke leaning close. Are you alright, Sakura? His gaze held quiet concern. Fine. What's wrong with Naruto? Naruto's face was flushed crimson, radiating fury. The match between Neji Hyuga and Hinata Hyuga has begun, it's one-sided. Neji spoke harshly and struck without mercy. Naruto disagrees, and is furious. Sasuke helped Sakura sit up, offering a concise summary. No wonder. I thought maybe Naruto had finally awakened. Sakura blinked slowly. Hinata's infatuation was unmistakable, only Naruto remained oblivious. Then again, people in this world matured remarkably early. That dead last, why would you think that? Sasuke sighed, handing her a cup of water. Has Ino woken yet? Not yet, she must be utterly exhausted. Sakura glanced downward. Neji had pulled back Hinata's sleeve, revealing a scattering of angry red marks across her skin. TCH, grim. Sasuke, did you memorize those pressure points? Sakura's voice was calm, her lips pressed into a thin line. The human body possesses 720 vital points. Hinata's internal organs have sustained severe trauma. If this continues, she may truly. The instructors will intervene. There's no need to worry. Sasuke murmured, gently stroking her hair. She batted his hand away with a sharp glare. Too far. She wasn't a child, such condescension was unwarranted. The rift between the Hyuga main and branch houses remained irreconcilable, and Neji's father had indeed perished due to tensions between Konoha and the main house, a bitter, undeniable truth. Neji truly trained without respite. Naruto is furious. Sasuke watched the boy beside him shouting and stomping in agitation. Part of him wished he could knock him unconscious. Too loud. Other villages' shinobi kept glancing over, embarrassing. But what could he do? Naruto was his teammate. Ultimately, Kakashi, Kurenai, Might Guy halted the match. Hinata's status as main house heir meant she could not die here. Many present carried scars from painful pasts. For Sakura, raised by loving parents living a life of quiet contentment, such sorrow was absent. She was undeniably fortunate. She could not empathize with Neji's anguish, and thus offered no judgment. Even if she tried, only Naruto possessed the gift of persuasion. His mouth technique was legendary for good reason. How is Sakura's recovery progressing? Kakashi approached as Hinata was carried out on a stretcher, reaching out instinctively to ruffle both students' hair. Sakura stared blankly, so that was where Sasuke learned it. The original culprit. I'm fine. How is Hinata? Her internal organs are badly damaged. It'll take months to heal fully. Unless Tsunadesima returns, Kakashi added with a wink. So remember, if your life is in danger, flee if you can. Your safety, above all, is what I wish for you. Naruto, did you hear that? Kakashi-sensei, Neji went too far. Naruto fumed. How could he strike so hard? What if Hinata? There, anger won't help. If you meet Neji again, we'll settle it for Hinata. Sasuke soothed the agitated boy, yet his eyes darkened, holding an unreadable, inscrutable glance toward Naruto. Now it's a match between Shaoli and Gaara, and the fight is intense. No, it should be said that Shaoli is fighting fiercely while Gaara's absolute defense prevents Shaoli from landing any hits. After consulting with teacher Kai, Shaoli had already opened several of the 8 gates. He broke through Gaara's defenses but was then caught by the sand. Ah! A scream echoed as Sakura turned away, unable to bear the sight. She heard the sound. Shaoli's foot must have shattered, and she could only imagine the pain. That guy will kill Shaoli. Naruto clenched his fists. Kakashi pondered. There was something strange about this person. Was such hatred and killing intent something a person his age should possess? The sand-hidden ninja wouldn't have any schemes, would they? Teacher Kakashi, aren't you going to stop this? Sasuke remained calm, but since Shaoli and he had yet to truly fight, he didn't want Shaoli to lose his life just like that. After all, he might want to train with him in physical arts later on. Don't worry, Teacher Kai will intervene. It's just uncertain whether this injury will have lasting effects. Kakashi glanced at Kai, who was gritting his teeth beside him before continuing to focus on his own book, Make Out Paradise. Kai should reach his limit soon and will intervene. This is troublesome. If Shaoli's bones are shattered, can Sakura treat him? Shikamaru sighed with one hand supporting his face. Thankfully they weren't up against these dangerous figures, but were they really that formidable? This made him feel a desire to join in the training. It's a bit difficult. Sakura also felt uneasy. A teenager in his teens is at the peak of his vigor. If his bones aren't too shattered, she can manage. If they are too fragmented, she can only hope for Tsunade's help if her efforts fail. In the end, Teacher Kai couldn't hold back and stop the match. Xiaoli lost and was heavily injured. Next was Dingy's match. Sakura, feeling like it had nothing to do with her, greeted Kakashi and jumped down following the medical team. She wanted to see if she could help. If she couldn't, she would try to alleviate the injury until Jiraiya and Naruto brought Tsunade back. At the hospital, Dr. Kawamura hurried over, having learned from Kakashi that Sakura had medical ninjutsu. He quickly led her into the emergency room to assist. Sakura watched as Dr. Kawamura channeled chakra into his body to conduct examinations and treated Xiaoli's wounds. The injury was too severe. Dr. Kawamura managed to treat the external wounds and reduce the internal injuries in his leg, but there was nothing more he could do. They would need to wait for Princess Tsunade to return for treatment. Just this took over 2 hours. During this time, Sakura wiped Dr. Kawamura's sweat and occasionally answered his questions. "How's Xiaoli?" As soon as he stepped out, Teacher Kai anxiously inquired. "Teacher Kai, Xiaoli's injuries are beyond my capabilities. If we find Lady Tsunade, there might be a way," Sakura explained. "I'll go find Lady Tsunade." Kai was about to head out but was stopped by Sakura, who told him to look after Xiaoli and let him recover first. They should scout for Tsunade's location, and once Xiaoli's health improves they could find her for treatment. Having arrived at the hospital, Sakura decided to visit Hinata. She knocked on the door, and a middle-aged man in a white kimono opened it, likely Hinata's father. "Hello, uncle. I'm here to see Hinata." "Oh, is that you, Sakura? Come in." He recognized the girl. She performed excellently in the previous match, and it was good that Hinata made some excellent friends. The next morning, Sakura got out of bed. The sunlight streaming through the window gave a hazy feeling. "Sakura, Ino is here." "Yes, I'll be down in a moment." After getting ready, she transformed into another cute girl and went downstairs with Ino to grab some ramen. Meanwhile, Kakashi was out training with Sasuke and Naruto. Passing by the bathhouse, Naruto spotted a Lu-looking white-haired man peeping and kicked him away. "Teacher Kakashi." "Sasuke, I found a pervert," Naruto shouted, pointing at Jiraiya, furious. Kakashi recognized the man, his mouth twitching. How did Lord Jiraiya make such an entrance? He felt a headache coming on and didn't want to acknowledge him at all. "Let's capture him and turn him over to the guards." Sasuke narrowed his eyes, launching various attacks at Jiraiya along with Naruto. Kakashi, unable to explain, slowly lowered his hand. "Well, whatever, Lord Jiraiya should be able to handle this." Fire style. Grand fireball technique. A fire dragon emerged and Kakashi watched as it destroyed the wall. "Oh no, I'm going to get punished." Before long, the 2 adults and 2 youths stood before the 3rd Hokage receiving a scolding. Kakashi and Jiraiya were fined and had to pay for the repairs to the wall. During this time, Sasuke and Naruto stood dumbfounded, occasionally exchanging glances. Sasuke, is this lecherous old man really the Jiraiya that Teacher Kakashi mentioned, one of the legendary 3 ninjas? Naruto, I find it hard to believe. Is this guy really strong? Sasuke, he should be on par with Orochimaru. If you want, we can research new ninjutsu together later. Naruto, sure. Well then, that's it for today. This won't excuse you two again. Yes. I'll take Naruto with me. After training, I'll bring him back. Jiraiya grabbed Naruto and vanished using body flicker technique. Now only Kakashi and Sasuke remained. Let's get started then. Teacher Kakashi, isn't Sakura training with us? Sakura has someone teaching her, but he's just a medical ninja. Then won't Sakura miss out on the next match? Don't worry, sometimes medical ninjas can be quite strong. As the sun set, their figures slowly stretched out. Sakura finished her day of training with Ino and went to Dr. Kawamura's house. Yesterday he said he would teach her, but he wasn't taking her as a disciple, which surprised her. After all, not every ninja teaches others ninjutsu. Fortunately, she told her mother in advance that she wouldn't be back for dinner or her mother would worry. Sakura looked at the injured kitten in front of her, channeling chakra into the scalpel in her hand to treat it, while Dr. Kawamura occasionally reminded her about chakra usage. After healing the kitten, it licked her hand and Sakura's gaze softened. This kitten only has superficial wounds, so it's easy to treat. Next is this puppy which ate something wrong and got poisoned. Your task now is to examine its body, treat it, and prepare an antidote. Dr. Kawamura looked at her appreciatively. This child's chakra control is exceptional. I can guarantee she can definitely rank in the top 3 of the village. Yes. Sakura nodded, seriously examining the lethargic puppy in front of her, noticing a small tag with the name Hataki on it. Is this Kakasha Sensei's summon beast? It's poisoned and it seems there's something inside its body. I don't know what it is and I'm unsure if it needs surgery. If I don't operate, I'm not sure if just preparing an antidote will work. In the end, Sakura opened the wound to take out the contents inside, quickly sutured it back, and prepared the antidote for the dog to drink. Kawaguchi glanced at her with admiration, truly impressed by her decisive actions. At such a young age, possessing this knowledge of medical care was commendable. Since she could already stitch and prepare antidotes, the next step in her training could be assessed. A white glow appeared on the horizon as the sun slowly rose over the forest. Sakura ran forward, cradling an injured kitten, with Kawaguchi closely following behind, holding a scalpel and occasionally throwing it, adding various wounds to Sakura. Sakura running away alone won't save it. As soon as he spoke, a knife flashed in front of Sakura, halting her actions and causing sweat to bead on her forehead. Hey! If it had been any faster, it would have pierced her head. Sakura panicked internally, took a deep breath, and turned to Kawaguchi. Kakashi-sensei, are you trying to kill me? Sasuke jumped back, narrowly avoiding the spot that flickered with lightning as Kakashi stood on a nearby tree, smiling with a gleam in his eyes. Well, as my student, I trust you can dodge it. Hurriedly sidestepping to evade the attack, Sasuke extended his right hand backward, chakra of lightning slowly gathering as he retaliated with Chidori. You're too slow, Sasuke. At this rate, you'll fall behind Sakura. She's training with her life on the line. Sasuke was sent flying by Kakashi, coughing several times. What are you talking about? On the other side, Naruto looked at the summoning scroll and then at Jiraiya, wanting to say something but ultimately remained silent. No, I can't fall behind Sakura and Sasuke. I must extract all of his skills. A month passed just like that. Sakura was awakened by her mother dressed in a red hanfu and arrived early at the competition site. Possibly because she was present, this competition was against Yamanaka Shino. Sakura was curious about the entrance as Naruto and Niji's match progressed. After a considerable time, Naruto finally rushed in, supporting himself on his knees, panting heavily. Sakura curiously looked at the entrance, wondering how Naruto had provoked these bullies. What a hassle! Shikamaru said, his eyes dull as he gazed at Naruto with a sigh. Shikamaru, Shino, would you like some? Sakura offered snacks and milk. Thank you, Shino said softly as he accepted, realizing he hadn't eaten breakfast and had been hurried by his parents. Thank you? Shikamaru bit into the strawberry-flavored snack, finding it sweet yet delicious. He wondered how Sakura's family made it, and thought about learning it. Everyone focused on the match, and unsurprisingly Naruto emerged victorious. However, one couldn't help but comment on the peculiarities of the Hyuga clan's system. Sakura contemplated whether she should learn sealing techniques or something similar, but who could she ask? The Uzumaki clan was proficient in it, yet Naruto was the only one left, and he wouldn't know. Shikamaru, let's talk after this match, Sakura said to him, her gaze serious. Shikamaru was confused but felt a significant trouble was looming. In this world of ninjas, it felt as though tragic events were occurring all the time. She wanted to do her part to help them as much as possible. All right, Niji Hyuga said. Everyone can only live within the unresisting tide. There is only one fate that everyone equally possesses, and that is death. Naruto said. Don't frown like that. Stop saying such boring things about fate being unchangeable. Indeed, this world has many tragedies. Sakura leaned against the railing, watching the back and forth between the two until Naruto's Rasengan appeared, covering her forehead. How did that guy manage to use it? What if he lost control and took Niji out? Niji said. Humph. To think you could use shadow clone jutsu in that situation. Isn't that your most adept ninjutsu? I was too careless. Naruto replied. I am too. I failed the school's graduation exam 3 times in a row. Naruto explained. My luck is terrible because every graduation test involved a ninjutsu that I'm least skilled at. In fact, the clone jutsu is the ninjutsu I'm worst at using. Naruto said. Because you are not like me. You are not a bottom dweller. Niji Hyuga questioned. Why do you want to defy your fate? Naruto replied. Because others call me a bottom dweller. Due to the flaws caused by the caged bird, Naruto found a loophole and defeated Niji. Now people from various countries are aware of it. This news will likely spread quickly, causing trouble. High IQ individuals think too much, Shikamaru thought, looking pained, realizing his father had his hands full. With Naruto's battle concluded, it was now time for her match against Shino. She had to stall for time until Sasuke and the others arrived. However, Sakura overestimated herself concerning bugs. They were somewhat terrifying, and after a few exchanges with Shino, Sakura couldn't take it anymore and forfeited. Shino didn't understand why a girl would be afraid of this, but winning was still good. Next was Shikamaru versus Temari. If she remembered correctly, Shikamaru was supposed to marry Temari in the future. Temari was so beautiful, this lucky guy. Sakura couldn't help but smile, thinking, shipping CP on site isn't so bad. Shikamaru's IQ truly deserved to be over 200, managing to hold back, but he forfeited. Was this love causing him to abandon the fight? In the future when Shikamaru has children he might tell them. Those years your father forfeited just to make a pretty girl smile. Shikamaru, having a friend like you spreading rumors is truly my blessing I forfeited due to it being too troublesome. Sakura, why did Shikamaru forfeit? Naruto grumbled, finding it ridiculous. Huh. Don't you think Temari is beautiful? Maybe Temari was so beautiful that Shikamaru couldn't bear to go against her. Great rumors were starting to spread and Sakura winked at him. Ah. I see Shikamaru has reached that age too, it's nice, didn't expect he liked Temari. The second rumor emerged, created by Naruto. In the distance Asuma nudged Naro Shikaku and teased. I didn't expect your Shikamaru has reached this age, impressive. Shikaku fell silent. I think Shikamaru just found it troublesome, not that he liked her. Sakura quietly turned her head away. This wasn't what he said. Shikamaru better not come looking for him. The moment Temari arrived, hearing this, she paused and pretended to walk past them, but her ears turned red. Ha! I see. Kid from Konoha, don't think that by forfeiting my sister will like you. My sister is not someone you can dream of, so stop dreaming. Kenjiro also heard this, pointing at Shikamaru and angrily shouting. The just arrived Shikamaru looked confused. Little did he know he would be troubled by his future brother-in-law. Shikamaru gave him an eye roll, leading to Kenjiro facing more difficulties on his pursuit. As time ticked away and Sasuke had yet to arrive, Naruto paced anxiously, saying, what should I do? What if Sasuke loses due to being late? Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, I will keep an eye on the time. Sakura had already taken out her desk talisman paper and pen, drawing a new antidote talisman she had been researching. Each talisman would sell for 2,000 silver, which was a bit expensive, but it could be used for outdoor emergencies, so it was sure to be popular. They're here. Naruto gripped the railing with both hands and saw Kakashi making a stylish entrance with Sasuke. Ah, damn it. Kakashi-sensei is showing off with him. He never played like that with me. Naruto expressed his dissatisfaction, feeling envious that he had never experienced such moments with Kakashi-sensei. Sakura was left speechless. What could she say? Next time let Kakashi-sensei take you along for fun. As time passed with Sakura drawing talismans, Sasuke had already launched Chidori at Gaara. At that moment white feathers began to fall from the sky. Sakura froze for a moment before putting away her talisman paper. Naruto and Shikamaru had already fallen asleep on the ground. Naruto was one thing, but what was up with Shikamaru? She wasn't slacking off. How could Shikamaru be so lazy? Sakura smiled and stepped on Shikamaru's abdomen. Hiss! Shikamaru sprang up in pain, saying, Sakura, can't you let me lie down in peace? No way. Sakura tilted her head and laughed, causing Shikamaru to shiver. Why did she seem a bit frightening? Was that just his imagination? What a hassle, Shikamaru said with a straight face, feeling a sudden urge to hit someone. Perhaps the two were too idle as another ninja rushed in with kunai aiming at Sakura. Sakura, Sasuke has gone after Gaara. You, Shikamaru, and Naruto should follow up just in case. Kakashi appeared at that moment, kicking a sudden ninja away. Okay. Sakura nodded, forming hand seals to dispel Naruto's illusion. What's wrong? What's happening? Naruto jumped up, looking around in confusion, noticing that everyone else had fallen down. There's no time to explain, Naruto. Follow me and Shikamaru. They'll tell you on the way. Sakura said as she caught up with Shikamaru, briefly explaining to Naruto as they moved side by side. Shikamaru glanced at her, saying, What was it that you wanted to tell me earlier, Sakura? Was it important? No, I'm not interested, just a bit curious about what you who goes with the flow wanted to say. What's up? Naruto approached, asking curiously. What are you two talking about? The two shook their heads, remaining silent. What the heck, why won't you tell me? Naruto scratched his head. I was talking about competing for Hokage, Sakura said with a mischievous smile. What about you? Naruto and Shikamaru were shocked and nearly fell over. Sakura stopped, looking at the two in confusion. Was it that shocking? Just a joke, but she should catch up to avoid Sasuke getting hurt. Shikamaru held his waist as he got up, feeling pain. Had he pulled a muscle? But what Sakura said really was a bit scary. Shikamaru, I must have misheard earlier. Naruto's eyes widened as he placed his hands on Shikamaru's shoulders, shaking him. Stop. Shikamaru felt a bit dizzy. You didn't mishear, Sakura is serious about competing for Hokage. Oh no. That puts a lot of pressure on me. Sakura is so smart, capable, and pretty. I definitely can't compete with her, but I won't give up. As he spoke, he transitioned from feeling dejected to boasting and then to determination, saying, Shikamaru will go. Shikamaru's expression instantly turned blank. He had been worried about Naruto's lack of confidence, but these two were too fast, disappearing in an instant. Amidst the swirling sand, Sasuke was trapped inside and Sakura couldn't see anything. What should she do? I remember you, Haruno, Sakura, right? Temari held her large fan in front of her saying, "Don't interfere with Gaara." Not again. Were they going to fight again? Sakura sighed, feeling helpless. Since it had come to this, she could only let Temari try her new sleep talisman, which only lasted for 10 minutes. The stronger the opponent, the shorter the duration, but it should be sufficient for Temari. Finding an opportunity, Sakura stuck the talisman to Temari's forehead, caught her as she fell, and placed her aside before charging inside. "Sakura! What are you doing here?" Seeing the long-haired girl rush in and punch Gaara made the surrounding sand fall to the ground, revealing the trees clearly. "I came in to prevent you from getting hurt, but is this guy really from Sunagakure?" Gaara, feeling the pain from the punch, was filled with murderous intent, declaring, "I will kill you all." Gaara had transformed into a half-tailed beast, looking somewhat terrifying. Sakura took out a pile of sleep talismans from her bag and handed them to Sasuke. Although she didn't know if they would work, there was only one way to find out. If they worked, it would make future missions much easier. "Stay safe." Making eye contact with Sakura, Sasuke rushed toward Gaara, lightning flashing in his hands as he activated Chidori. Sakura retreated, sticking sleep talismans to the surrounding trees. The function of her talismans wouldn't last long when applied directly to a person, but when applied to both the person and the surroundings, they would be much more effective. It was a bit challenging. The talismans stuck to the tail beast would be torn off by Gaara's movements. Should she add some glue? But would glue work on a person's body? Would it work on the tail beast? Sakura wanted to try it immediately, but there was none here. No matter, she could ask Naruto and Kurama for help with the experiment. Also, she wanted to create an illusion talisman. While Sakura was deep in thought, Naruto had already caught up, but Shikamaru was nowhere to be seen. She didn't know if he was too slow or if someone had tripped him. With Naruto's help, the talismans were quickly stuck in place. Sakura formed hand seals, slamming her hand on the ground, blue chakra lines connecting her Gaara and the trees with sleep talismans. Unfortunately, it failed. Gaara closed his eyes for a second and successfully transformed into a tailed beast, attracting her hatred. "What is this feeling?" Sasuke frowned and ran towards Sakura. "Sakura, run!" Sakura was puzzled, asking what was wrong. "Sakura!" Sasuke called out to Naruto. A massive sand hand descended, and Sakura's last thought was, "Meow! Why is it attacking me again?" However, what was happening to Sasuke's eyes? Why were those little tadpoles spinning? This plot had spiraled out of control. Sakura watched the crowd outside, feeling a sense of unease. Eventually, Gaara was defeated by the combined efforts of Sasuke and Naruto. Before she fainted, what she saw was not an illusion. Sasuke had indeed awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. She had been unconscious for several days, and when she woke up, the third Hokage had already passed away. The atmosphere in the village felt much heavier these days. Yesterday, Naruto visited her and mentioned that he would be going out to study with Jiraiya while also looking for Tsunade to succeed the Hokage. At that moment, the door opened and Sasuke walked in with a bouquet of flowers, changed the flowers by the window, and sat beside her, staring at her intently. "What's wrong?" "And I've accepted a mission. I may not be able to visit you this month." He pulled out an apple and began peeling it with his head bowed. Truth be told, this brooding, melancholic version of Sasuke was undeniably striking, like a prince cloaked in quiet sorrow. "Stay safe during the mission." Sakura nodded and gently reminded him, then handed him a stack of talismans. "Here, take these. The hospital was so dull, so I drew them. If I return, let's be together." "And what?" "And nothing, never mind. Here." His voice trailed off, soft and faint. Sakura didn't catch the words clearly, but judging from Sasuke's expression, it didn't seem serious, so she didn't press further. Yet that fleeting look of desolation puzzled her deeply. Sasuke departed the village on his mission. A few days later, Sakura was finally discharged from the hospital. Thanks to Orochimaru's scheme, reconstruction of the damaged areas in Konoha had only just been completed. The streets were now bustling once more, teeming with life and vibrant energy. Sakura walked slowly beside Yamanaka Ino, occasionally greeting neighbors, uncles and aunts who waved warmly. Meanwhile, Naruto had left with Jiraiya, and Sasuke, for reasons unknown, had independently accepted a mission and departed the village. Now she stood utterly alone, uncertain what to do next. Perhaps tomorrow she'd go to the hospital to study under Hyuga Sensei. With that thought, Sakura retired early that night, and arrived at the hospital at dawn the following day. "Sakura, you'll handle medicine preparation and wound dressing for now. Given your age, we won't assign you to surgeries yet. You might not have sufficient chakra control. This way you'll also become familiar with various medicinal herbs." "Yes, Hyuga Sensei. And medicine preparation runs from 8 to 10 each morning. At 11, visit the patient wards to check on their conditions and change dressings. In the afternoon, you'll accompany me into the operating room to observe and assist." "Understood." This was perfect. She intended to master every lesson Hyuga Sensei offered. "And, oh, by the way, Rock Lee. Keep a close eye on him. He can't resist doing push-ups and training, even though his injury is to the leg. He mustn't overexert himself. That came as no surprise. Had Sakura not chosen the path of a medical ninja, she might not have noticed, but now, having dedicated herself to healing, disobedience of medical orders would leave her no choice but to intervene firmly. Calmative talismans were deployed without hesitation. And perhaps, just perhaps, she could even collaborate with the hospital for a modest profit. Thus, for the next month, the hospital enjoyed unprecedented tranquility. Anyone who grew unruly or refused instructions found themselves instantly subdued by Sakura's talismans, lying obediently still until mealtime, when they'd rise refreshed. As a result, Sakura inexplicably earned the title Divine Healer. She stared blankly at the appellation. Divine Healer. That term belonged to legendary physicians renowned for peerless skill, not to her. She felt unworthy of such praise. Yet when Hyuga-sensei heard it, he raised an eyebrow with a wry smile, and from that moment onward Sakura endured a month of relentless rigor, memorizing mountains of medical theory, then applying it firsthand in patient care. Observing patients' internal depletion, Sakura instinctively delved into pharmacology, prescribing restorative tonics especially for Kakashi, who had remained in the village all month guarding against infiltration by hostile shinobi clans. Chronic sleep deprivation compounded by old injuries made him an ideal candidate for her treatments. Over the month his physical condition improved dramatically, beyond mere incremental gains. Kakashi himself sensed the transformation. His chakra reserves had visibly expanded, his stamina deepened. He quietly concluded the title, Divine Healer, suited Sakura perfectly. And Sasuke had promised to return within a month, but a full month passed, and he remained absent. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Naruto successfully brought Tsunade back to Konoha. Upon her return, she swiftly enacted sweeping reforms, inaugurating her tenure as Hokage, instituting rotating guard shifts and dispatching envoys to negotiate with Sunagakure. Naruto rushed straight to visit Lee and Hinata upon returning, urgently beseeching Tsunade for treatment. After summoning Might Guy, he dashed off again. No one knew where nor why he was in such haste. To everyone's astonishment, Lee's body had recovered remarkably well. Tsunade declared surgery could commence immediately. Truly astonishing. Aside from his injured legs, his constitution is exceptionally robust. Surgery can proceed at any time. Who oversaw his recuperation? Tsunade turned to Might Guy with evident curiosity. And, oh, it was Sakura. She prepared a medicinal bath. He soaks in it every few days. Guy exclaimed, thrilled that Sakura's herbal regimen had proven so effective. Sakura. And Kakashi's student. She's been assisting at the hospital since the Chunin exams. And is that so? Then Lee's surgery will be scheduled for tomorrow. He must fast tonight, only eat after the procedure. To prevent complications, fasting until after surgery was deemed safest. When Sakura learned Tsunade had arrived, she longed to seek her out. Yet today, unusually heavy patient traffic kept her fully occupied. She yearned to become Tsunade's apprentice. As the foremost medical ninja in the shinobi world, Tsunade possessed unparalleled expertise, and Sakura burned to learn it all. Soon opportunity arose. After examining Lee, Tsunade came to observe Sakura directly. Sakura blinked once, then focused intently on treating her current patient, prescribing precisely tailored remedies and guiding holistic recovery. Lady Tsunade, this is Sakura, a truly exceptional young woman. Her medical prowess ranks among the very best in this hospital. Sakura. Tsunade was genuinely startled. No one had mentioned how young she was. To wield such mastery at her age marked her as a prodigy among prodigies. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, taking Sakura as her disciple would ensure her life's knowledge found worthy succession. On her way home, Sakura encountered Naruto and Jiraiya seated side by side on a stone bench sharing an ice pop. She chose not to disturb them, instead continuing quietly toward her own home. Today she'd formally become Tsunade's apprentice. Her free time would vanish. And Sakura. And that voice, it sounded unmistakably like Sasuke's. She looked up, surprised to see him standing there. When had he returned? They walked together along the riverbank. And Sakura, I'm leaving. But you've just come back? Sakura asked, bewildered. And no, I mean I'm going to Orochimaru. Sasuke lowered his gaze, shadows veiling his expression. And so the story had reached this pivotal juncture. And why Orochimaru? Our strength has grown rapidly. We don't need to seek him out. Sakura truly couldn't comprehend it. They'd trained relentlessly together, refining techniques and pushing boundaries. Surely that sufficed. Must you go? Naruto will be heartbroken, and I suppose I'll feel it too. Sasuke lifted his head, his eyes blazing with raw, unrelenting hatred. Sakura recognized that look instantly. This moment was inevitable. Certain turning points in fate simply could not be altered. Forgive me, Sakura, can you wait for me? Under the silver moonlight, the fiercely determined youth tightened his grip around her wrist. The pink-haired girl sighed softly, then lifted her face into a gentle, tender smile. Of course, I'll wait. It wasn't love that moved her, it was loyalty between friends. She trusted Sasuke's judgment, believed he'd know his limits, and held firm faith that Naruto would bring him home. Their bond would endure unbroken by distance or divergence. Thank you, Sakura. And the boy smiled, warm, radiant, and embraced her tightly. It was all right. He still had time. He could wait, for years if needed. The moonlight tonight is beautiful. As Sakura recalled what Sasuke had said last night, she irritably pulled the blanket over her head, feeling that Sasuke's feelings for her were merely friendship. His words could not possibly be a confession. Yes. No, she must have misunderstood. Perhaps Sasuke only wanted to express that the moon last night was lovely. No, she cannot let a boy disturb her Tao heart. With her heart free of men, her fists will surely be fierce. The next morning Sakura was awakened by Sasuke's call. Drowsily she saw him, and something cold pressed against her neck, instantly jolting her awake as she realized what it was. Somewhat surprised, she thought, is this a necklace? Why would he think to give this to her? After they talked for a while, 4 members of Orochimaru's Sound Ninja approached, and Sasuke bid farewell to Sakura. Sakura watched them leave, sighing deeply, hoping that Sasuke would not lose himself. She wondered if it was because someone was monitoring Sasuke that the moment he left, someone rushed to the Hokage Tower to report. Sakura suddenly thought that she hadn't told Naruto yet. She envisioned Naruto's reaction upon learning that Sasuke had left. He would angrily question her about not considering him a teammate, and then he would go to interrogate Kakashi-sensei. She couldn't help but feel a headache coming on, estimating that he would be angry for a long time. Rather than waiting for Tsunade to send someone to tell Naruto, wouldn't it be better for her to inform him first? To give him some psychological preparation. Unfortunately, Sakura didn't have time to speak with Naruto, as Tsunade had sent someone to find her. Besides her, Shikamaru was also summoned by Tsunade. Perhaps it was because Sakura performed well in the Chunin exams, allowing both her and Shikamaru to be promoted to Chunin. Now Tsunade wanted them to lead a team to retrieve Sasuke. Sakura exchanged glances with Shikamaru. There was no unspoken understanding between them, and Sakura soon heard Shikamaru's quiet question. You know too? This meant that Sasuke had also told Shikamaru. Shikamaru seemed to have thought of something and understood. Since they were both leading the team, he might as well find a few more people to join. After Tsunade finished speaking, Sakura and Shikamaru went outside. The two remained silent until they left the Hokage Tower. Sakura, who should we take? Shikamaru had his hands behind his head, wearing a blank expression. After the Chunin exams, most of the others were injured. For now, let's take Niji, Choji, and Kiba. Shikamaru thought for a moment. Let's add Shino to the mix, he can scout ahead. Sakura stiffened at the thought of those small bugs, intentionally avoiding mentioning Shino, yet Shikamaru had still brought him up. After finishing, Shikamaru walked a few steps faster, and Sakura couldn't see the smile on his face. Sakura hadn't expected to be afraid of Shino's bugs. Who told you to spread that I like the woman from the Sand Village? Don't blame me for that. Right, she had to make sure to bring Naruto along so that he could hit Sasuke a few more times. Completely unaware of Shikamaru's scheming, Sakura decided to let them leave first, while she would follow with the medical team later. If someone got injured, she would be able to provide treatment. It was definitely not because she was afraid of Shino's bugs that she stayed behind. Before they separated, Sakura handed Shikamaru a sleep charm, and then went to find Ino to set off together. Ino was also learning medical ninjutsu now, so bringing her along would be a safe choice. After spending half an hour looking for Ino and another half an hour to catch up, they finally encountered Choji battling someone. Sakura raised her hand to signal, and the two hid discreetly. Just before Choji was about to eat a tricolor pill, he struck first, landing a punch on the opponent that sent him sprawling to the ground, the crisp sound of bones cracking clearly heard by Choji. Choji's eyes widened in shock. Sakura. Ino. Seriously, why didn't Shikamaru bring me along? What good am I? Ino complained, then crouched down to treat Choji. Choji looked at the motionless figure of the man on the ground, unsure if he was alive or dead, then glanced at Sakura and Ino, swallowing hard. Okay. So scary. When did Ino become so powerful? Ino replied. Don't talk, conserve your strength. As she patted his head and continued her treatment, Sakura approached the fallen man, checked him, and found that he had already lost his breath. It seemed she had been too ruthless, but it was still possible to gather much information to take back to Uncle Hai. She pulled out a scroll and opened it. The sealing was well done, it was complete. However, she couldn't waste time here, remembering that they all seemed to be heavily injured. After Ino finished treating Choji, the three discussed and decided to take Choji with them. Although his chakra hadn't recovered much, if someone got injured later, he could bring one person back. The three continued on their way, quickly catching up to one person based on the clues left behind. Sakura felt a bit complicated. Both Shikamaru and she understood that Sasuke had left, but having them lead the team resulting in such heavy injuries among their comrades also made her feel guilty. It would have been better to take it easy and not search seriously. Thankfully this time they had Shinos so Niji didn't get seriously injured. In the afternoon Gaara and his two companions returned with Shikamaru, Kiba and Lee. Sakura felt a headache at the addition of Lee. Fortunately she hadn't reported too many people initially or else they would have faced criticism. Thank you all for your help. Sakura helped Shikamaru to sit down on the side and Ino quickly supported Kiba, both focusing on treatment. Fortunately this time I had the talisman that Sakura gave me, otherwise my injuries would have been much worse. Woof, Akamaru responded with a bark. Kiba smiled. Sakura, thank you. TCH, Kankuro glanced at Shikamaru making an ambiguous noise while Tamari smacked the back of his head. What are you doing? Sister, this guy is so weak. How does he deserve? Kankuro's unfinished words were interrupted as Gaara covered his mouth with sand. Shikamaru felt somewhat speechless. What was this all about? Kankuro, shut up. Gaara said calmly. How strong this guy was had nothing to do with Kankuro's lectures, and he hadn't even gone all out in that earlier situation. Actually, I wrote that everyone should be significantly stronger than in the original work. That's just a personal hope. Well, now we just need Naruto to return. I wonder how long we will have to wait. Ino finished bandaging Kiba and walked over to Lee. I wonder if we can bring Sasuke back. I haven't had a proper match with him yet. Lee sighed. Thanks, Ino. Since Kiba and Akamaru were more severely injured, Sakura spent a bit longer treating them all, finally having the time to listen to what they were discussing. Tamari turned around somewhat awkwardly, stealing glances at Shikamaru, only to see Kankuro yelling again. She quickly silenced him with a slap. What was this guy making such a fuss about? Sakura, I'm sorry about that time. Gaara approached and bowed in apology. How sincere. Why is he even bowing? Sakura hurriedly waved her hand to indicate it was nothing. This really wasn't a big deal. If she lived in an environment like that, she would probably go even crazier than Gaara. It was surprising how Gaara had developed such a personality through Naruto's words. Note: Sakura is not a saint, she just has a preference for appearances. Indeed, Sasuke had not been brought back. Naruto was the one Kakashi returned with. When Naruto arrived, he bore severe wounds and remained deeply despondent. Sasuke must have said something to him. The mission had failed, a result Tsunade had anticipated. She offered no reprimand, only instructed them to rest and recover fully. At first light, Sakura's mother prepared breakfast. Sakura herself rose only then. Today marked the grand opening of her shop. Though her parents were ordinary civilians, she had opened it as a modest safeguard. Should her shinobi duties ever go awry, this venture would provide steady supplemental income. After breakfast, the three walked together through the streets of Konoha. Promptly at 8 o'clock they arrived at the shop. Sakura unsealed supplies from her storage scroll and carefully arranged each item upon the counter. On one side of the ground floor stood 3 types of talismans: sleep talismans, healing talismans, and antidote talismans, all certain to draw strong demand. To protect civilians from misuse, the sleep talismans had been specially modified. They affected only those who possessed chakra, rendering them inert for ordinary people. The opposite side featured weapons co-developed with Tenten, shuriken daggers, and refined swords and blades. Once all displays were set, the shop's opening ceremony could begin. A 3-day discount of 10% off all purchases, rare in an era where haggling and promotions were unheard of, proved instantly appealing. Firecrackers exploded and fireworks lit the sky, drawing crowds immediately. Though most early visitors were civilians rather than shinobi, both the antidote and healing talismans held genuine utility even for non-chakra users. Within hours, half the stock of these 2 talismans had sold out. Sakura's mother beamed as she counted the earnings, chatting animatedly with her husband. Father, mother, please set this aside for now. It's not yet usable. We'll need to split proceeds with Tenten. Fearing her parents' elation might cause them to forget, Sakura quickly interjected. Oh, you silly child, we haven't forgotten. Don't worry, your mother's just overjoyed. Her mother smiled so warmly her eyes crinkled shut, gently patting Sakura's shoulder. Hee hee, Sakura chuckled bashfully. Since you've got the hang of things, I'll head upstairs to draw more talismans. Call me if anything comes up. Alright, go on, go on. They waved her off, half laughing like shooing away a duck. Sakura shrugged and climbed the stairs. Drawing talismans alone would never suffice. She needed to train others or inventory would soon run dry. But whom to entrust? Her enterprise would inevitably attract attention, and any interference could prove disastrous. What if she brought her sensei into the venture? She could offer him a share of the profits. With the Hokage's name attached, few would dare disrupt operations. Enough, overthinking Cloud's judgment. Tomorrow she'd consult Shikamaru for strategic counsel. In the afternoon, Sakura drew numerous mid-tier healing talismans before bidding her parents farewell and heading out once more. Arriving at the Nara residence, she found the door opened by Shikaku. "Good afternoon, Uncle Shikaku." "Good afternoon, Sakura, here to see Shikamaru." Shikaku stepped aside with a warm smile. "Please come in. He's playing shogi in the garden." "Yes, Uncle Shikaku." Sakura nodded with a gentle smile. As she passed into the courtyard, Shikaku sighed inwardly. Why wouldn't his son appreciate such a fine young woman? She was beautiful, formidable in battle, a gifted medical ninja, and unfailingly kind, truly exceptional. A pity indeed. Unaware of Shikaku's musings, Sakura entered the garden to find Shikamaru deep in contemplation over the chessboard before him. Sakura glanced at the board. Utterly baffled, she knew nothing of shogi. "Shikamaru, are you free right now? I need your help." Sakura. What brings you here?" Shikamaru looked up surprised, then nodded. "Sure. Go ahead." Well, they spoke for hours, until Shikamaru's mother called them in for dinner. Oblivious to the passing time, Sakura flushed with embarrassment. "Mrs. Nara, really, I should go home. This is far too much trouble." Her voice dwindled under the older woman's affectionate gaze. "Oh, nonsense. Shikamaru's always raving about how you bring delicious treats to school for the whole class. I've long wanted to invite you both for dinner." Mrs. Nara warmly guided her to the dining table. "This is something I learned from your mother. It's Chinese cuisine, I believe. Hope it suits your taste." Shikamaru's jaw twitched. What was his mother doing? This felt less like hosting a guest, and more like welcoming a future daughter-in-law. Had she misread everything? How troublesome. How to explain this? Would Sasuke storm the house if he heard? "Exactly, Sakura, eat up," Shikaku added with deliberate amusement. Shikamaru gritted his teeth. "It's over." After dinner, Sakura excused herself, citing the late hour, but Shikaku, ever eager for drama, insisted Shikamaru escort her home. "That old man. I didn't expect your parents to be so warm," Sakura remarked. "No, they're not usually like this. Mother's mistaken, and father's just here for the spectacle." Shikamaru's brow twitched violently. "Though, does your mother suspect something?" Sakura teased, barely suppressing a grin. "Don't worry, I'll clarify everything." He winced. "How exactly?" "I'll reflect carefully on today's discussion. Tomorrow I'll visit your shop. I'll handle recruiting talisman drawing apprentices." Though he spoke confidently, he already knew his plan: the village orphanage. It would aid their livelihood while equipping children with enduring skills for the future. "Then thank you, it's a real help. Next time I'll treat you to my newest layered cake." At dawn the next day, Shikamaru arrived at Sakura's doorstep, earlier than intended, driven out by his mother's cheerful insistence. He looked thoroughly vexed. Last night he tried explaining, but his father kept interrupting, likely savoring the chaos. By morning he'd been summarily ejected. Shikamaru slumped listlessly against Sakura's front gate, making no move to knock. Only when Sakura's mother stepped out to buy groceries did she spot him and usher him inside. She handed him a cup of hot water, roused Sakura, then hurried off. Sakura's mother muttered, "If I don't leave early, the freshest produce will be gone." Upon hearing his plight, Sakura burst into unrestrained laughter. "Ha ha ha, hi. I never imagined Uncle Shikaku had this side to him. TCH. Help me think of a solution, fast." "Well, there is a way, if you're willing to use it." "What is it?" "Handsome Temari of Sunagakure, she's far away after all. Just tell your mother you admire her." Truthfully, Sakura suggested it partly for amusement, confined solely to Mrs. Nara's ears. It posed no risk to Temari's reputation. Hey, how did she get dragged into this again?" Lu Wan asked, bewildered. He worried it might be ill-advised his mother might blurt it out when chatting with her friends. If his mother found out, then Jing Ye's mother would know. Once Jing Yi knew, she would tell Ding Ci, and from there the news would spread. It would spread far and wide. "No, absolutely not. I think it's fine. Shouju is so lovely and strong." Xiaoying arched an eyebrow. Relying on Xiaoying for help was his greatest mistake. How could he have forgotten that she loved pouring fuel on a fire and watching the spectacle? "Never mind, I'll find a way myself." Still, when Lu Wan saw his mother becoming increasingly intrusive, he used that excuse. To help his son be with the one he loved, Lu Jio kept trying to cultivate friendly ties with the Shan ninjas and eventually became their ally. The whole process gave Lu Jio a headache and cost him a good deal of hair. Since Lu Wan would not accept it, the mischief-loving Xiaoying rested for a moment. Today they had to finish everything properly. This concerned whether they could make a lot of money. After Yachui's mother returned, she invited Lu Wan to stay for breakfast, and then everyone set out. They split up. The antidote talismans had been mostly sold. Xiaoying's task was to draw more talismans, while Lu Wan went to the orphanage to find people. Mu Yi village kept its darkness hidden on the surface. Everyone seemed to live well. A few children frolicked in the street, and upon seeing Xiaoying would cutely call out, Hello, Sister Xiaoying. Indeed, so long as it was not fighting, she loved this world. Seeing Mingren walk with his head down, bump into someone, and mutter a listless apology before continuing without looking up, Xiaoying felt puzzled. Mingren, what's wrong? Huh. Hearing Xiaoying's voice, Mingren looked up dazedly, glancing forward and to either side but not behind. Perhaps it had been an illusion. Mingren. Xiaoying tugged at him, only then did he look up and see her. Xiaoying! What's the matter with you? It was better to comfort him, otherwise what if he should shoulder the responsibility of failing to bring Zhuizhu back? Xiaoying! Zhuizhu said I'm not his friend. I only dragged the team down. Xiaoying wore a puzzled expression. That was not what Zhuizhu's letter had said, was it? Mingren. Are you sure Zhuizhu said that? Xiaoying, do I really only hold the team back? So you only heard the first part, and not what Zhuizhu said afterward. Reluctantly, to keep Mingren from overthinking, Xiaoying brought him into the shop to help. When Mingren entered the shop, fell silent for an instant before erupting. Is this the child? That fox demon? Hearing their whispers, Mingren froze. He had never understood why people said such things. After learning that a Ninetails had been sealed within him, he could not fathom why it was there. Xiaoying frowned. It was rare for Mingren not to darken in such an environment, yet his expression was strange. I say to you adults, how can you speak of a child like that? If Mingren were truly a fox demon, he would have eaten you long ago. How could he leave you here to gossip? Xiaoying snapped angrily. At that moment, Luwan arrived with a group of children. He glanced at Mingren and then at the shop's patrons and said with understanding, Honestly, you are strange. Why call Mingren a fox demon? He's merely lively and at worst a fool. A man tossed down his antidote talisman in anger and shouted, A fox spirit killed my wife. This fellow even has fox whiskers on his face. How could he not be the incarnation of a fox demon? Yes. The fox demon injured my parents. Everyone erupted into a heated argument, and the items on her shelves were accidentally knocked to the ground. Xiaoying's gaze turned icy. What nonsense are you spouting? Fox demon, look properly. This is Xianhua Mingren, only 12, not yet 13. He is such a fool and so weak. How could he be the fox demon you describe? Although grateful that Xiaoying defended him, Mingren wondered if he truly was so foolish and weak. A bead of sweat slid down his brow, yet his heart warmed. Someone acknowledged him. I do not understand why the Huaying would harbor this fox demon in Muyi village. The remark ignited everyone. Xiaoying and Luwan began to stand up for Mingren, confronting those who spoke ill of him. The commotion grew too loud. Gang Shou learned of it and sent people to intervene. Gang Shou regarded Mingren. She had learned from Zilayi that this was Shui Men's child. One had to admit her friend had erred again. This child was a hero in truth, yet treated like a criminal. Mingren, Zilayi has just told me he will take you out to train. I have approved it. Had the earlier uproar never occurred, Xiaoying might have believed Gang Shou acted to make Mingren stronger. Given what had happened, however, Xiaoying could not help viewing the master's actions with suspicion. Master, Xiaoying began. Gang Shou sighed. The child had clearly misunderstood. I will handle the matter of Mingren and the fox demon, but Mingren going to train with Zilayi is not negotiable. Grandmother Gang Shou, Mingren's Zhuizhu ran out of the village under Shiwan. His strength will certainly grow quickly. Xiaoying is under my guidance and will not remain stagnant. If you stay in the village, no one will have time to teach you. She will be off on other missions and will not have time for you. Only by going to train with Zilayi will you progress faster, and you will not be left behind by Xiaoying and Zhuizhu. Gang Shou cut off the unfinished protest. Mingren fell silent for a moment, then consented. Though he would rarely see everyone, he vowed to train diligently, return with Zhuizhu next time, and protect them all. Mingren waited at the Huaying's tower for Zilayi. Xiaoying and Luwan accompanied him. After Mingren departed, the two turned to Gang Shou. The situation in the village had to be resolved. I know what you want to say, but Mingren's circumstances are complicated. I need time to think of a proper solution. Gang Shou felt a headache coming on. Better to entrust this matter to the Niliang clan, as Shui Men's friend Lu Jiu would surely devise a balanced plan. Once it was settled, Mingren would not suffer such treatment upon his return. Xiaoying exhaled in relief. Fine, they would wait and see. If the solution proved inadequate, she would add her strength. Luwan resumed his languid demeanor, eyes listless. If that's the case, let's go, Xiaoying. Wait a moment. Master, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Hearing Xiaoying describe the healing talismans, Gang Shou's eyes filled with admiration. Xiaoying was a prodigy to conceive such a method. She had once tinkered with explosive talismans as a child and failed. How had Xiaoying succeeded? In recent days, Xiaoying's shop had welcomed many customers. Merchants, travelers, and ordinary townsfolk. The price was modest, but sold in volume, her profits must be considerable. That it was sheltered under the Huaying's name mattered little. The earnings remained hers. Perhaps this could be incorporated into school curricula, though the matter would require careful discussion with Xiaoying. If it could be mass-produced, casualties on missions might well be greatly reduced. As the sun sank and the western sky flushed with evening clouds, Xiaoying watched a large hawk descend from the courtyard tree and tilt its head. Was Zhu's summoned beast? Had it been changed? She reached out tentatively. Sure enough, the hawk landed on her hand, deposited a scroll, and flew back to the tree. What is this? Sakura opened the scroll to find clothes, jewelry, and some weapons inside. Where did Sasuke get so much money to buy these? Curious, Sakura picked up a red chipao and held it against herself. It should fit well. However, there were even adult-sized ones here. Were they for her parents? Sakura rummaged through the scroll and indeed found a letter. It briefly mentioned her training at Orochimaru's, doing missions occasionally, and that she had found some orphans whom she settled in a place in the Land of Fire, indicating that if she needed helpers she could go there to bring them back to Konoha. Okay, it seems Sasuke is doing well outside. However, there wasn't any inquiry about Naruto's situation. What exactly did they talk about that day? 2 months later, some people at the orphanage could draw low-level healing talismans one after another. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. If no one else could draw them, she estimated they would be gone in less than 3 years. The shadow clone technique was drawing talismans every day, and she wanted to run away every time she saw the talisman paper. This business had gained fame in Sunigakure, as many poisonous scorpions were found in the sand. The merchants of Sunigakure bought the most antidote talismans, seemingly saving quite a few lives. Sakura arrived at Tsunade's office only to see Tsunade angrily throwing a document at the head of the Hokage advisor. It had to be said, it was somewhat satisfying those 2 old men should retire early. She felt a sense of disgust upon seeing the 2 men. She didn't know why could it be that they were also unpleasant people in this world. Sakura patiently waited for Tsunade to finish scolding them and revoke their positions. After they left, Tsunade finally turned to her. Sakura, you've come. Master, I have taken care of everything. Here, take this. I've written it all down for you. Practice it first, and if you have any questions, come ask me later. Tsunade handed a book to Sakura, who took it and chatted for a while before leaving. As the Hokage, Tsunade had many matters to handle, so she could only let Sakura practice on her own for now. If there were questions, she could ask her, and once she had time, she would train with her. Sakura looked at the written techniques: 100 healings technique, creation, rebirth, and minor extraction technique, and after a moment of silence she wondered if Tsunade really believed she could understand them. The 100 healings technique was quite good, as it could store chakra. She should learn this first. Sakura became so engrossed in her training that she even forgot to eat. When her mother Mabuki returned home and saw the untouched food on the table, she realized and angrily pulled Sakura out. Sorry Mom, I just forgot. Don't be angry. Sakura quickly acted cute, shaking her mother's arm and looking at her with pitiful eyes. This silly child, how could she speak like that? She didn't know how to respond. Haruno Sho was smiling beside her. His life was very happy now. The next day she went to find Tsunade again, who joked that she should not forget to eat while training. Soon a year passed, and one day Tsunade sent someone to call her over. Tsunade's expression was somewhat serious. Sakura, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, has been poisoned. The doctor from Kawaguchi has better detoxification abilities than me, so I've sent someone to bring her to treat the daimyo. Why did you call me teacher? Tsunade sighed helplessly. I know you've finished learning the minor extraction technique. Just in case, I will let you team up with Shikamaru to protect the doctor from Kawaguchi to the daimyo's residence for detoxification. To be honest, Tsunade felt that it would be better for those so-called daimyos to just die. After her grandfather's teachings, she was completely unafraid of these daimyos. Yes, teacher. Since it was like this, she would just wait for Shikamaru and the others here. However, many of them had already become chunin, while Sakura, Shikamaru, and Niji were all jonin. The matter of the daimyo was neither big nor small. The people from Shikamaru's class would definitely all come, but Sakura felt that the 4 of them might not be enough. Who should she bring? In the end, Sakura looked at the 2 people in Shikamaru's team, and then at the 3 from Niji's team with a conspicuous green package excitedly showing affection nearby. Sakura signaled Niji to take care of it. Niji had a blank expression, completely unable to manage it. After all, Sakura was so beautiful and completely caught someone's fancy. Lee, you're already causing Sakura trouble like this. Even so, he couldn't help but remind him after seeing Sakura's discomfort. Really? Did I cause Sakura trouble? Behind Lee was a gray shadow. The doctor from Kawaguchi was laughing so much that her flower-like figure trembled. Being young is great. I wonder if she can return safely this time. It's fine if she doesn't come back, but those kids must return. Because the daimyo was poisoned, the doctors assigned could only suppress the poison for 3 days. They only had 3 days to make the journey, and everyone hurried forward, their feet infused with chakra. Only Lee was purely using his physical strength. No wonder he was the one who ran around Konoha every day. Sakura envied him. After a day of travel, everyone decided to stop and rest. Shikamaru took Choji to the river to catch fish, while Sakura, Ino, Ten and the doctor from Kawaguchi asked questions which the doctor answered one by one. Lee and Niji were on alert in the shadows. There had been no ambush along the way, which was unusual. Before long, Shikamaru and Choji returned. Ino looked at Choji thoughtfully. It was strange that Choji hadn't eaten any snacks. He nudged Sakura and Ten. The three exchanged glances, and Ino excitedly ran over. Wow, so impressive, Shikamaru, Choji! Sakura couldn't bear to look and covered her face. Who was this? Ino could never be this enthusiastic towards the two. If they were really Shikamaru and Choji, she would probably say to them, "You too. Why are you so slow?" Shikamaru and Choji exchanged glances. Why was this girl so enthusiastic? For a moment Shikamaru smiled and replied, "Not at all, not at all. Why didn't these people check thoroughly before transforming into Shikamaru and Choji?" Shikamaru wouldn't smile like this. He would just say it's really troublesome, and Choji would ask Ino if she ate something wrong. "Wow, you guys caught so many fish. I believe that Shikamaru and Choji are so capable they will definitely cook delicious fish." Ino's flattery was on point. The two were so flattered that they floated away, starting a fire to grill the fish. They didn't even know where they got the seasonings to boil, and the aroma filled the air. Ten raised an eyebrow watching Lee and Niji prepare to come down. She waved her hand and then joined the flattery team, taking out a grilled fish. As the two were attracted by Ino, she threw the grilled fish to Niji and passed another to Lee. When the two looked at the grilled fish, they found that there were not many left. Ino then plaintively said that Sakura and the Kawaguchi teacher hadn't eaten yet, so they would definitely be hungry, and she hadn't eaten enough either. Watching the two get played around, Sakura turned her back to them and chuckled. The doctor from Kawaguchi patted her shoulder, urging her to hold back. Lee was already satisfied sitting on the tree, and Niji was also content. He hadn't expected these two disguises to be so skilled. Shouldn't they ask them to share their methods? Perhaps they could open a barbecue shop to add some income to the Branch family. As the two continued to catch fish, the real Shikamaru and Choji returned. Choji, while munching on snacks, said he hadn't seen a single fish. They might have been caught by someone. "Sorry, we didn't catch any fish," Shikamaru said listlessly, looking like he would have to go hungry today. It's fine, that's how it is." Shikamaru looked at the others with a strange expression. He hadn't expected Ino and the others to be so cunning. Indeed, women are not to be trifled with. Since someone was providing for their meals, Shikamaru and Choji also hid in a tree waiting for them to feed them. Since someone is helping to prepare food, they can carefully observe who these two individuals are. Wow, Shikamaru. Choji, I didn't expect you to be so amazing and catch so many fish. Ino cupped her hands in front of her, excitedly walking up to the two. She looked like a true fangirl, leaving the real Shikamaru and Choji momentarily stunned. Choji's hand holding the snacks trembled slightly as he looked at Shikamaru. "Did Ino take the wrong medicine?" Shikamaru replied. "I don't even know what Ino experienced with Tsunade this past year." "Ha! It's all good, eat as much as you want, don't hold back. If it's not enough, just let us know." Shikamaru scratched his head, laughing heartily while holding a large bag of fish. Right. Don't be polite with us, we are teammates." Choji nodded in agreement. Shikamaru fell silent upon seeing the two large bags of fish in the tree. Where did these fish come from? They had just gone to check and hadn't seen a single fish. Could it be that they were intercepted upstream? If that's the case, it's no wonder they couldn't find them. "Thank you, Shikamaru and Choji. You are really reliable. I almost thought we would go hungry, but thankfully we have you guys." Sakura smiled at them. "MHM." Ten nodded in agreement. Teacher Kawamura watched them play, indulging in their antics without saying anything. Next, the two of them continuously roasted fish while the four of them took turns distracting attention and tossing food to Shikamaru and Choji in the tree. Every time the two saw the empty skewers in the hands of the three, they were puzzled, but they were quickly distracted again. With these two large bags of fish, there was no fear of running out, as Choji was eating quite a lot. Thinking of how delicious and tender the fish would be, Choji expressed that he could definitely eat more. Shikamaru tirelessly continued to roast the fish, sweating profusely, occasionally wiping his brow with his arm. By the time the fish were done, the two of them were already exhausted, lying down. "These girls can really eat. I don't want to move anymore." Sakura, noticing this, hurriedly approached with a needle in hand, pretending to be concerned, and asked what was wrong before giving each of them a jab. "Sakura, what are you doing?" Shikamaru asked in panic. "Sakura, hurry up and untie us." Shikamaru and the others came down from the tree, and Lee curiously asked, "Why didn't you transform into Shikamaru and deal with those two first before coming to us? If you don't deal with Shikamaru first, what if something goes wrong during the process? Don't you think that's too foolish?" This question left the two in a daze. They had come as three who would have thought that the person hadn't dealt with these two. "What on earth is that guy doing?" Completely unaware that his partner was lost, the two felt like crying. Aren't you afraid Shikamaru will come back and expose you? Tenten took off the bags from the two, looking for anything inside, rummaging through. Kunai explosive tags. Let's all share it. What is this? An Akupin manual. Let Sakura, Ino, Niji, and Kawamura see. Barbecue recipes. Let's all make some money. What could they say? There was still one person supposed to deal with them, yet it didn't succeed. Knowing there were so many people, they wouldn't take this task. Seeing that the two weren't speaking, it was soon left to Ino to interrogate. She was good at this. It didn't take long before she found out they were ninjas from the Mist Village, thinking that there weren't many ninjas protecting the daimyos. I heard there were still jounin taking on the mission behind them, but they didn't even inquire clearly before coming. These three fools just accepted the order. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, realizing they needed to hurry. Are we going to deal with these three? Sakura asked. It can only be this way. Niji thought this was a viable option, only the dead wouldn't leak their information. What if they didn't know how many people there were to begin with and sent in cannon fodder to scout? Then they definitely couldn't be let go. Let's deal with them and get moving. Kawamura sighed, feeling that it had been too long since she had been active in the outside world and anyone dared to stop her. Kawamura, whose full name is Kawamura and had used poison to eliminate many during the Third War, thus earning the title of the Poison Beauty in the outside world. After Tsunade stepped down, she also took a back seat, becoming a director in the hospital. Everyone is forbidden from learning any toxic products. We need to be good citizens. Don't emulate this in novels. With this interruption, they didn't stop to rest and kept moving. Just as they were nearing the daimyo's mansion, the jounin from the Mist Village finally arrived. There were 4 jounin. To be safe, Sakura had already strapped a sword to her back early on. At this moment, she drew the sword and placed it in front of Kawamura. Choji, Niji, Lee, and Ino stepped forward to each handle one, while Sakura and the others were responsible for support. Given their strength, it wasn't impossible to deal with them. As long as someone stepped up to fight, they wouldn't be too concerned, as now it was the capable ones handling the task while the weaker ones protected the mission's personnel. Shikamaru noticed that the 4 were not paying attention to them, formed hand seals, and extended his shadow to restrain the ninja in front of Ino. Bang! Ino struck the target directly, creating a pit below that expanded outward, forming a large hole. Sakura wiped away non-existent sweat, noticing that Ino's strength was growing. It seemed she too had to step up her game. Kawamura raised an eyebrow in surprise. She knew Tsunade had taken the 2 as disciples, but she didn't expect this kind of training. Kawamura had no idea that Ino could do this in the Chunin exams. Seeing how easily this was resolved, Tenten looked over at Tenten and Lee, realizing that the 2 were doing just fine and didn't require help, so she turned her attention to Choji. Choji might have realized after becoming a Chunin that his strength was too far behind Shikamaru and Ino. This past year he had asked his father for help and worked hard to train just so that their team, the Ino Shikacho, wouldn't be broken up and left behind. One must admit that the talent of the Konoha 12 is quite good. As long as everyone puts in the effort, they will gain rewards. Sakura watched Ino go help Choji, knowing they had won. However, just to be safe, she didn't put her sword away. After half an hour, the remaining 3 were also dealt with. The 8 continued their journey and finally arrived just as night fell on the second day. Kawamura went to detoxify the daimyo while the other 7 were arranged to rest elsewhere. After 2 days without a bath, Sakura felt uncomfortable all over and hurriedly asked a servant where the bathhouse was, as she wanted to wash up. Following the girl, she arrived at a large bathhouse and upon opening the curtain discovered it was a hot spring. Ino and the others were already there. Sakura, you finally made it. You were so slow. Ino cheerfully dashed over and pulled Sakura into the water. Sakura quickly steadied herself in the water, her hair getting soaked. Sakura, who had wanted to wash her hair before getting in, helplessly glanced at Ino. Sorry, are you planning to wash your hair, Sakura? Let me help you. Understanding her meaning, Ino raised her hand to indicate surrender, offering her assistance. Sure. I don't think I've ever enjoyed Ino's service before. With someone helping, that's even better. Washing long hair is a bit inconvenient for Sakura, but she is reluctant to cut it short. It'll help too. Tenten also laughed as she came over. After taking a comfortable bath, Sakura was about to head back to her room. Passing through the courtyard, she noticed Shikamaru and the others were saying something, with Lee excitedly waving his hands. Sakura tilted her head, deciding to go to sleep instead. Whatever it was could wait until tomorrow. Sakura, why don't we all stay together tonight? Tenten ran over from behind. Why did this request come up suddenly? Seeing that the 2 were unfazed, Sakura nodded. It would be safer to stick together. Sakura brought the 2 back to the room and they talked about training for a while before all 3 fell asleep. Dr. Kawamura extended his hand to check the pulse of the pale middle-aged man. The daimyo coughed weakly at times, spitting out crimson blood. Kawamura frowned, wondering what poison this was that was severe, with the internal organs deteriorating. It seemed they would have to stay here for a few months. In that case, arrangements had to be made for Sakura and the others. Kawamura moved his hand away, picked up a pen, and began writing on paper, instructing a nearby attendant to prepare medicine. Cough. Cough. Dr. Kawamura, can this poison be cured? The daimyo spoke with a weak tone. My lord, it will take some time to cure this poison, but please rest assured I will delay the onset of its effects and do my utmost to resolve this for you. Kawamura knelt down, lowering his head. These nobles were a pain. Having to kneel was infuriating. He wished he could just give him a shot. I trust Dr. Kawamura's medical skills. For these months you should focus on your research. Those kids seem quite promising. Let them stay to keep me company. It's been a long time since I've seen such vibrant children. The daimyo sighed. This guy. Is he threatening me? Kawamura clenched his fists. Yes, then I will take my leave now. Go ahead, rest early, Dr. Kawamura. The daimyo waved his hand and Kawamura hurriedly took his leave. If he stayed any longer, this old fox might come up with some underhanded scheme. These kids were the future of Konoha. Nothing could go wrong. He needed to inform Tsunade. He wondered if Sakura had the summoning contract to send a message through Lord Slug. It was already late. It would be best to wait until tomorrow. They had traveled for 2 days and the kids were probably tired. In the morning, Sakura came to the courtyard and found Niji and Lee already training, unable to help but admire their energy. Though this body was only 14, Sakura felt as if her mind had aged, and she still preferred reading. Oh, good morning, Sakura. You look really beautiful today, Lee said as he gave her a thumbs up. Good morning, Sakura. Niji greeted in a calm tone. After responding, Sakura asked Niji to come over. Niji, I've been researching sealing techniques lately. May I examine your caged bird? Niji was silent for a moment, then raised his hand to remove the white forehead protector. All right. Sakura didn't expect him to be so decisive. She thought he wouldn't let her check, considering his previously aloof and somewhat extreme personality. Sakura raised her hand and placed a finger in front of the caged bird to probe with chakra. The seal. She, Haruno Sakura, unlocked it. The caged bird was a bit disgusting, but there was no way around it. However, she remembered from the original story that Niji sacrificed himself to protect Naruto, and the caged bird was also released. If Niji pretended to be dead, would this cursed seal also be undone? If successful, his Byakugan would be destroyed. Sakura withdrew her hand. It seemed this matter needed careful consideration. She would consult her master and Dr. Kawamura. Niji, there's a way to unlock your caged bird, but your Byakugan ability will disappear. Not having sight shouldn't be a concern. Everyone's eyes could be restored easily. However, if he wanted to keep his Byakugan, in-depth research was necessary. Hearing this, Niji was somewhat shocked, then smiled. How should he put it? It felt like the snow melting, a sense of liberation. Alright, if I can be free, then what if I lose this ability? Niji will prove that without this pair of eyes I can still become strong. This wasn't surprising to Sakura, since he agreed the next step was to discuss it with Dr. Kawamura. Before Sakura could find Kawamura, Kawamura came looking for her, having heard that the daimyo wanted them to stay here for a few months. The group frowned, all having some concerns. Not to mention that training without professionals to clarify things would be difficult. They hadn't informed their families that they would be away for so long. If the daimyo sent someone to deliver the message, that would be fine, but if they were placed under house arrest and couldn't leave, their families would worry. Sorry for causing you trouble. Kawamura sighed. Does Sakura have the contract with Lord Slug? Yes, Dr. Kawamura. Are you suggesting sending a message to my master? Yes, first send a message back, then wait for Tsunade's arrangements. We will act according to the situation. In that case, we need to inform our families and teachers. Shikamaru took out paper and a pen, deciding it would be best to write something just in case. Then Niji and I will write a letter to Teacher Guy. Lee flashed his white teeth. Niji, who had been decided for without his consent, felt a bit helpless. This guy was at it again. Ever since the Chunin exams, Lee had been involving him in everything. Him and Tenten too. Thinking of Tenten made Niji's ears turn red. Then let's all write together, Ino exclaimed passionately, raising her fist. Tenten, meeting Niji's gaze, involuntarily turned her head. Sakura formed hand seals and summoned the slug. She handed the letter to the slug, which greeted them before disappearing. Actually, when she signed the contract with the slug, Sakura had been a bit reluctant, but she couldn't resist Tsunade's fist and ended up signing it. She said she wouldn't care what she contracted in the future, but this was a must. As Tsunade's disciple, how could she not have this? Seeing the slug disappear, Sakura finally sighed in relief. Ino laughed at her for being afraid of the slug, wondering how she even signed the contract in the first place. Sakura wiped non-existent sweat from her forehead, choosing not to respond. Now that this matter was settled, it was time to address Niji's situation. The atmosphere was relaxed, so there was nothing they couldn't discuss. Hearing whether Niji could pretend to be dead for a day, Kawamura genuinely contemplated it. I have a type of poison that can rapidly drain Niji's vitality, bringing him to the brink of death within a day. After that, the antidote must be administered within 3 days or Niji will truly die. This was inspired by Orochimaru's curse, Kawamura thought to himself. However, this poison has no antidote prepared yet. If you want to use it, we need to create the antidote first. Even if we manage to cure it, Niji's body will be very weak and will require nurturing. Recovery will take time. Given Niji's eyes, it could take a year or two, but if things go well, it might improve in 6 months. This is purely fictional. If Niji truly decides on this plan, Sakura and Ino can prepare the antidote, and once it's ready, we can begin. Kawamura ruffled Niji's hair gently, speaking softly. He would extend the onset of the daimyo's poison a bit longer to allow Niji to recover properly. Ino was surprised to hear her name. She hadn't expected to be asked to help. In that case, she must assist Niji in breaking the seal. Watching Ino, who seemed lost in thought, she excitedly raised her fist and spoke a series of encouraging words, assuring that they would find a solution. Sakura was bewildered. All right. If Niji wakes up blind, I will be your eyes. Until you are well again. Lee also stood up. Ninji's expressionless face showed a hint of emotion, then he coldly replied. You should take care of yourself, there's no need for that. Why not? Taking care of you until you recover is what youth is all about. What does that have to do with youth? I don't need it. Is this being tsundere? Day after day she constantly thought about Niji, her gaze lingering on him, causing her cheeks to flush, and soon her face turned red as well. Sakura glanced at the two of them, and then at the surroundings, wondering why pink bubbles suddenly appeared. Shikamaru, having finished speaking, lay down on the ground, resting his head on his arm. Why was the Hyuga family so troublesome? Why did Sakura have to get involved? Then you all go about your business. If you want to go out for a stroll, feel free to find me and I will inform the daimyo, but there might be someone following you then. Alright. X7. Watching Dr. Kawamura leave, Sakura and Ino took the medicine they received from him and went to find an attendant to arrange a room for their experiment. A few days later, while treating the daimyo, Kawamura brought up that the child wanted to go out to buy something. Oh. What do you need? You can tell me and I can arrange for my subordinates to purchase it. What happened? The daimyo asked meaningfully as the bowl in Kawamura's hand shattered. The quality of this bowl is not very good. Then let's replace it with a new batch next time. Actually, my student is ill and needs some precious medicinal herbs to recover. So. Kawamura lowered his head, looking troubled. My daimyo's residence has plenty of precious medicinal herbs, just tell me what you need. Kawamura hesitated to speak. Just say it plainly. Not wanting to be polite, she replied. I need 100-year-old ginseng. That's not a problem, we have it in the storeroom. They'll have an attendant deliver it to you shortly. The daimyo shook his head, it was nothing to him. I also need Ganoderma. We have that. As Dr. Kawamura listed a series of medicinal herbs, the daimyo's expression grew increasingly pale, but since he had already spoken, he couldn't express his anger. This woman still needed to treat her. The next day, Sakura and Ino were astonished to see a massive pile of medicinal herbs. Did Dr. Kawamura go rob a shop? These are sponsored by the daimyo, I got all the herbs you needed for you. Kawamura smiled charmingly, his eyes shimmering with moisture. The scene was beautiful, but Sakura and Ino felt a bit chilly. How did Dr. Kawamura obtain these? Ninji's illness must consume all these herbs. If it's not enough, I will ask the daimyo for more. Hey! He doesn't believe he can use so many herbs. Ninji silently stared at the small mountain of herbs. Is this really how many herbs are needed for the seal to be broken? Lee expressed his shock, not expecting Ninji to be so weak. No. I don't think it's necessary. Ninji's voice trembled. Would he be overdosing? Shikamaru fell silent for a moment. Can revenge be this creative? He had a thought. That's quite impressive. Although he didn't understand medicine, it clearly seemed unreasonable. Dingy shot a sympathetic glance at Ninji. Only Lee and Ninji couldn't see it. Dingy and Lee thought simply, and didn't realize that Ninji was worried. Sakura cheerfully opened the storage scroll, placing the unnecessary items inside and organizing them. Next, it was time to help Ninji break free from his cage. She let Ninji lie on the bed and took the medicine. Ninji's face suddenly turned pale, he coughed a few times, closed his eyes and fell silent. Ninji! Ninji! Shikamaru tentatively shook him and checked for breathing. Indeed, there was no breath left, and his heart had stopped beating. Next, we need to check if the caged bird has any reactions or if there are any remnants left. This task was for Sakura, as her chakra control was the best among everyone, allowing for a detailed examination. The caged bird mark on Ninji's forehead had already disappeared, which was good news. Upon further investigation, it was indeed completely gone. Sakura nodded at Tian, who was nervously watching, indicating that this step was successful. Now they just had to wait a day after taking the antidote to see the results. However, with his internal organs in such a state of decay, could he really be healed? Sakura, after cleaning herself up, shook her head, determined that she could definitely restore Ninji. Ino monitored Ninji for any other reactions in the room. Sakura heard a bird call and stepped outside just in time to see the previous eagle perched on a branch of the cherry blossom tree. She waved to it, and the eagle flew over and landed on her arm, feeling a bit heavy. She took an envelope from its leg and unfolded it. Sakura, I heard you will be staying at the daimyo's residence for a few months. Orochimaru has assigned me a task that will pass by there. Can we meet up? Why is he suddenly asking to meet? Sakura took out paper and pen to reply. Over the past year, Sasuke had basically sent her letters every week, so she was used to it. This felt like a modern online friendship, except she had actually met and knew this friend. They agreed to meet 10 days later, hiding the letter under the eagle's foot, and the eagle flew away. Sasuke? Shikamaru asked as he walked out. Yeah, he asked to meet up. Shikamaru nodded and walked away. A day later, Sakura administered the antidote to Ninji. Within half an hour, his body began to regain warmth. Ino injected chakra to help the antidote absorb faster. His heartbeat returned and breathing normalized, although his complexion was so pale he could pass for a corpse. Tian rushed over after seeing them finish and sat beside Ninji, nervously watching him. Ino and Sakura exchanged glances. Tian was so anxious something must be up. Sakura shrugged, indifferent. This wasn't something she should concern herself with. Ninji gradually regained consciousness, feeling an unprecedented lightness in his body. Slowly he opened his eyes, which appeared unfocused and misty. The caged bird had truly disappeared. Was he free now? Father? Ninji? How are you? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Tian held his hand tightly, her gaze fixed on him. Ninji's hand moved slightly as he turned to her. I'm fine, Tian. That's great. The caged bird issue was resolved. This guy had no reason to refuse her now. Tian was so happy she was about to cry. Ninji still needs to lie down for a few days to observe, and then we can use medicine to nurture his body. As for his eyes, we discussed it, and we'll deal with it after we return to Konoha. Ino noticed Sakura was in a daze and shared what they had discussed. Then, let me take care of Ninji for these few days, Tian immediately said. Ninji's face turned red. Tian. Well, Tian is a girl, so us boys should take care of him. Girls can sometimes be inconvenient, Shikamaru said listlessly. Tian was being too obvious. Wasn't she afraid Ninji would run away again? With Niji's matter resolved, all that remains is to focus on recovering his health. Sakura is in charge of nurturing his body, as she has been providing medicine for everyone in Konoha. Ino assisted beside her, and one day while checking Niji's pulse, an old hawk flew in. It was then that Sakura remembered 10 days had already passed. What happened? Sakura. Noticing a hint of regret on her face, Niji asked with concern. I remembered I had an appointment with someone and lost track of time. The morning had slipped away and she wondered if Sasuke was waiting for her. Sakura can go ahead and get busy. If anything comes up, inform Shikamaru and the others. If you're not feeling well, you can call Ino, she knows your condition well. Don't you think your words are a bit ambiguous? Niji thought. Since she had already informed teacher Kawamura in advance, Sakura left the daimyo's mansion without any hindrance. In her view, a girl in a red chipao greeted him with a smile, and Sasuke's heart involuntarily raced. Sakura, Sasuke whispered as he approached. Long time no see, Sasuke. Long time no see. Well, the conversation ended abruptly. Sakura didn't know what else to say. Since that's the case, let's explore this place thoroughly. On the way, Sasuke began to speak about the events of the past year, and Sakura bought an ice cream to hand to him. Inside the package were 2 sticks, and as Sakura reached for one, she paused and took the other instead. Occasionally she would chime in, and as the afternoon approached, the two went to eat and then wandered down another street. Today is a festival, so it will be quite lively in the evening. This was a date that Sasuke had inquired about early on to avoid any awkwardness between them. Indeed, upon arriving here, Sakura's spirits were noticeably lifted. Young lady, would you like to play the goldfish scooping game? Young lady, come try this shuriken throwing game with your boyfriend. Rewards await if you hit the target. Various stall owners called out to the two, and upon hearing about the rewards, Sakura's eyes sparkled. She grabbed Sasuke's hand and headed that way, showing no reaction to the term boyfriend, thinking that Sasuke probably wouldn't mind, so she didn't explain. Sasuke, however, felt a bit pleased to hear that title. Sakura didn't refute it. Boss, is it true that the full prize is 300,000? Sakura was determined to win that prize. Oh, young lady, do you want to participate? The third prize requires hitting 30 balloons in a row, which rewards a ninjutsu scroll. The second prize requires hitting 50 balloons in a row, which rewards 100,000. The first prize is for hitting 100 balloons with a reward of 300,000. The boss laughed, hands on his hips, believing they wouldn't be able to hit that many. As long as you hit them, there will definitely be 300,000. You can count on that. Really? You wouldn't be trying to trick us, would you? Sakura looked at him skeptically. The boss patted himself, saying, Don't worry, everyone on this street knows that Tanaka keeps his promises. Then you better prepare that 300,000. Sakura exchanged 100,000 for the right to use shurikens, and boss Tanaka accepted it. Sasuke took the shuriken to throw, and the boss grinned. How could he do a losing business as he pulled the rope down? The wall covered in balloons moved and spun at high speed. Sakura covered her forehead, knowing all too well. The boss could never do a losing business. Sasuke patted her head, reassuring her that this was simple for him. Watching the wall spin in circles, Sasuke focused, and the shurikens in his hand were thrown out one after another. The balloons continued to pop with a loud bang. Other tourists were drawn to the scene and the crowd grew. So impressive. That person. Has he hit 30 yet? It seems like the speed has increased again. So impressive, is that a jonin? People around were buzzing with chatter, but it didn't affect Sasuke at all. Seeing Sasuke had consecutively hit 90, the boss couldn't help but break into a cold sweat and quickly said, If you can hit 200 in a row, I'll reward you with this regeneration medical scroll. Does this boss know what he's talking about? How could a medical scroll possibly be out in the open? To prevent casualties during battles, it is essential to ensure the survival and combat capability of the squad. For instance, Konoha Village has strict regulations that medical ninjas must never go to the battlefield to avoid situations where if they encounter danger, the entire squad will inevitably face casualties. The existence of medical ninjas plays an indispensable role in improving the overall survival rate and combat effectiveness of the squad. Thus, medical scrolls are tightly held by various clans and nations. This is fictional, please don't take it too seriously. Unless you have studied at a ninja academy, graduated, and your teacher taught you, or you got familiar with a medical ninja at a hospital, you wouldn't find one willing to teach you. Moreover, medical ninjutsu also requires talent, otherwise it's impossible to learn. Sakura started learning medical ninjutsu at such a young age because she got familiar with it early on, which gave her the opportunity to learn. Putting that aside, the regeneration medical scroll, if it isn't a scam by the boss, should be quite valuable. Sakura raised her head, focusing on Sasuke, seeming to understand her thoughts as he threw out 100 shurikens, then picked up another to have the boss prepare the balloons for the next round. Sasuke, go for it. Oh, Sakura cheered him on. Sasuke nodded, and half an hour later, Sakura walked side by side with Sasuke, holding the regeneration medical scroll, eager to open it and take a look. However, she realized that focusing on it would make her forget about her surroundings, leaving Sasuke alone, which didn't feel right. Sakura, I'm leaving tomorrow. Sakura looked up in confusion. Are you leaving so soon? Sasuke nodded. Or 14 this year, and in 2 years. 2 years. What's the matter with being 16? Sakura pondered. That's right, in this place 16 is considered adulthood, eligible for marriage and children. Why is Sasuke telling her this? Sakura, I like you. Sakura was stunned. So back then Sasuke was genuinely expressing his feelings for her. Could you not stand so close to Shikamaru? Wait. The topic seems to have shifted too quickly. Why did it turn to Shikamaru? Although I know you have nothing to do with Shikamaru, I still get jealous. Hey. Sasuke. You're breaking character. Sakura felt confused in her mind. Sakura fell silent, and Sasuke was silent too. It was so awkward. Who could save her? It's getting late, I should head back. Sakura ultimately escaped the atmosphere. Sasuke watched her leave, his eyes darkened, not knowing what he was thinking. Sakura. Why are you running so fast? Is someone chasing you? Ino had just stepped out the door when she saw Sakura rushing toward her. Somewhat awkwardly she said it was nothing. Ino's curiosity was piqued. Who had Sakura met today? Was it her master or Sasuke? Back in her room, Xiaoying unrolled the scroll she had just obtained and broke the seal. 2 books slipped out, one on physical techniques, the other on medical arts. The physical exercises looked oddly like the slow ritualized movements elderly men practiced while doing square dances or tai chi. As for the medical treatise, it summarized 3 main points. The first addressed the treatment of external wounds. The second concerned the restoration and conditioning of the body, methods that might be worth trying on Ning Ci. The third dealt with regeneration. Unless someone dies of natural old age within half an hour, any organ could be regrown flesh stimulated to repair itself. Could chakra really regenerate organs? It felt impossible. Xiaoying thought this must be a false claim and decided to ignore the regeneration chapter. Seasons turned. They had already spent months into Ming Fu, during which their instructors came by from time to time. Ming Rin in particular, upon learning they were here, begged Zi Lai Yi to train at this place with him. His arrival left a vivid impression on the daimyo. His entrance had been explosively dramatic. He only made it inside after knocking a guard flat. At the time they had been unaware a warning of a ninja incursion had sent people to assist, and upon seeing him everyone had misunderstood and hastily tried to stop him. Afterward the Mu-Yi-Cun delegation received the daimyo's rebuke. Xiaoing, I heard you have been detained here. I want to take you back but Zilai forbids it, the daimyo said. Mingren crouched by Xiao Ying's desk looking aggrieved, his eyes sparkled with pleading. Xiao Ying continued her brushwork without flinching. The final stroke completed, she realized the scroll on regeneration had unexpectedly useful material. Her skill at painting healing seals had improved markedly. It's all right. We will return in a month or two, she told him. But I can only stay in Mu-Yi-Cun a few days before I leave again, Mingren replied. Though gaining strength was gratifying, everyone else was away. Xiao Ying patted his head to calm his worries. Don't fret, when you finish training everyone will still be here. Mingren nodded. Ding Xi munched on chips. I didn't expect them to be like this. Lu Wan, wearing a sour expression, found himself the reluctant subject of Xiao Ying's healing seals. Indeed it was healing talismans. Lu Wan had hit a bottleneck in his cultivation, so Xiao Ying forced a stack of talisman paper into his hands and set him to drawing. Business at Mu-Yi-Cun was so brisk that supplies flew off the shelves, demand far outstripped supply. Xiao Ying thus spent her days painting talismans, and she did not spare Lu Wan, Ning Xi, Jing Yi, or Tian Tian. Ning Xi especially could only manage basic training. The rest of his time was devoted to painting talismans for Xiao Ying. Blindfolded and relying on chakra perception, Ning Xi dipped his brush into a red medicinal concoction saturated with chakra, then slowly traced symbols on the talisman paper. After countless repetitions, Ning Xi became adept. He finished one talisman, handed it to Ding Xi for inspection, and if it passed, set it aside. Hasn't Mingren always been like this around them? Lu Wan nearly wanted to toss his brush, such energy did not suit his lethargic temperament. Ding Xi paid little notice. I can't take it. I need to rest. Jing Yi flopped onto the table exhausted. This can build up endurance, Xiao Ying said. Jing Yi still has more to push for. No way am I losing to you. Jing Yi's competitive fire flared anew. Xiao Ying admired how well Jing Yi could rally himself. Mingren turned and saw them all busy with their tasks, then leapt forward to snatch a chip. I want some. Ding Xi. Share a bit. You're stealing. Ding Xi yelled indignant and gave chase. He, you can't catch me. Mingren's teasing voice drifted back and Xiao Ying smiled faintly. Lu Wan felt their vitality was boundless. Had he known he would succeed so early at drawing talismans, perhaps he would now be sleeping someplace unknown. Mingren wrestled and played outside with Ding Xi for a while. When Shaoli returned from training, he joined them. The three of them collided and tumbled, punctuated by loud thuds and crashes. A guard soon appeared to demand compensation for the ruined items. Lu Wan groaned. Mingren had only been here a few days, and every day his reverie damaged something. The first day the daimyo let it slide. By the second and third day, staring at the repair bills, he decisively demanded money. The expense was exorbitant, and Lu Wan suspected the daimyo might be taking advantage to fleece them. Another supposedly pleasant day passed, at least not for Lu Wan. Mingren was to continue training with Zilai. Xiao Ying went to see him off. Zilai even remarked, Xiao Ying is growing more beautiful. Mingren called him a lecherous sage, and the two bickered as they departed. Boy, I was merely gathering material, Zilai protested. I don't buy it. Material gathering shouldn't involve ogling Xiao Ying like that, Mingren retorted. As they walked away, Xiao Ying turned and noticed a tall youth leaning against a tree watching the pair go. Their gazes met. Xiao Ying, when did Zhuozhu arrive? How did I not notice? Long time no see, Xiao Ying, he said softly. His tone was gentle, and Xiao Ying did not know how to describe the flutter in her chest. Long time no see, she managed, forcing herself to reply. Since his last confession, she had not answered his letters and did not know how to face him. I miss you. Did she want to assign me a task and I happened to pass by, so I wanted to see you? Zhuozhu explained, producing 2 scrolls from his pack and offering them. A gift for our meeting. Meeting gifts. Xiao Ying felt awkward. They had met before, so a meeting present felt unnecessary, and she bristled at being told he missed her. She declined to accept them. Would a friend not accept a gift, Xiao Ying? He asked, lowering his head in disappointment. Xiao Ying hurried to wave her hand. No, it's not that. It's just that this might be inappropriate. After all, she had not agreed to be with Zhuozhu, and she had not replied to his letters. There is nothing improper, Xiao Ying. I am courting you, you need not feel burdened. Please accept any gift I give you without worry, he said. Zhuozhu took her hand, placed the scrolls into it, then after a moment's thought slipped them into her bag while still holding her hand. Xiao Ying thought, aren't you being a touch too casual? Shall we go see a film? A new one just came out and it seems rather good. She realized that since coming to this world she had yet to see a movie, it might be interesting to experience how films here felt. All right, she agreed. Half an hour later, Xiaoying watched the large screen with reddened eyes. The story was so moving she could not help but sob. Zhuozhu quietly handed her a tissue which she took to wipe her eyes. Had he known in advance, he might not have brought Xiaoying to that film. Seeing her eyes rimmed with red, Zhuozhu felt a pang of regret. His girl had been moved to tears by a movie. I should never have brought Xiaoying to this. The film tells of a boy whose entire family is wiped out. He dedicates himself to mastering ninjutsu for vengeance, grows up and finds someone he loves only to be slain by the very man who had harmed his parents. No matter how the protagonist is tormented, Xiaoying found it melodramatic and felt sorrow for their doomed fate. When the credits ended, Xiaoying and Zhuozhu walked out with the crowd. It was not that she had not noticed Zhuozhu's gaze, they were all so young. To avoid unnecessary complications later, Xiaoying decided to leave it for another time and wait until they were grown. This is an experimental talisman paper, take it. She always drew a few talismans to leave for Zhuozhu and Mingren, afraid they might suffer serious injuries while away. Although Mingren recovered swiftly, she could not neglect him. A talisman from Xiaoying must be kept carefully. Zhuozhu slipped it into a side pouch and said, "Thank you, Xiaoying. You are welcome. You have given me so many things as well. As for what you mentioned before, Zhuozhu, I still think we should wait until adulthood. If by then you still care for me, I will give you an answer." Perhaps Xiaoying had not noticed she had decisively refused Xiaoli, but she hesitated with Zhuozhu. Beyond fearing to hurt him, if she truly had no feelings for Zhuozhu, she would have refused long ago. "It's all right, Xiaoying." Zhuozhu's eyes shone. An answer when they were adults. Did that mean she would accept him? Even if not, no, he forbade himself the thought. Another day, Jingyi had noticed the hawk that delivered letters came here often, so she curiously approached Xiaoying. Seeing Xiaoying absorbed in a letter, she crept up behind her. "A letter from Zhuozhu." Jingyi hugged her from behind with a mischievous grin. Startled, Xiaoying smacked her in embarrassment and demanded, "When did you get here?" "Just as you were gazing at the letter with longing. Are you missing Zhuozhu?" Jingyi lifted a strand of her hair and teased. "Your hair is so beautiful, Xiaoying." "Jingyi!" Xiaoying snapped, putting the letter away with a pout. All right, I won't tease you. Is it really a letter from Zhuozhu?" "Yes." Xiaoying nodded. Letters this frequent were either from Mingren or Zhuozhu. Mingren was not the hawk's correspondent, so it had to be Zhuozhu, easy to guess. Mentioning Zhuozhu made Jingyi frown. She could not understand why he had gone off with the Shiwan. "Does Master know?" "For now only you two know." Xiaoying took pastries from her bundle. "Here, divide these among everyone." "Xiaoying, if Master finds out." Although they were master and disciples, Zhuozhu leaving with a rogue ninja would mean Xiaoying could be punished for knowing and not reporting it. Xiaoying reassured her that Master and the others would not discover it. "I didn't expect Lord Deming's illness would keep us here 6 months. We leave tomorrow. I wonder how the village fares." Jingyi missed her family. This was her longest time away. "When we return, he'll treat you to yellow ramen." Xiaoying rose. "Oh, is that a bribe?" Jingyi, carried away, leapt onto her back, and Xiaoying quickly put her hands on Jingyi's legs to steady her. So Jingyi would not fall. "If Jingyi says so, it's settled. Then I will eat many bowls." Jingyi grinned. Xiaoying nodded. She could not possibly eat them all herself. "Very well, eat as many as you like, my treat." A cool breeze washed over them, instantly dispelling Xiaoying's lingering drowsiness. Then they saw an unruly patient sparring with someone, and their tempers flared. Xiaoli kicked toward the blindfolded Ning Xiai. Ning Xiai sidestepped and struck at Xiaoli's leg with a palm. Xiaoli quickly dodged, scowling. "Ning Xiai, take this." White bandages wrapped Ning Xiai, his delicate features as pale as a blossom. Tian pressed his palm to his brow. Ning Xi's reaction still seemed sluggish. That fellow Xiaoli. He opened the second gate of the 8 gates without warning. With the second gate unleashed, and that frail appearance, Ning Xiai was destined to be punished. Sure enough, Ning Xiai was sent aloft, and crashed down, sending up a thick cloud of dust. Cough. The ailing pretty Ning Xiai slowly sat up. Xiaoying and Jingyi were furious. The consequences were serious. "Luo Kuli!" they cried, repeating the name twice. Xiaoli's triumphant expression froze. Disaster. He had forgotten Ning Xiai had not fully healed and had struck too hard. "You fool! Ning Xiai hasn't recovered yet. What are you doing?" Bang! "I was wrong. Xiaoying, what good is an apology? I'm sorry." "Jingyi, help. Tian. Luan. Ding Xiai. Ning Xiai." The 4 called looked everywhere but at him. Tian hurried to support Ning Xiai and check for any serious injury. Cough. "I'm fine, Tian. Grasping at the hands that fussed, Ning Xiai blushed. In truth, she had suffered no real harm. She had blocked every blow. Still, it was good Shaoli took a beating. It relieved their recent boredom. That's good, that's good. Tian breathed, though a little disappointed he couldn't take advantage. He wished had inspected Ning Xiai regardless of her protests. Lu Wan yawned indifferent, staring at the cherry blossoms drifting through the courtyard, lost in thought. Ding Xiai sat at a nearby tea table, enjoying snacks and drink. The treats were delightful. After a while, Xiaoying and Jingyi finally reached Ning Xiai, with the bruised Shaoli trailing behind. Meeting their cold gazes, Ning Xiai suddenly felt a chill. Who told you to spar with Shaoli before you healed? A shadow fell behind Jingyi as she raised a fist. Tian expressed helplessness. Ning Xiai, left to her own devices, retreated. That's not true. I'm not hurt. I feel fine. Well, Ning Xiai, do you know how I treat disobedient patients in the infirmary? Lilies seemed to bloom behind them as Xiaoying's face wore a gentle smile. I'm sorry. Xiaoying. Jingyi. Ning Xiai bowed decisively in apology. Xiaoying smiled without a word. Jingyi's single punch knocked the patient to the ground, rendering Ning Xiai unconscious. Sima Mason. Shaoli saw Jingyi look his way and silently backed off. He knew he had been wrong. It seems Ning Xiai will have to sleep a little longer. It must be so. Jingyi hoisted her onto her shoulder. She signaled the others to secure their parcels. It was time to leave. No one wanted to linger here another moment. Tian wiped an imagined cold sweat. Thankfully, they had not taken their anger out on anyone else. Sorry about the beating, Shaoli, he murmured to the bruised boy. Lu Wan and Xiaoying led the group behind Dr. Hsien to bid farewell to Lord Deming. Lord Deming narrowed his eyes and stayed silent. The atmosphere in the hall froze. Ding Si's hand mid-snack stilled. Was a fight about to break out? Very well, I will not see you off further. These are tokens of my gratitude, please accept them. Dr. Hsien took them and protested. You need not have, this is too generous. You lot hurry and thank Lord Deming, someone urged. Dr. Hekun's eager acceptance made the scene feel oddly staged, and the others could only awkwardly offer their thanks. They fell quiet for a moment, and then hurriedly expressed their gratitude. After several days of travel, everyone finally returned to Muyi. Upon returning, Tsunade heard Sakura recount the incident to Ino, then turned her gaze to Niji, blind, battered, and gravely injured, and fell into silence. How on earth would she explain this to the Hyuga clan? Her temples throbbed. Sakura. Ino. Having you both is truly my blessing. Leaving aside for now how Tsunade would ultimately account for Niji's condition to the Hyuga elders once reports were filed, she escorted the critically injured Niji straight to the hospital for admission. Sakura removed the slumber seal. As for Niji's reaction upon awakening in Konoha, bewildered, disoriented, utterly unprepared, Sakura could only wonder. They headed together to Ichiraku Ramen, where Sakura treated them all. Hey there, Sakura, Shikamaru, Tenten, Ino, Choji Lee. Long time no see, what'll you have? The ramen master greeted them with a warm smile. Each ordered their favorite bowl, then gathered around a table exchanging light-hearted banter about daily life. After eating, they prepared to return home, knowing full well their parents must be frantic with worry. Good evening, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura rushed forward, elated. Kakashi was a profoundly responsible teacher, not merely as depicted in legend but in truth unwaveringly kind and steadfast toward them. Having received word early that morning, Kakashi appeared behind them, catching Sakura mid-leap in a gentle embrace, ruffling her hair as his eyes crinkled with quiet mirth. It's been too long. Let your sensei treat you tonight. Kakashi had spent the past 6 months on continuous missions, and had just returned salary freshly deposited. Excellent. Then I'll bankrupt Kakashi-sensei. Ino exclaimed, gleeful. She'd held back earlier, reluctant to overburden Sakura's modest savings, even though Sakura retorted, did you forget my family runs a shop? But now that someone else was footing the bill, Ino intended to eat heartily. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Shikamaru, and the others chimed in unison. Kakashi wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow, staring at the ever-rising tower of empty bowls before him, mentally tallying the cost. Especially Choji, whose chakra-intensive metabolism demanded far more sustenance than most. Later, Kakashi trailed listlessly behind the group, fingers absently counting the dwindling bills in his wallet. Gone, my entire month's pay. What mission did these children just complete? They ate like starved wraiths. Thinking of her parents, Sakura felt an unexpected flutter of trepidation, like one nearing home after years abroad. She inserted her key, turned it softly, and whispered, I'm home. Her voice, hushed and tender, seemed to echo and swell within the serene stillness of her childhood home. Boom! Confetti rained down from above. Her parents stood smiling, eyes brimming with love and relief. Welcome home, Sakura. I'm home. Unbidden tears spilled over. She flung her arms around her mother. Mom made your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs, but you've already eaten at Ichiraku. Can you manage another bite? Absolutely. She'd force it down if necessary. Her longing for home-cooked meals ran deep. During their stay in the daimyo's domain, they'd all eaten sparingly, unwilling to burden Dr. Kawamura. Throughout dinner, her parents watched her with soft, lingering smiles, commenting gently that she'd grown thinner. Her father opened his mouth to speak, only to be silenced by a swift, discreet elbow nudge from her mother. Sakura sensed something unspoken between them, but chose not to press. They'd tell her in due time. Submerged in warm water, she drifted drowsily toward sleep. She rose only as the bathwater cooled. At dawn the next day, breakfast finished, her parents exchanged hesitant glances, words poised yet unvoiced. "What is it, Mom? Dad?" "Well, Sakura, do you like the idea of having a younger brother or sister?" Sakura tilted her head, puzzled. "Huh. That is to say..." Her mother faltered, then swatted her father's arm. "I'm sorry, Sakura, but your mother fainted recently. The hospital confirmed she's pregnant. You may soon have a little brother, or sister." Haruno Cho's words left Sakura momentarily stunned. Pregnant? Was this in the original timeline, or did my arrival shift fate itself? Seeing her silent, motionless, her parents' faces paled, fearing her disapproval. "Sakura, if you truly object, we'll terminate the pregnancy." Though loath to part with this fragile new life, her daughter's happiness came first. "No, Mom, I'm just taken aback. A little brother or sister would be wonderful." Sakura clasped Haruno Mabuki's hands, her touch steady, reassuring. With conception occurring now, by the time the great calamities unfolded a year hence, the baby would likely be crawling, perhaps even taking its first steps. "How far along are you, Mom?" 4 months. We conceived 2 months after you departed on your mission. Cho exhaled deeply. Their hearts had hung heavy on Sakura's response. Had she refused, they would have acquiesced without hesitation. They recalled Sakura at age 2, still unresponsive, stirring only for food, sleep, or bodily needs. Those days had fractured their spirits with worry. Not until she turned 3 did a physician suggest they begin teaching her speech. Only then did she gradually blossom, her voice emerging like the first light of dawn. They remembered her tiny form grinning up at them, uttering "Mama, Papa," a moment so tender it melted their very souls. They vowed then never to have another child, yet life in its quiet irony had gifted them this surprise. "That's perfect, Mom. And if anything ever happens to me on a mission, my sibling can care for you both. TCH, never speak such ill omens. Our Sakura will live long, safe and whole." Mabuki tapped her daughter's nose playfully. Sakura stuck out her tongue and giggled, eyes sparkling with mischief. She cherished everyone in this world deeply, and thus for the coming years she resolved to train relentlessly, to stand firm when the one-tailed Jinchuriki was captured and to shield Konoha when the village faced annihilation. With Mabuki's pregnancy, her parents insisted she rest at home, so they themselves managed the family shop while Sakura dispatched a shadow clone to assist there and set off to resume training under Tsunade. "Sakura, how is Niji faring?" Tsunade sighed, setting aside a medical report and massaging her temples. This is precisely why she despised the Hokage mantle. "Master Niji is recovering well. But I came to speak with you about something else." Indeed, Sakura intended to propose reforms concerning the Hyuga clan's rigid division between main and branch families. "Sakura, drop this matter." Tsunade cut her off gently but firmly. "Ideals are admirable, but in this world strength commands authority. Only power grants voice." Sakura fell silent. She was right. "I am still too weak, eager to change others yet blind to the prerequisite. I must first forge my own strength." "I know your heart is pure, Sakura. Leave such matters to us adults, for now your sole duty is to cultivate your power." "Yes, Master." She produced the scroll of regeneration retrieved during her Srank mission. This scroll surfaced during the assignment, but its contents verge on the fantastical. "I ask your judgment, is it viable?" Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment as she unfurled it, her breath catching, pulse quickening. This could be real. If revealed, it would ignite global upheaval. In a world teeming with peril, this scroll promised near immortality. So long as one's body remained vital, death need not come. Konoha's legendary medical ninja Tsunade tried this ninjutsu but couldn't quite master it, so she decided to let Sakura give it a shot. It would be better if she could learn it, but if not, it was no big deal. Sakura walked down the street observing the joyful laughter of everyone around her, but sadly it would all be gone in a year, and they would have to rebuild. "Sakura, good afternoon. Are you going to join us on a mission?" Every day on the way she saw Tenten waving excitedly, asking her with a cheerful smile. Because Niji was currently unable to go on missions due to his serious injury, he came to find her every day. Just then 2 members of Sakura's team were absent, leaving them short 1 person. "Sorry, Tenten, I have something to do lately and can't join you on the mission." She appreciated the goodwill but decided to focus on her training in the village for now. With a year and a half left, she felt that if she didn't train hard there wouldn't be enough time. "Alright then, Sakura, let's go." Well, come to play with you sometime. Tenten didn't push her as she and Lee could easily handle the mission, especially with Guy Sensei accompanying them, ensuring there was no danger. With Sakura opting out, it left just the three of them. After bidding farewell to Sakura, they set off with Tenten and Lee heading to meet Guy Sensei. Sakura. I thought of a new ninjutsu, come practice with me. Without waiting for Sakura to express how everyone was striving in their own ways, Ino suddenly jumped down from the building above, grabbing her hand and running towards the training ground. Ino. Wait. Well, she was ignored. Time always flew by during training, and after yet another destruction of the training ground, Sakura and Ino hung their heads as Tsunade criticized them from the front. You too. Enough is enough. How many training grounds have you destroyed already? Tsunade slammed the table, which cracked under the force flames roaring behind her. Clearly irate, Ino mischievously winked at Sakura while keeping her head down. Sakura suppressed a laugh. It was nice to give their master something to do occasionally. I'm talking about you too. Are you even listening? Obviously this little gesture didn't escape Tsunade's notice, making her even angrier. I'm sorry. Master, the two of them said in unison. Really? Starting today you two will help out at the hospital and stay away from the training ground. Okay, Master. 2. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and the due date for Ayam's mother was just around the corner. The shop would be closed for the next few days as Haruno Sho brought Ayam's mother to the hospital early to avoid a situation where Sakura wouldn't be home and couldn't make it in time. Sakura patrolled the hospital, checking to see if anyone was misbehaving and running around. For those who did, she would use a sleeping seal. Mom, how are you? Ayam's mother was nearing 40, and throughout her pregnancy she had been suffering from nausea and couldn't keep anything down. Although Sakura helped with her health, if one didn't look at Ayam's belly it would be clear that Ayam's mother had lost weight. As they approached the 10th month, the child inside was restless, and Ayam's mother often felt pain from the kicks of the baby in her belly. If not for the checkup showing no issue, Sakura would have suspected something was wrong with the baby, but Tsunade assured her it was normal. Sakura, thank you for your help. Haruno Sho sighed in relief, grateful for Sakura's help, otherwise he would have struggled to manage things. Ayam's mother sipped chicken soup, feeling a bit better, while Sakura placed her hand on her belly, feeling the baby kick again. Sakura lowered her gaze, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. She was going to have a brother. Indeed, there was a boy in her mother's belly, and Sakura discovered this while checking on her parents, but hadn't told them yet. Dad, don't say that. We are a family. Sakura infused chakra into her hand, calming the restless brother inside Ayam's mother. Sakura, the baby isn't as well behaved as you were. He'll likely be a mischievous child, Ayam's mother said with love in her eyes. Once the baby comes out, if he misbehaves while growing up, we'll just have to give him a good spanking. Sakura retracted her hand and put on a white coat that had been set aside. I'll go check on the patients now, Mom and Dad. If anything comes up, just ring the bell and I'll come as quickly as possible. All right, go on then. Haruno Sho escorted her out of the room and came back to sit down, sharing a smile with Ayam as they exchanged glances. Life is really good right now. Next she would check on Niji's room. Originally the Hyuga family thought that if Niji went blind it would be fine to just give him an ordinary name. However, due to that regenerative scroll, Niji's Byakugan could still be restored, so Niji had initially thought it was fine to be blind as he would be free. This left Hyuga Hayashi speechless, and the two sides parted on bad terms. Today was the day Niji could remove the bandages, and once checked and found fine he could be discharged. After this, whether Niji showed his fully restored eyes or kept them covered was none of their business. This year Sakura turned 15, and at her age she had become the attending physician at the hospital. The title of savior inexplicably spread across the nation, something she learned from Kakashi Sensei when he returned from a mission. Finally done. Sakura finished examining Niji. Stretching her arms, it hadn't been easy, but she had finally healed him. The world before her eyes was a bit blurry as Niji slowly opened his eyes, and after a moment his vision became clear. After a year he could finally see. Sakura and the others were already at the daimyo's residence for half a year, and with this half year added it made a year. Standing in front of him were his teammates, with Ino and Sakura beside him. The first face he saw was Tenten, who looked at him with concern, her eyes glimmering. Niji. How are you? Can you see? Lee blocked Tenten from view, waving his hand. Sakura. Ino. Niji hasn't blinked. Is he not healed? Are you questioning the medical skills of me and Sakura? Ino's figure grew larger while Lee began to sweat profusely and shrank back. I'm sorry. Lee covered his head, crouching in the corner. Niji just began to blink. He wasn't about to admit he was doing it on purpose. Is there anything uncomfortable? Ino checked him. His physical condition was excellent, and his chakra had also recovered well. No, Sakura. Ino, thank you. Niji shook his head softly. You're welcome. We're partners after all. Sakura patted his shoulder. This method is feasible. If Niji wants to overturn the clan head and branch family system in the future, she could perform surgeries for everyone for free. No, I still need to thank you. I owe you a favor, so if anything comes up in the future, just let me know. Niji shook his head, separating feelings from obligations. He would remember this. Let's not talk about that after we finish work. How about we all go out for barbecue? Ino smiled. Then, I'll treat everyone. Niji stood up and Tenten tied the bandages back over his eyes. They had discussed this earlier, better not to expose him in front of the clan head. While enjoying barbecue halfway through, a nurse from the hospital came to inform her that Yabuki's mother was about to give birth. Sakura quickly stopped her playful banter with everyone and rushed to the hospital. The remaining few exchanged glances. Should we continue or go see? Tian asked hesitantly. Let's continue with Sakura, there nothing will go wrong. Let's enjoy ourselves. Ino raised her glass. Cheers to Sakura having a little brother. Cheers. Right. Cheers. Tian lifted her cup while Shaoli wanted to drink too, but was stopped by Tian and Niji. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Shaoli secretly poured himself a cup and took a sip. Upon taking a sip, he felt a bit dizzy and slowly lowered his head as they continued to mess around. Shaoli, what's wrong? Niji suddenly sensed something was off beside him and asked curiously. Not hearing Shaoli's response, Niji felt that something was amiss. He saw Shaoli stand up and smash the table in front of him with a kick. Ada. Tian, Ino and Niji hurriedly dodged the flying shards. Tian looked at Shaoli, who was red-faced and drunk with a twitching mouth, cursing under her breath for forgetting to stop him from drinking. Drink, ha! Shaoli threw left and right hooks, swaying but not falling down, attacking anyone in sight. Soon the barbecue restaurant was in ruins. Ino was drenched in cold sweat. She had just been warned by her master last time, and now this was happening. This time it had nothing to do with her. She hoped her master would not blame her. For self-preservation, she could only strike first. Sakura, you wait outside, you won't be needed this time. At the hospital, to avoid making Sakura too anxious, they decided not to let her in. A female doctor stopped Sakura outside the delivery room and hurried inside. Sakura and Haruno Zhao were pacing nervously outside. Sakura, your mom will be fine, right? Haruno Zhao asked, turning in circles and placing his hands on Sakura's shoulders. Of course, Dad. Mom will definitely be fine, Sakura assured him, though she couldn't help but worry. That's good, that's good. Haruno Zhao just wanted to feel reassured. Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on a chair outside. They waited for 2 hours. During this time, Sakura went to buy baby supplies and dinner for Haruno Zhao so they would have something ready for when the little brother was born. With a ding, the light above the door turned green and a nurse came out holding a baby, smiling as she said, Sakura, it's a... Both of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as everything was safe, Haruno Zhao quickly stepped forward. Is the baby's mother okay? She's fine, don't worry. The doctor will come out once everything is checked and confirmed. The nurse handed the baby to Sakura and went back inside to help. While in the hospital, Sakura had held babies before, but holding someone else's is different from holding your own. Looking at the baby's chubby red face, Sakura pursed her lips, thinking that newborns can be a bit ugly. Feeling a bit disdainful, Sakura thought that with her dad waiting anxiously at the delivery room door for his wife, it was impossible for him to hold the baby now, so she had to hold it herself. After her brother was born, Sakura became even busier training during the day and helping Yabuki's mother with her brother at night, occasionally cooking dinner. Life was indeed fulfilling. But thankfully she was a ninja, otherwise she wouldn't be able to cope. As autumn arrived, Sakura accepted an rank mission. The borders of the Land of Fire were frequently harassed by bandits. The mission stated that there would be several chunin involved. This was not an issue, but it was strange that only one person was required to accept the mission. Kakashi and others from her cohort had missions, and Tsunade was somewhat worried. Over the past year, Tsunade had witnessed Sakura's growth in strength and medical skills, so she allowed her to take on the mission alone. As autumn weather turned cold, Sakura quickly put on her coat. Don't ask why she wasn't wearing her ninja vest, she simply didn't think of it. As she got closer to the village, Sakura noticed that she frequently encountered ragged individuals on the road. In other places like Konoha and the Land of Waves, people were dressed decently, they didn't appear as impoverished as those here. Upon arriving here, Sakura did not immediately seek out the person who posted the mission. To avoid being lied to by the village chief, she decided to gather information first. After a few ups and downs, Sakura arrived at the house closest to the mountains. A day's time was enough for her to learn where the most respected people in the village resided. As night fell, the kerosene lamp inside the house was still lit. Taking advantage of the open window, Sakura jumped in, but unfortunately someone was inside. A kunai flew past her face. Sakura was furious, nearly having her face disfigured. Who attacks a ninja like that? Enraged, Sakura infused chakra into her punch and struck. Earlier, Sasuke had entered the house half an hour before Sakura. Assessing the situation, he saw the owner return and swiftly knocked him out. Flipping through a ledger, he discovered that this family was one of the bandits. Sensing someone outside, he quickly hid to the side. The sight of the girl made Sasuke's kunai tremble and veer off course, but fortunately it missed. Inside, he grabbed the girl's hand to block her attack. A slender leg swept towards him, and in a moment of instability the boy was kicked down by Sakura with a kunai pressed to his neck, threatening his life. Sakura! What, Sakura? How dare you? Sakura was furious, but even in her rage, hearing that familiar voice and her own name made her pause. Looking at the boy's eyes that held a hint of a smile directed at her, Sakura's heart raced. Sasuke. What was he doing here? She quickly stood up and moved to the side. Seemingly knowing what the girl wanted to ask, Sasuke slowly stood up. This village is suspicious. It seems that there are many with bloodline limits, so I came to investigate the situation. Bloodline limits? Sakura couldn't stand his slow pace and pulled him up. Sasuke glanced at her tightly grasped hands, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, and he didn't let go. I didn't expect you to come too, Sasuke said. Sakura noticed his gaze and tried to loosen her grip, only to find it tightening even more with his other hand on his forehead. So what is the situation with the bloodline limits? Weren't you here for that? Sasuke pulled her down to sit. I came because this place is often harassed by bandits, and the village posted a mission, so I came. Sitting down as directed, Sakura noticed a teapot on the table in front of her. She poured tea and took a sip. Bandits? Is there anyone else besides you? Sasuke frowned, taking the tea Sakura handed him, and took a sip. What was this? The taste was strange. No, the oddity of this mission is that it specifies only one person can accept it. No, this task is strange because it specifies that only one person can take it. As Sakura spoke, darkness enveloped her, and she collapsed. Sasuke hurriedly caught her, but as Sakura secretly pulled him down, he fell as well. After the two had been unconscious for a few minutes, the door of the small house opened and a group of people walked in. The bearded man at the front looked them up and down, noticing how tightly they were embraced. Are they a pair? Brother, no wonder the second brother didn't come. He must have been knocked out by these two ninjas. A small, thin man stepped forward, glanced at the people nearby, and went over to check before speaking. Tie these two up and take them back to the cave. The bearded man raised his eyebrows upon seeing Sakura's face, surprised that this time the ninjas were quite good-looking. If they behave, they might be kept for some fun. Boss, this woman is really beautiful. The thin man leered, reaching out to grab Sakura. Kid, this woman is not someone you can touch. The bearded man slapped him, and the thin man's eyes flashed with malice. Just wait, this position will be mine. Yes, yes, yes. Boss, I won't touch her, I won't touch her. If that man really tried to touch her, Sakura would not have held back and would have stood up directly, but unexpectedly the apparent leader stopped him. In the absence of anyone noticing, Sasuke tightened his grip around Sakura's waist for a moment before loosening it again. The two were carried on shoulders, and as Sasuke occasionally got scratched by branches in the face, he really wanted to stab the person carrying him. Even when unconscious, getting scratched by branches is quite unfortunate, isn't it? When they finally stopped, the two were separated and locked away. It was noisy outside but very quiet inside. Sasuke opened his eyes, surrounded by a group of unconscious people. On Sakura's side, upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a brightly decorated, luxurious room, lying on a bed. What did these people want? Her bag had already been taken away. Sakura squinted her eyes and thought about looking for any information about the bloodline limit. There was no table or drawers, only a bookshelf full of books. Did she have to search through them one by one? Boss, can that woman also be gifted to us later? It depends on your performance, a rough voice replied. From outside came lewd voices. Sakura quickly lay back down on the bed and closed her eyes. If they were confident in the drug they gave her, they would probably relax their guard soon, making it easy to deal with them. Why go to such lengths? The sound of the door closing echoed and footsteps approached her, making her a bit nervous. Hey, Jiraiya-sensei. This village is so strange, there isn't a single person around. In the pitch-black night there was not a single light in the village. Naruto, using his shadow clone, scattered to various places to check. After doing so, he turned to the white-haired man beside him. Is that so? It seems something has happened in this village. Jiraiya frowned. This village was supposed to be the last stop. He originally wanted to bring Naruto here to meet someone, but unexpectedly the village was deserted. Bang! A huge sound erupted from the distant mountains, causing the birds in the forest to scatter into the sky. Jiraiya and Naruto looked in that direction. Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto asked if they should do something. After watching Jiraiya read Sakura's letter, he had learned not to act recklessly. Let's go have a look. Maybe we can meet someone we want to see. Seeing the commotion growing stronger, Jiraiya nodded. Naruto immediately flashed away in excitement. Sakura channeled chakra into her fist and struck at the bearded man, only to be unexpectedly dodged. What a joke, this guy also has incredible strength. Purple chakra. After being punched into the wall and destroying several houses, Sakura began to doubt her life. This must be fake. With such strength, a Hokage should have shown up right. Yet she had no impression of this person at all. Cough cough. Sakura got up from the rubble, clutching a bottle of red liquid, coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood. She should have poisoned him earlier. Chidori. Sasuke's voice rang out ahead, followed by a flash of lightning. Sakura hurriedly began to heal herself. She should stick to logistics. The opponents she encountered each time felt beyond her capability. She felt a bit of a liability. However, being behind Sasuke also provided her with a sense of security. Ah. What was she thinking? No, it's illegal to lay hands on minors. Oh. I didn't expect you to wake up, kid. The bearded man seemed a bit excited. I haven't fought in a long time. I hope you can bring me some joy. Joy. I'll send you on a trip to the River of Three Paths. Sasuke's eyes turned blood red as he charged forward with a sword infused with chakra. How dare he? It was the second time. Sakura hurriedly set her bones using a healing symbol and soon began to bounce back to life, pulling out her own sword and rushing forward. Jiraiya-sensei, it seems there is a fight here. I just don't know who. Naruto paused mid-sentence, widening his eyes as he saw the long-haired boy and girl charging towards the man on the opposite side. Sasuke. Sakura. Jiraiya tilted his head in confusion, wondering how Naruto had caught up. Wasn't Sasuke and Sakura supposed to be on his team? Why were they here? No, that Sasuke seemed to have left with Orochimaru. If he was here, could they possibly find out Orochimaru's whereabouts? But who was that man on the opposite side? He could fight evenly with Tsunade's, and Orochimaru's disciples had never heard of this person. Another one coming to die, huh? The bearded man's eyes were already stained with blood. You two little brats will make you regret coming to this world. Huh? Why didn't he include her when making threats? Sakura wondered for a moment, then lunged forward with her sword. Why was this man's chakra seemingly endless? Are you kidding? How can this guy's chakra not run out? Sakura panted, leaning on Sasuke's shoulder for support, while watching Naruto take on the man ahead. Sakura, you should take a break for a bit. Sasuke felt a bit complicated. He hadn't expected to see Naruto here. It would be best to resolve this quickly and leave. He didn't want to get into another fight with this hot-headed guy. The Sharingan spun as a tall skeletal figure appeared, swinging a blade towards the bearded man. Naruto panicked and dodged. Sasuke, are you trying to take me out too? After saying that, he locked eyes with Sasuke and then lost consciousness. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, still unprepared for genjutsu, but this guy seemed as tough as a cockroach, glaring sternly at the bearded man. Sakura dragged Naruto over, and Jiraiya also arrived, marveling at how Sasuke's Sharingan had transformed into the Mangekyo. Is Naruto okay? Jiraiya asked, and Sakura shook her head. Why did this guy's chakra still not run out? No, she had to go back to the previous room to check for any tricks. Sakura couldn't believe she had forgotten that this room had become a ruin, feeling a tinge of regret. Jiraiya watched as Sasuke severed a man's hand, only for the man to reattach it, marveling that he could no longer dismiss the notion of aging. Sakura had no choice but to summon a slug to investigate, and soon a small slug returned with news of a massive iron sphere buried 10 meters underground, emanating a purple chakra. Sakura immediately followed, eager to deal with this object so she could rest properly. This is too big, isn't it? Why didn't you tell me this sphere was so large, little slug? Sakura twitched her mouth. Had she known, she would have called Jiraiya along to handle it. So it is indeed huge. The little slug's voice was soft and cute. Sakura took a deep breath, sent the slug back, and raised her right hand, ready to test her strength against the iron ball. Meanwhile, the two people on the ground were locked in fierce combat when suddenly one of them fell underground, and the bearded man's skin shriveled up, losing all breath. Sakura, covered in dirt, got up from the ground, realizing she had been careless. Sakura! A boy nearby had blood streaming from his eyes. The figure before him was blurred, but he questioned in confusion. Sakura turned to him, frowning. Had the Susanoo been used for too long, causing temporary blindness? She approached him to provide treatment, and it must be said that the regeneration technique was indeed very effective. Today's youth are truly impressive, even leaving me an old man in awe, Jiraiya remarked as he walked over while Sasuke remained vigilant. He hadn't forgotten that this was one of the legendary Sannin alongside Orochimaru. I remember you are Uchiha Sasuke. You should have information about Orochimaru. I need to take you back along with Orochimaru. Jiraiya smiled, but his expression gradually turned serious. Sasuke lowered Sakura's hand. Sakura, this is a gift for you this time. Sasuke produced a scroll from somewhere and placed it in her hand. Sakura tilted her head in confusion. The treatment wasn't finished yet. I look forward to our next meeting. Sasuke leaned down and kissed her forehead, causing Sakura's face to instantly turn red. She thought to herself that it was over. She might really be falling in love. While Sakura was stunned, Sasuke had already thrown a smoke bomb and left, never considering to say a word to Naruto. Cough cough. What was this? Jiraiya was choked up to the point of tears as the dust settled. Sasuke had already vanished without a trace. However, Jiraiya wasn't confident in being able to stop him. After all, this boy had unleashed the Mangekyo Sharingan using Genjutsu and Susanoo. Naruto woke up to find that Sasuke was gone, shouting in distress for a while. Then he saw Sakura and Jiraiya handling post-battle matters for the villagers, arranging living accommodations, so he joined them, having no time to ponder why everyone hadn't woken him up and left Sasuke behind. Once things settled down, Sakura was ready to go home and Jiraiya followed Naruto back to Konoha. Sakura wrote a lengthy mission report concealing the details about the bloodline limit. She hadn't found any information about it before, and Sasuke would never deceive her, so it could only mean he had taken it away. As Sakura approached her home, she heard the cries of a baby from inside. She hurried and puzzled to find that Yabuki was not around. Why was there only one baby left at home? Upon seeing Sakura, her younger brother Haruno burst into laughter. His expression was undeniably adorable, and he reached out his hands towards her. Sakura picked him up and went to the hall, placing him in the baby carriage, then prepared some formula. Just as she was feeding him, Yabuki's mother returned. Oh dear! Why is this little guy awake so early today? Yabuki's mother exclaimed as she walked in, gently patting Yu's little face. Yu was happily drinking his milk unfazed. Is it because he sensed his sister was coming back? Why wake up so early today? Sakura sighed. I was just wondering why mother wasn't at home. Oh, Anjama called me for something. I thought this little fellow usually doesn't wake up so early, so I went over, but I didn't expect him to wake up early today. But it's a good thing you're back, otherwise this little rascal would have cried himself out of breath. Yu was a bit clingy. Every time he woke up he needed someone by his side, or he would cry continuously, not knowing why he felt so insecure. After calming her brother, Sakura had the next day off so she could sleep in. That was the plan, but the next day Sakura was awakened by the pressure of gravity, and frowning. Upon waking she saw a little bundle happily laughing on her stomach. Sakura pinched his little nose and he started to playfully wrestle with his sister. Duh! Yu placed one hand on Sakura's hand, leaning his little face close. Alright. Since I have a day off today, let's take our little Yu out for some fun. Now Yu was already crawling and could go to the new playground in Konoha to play with the balls. On the way they saw ninjas jumping back and forth on the rooftops. Some were rushing for missions, some were going to the Hokage's office to pick up tasks, and some were on patrol. Sakura also spotted Shikamaru and Ino, who had been promoted to Jonin last year. It was written without adhering to the original strength levels. It can be said to be completely based on personal wishes, and I hope everyone can find satisfaction. After exchanging greetings they agreed to meet for dinner next time and parted ways. Sakura took Yu to the amusement park, placing him among a pile of soft balls to play on his own, while she sat nearby watching. Hey! Sakura, you came out to play too? Naruto dropped from the sky, grinning as he approached. Yeah, I brought you out to have some fun. Sakura nodded and Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Who is you? My little brother. Naruto, didn't I mention him in the letter? Sakura pointed at Yu, who was buried in the balls, smiling. Naruto looked over and saw a little kid struggling in the balls. Sakura, seeing no danger, didn't go to rescue him from his predicament. Ha ha ha, he's buried in the balls. Naruto laughed at Yu. It was uncertain whether Yu understood, but he immediately started crying, and it was a very loud kind. Naruto! You made him cry, you have to comfort him. Sakura smiled, her eyes squinting as countless white lilies bloomed behind her. Naruto shivered, hurriedly picking up the child to comfort him, but his posture was wrong. Instead of calming Yu down, he cried even louder. Sakura! Naruto looked at her with a pleading gaze. Sakura gently patted Yu's head. Yu pitifully slowly stopped crying and let out a small burp, reaching out his little hands towards Sakura, asking to be held. This is just too adorable. Sakura hugged him, rubbing her face against his. My little Yu is so cute. How could he still be cute while crying? Naruto expressed his inability to understand, looking at Yu with suspicion. Yu buried his face into Sakura's neck, refusing to look at him. This older brother was too bad, he didn't want to acknowledge him. I'm sorry. How about I treat you both to ramen? Naruto apologized. Yu was still under 1 year old, he probably shouldn't eat ramen, right? Sakura wasn't too sure either. Should she ask the ramen uncle later? The ramen uncle replied that it was alright to have a little, but they couldn't add any seasonings that was acceptable. The sun rose, painting the horizon with golden red hues. Because Naruto had returned and Kakashi's mission was complete, Tsunade added a new member to their team named Sai. The 7th squad was re-established. One day Kakashi received a mission to escort a merchant convoy. Naruto, unhappy about the new addition to the team, felt that the other position in the 7th squad should have been Sasuke's. Tsunade, why did you let this person into our team? He looks so pale, he seems weak. He will definitely hold us back. Naruto slammed the table. Sai, being called weak and a liability, was at a loss for words. Naruto. You should know. You are the only genin in this team. Sai and Sakura are both chunin. Tsunade intended to say that Sai would not hold them back. Huh. Are you implying that I would hold us back? Naruto was angry. Sakura and Kakashi watched the spectacle with amusement, while Sai, not adept at explaining himself, remained silent. Tsunade felt a headache coming on. If she had known better, she wouldn't have agreed to Danzo's request, but in this way, how would Sakura and the others study that cursed seal? Was it easy for her to get to know the dirty secrets of the root? Alright, Naruto, we should go complete our mission now. Kakashi, noticing the time, hurriedly pulled them away. Otherwise, Lady Tsunade would get angry. Let's go, Sai. Sakura followed behind, noticing that he seemed lost in thought. She called out to him before heading out. If this mission didn't require her to study how to crack this cursed seal, for her it was like a vacation. She couldn't disclose information about the caster of the curse, nor could she act against them. This was a good opportunity. Perhaps it could have other uses if altered. Sakura, what are you doing? Naruto, seeing Sakura engrossed in a book on the cart, was puzzled. If it were him, he would probably be asleep. Sakura pushed away the blonde, who leaned in closer, saying, I'm reading a book related to cursed seals. Keep your guard up. Don't disturb her, she loved studying. Alright. The blonde, feeling wronged, went to talk to Kakashi. Sai was sitting in the front of the cart, and Sakura called him over to check. Sai was cooperative because Tsunade had asked him to. He also wanted to avenge his brother. So how did a perfectly good medical ninja end up researching cursed seals? Sakura sighed. Life was tough. She was a working woman. No way. Once this matter was resolved, she would refuse to study cursed seals again. Completely unaware that she would later be asked by Naruto to study the Jinchuriki seal, Sakura stood firm at this moment. Thank you for your trouble. As Tsunade's disciple, she was still worthy of respect, especially with such a renowned reputation as the legendary Sannin. Even in the root, her information was often heard, and Danzo occasionally had them monitor this girl. It's fine, this is my mission. Sakura was distressed. She had no clue about this cursed seal. How was she supposed to resolve it? During the journey to escort supplies to the border, they encountered several ninjas, all of whom Naruto and Sai dealt with. Kakashi quietly watched his paradise of camaraderie as Sakura flipped through books on sealing techniques. These books were relics of the Uzumaki clan and thus belonged to Naruto. 2 years ago, Naruto had resolved the matter regarding the Nine Tails, and all the heritage of the Uzumaki clan was given to him. Therefore, these books were borrowed from Naruto, who no longer had to worry about living expenses. However, even after resolving it, the fact that Naruto was the child of the 4th Hokage who became a Jinchuriki to save everyone made her feel quite awkward, especially considering how she had previously treated Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, I feel completely clueless. Could we change team members? Kakashi diverted a bit of his gaze to her. It's okay, if you can't solve it, I will speak to Lord Hokage for you. Huh. A few days later, they finally arrived at their destination. Sakura lay on the big bed rolling around. Outdoor missions were so unbearable she couldn't leave freely and had to endure not being able to bathe. For Sakura, it felt like the sky had fallen. The next day, Naruto happily woke her and Kakashi up. As for Sai, he had already left when Naruto mentioned going out shopping, completely not needing to be called. Kakashi was reluctant to move, but when he heard Naruto say there was a delicious restaurant, he still got up. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura. Look. This sweet and sour pork. Spicy chicken? Doesn't it taste just like the delicious food Sakura used to make? It's so tasty. Naruto happily stuffed his mouth while Sakura was surprised. Was there another traveler besides her? Sakura, completely unaware that this was a branch of her family's restaurant, was curious if she should ask the owner about it. It's really good, but it doesn't quite match what Sakura makes. Kakashi leisurely put down his chopsticks, having already emptied his plate. That was fast. How did they do it? She couldn't see their faces at all. Sakura internally complained this was completely unscientific. How could someone eat so quickly? Don't they chew? It's really good. Sai nodded in agreement. Ultimately, he still disappointed Sakura as Kakashi told her the truth that she was completely unaware of. To this, Sakura responded. How come she didn't know her family had opened a restaurant? Her parents were too much, how could they not tell her? On the way back, Naruto and Sai were secretly competing, or rather it should be said that Naruto was unilaterally competing with Sai. Sai shrugged, indicating that such trivial talk had no effect on him. Moreover, Naruto was too soft-hearted. He kept going back to calling him a pretty boy and wouldn't let go of the heavy words. Anyway, he was here to monitor Kakashi's squad and report back to Danzo. Sai, would you like to go eat Ichiraku ramen together? Unbeknownst to when it started, every time they returned from a mission they would go eat Ichiraku ramen. So when Sakura saw him heading out alone, she invited him along. Kakashi stated that he wouldn't get involved in kids' matters and went to hand over the mission. Sai was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Danzo had said to infiltrate the inner circle, so this could be considered as such. Right. As expected. You can definitely encounter you all at a Ichiraku ramen or a barbecue restaurant. Upon entering, Sakura immediately saw Ino and the others showing off their noodles. Sakura, Naruto, have you completed your mission? This newly released super spicy seafood ramen is so delicious, I highly recommend it. Ino lifted her head from the ramen bowl, her lips red and her eyes misty as she looked at her. How could Sai describe his feelings? Wow. So beautiful. That expression. It's too unfair. He silently raised a hand to cover his heart. Really? Then I have to try it. Sakura sat down next to them. To avoid running into her friends, everyone chose to sit at a large table. I want one too. Ichiraku uncle, give me a bowl of super spicy seafood ramen. Naruto was also very interested. This is Sai, our new teammate. You. Beautiful lady. Sei's gaze flickered as he whispered. Sakura raised an eyebrow. What was going on here? Shikamaru was speechless. What was he doing? Beautiful lady. Ino. So frivolous. You have good taste, kid. Ino, however, didn't mind. She cheerfully threw her arm around his shoulder, smiling widely. Sai, looking at the face so close to him, suddenly blushed. I am Inoue from the mountains. This super spicy seafood noodles are incredibly delicious. Would you like to try? Shikamaru glanced at Sai and then at Inoue, sensing something unusual about this kid. Hiss. So spicy. Naruto jumped up, his face turning red. Water. Shikamaru quickly handed him a cup of water, and Naruto gulped it down. Watching him chug cup after cup, Shikamaru sighed in relief, thankful he hadn't ordered this. Naruto, it seems you can't handle it. Inoue provoked. Who says? Let's see who can eat more. Naruto retorted. Sai quietly enjoyed the noodles while admiring Inoue's looks, completely unfazed by the spiciness. Sakura watched the two immature boys compete, both refusing to back down, crying and eating while drinking water, feeling that the owner's water supply was about to run out. In the end it was a draw, neither won, and both ended up with upset stomachs, running to the restroom multiple times. Sakura felt very sympathetic towards them, but fortunately Shikamaru went to buy medicine for the two, otherwise they would probably collapse. What happened to Naruto and Inoue? At that moment Tenten and the others arrived, curious to see the two sprawled on the ground. They overate the super spicy seafood noodles are fantastic. Would you like to try some? Sakura smiled, her eyes sparkling. Shikamaru and Choji remained silent. It was better not to speak when Sakura was in the mood to prank people, or they would get dragged into it. Really? Since it's recommended by Sakura, I have to give it a try. Lee flashed a bright smile, and quickly ordered 2 servings of super spicy seafood noodles. The others, seeing nothing unusual, also ordered a serving. Niji wanted to stop them, but Tenten had already placed her order. He settled for 2 bowls of plain noodles just in case Tenten couldn't handle it later. Lee eagerly wanted to taste this dish. The moment it entered his mouth, the spicy oils slid down his throat, and he tightened his grip on the chopsticks. Tenten, however, was eating it heartily without any discomfort, leaving Sakura a bit disappointed, not expecting Tenten to handle the spice so well. It's indeed quite good. Sakura! Tenten exclaimed, satisfied, realizing that Sakura wasn't lying. Lee froze, hesitating whether to continue eating, hearing Tenten say that he forced himself to finish a bowl, ultimately collapsing as well. Niji kicked the person lying on the ground, feeling exasperated. What a bother, another one down. Shikamaru skillfully handed Lee a pill. See. I told you it was delicious, and it was recommended by Inoue. Sakura stated, confident that as long as she showed no flaws, no one could guess what she had been planning. With everyone down, Sakura took out a pen and started drawing on Naruto and Inoue's faces. Sai attempted to stop her while she was drawing on Inoue. Come on, if you succeed in stopping me, what will I do with those symbols I drew? One sleep charm took care of Sai, and Sakura looked at her artwork with a sense of accomplishment. She had drawn red flowers on their cheeks, making them look vibrant and eerie. This was a new type of body healing charm. Once drawn, it could not be washed off. In 3 days it would fade from sight but not disappear. If they suffered a fatal injury later, it would preserve a breath until Sakura arrived to treat them. Sakura! What is this? Shikamaru, feeling the chakra on their faces, asked in confusion. It's a new type of body healing charm. I'll draw one for you all too. Having successfully completed her task, she originally planned to draw later, but since both had collapsed, she decided to do it for them now. What would the effect be? When did she come up with this? While it's good, wouldn't it be too conspicuous? Shikamaru wiped his sweat. Wow, this looks really nice. Sakura, draw one for me too. Tenten crouched next to Inoue. This flower looks beautiful. What kind is it? It's a higanbana, isn't it pretty? I'll draw one for you tomorrow. Okay. Tenten nodded, really impressed, wondering if she could have it drawn somewhere else. They helped Inoue and Naruto back home. Since there was no one at Naruto's house, Sakura found the key under the mat and opened the door while Shikamaru supported Naruto inside. The house was a mess typical of a boy. The other boys objected, claiming their rooms weren't like this. Expired food was still on the table, and the fridge was completely empty. Sakura felt a headache coming on. It was her first time at Naruto's house, and she didn't expect it to be like this. She decided to let Shikamaru and the others take Inoue back while she cleaned up Naruto's place. This kind of environment is unfit for living. It's easy to get sick, even though Naruto has the 9 tails and is less prone to illness. Just to be safe. Shikamaru glanced around and nodded. After dropping off Inoue, he and Choji came back to help clean up. Awakened by the sunlight, Naruto groggily got up, brushed his teeth, and washed his face, completely unaware of the red marks on his face. He only came to his senses after stepping out, looking at the bright, shiny floor and the surroundings. He gaped. Does the land of rice paddies really exist? This was a story Sakura had told him. Oh, good morning, Naruto. Shikamaru, with dark circles under his eyes, greeted him lethargically. Naruto's house was cleaned way too fast. 3 people clean all night. What does that mean? They even washed and changed Naruto's clothes. He was so tired. I'm so hungry. Sakura, can we eat now? Choji asked, rubbing his stomach. Sakura poked her head out of the kitchen. All done, let's start. Naruto blinked, feeling warm inside. He was no longer alone, which made him so happy, but why did he want to cry? Naruto, pay attention to hygiene. I've lost weight from hunger. Choji grumbled, grabbing the meat. What a bother. I need to ask Lady Tsunade for leave. Shikamaru felt like he was about to fall asleep. Naruto, remember to throw away expired food. If it gets too bad, just come to our house for a meal. Sakura sighed. The 3 had told their families early, which is why they spoke to him like this. Sakura's parents had long gotten used to her teammates and teachers coming over for meals, so they were quite welcoming, except for one certain little round thing. As for Shikamaru and Choji's families, they didn't need to mention it. Their fathers were friends with the 4th Hokage and had no objections. They were also very welcoming. Naruto was so touched that he couldn't speak, his mouth full of rice. Nodding, Sakura said, how about we go to my house to eat this week? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What's wrong? My parents like you a lot. Xiaoyu does too. Xiaoyu, no, I don't. I didn't. In the end, Naruto couldn't argue with Sakura and Shikamaru, so it was decided. Sakura had no idea before, but now that she knew Naruto had inherited a lot and could live like this, it could not go on like this. But didn't Naruto notice the marks on his face? Shikamaru finished eating and leaned back in his chair, pondering why Naruto was so oblivious. Forget it, what a hassle. After teaching him how to clean up, the 3 finally left. Just returning from a mission, staying up all night and cleaning up was exhausting. News came from Sunagekure that Gaara had been captured. Since Sunagekure is now our allied nation, they sent a message requesting our support. Tsunade gathered everyone at noon, her expression serious. The office was filled with people, all silent. 3 years ago, Orochimaru's plan resulted in casualties among the villagers, so no one was eager to go. The tense atmosphere irritated Tsunade. Naruto wanted to say something but was stopped by Sakura, who shook her head to indicate he should remain silent. What? Is there no one willing to go? Tsunade stood up, arms crossed in front of her, visibly angry. What about the route? Tsunade, it's not that I don't want them to go, but they all have missions recently. Danzo stepped forward with a sinister smile. Tsunade internally scoffed at his insincere smile and turned towards the Umbu and other instructors. No one reacted. She signaled Kakashi and Guy with her eyes. Kakashi and Guy scanned the room and stepped forward, saying, Lady Tsunade will lead the team. We will rescue the Kazekage. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Since those people were unwilling to speak up, she would not hold back as long as this mission was completed. With the Kazekage's support, Danzo would have to think carefully before obstructing her reforms in the future. No nonsense allowed. He should just retire peacefully. Then you two will lead the team. Yes, Lady Tsunade. We guarantee to complete the mission. Everyone exchanged glances, still saying nothing, and then left. Only the 2 teams remained standing there. Sakura. We finally get to go on a mission together. Ino hugged Sakura's right arm, beaming. Sakura nodded, and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. His desire to rescue Gaara was stronger than anyone else's. They headed towards the border of Sunagekure, where the weather was hot and greenery was scarce, replaced by endless sand. Kakashi frowned as he observed the sweating members of the team. He hoped they wouldn't tire out before they even arrived, completely oblivious to the fact that they were taking a longer route. It's so hot. Guy-sensei. Ino wiped the sweat from her brow. It seems your training isn't quite up to par. Youth requires perseverance. Guy exclaimed, showing off his bright white teeth. Lee, with tears streaming down his face, shook his hand. Yes. Guy-sensei, we will work hard. Ino, with a deadpan expression, replied. No. I don't want to work hard. Niji handed her a bottle of water. I can't take it anymore. Sigh. Draw us a flying tool to save us. Sakura supported herself on her knees, sweat continuously dripping from her forehead. Sai agreed with this idea, pulled out a scroll and began to draw. Super Beast Imitation. A gigantic eagle flew out from the drawing and Sakura happily jumped on it, getting settled. No need to walk anymore. So happy. Sai looked at his work with satisfaction. Seeing everyone had boarded, he climbed on as well, unsure if it would last until Sunagakure, but it was better than walking the whole way. I see it. Sunagakure. Lee exclaimed as he looked into the distance. Everyone sighed in relief. Seiya's chakra was nearly depleted. Upon arrival at the entrance, they were welcomed in by people sent by Temari. Sakura was tasked with treating Kankuro and everyone went to the hospital together. How to describe the environment on the road? There was hardly any greenery. No wonder Sunagakure had been eyeing Konoha with hostility in the past. Sakura. I'm counting on you. Because Granny Chio couldn't solve this poison either, everyone has to rely on Konoha for help and also to rescue Gaara. Her two younger brothers are in danger, but she as their sister can help. Let me check first. I need to see how severe this poison is. Inside, Sakura was completely unaware that outside a commotion was erupting due to Kakashi's actions. She quietly prepared medicine to alleviate Kankuro's severe injuries. Temari, I need a few herbs, can you prepare them for me? She peeked her head out the door and everyone instantly fell silent. Sakura blinked in confusion. What's wrong, everyone? Nothing. Sakura, if you need anything, I'll go find it. Temari said with a sigh of relief. Then I'll trouble you, I need. After listing the names of the herbs, Sakura glanced at Naruto, who was red-faced, and Kakashi, who looked uncomfortable, then at Granny Chio beside her. There was something off. If there's nothing else, can Kakasha-sensei and Guy-sensei come in for a moment? I need your help. I should just call them and there's nothing to argue about outside. Sakura, do you need our help? Kakashi, thinking there was really something urgent, looked a bit more relaxed. It's nothing, I just thought it was uncomfortable for you to stay outside, so I called you in. Sakura shook her head and continued handling her herbs. Kakashi's gaze softened, instantly deciding to become their teacher was the best decision he ever made. Kakashi, I never expected Sakura to be so impressive. Guy exclaimed. Of course. Just look at whose student she is. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. The two teachers began to bicker beside her while Sakura, smiling, stayed busy. After giving Kankuro the antidote, they were ready to set off again to rescue Gaara. Everyone split into teams to search and Sakura followed Granny Chio. Little girl, why are you following me? Chio asked, a bit puzzled. I heard Granny Chio is skilled in both puppet technique and medical ninjutsu, so I wanted to see it for myself. Sakura smiled harmlessly beside her, appearing quite obedient. Curiosity. Granny Chio nodded but did not respond. If possible, it wouldn't be bad to guide this little girl. Everyone encountered their own opponents and Sakura followed Granny Chio to a cave where Gaara lay in a corner, while a hunchbacked figure in a black cloak stood nearby. I didn't expect to see you in such a situation. This was Chio reminiscing with Sasori before the battle began. Sakura pondered whether to rush in, but both of them were testing each other with various attacks. If she intervened, it felt like she would be interrupting their nostalgic conversation. Still, she didn't hesitate, she wanted to check on Gaara. Taking advantage of Sasori's distraction, Sakura dashed and picked up Gaara and ran. Her heart raced. Can I try to revive him? But there were others. She pulled out a scalpel from her bag. Granny Chio, I need to perform surgery. Please hold on for me. Then this old lady will protect you guys. Chio said, her eyes flickering. Granny Chio, you're already old, don't pretend to be a passionate youth. Sasori's voice echoed from the puppet. Sakura ignored them, cutting open Gaara's chest. In the original story, Naruto had moved the heart, now she would try to do it for Gaara. Halfway through, Sakura remembered she needed to perform a blood transfusion. Would this surgery fail? Without a transfusion, she wouldn't be able to proceed with the revival surgery. Grandma Chio was still battling the scorpion while Sakura felt somewhat bewildered. Had she acted too hastily without sufficient preparation for the surgery? Was it really about to fail? If it was just a matter of blood, it would be fine, however, this surgery required living blood drawn directly from one person to another. This was all improvised with no research done, so please don't be too critical. Meanwhile, on the other side, Grandma Chio's battle was falling behind. Ultimately, Sakura prepared the blood transfusion equipment, intending to perform the surgery with one hand while transfusing blood with the other. As for where the blood would come from, Sakura, being type O, could donate to him. According to Baidu, type O blood can be transfused to type AB and AB, so let's not be too serious about the novel. In the end, the scorpion lost. Although Sakura didn't pay much attention to their battle, she felt that the scorpion had shown mercy and held back. Grandma Kyo's battle came to an end and Sakura's surgery was also complete. She stitched up the wound and the heart slowly began to beat again, and after checking his chakra once more it was finally done. Sakura, how is Gaara? Grandma Kyo's expression was emotionless, but the surrounding pain was impossible to ignore. He has been saved. Sakura nodded, her face pale. This was a reaction to excessive blood loss, and she fainted the moment she stood up. Kakusha-sensei. When will Sakura wake up? Naruto anxiously paced in the hospital room. Sakura is just suffering from blood loss and chakra exhaustion. She'll be fine and will wake up after a few days of rest. Kakashi calmly flipped through his book. Tenten brought some food over, set the chicken soup aside, and then sat down. But it's already been 5 days. Naruto was very worried. Alright Naruto, let Sakura rest properly, stop pacing around. Niji, feeling a headache from watching him, advised. The hospital door opened and everyone turned to look. Gaara entered, followed by Kankuro and Temari. Has Sakura not woken up yet? Gaara looked at the person on the bed, asking with concern. Kankuro and I came to thank Sakura, but we didn't expect she still hasn't woken up. Kankuro placed the gift he was holding on a nearby table. Gaara, is your body alright? Naruto approached, circling around his friend. I'm fine. Temari, Kankuro and I brought some food, everyone should eat something. Gaara opened the food container. This is a delicacy from Sunagakure. I wonder if you all can handle it, Temari said with a smile. Tenten leaned in to take a look, her face instantly filled with fear. Whoa! What kind of feast has so many bugs? It smells good though. Naruto stepped back with a look of rejection. Can this really be eaten? Lee was curious. Niji remained silent, feeling like he wanted to escape, but thought it might not be good since this was a treat from the Kazekage. It's really delicious. You should give it a try. Kankuro enthusiastically recommended, this is our local specialty. Don't worry, there's no poison. Why emphasize that there's no poison? Tenten resisted it entirely, shaking her head furiously. She wouldn't eat it. Don't be polite, it's really delicious. Temari pulled her over and stuffed a piece into her mouth. Tenten's eyes widened, caught in a dilemma of whether to eat or not. Niji silently observed, contemplating whether to throw Temari out. Delicious! Lee exclaimed after taking a bite, his eyes lighting up. It's really tasty. Naruto hesitated, wondering if it was truly that good. Kakashi, on the other hand, had no burden grabbing one piece after another. During the Third War, he would occasionally eat other things when his support was late. Compared to those, this was much better. Guy was quite satisfied. Sunagakure's cuisine was indeed impressive, and he had tried it before on missions. Naruto. When it comes to new things, we must be brave enough to try. As Guy spoke, he handed Naruto another piece. Naruto took a bite. What can he say? It was crunchy, fragrant, and truly delicious. The more he had rejected it before, the more delightful it became. Sakura groggily woke up. What were they eating that smelled so good? As her confusion faded, she gradually saw what they were eating. Shocked and puzzled, she was relieved that she didn't have to eat any of that. Everyone was too focused on their meals, so they didn't notice that Sakura had woken up. She quietly watched them play around silently. Now that the tailed beast capturing plan had started, Sakura also needed to prepare for what was to come. She had made arrangements with Shikamaru to find a way to get Danzo out of the way sooner within these 2 years. Sakura. Gaara turned around and immediately saw Sakura smiling, rushing over. Thank you this time. You're welcome, we are friends. Sakura winked. Gaara opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. After a while he nodded with a smile. He had gained another friend. Sakura. You finally woke up. You have no idea. Kakusha-sensei is so cold-blooded. Naruto flopped down at the edge of the bed with charred remnants on his face. He doesn't care about you at all, he's been reading. Hey. Who taught you to speak ill of your teacher and report him? Kakashi punched Naruto on the head. I didn't, I can testify. Naruto covered his head, feeling wronged. It was the truth. Sai was suddenly called out, and faced with Naruto's threatening gaze, he hesitantly nodded. Ha! Sakura laughed heartily, finding it truly adorable. After Sakura woke up, she stayed for another 2 days before everyone set off back to Konoha. As they passed through the forest, Sai noticed the battle ahead. Everyone originally didn't want to meddle. Sakura recalled that Asuma had passed away this year. Could it be around this time? Since she had been unconscious for quite a while, did they happen to coincide with their return to the village? She quickly urged everyone to check it out. Even if Shikamaru and the others had improved their strength, she still worried. When Sakura and the others arrived, they happened to see Asuma being stabbed in the abdomen. Teacher! Ino cried out in pain. A few more people have come. Haiden squinted, contemplating whether to run. There are too many people, let's retreat. Kakuzu suggested Haiden to withdraw. It was impossible to escape. Kakashi and Guy had already blocked their way. Sakura. Please save Teacher Asuma. Ino cried while trying to heal him, pleading with Sakura. Sakura nodded. Just as she raised her hand, she was stopped by Sai. Sakura, your chakra hasn't fully recovered. It's impossible for you to perform a major surgery again. Although she didn't want to see Ino cry compared to Asuma, it was clear that Sakura was more important. She was a comrade and also had a mission from Danzo. Sakura frowned. I know my own body, don't worry. But your chakra hasn't recovered. Sai still tried to stop her. Sakura sighed. You don't have to worry about that, just lend me some of your chakra to use. But there are no buts, trust me, I know my body. Asuma watched the two girls treating him, wanting to say that they shouldn't waste their chakra as it wouldn't help, yet the wound was visibly healing. Shocked John gaped in disbelief. Was this a fantasy before death? Alright, I'm going to sleep for a bit, Sakura said as she withdrew her chakra and lay down on the spot. Sasuke had changed from squatting to sitting, and now he was lying down. His chakra had been transferred to Sakura, exhausting him, but upon seeing Ino's smile he felt a stirring within. Asuma looked at the children with gratitude, realizing that this time it was he, their teacher, who had held them back, and it was ultimately the students who had saved him. The plot of this world had become so chaotic outside of the major events that it seemed he could only reference the timeline. In the end, Sakura was carried back by Ino, sleeping soundly the entire way. Upon arriving home, Sakura was placed on the bed and Little Yu crawled over. Ino playfully teased Little Yu and placed him on the bed, with Sakura pondering whether to change his clothes. Ino hesitated for a moment, then decided to leave it as it was. Little Yu lay on the bed, blinking his big eyes, resting his head on her belly, and soon fell asleep. Auntie Mabuki, I'm leaving now, Ino said after ensuring Little Yu wouldn't fall before stepping outside. Aren't you staying for dinner? Mabuki is preparing dinner, she heard, prompting her to rush out and ask. No, I'm going home to eat. My mom has already prepared food for me. Ino shook her head and walked away. Mabuki finished preparing dinner and suddenly remembered that her son had been missing since earlier. Where had he gone? Had he gone to his storage room? Not there. Under the sofa? Not there either. Where could he be? Mabuki never thought to check their room, believing Little Yu couldn't climb upstairs. Could it be that he had gone out with Ino? But she hadn't seen that just now. Mabuki hurriedly ran outside to ask the neighbors if they had seen her son. I haven't seen him. Do you want to check your house more thoroughly? If not, we can help you look outside, the neighbor Granny Zetian said while sitting and waiting for her son. Hearing this, Mabuki rushed back home to search again, even checking the second floor this time, but still found nothing. Sakura. Right, there was also Sakura. But by sheer coincidence, after falling asleep, Little Yu had rolled over, moving slightly, and was covered entirely by Sakura's blanket. Mabuki couldn't find him and was on the verge of tears, wondering if a human trafficker had come into their home without her noticing. She quickly ran out to seek help. Over here, Sakura was awakened by a fluffy little head and looked at her brother lying beside her, not understanding what was happening. Little Yu! How did you end up here? Sakura picked up the little one who had woken up due to the blanket's movement, while Little Yu happily placed his small hands on her shoulders. Well, you can't talk yet, but why is it so noisy outside? Sakura placed him in the stroller, washed up, and then pushed Little Yu outside. Ah, boo! Little Yu waved happily at the ninjas outside. Many ninjas were jumping on the rooftops, seemingly searching for something. What could have been lost? Sakura wondered as she carried Little Yu outside to ask. Granny Zetian, what happened? Sakura. Your brother is missing and your mother is getting people to help look for him. You should hurry and Granny Zetian turned and paused mid-sentence, her eyes widening as she looked at the child in Sakura's arms. Your brother has always been at home, hasn't he? Disappeared. Sakura was confused. Why was it said that her brother was missing? Wasn't Little Yu placed there by their mother? Ino, who had placed Little Yu there, was now in such deep sleep that nothing could wake her up, otherwise there wouldn't have been this mix-up. Ino's mother had even called upon the Yamashiro family to help search. Soon Sakura finally understood the situation and hurried to tell everyone she had found him. The next day Ino learned about the mix-up and apologetically told Mabuki's mother, who remarked how she had felt something was forgotten, realizing it was this matter. Mabuki's mother didn't know what to say, shocked that so much time had been wasted only to find Little Yu in Sakura's room. She also felt some responsibility for the mix-up. Had she checked properly, she would have found Little Yu without delay. It's alright as long as he was found. Mabuki's mother patted her shoulder. Auntie made a lot of snacks. Ino, come eat with Sakura. Okay. It's been a long time since I've tasted the delicacies made by Auntie Mabuki. Ino nodded happily while Sakura held Little Yu and followed them. This task had come to an end. Perhaps in a few days they could take on another task and go out to play. The next day Sakura went to the shop selling talisman papers to see if there was anything she could help with, discovering that the previous children could now draw intermediate talismans. The quality of these was quite good, and there were many people in the store. Haruno Sho was at the cashier and upon seeing Sakura greeted her. Dad, these buns and snacks are from Mom, you can take a break now, I can handle it. She pulled Haruno's show aside while Sakura stood at the cashier's position giving change and ringing up sales. Hey Sakura, up so early? The next customer was Kakashi, who casually greeted her. Kakashi-sensei. Just tell me what talismans you need and I'll get them for you later. Well, since I had nothing to do, I came out for a stroll. Kakashi handed her the money. I saw Naruto heading to your house earlier, he must be looking for you. Oh right, I mentioned that Naruto would come over for dinner. I wonder if he'll feel out of place since I'm not home. Since that's the case, Sakura, you should go back and keep him company, Dad can manage on his own. Haruno's show had also heard that and came over after finishing his meal. Sakura hesitated a bit. She needed to let Naruto interact with them. Although he was usually lively in front of everyone, often making a lot of noise, he still shrank back a bit when facing the villagers alone. Don't hesitate, let's go together, Sakura. I have a few things to discuss with you, Kakashi said as he organized his belongings and walked over. He wanted to ask about Sasuke's situation as he had some suspicions regarding the old hawk who often came to the village looking for Sakura. The two walked down the road and unexpectedly Sakura opened up without making any excuses. In the past she thought Sasuke and Sakura were the most well-behaved, but now it felt like only Naruto was truly well-behaved while the other two wanted to stir up trouble, and the focus was on trying to drag him into it. Kakashi-sensei, I want to take on missions by myself from now on, Sakura said after pondering, wanting to avoid any future anger from Naruto lest he find himself without anyone to help him intervene. At most she would say she had mentioned it, but Naruto hadn't been paying attention. Is it a person? Kakashi thought for a moment, and still refused. Although Sakura's strength is quite good now, it is better to be cautious. Sakura, who was rejected, did not feel sad. She only regretted that her other ideas could not be realized and had to find another way to leave the village. Upon returning home, she opened the door to find Naruto sitting on the floor with little Yu climbing all over him, looking utterly despondent. Sakura! You finally return. Naruto's eyes lit up. I'm back. It felt as though he had found salvation, but Sakura shook off that thought and stepped forward to pick up little Yu. You, how could you bully your big brother Naruto? That's too naughty. Sakura gently rubbed Yu's chubby face. Yu giggled and leaned forward, which was too adorable. Well, I wasn't really bullied. Naruto scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, but Sakura's brother was really so lively. He was still used to crying. If he didn't let him pull his hair, he would cry. He had compromised many times. We can't spoil him too much, Sakura said, shaking her head and turning Yu to face Naruto. Apologize to your big brother Naruto. Yes, big eyes met Naruto's. Yes, gaze shifted downwards and Naruto thought. What kind of disdainful look is that? Yu called out perfunctorily. Sakura. Look, he actually dislikes me, Naruto exclaimed in a bit of a breakdown, pointing at Yu. Yu turned his head away, ignoring him. Look! It's happening again. Naruto grabbed his hair, feeling utterly defeated. He was actually being rejected by a child. This little brother seemed a bit of a drama queen. Sakura finally couldn't help but laugh, ruffling the little puffball's head. One day Team 7 received a notification from Tsunade about news of Sasuke. They needed to check it out and bring him back if he was indeed there. Team 7 exchanged greetings with Tsunade, and everyone went back to pack their things, preparing to leave the village. Sakura looked down at the little puffball crying at her leg and felt helpless. Her brother was too clingy. I didn't expect you to be so attached to his sister. Mother Yabuki picked up Yu, and Sakura breathed a sigh of relief, comforting her brother by saying they were just playing hide and seek before running away. If they didn't hurry, they wouldn't be able to get out. After dealing with Orochimaru, Sasuke glanced at the hidden Kabuto and picked up his sword to leave. He had to prepare some gifts for Sakura. He released his news and the village would surely send someone to inquire. It would definitely be Team 7. He was going to see Sakura. Remembering the girl with pink hair, Sasuke smiled gently. He picked up his backpack, placed the previously stored scrolls inside, and as he opened the door to step outside, the room was engulfed in lightning, waiting until he walked far away. Kabuto arrived here looking at the charred house and the ground covered in dust, remaining silent for a long time. He reached a village on the border of the Sound Village, and everyone split up to act. As we walk along this road, for some reason Sakura felt a bit excited. As she walked, she began to hum a song. Suddenly she saw an old man fall in front of her, and hurried over. Old man, are you alright? Sakura asked worriedly as she tried to help him up. Of course there's something wrong. You knocked me down. The old man grabbed Sakura's hand. Ouch, that hurts. How come you young people never watch where you're going and bully the elderly? Watching him prattle on, Sakura felt a bit confused. Was she being scammed? Having lived 2 lifetimes, it was her first time being scammed, and she was very curious, silently watching his performance. Little girl, you must take responsibility for hitting someone. More and more people gathered around. A middle-aged man said. Yes, yes, yes. Responsibility. The crowd echoed, pointing at Sakura. At my age, my leg. It must be broken. I want scam, you either just give me 20000 and he'll go see a doctor. Why don't you go rob someone? Sakura's mouth twitched. Who bullied my dad? At that moment a burly man pushed through the crowd looking fierce. If she said there was no premeditated scheme, she wouldn't believe it, otherwise how could this person arrive so quickly? Sakura crossed her arms, calmly watching their performance. If Sakura didn't have any strength, she would definitely try to find a way to leave directly, but she was no longer the same as before. Haruno Sakura had strength now. Moreover, since it was her first time encountering such a situation, she was very eager to see how it unfolded. Little girl, you hit my dad. Hurry up and pay. The man with a scar approached. Little girl, this person is connected to a dark force. If you have money, just give him the money and run. He probably wants to kidnap you because you are good looking. An old woman whispered from behind. I didn't hit him, so it's impossible for me to compensate, but if his leg is broken I can take a look. I'm a doctor. Sakura pulled out her medical qualification certificate and waved it, causing the moaning old man to pause. The scarred man raised an eyebrow with a lewd look at her. So what? My dad doesn't need your treatment. Who knows whether your medical qualification certificate is real or fake? Hurry up and pay, otherwise come back with me to be my wife. Sure enough, it was futile to try to reason with these unscrupulous people. Sasuke walked down the street and saw a crowd gathered ahead. He lost interest and was about to leave. Suddenly he overheard that a girl with pink hair was being scammed. Sasuke halted his steps, made a leap and landed in the crowd. Sakura. Indeed it was Sakura. Sasuke smiled as he approached. Sasuke, you really are here? Sakura exclaimed in surprise. Hey! Are you her friend? Hurry up and pay, otherwise don't meddle in this. This little girl must go back with me to be my wife. Sasuke was puzzled and very angry, drawing his sword and swinging it. Sakura didn't notice, and the old man jumped up scared to dodge aside. The next sword will be at your necks. Sasuke's cold voice rang out. The old man and the scarred man were furious and threw a punch at Sasuke. As expected, Sasuke knocked a few of them unconscious without resolving the situation. Sakura, this is a gift. Sasuke pulled out several scrolls from his bag. He placed them into Sakura's bag and then took her hand. Aren't you being a bit too natural? Sakura thought to herself, but why was she feeling a bit happy? We came to find out if you're really here and to take you back. Under the tree on a stone bench, Sasuke played with Sakura's hand. Compared to his, Sakura's hand was whiter and more delicate. Upon hearing this, Sasuke interlocked his fingers without changing his expression. Sorry Sakura, I can't go back yet, I still need to resolve some matters. It's a bit warm, my hand moved and I couldn't pull it back. Sakura gave up. Sakura, can you give me an answer? The young man smiled at her, tightening his grip, making her feel unable to refuse. I like you, Sakura. If you were being pursued and pampered by someone handsome, wealthy, and devoted, would you not feel your heart stir? Others may not know, but Sakura's heart was indeed stirred. She felt her heart pounding like thunder, and her face flushed. She opened her mouth to respond, but whether Sasuke heard her clearly was uncertain because... Sasuke, you really are here. Naruto's voice rang out, and the urge to kill Naruto surged within Sasuke. His cold gaze flicked toward the golden-haired figure sprinting from afar. Naruto. It seemed Sasuke clenched his teeth while saying this. Sakura covered her face with one hand, stifling a laugh. Seizing the moment when Sasuke let go, Sakura hurriedly ran to the side. Those two were definitely going to fight, so it was best to run away to avoid being caught in the crossfire. You're a bit annoying, Naruto. Sasuke launched a Chidori at him. What nonsense are you talking? Come back to the village with me. Naruto countered with a Rasengan. In broad daylight the flashes were quite blinding. Sakura raised her hand to shield her eyes, and at that moment Kakashi and Sai arrived. Oh dear, from arguing upon meeting to fighting upon meeting. Kakashi with his deadpan expression watched them as he landed beside Sakura. Sai observed their brawl with an expressionless face. Sakura sighed and waved her hand. There was nothing she could do. Those two were like they had eaten explosives upon meeting. It seems this won't end anytime soon. Want a snack? I bought some while passing by just now. Kakashi set up a table and chair, placing a pile of snacks on it. Okay, I won't hold back then. Sakura sat down and gestured for Sai to join her. Sai was at a loss for words. How come Team 7 loved to eat so much? How could they possibly have any abnormalities? Danzo was just overthinking things. However, it was good this way, as they didn't need to find excuses to deal with that old man. With someone fighting, everyone could eat while passing the time. The three of them were quite satisfied and even placed bets. A medical book. I bet they will fight for another half-hour. Kakashi took out a book and placed it on the table. Sakura squinted at him. Kakashi-sensei, I actually had a medical book. Kakashi turned his head. This was something scavenged from their last mission that he had forgotten to turn into Tsunade. No one knew about it, so it wouldn't matter to him. It was just right for a wager. Whether he won or lost, it would ultimately go to Sakura and wouldn't affect him. Then he'll bet this free one-year food voucher, and I predict it will end in 10 minutes. Sakura pulled out a food voucher given to her by Yamanaka Ino's mother. Who would have thought? She had plenty of these and it didn't affect her. Both of them placed their bets, and Sai silently took out a scroll. Super Beast Imitation can be used 10 times. Infuse it with chakra to manifest for 1 hour. This is good. Sakura had been eyeing the flying eagle for a long time. She exchanged a glance with Kakashi, both of them sharing a knowing smile. Hee. I'm going to profit. Time passed second by second. 8 minutes later, Sakura stood up, stretched her arms and legs, and gave the two of them a radiant smile. Everyone stop it now. Bang. A pink figure appeared between the two, punching Sasuke in the stomach and kicking Naruto in the gut. Both of them were sent flying, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. Sai was momentarily confused. Was it permissible to intervene and stop this? Upon seeing Sakura appear, the two halted their attacks, allowing Sakura to easily take action. Sakura placed her hands on her hips. Are you both calm now? The two figures sat up, coughing. Sakura, why did you stop us? Naruto was bewildered. As long as he could bring Sasuke back to Konoha, he would be willing to break his limbs. I must say Naruto's thoughts at this moment had a hint of Yandere flavor. Alright, let's have a proper discussion without resorting to violence right away. Sakura walked over to Kakashi, and the others extending her hands, signaling them to give her the items. This student seemed a bit cunning. Had he known earlier, he would have asked for her to come and stop this sooner. As Kakashi placed the items in her hands, he secretly thought. Sai felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed that Team 7 couldn't play by the rules. In such circumstances, intervening wasn't about trusting the two but ensuring they would stop attacking upon seeing her, or perhaps it was a matter of confidence in her strength, which is why she dared to intervene. Placing the scroll down, Sakura happily stowed it in her bag. The two behind her were still glaring at each other, hesitating to follow. A cold glance from Sakura made them obedient. Sakura. Sasuke stepped forward, taking her hand, looking wronged. Kakashi squinted. These two were up to something. But this guy wouldn't get to marry Sakura without returning to Konoha. Stepping forward, he placed himself between the two and raised his hands on their shoulders to separate them. Oh dear, it's been so long since we last met. Doesn't Sasuke plan to say something to his teacher? Kakashi, Sasuke said. You won't even call me teacher. I'm so heartbroken. Kakashi smiled with a hint of mischief. Sasuke thought, if you could just let go of my shoulder while saying you're heartbroken, it wouldn't hurt so much. Kakashi-sensei. He called out, hoping he would release him quickly. Sasuke. Why did you defect from the village? Naruto was still very angry. It has nothing to do with you, mind your own business. Sasuke shot him a glance. This was indeed awkward. Sakura did not interfere with their way of interacting. Sakura knew why Sasuke defected from the village, but she wouldn't elaborate on it. Seeing them bickering again, Kakashi occasionally tried to ease the atmosphere while Sakura left with Sai. Sasuke glanced over and saw that Naruto was still angry, but he had no intention of comforting him with words. Originally planning to go on a date with Sakura, Naruto truly ruined the mood. Sakura seemed to have agreed before, but Naruto's voice was too loud, making him uncertain. Are you even listening to me, Sasuke? Naruto grew increasingly furious. This guy was actually zoning out. Don't ask why Naruto could tell Sasuke was in a daze despite his expressionless face. It was just instinct. Kakashi felt he truly couldn't ease the tension anymore. It seemed these two students were about to fight again, and he didn't know how long it would take for Sakura and the others to return. Heh. A cold laugh. Successfully igniting the last shred of Naruto's reason. I can't do anything now but wait for Sakura to come back. Kakashi leisurely took out Intimate Paradise to read. It wasn't that he didn't want to intervene, he was afraid that if he did, it wouldn't just be a fight between two but three, and only Sakura would be able to handle it. Thus when Sakura and Sai returned, they found the place in disarray. Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto. Her grip crushed the fruit in her hand. Was it just an illusion that Sakura's background had darkened? Kakashi wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It was best to leave for now to avoid Sakura's wrath. Once again, amidst a clamor, two youths knelt before Sakura, their heads bowed in submission. Sakura delivered a heartfelt lesson to them, while Kakashi watched with keen interest. Sasuke gazed at the distant tree, lost in thought. In any case, you should first find the village chief and compensate for the damages caused. After finishing her lecture, Sakura noticed the two boys had their heads bowed even lower. Sasuke approached the house with a bag full of currency, and knocked on the door while Naruto stood beside him, pouting in displeasure. After handing over the items to the village chief and apologizing, they turned to leave, completely ignoring Naruto. That night they all squeezed into a room provided by the village chief. In the dead of night, Sasuke saw that everyone was asleep and got up to step outside, only to find Sakura had beaten him to it. He sat down beside her, noticing 2 cups and a pot of wine on the table, puzzled as to why Sakura had started drinking. Sakura poured herself a cup, then poured another for him, pushing it towards him to indicate he should drink. Sasuke picked it up and took a sip, then sat in silence, showing no further reaction. Sakura took a sip and smiling asked, "Sasuke, how is it? The wine tastes good, right?" To her surprise, he didn't respond. Sakura turned to look at him. The boy sat obediently, his eyes somewhat vacant. She waved her hand in front of his eyes, saying, "Sasuke, are you drunk?" Sasuke stared at the many hands in front of him, lifted one, grasped it, and finally steadied himself, gazing contentedly at the girl who was concerned for him. "Are you really drunk?" Sakura struggled to articulate her feelings. The alcohol in this world wasn't even that strong. The boy slowly revealed a faint smile and leaned in to kiss the girl, whispering, "Sakura." Sakura's eyes widened in shock. What was this feeling? What? Her first kiss was gone. The boy seemed dissatisfied with her momentary distraction and nibbled at her the instant Sakura opened her mouth. "I dare not write more, fearing it might not pass the review." As morning dawned, Sakura lay soundly asleep in her blanket, having gone to bed very late after coaxing Sasuke to sleep. Sakura was still asleep when Sasuke decided to leave. He had matters to attend to and couldn't return to Konoha just yet. He entered Sakura's room, gazed at her sleeping face, planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, and then departed. Damn it! Sasuke ran away again. Naruto woke up to find him missing and felt dejected. "Oh well, we'll meet again eventually." Kakashi patted his golden hair. "But... Alright Naruto, after we return I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen." Kakashi smiled, recalling how Sasuke had given him some scrolls last night filled with intelligence from various nations. As long as they were safe, they could remain outside. As long as Tsunade was in charge, the village would always have a place for Sasuke. "Then I want to eat a lot of bowls. A giant seafood ramen," Naruto cheered. "Are you trying to bankrupt your teacher?" Kakashi's eyes widened. "That was quite expensive." "Teacher, I want some too." Sasuke passed by and upon hearing the mention of a treat quickly expressed his desire. The super spicy kind from last time was delicious. It's great to have someone treating. "Huh. Are you all planning to eat your teacher out of house and home?" Kakashi was slightly stunned, thinking Sasuke would order many bowls. His salary this month might not last. "What's wrong?" Sakura was awakened by the noise and yawned as she approached. "Kakashi-sensei said he would treat us," Sasuke explained. "What good fortune has Kakashi-sensei encountered?" Sakura was curious for a moment, but then brushed it aside. Sasuke had left, and Kakashi had received the news they could set off back to the village today. Everyone decided to buy some local specialties in this small village to share with everyone back home. At the roadside stalls there were unfamiliar fruits and some vegetables. Sakura excitedly approached a stall, wanting to buy some items to see if she could create new dishes and also to bring some of these fruits back for Ino's mother to taste. Thus the people of Yuin village saw 3 boys following this girl, buying and buying. By the time Sakura satisfied her shopping desires, it was already noon, and everyone had lunched before hurrying towards the village. On the way, Sakura discovered a glowing little tree and wanted to stop and investigate. "I've never seen a glowing tree before." Naruto curiously surrounded it to observe. No one had seen such a thing. Sakura thought perhaps bringing it back to the village could boost tourism. "Just afraid it won't survive later," Sasuke pondered. "We can just bring back some soil." Since they wanted to keep it, Kakashi took out a storage scroll and unfolded it. "Then let's take it back." Sakura nodded in agreement when she saw Kakashi pull out the scroll. Naruto grabbed a hoe and a wooden bucket, starting to work. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, wondering why Team 7 had to bring everything back home. Mission accomplished. Naruto wiped his sweat. Beside him were several buckets filled with dirt. After Kakashi sealed it in the storage scroll, Naruto picked up the tree that Sakura had wrapped and continued on their journey. Upon reaching the village, Tsunade was somewhat speechless upon learning they had dug up a tree, but she was intrigued when she saw it. After infusing it with chakra for inspection and finding no issues, she let them decide where to plant it. The tree was later planted in the empty space in front of Sakura's house because she seemed to really like it. The group decided this glowing tree would look great, planning to dig up more if they encountered it again in the future. At Ichiraku Ramen, as soon as they entered, they spotted Hinata and her teacher inside. "Kakashi, I didn't expect to run into you all here." Kurenai greeted them with a sigh. "Well, after returning from a mission, I have to treat my lovely students to a meal," Kakashi said, leading them to share a table. Hinata's face flushed bright red the moment she saw Naruto, and she shyly looked down. "Hinata, long time no see," Naruto said as he sat down beside her. It's been a long time, Naruto-kun." Hinata seemed like her head was about to steam from embarrassment. Sakura raised an eyebrow. Sitting between Naruto and Sasuke, it was impossible to sit next to Kiba and Shino. "Hinata, let me tell you. The seafood ramen is so delicious, you have to try it." Naruto enthusiastically recommended it to Hinata, who was blushing furiously. Naruto is recommending what I should eat. How? How happy? Did she faint? Hinata. What's wrong? Hinata. Everyone anxiously caught her asking nervously, but there was no response. Sakura hurriedly checked on her and sighed in relief. It's nothing, she just got too nervous, she'll be fine after a bit. Sakura reassured everyone to relax. After this little incident, Naruto lost his appetite and finished one bowl before rushing off to the hospital to see Hinata. The remaining Sakura, Kakashi, and Sasuke exchanged glances and decided to continue eating. That night Sakura went out for a walk and saw that the light from the tree cast a blue glow over the area. It was beautiful, and everything around was clearly visible, leaving her in awe. She hadn't expected that this could also serve as a light source. It would be great if there were more. Perhaps she should discuss it with Tsunade and go out to search for more. This little tree was so bright, if it grew bigger it might shine even more. The leaves looked beautiful as Sakura touched the trunk and leaves. Oh, Nekin! A sweet voice from behind called out. Nekin, how did you come out? Indeed, Xiaoyu could now say dad, mom, and sister. She carried Xiaoyu back and handed him to Yachui's mother. He still needed a bath tonight, and would be put to bed afterward. The next day, Xiaoying and the others learned from Gangsho that Zhuo Zhu had killed the Shiwan. Mingren was furious. If the Shiwan had been dealt with, why had Zhuo Zhu not returned? Even now Mingren did not know that Zhuo Zhu was staying away because of Yuji Boyu. Evidently everyone had been keeping the matter tightly concealed. Grandma Gangsho, let me leave the village to look for Zhuo Zhu, he pleaded. Gangsho replied that she had called them together for a different matter. Gangsho leaned back in her chair and spoke. They had received reports that Shiwan had gathered many children and kept them together. Their task was to go to those locations, rescue them, and arrange for their care. Of course, they could also bring the children back and place them in safety. The mission was no simple affair. After asking Mingren to step outside, Gangsho explained that Shiwan had conducted human experiments for many years and that these children possessed unusual abilities. She expected them to recover every one of them and absolutely must not let any fall into other nations' hands. Their feelings were mixed and complicated. Xiaoying and the others were beginning to touch the darker sides of the world. Gangsho warned that ninjas from other countries would also be involved and urged them to take care and return alive. Gangsho tapped the table and looked at the 11 before her. Lu Wan Jing Yi Ding Ci Tian Tian Ning Ci Xiao Lie Si Ma Kai Xiaoing Ka Ka Xian's Wu Jing, saying that if necessary they could eliminate them. At those words the air seemed to freeze. She acknowledged that they might not agree with the decision, but for the future of Mu Yi it had to be so. Gangsho felt weary. Although she had been in office 3 years, her deterrent effect was still insufficient. With other nations watching hungrily, this course had become a reluctant necessity. If other countries took those strangely gifted children home, Mu Yi village would face a lasting threat. They would not refrain from acting under friendly pretenses. She instructed them not to tell Mingren about any plan to eliminate the children until the very end. He was a bit single-minded, and told them to keep the operation discreet. Lu Wan met Xiao Ying's gaze listlessly and looked away. He did not want the responsibility of leading the squad. Kakashi would be captain this time, with Lu Wan as his assistant. As if sensing what Lu Wan was thinking, the matter was settled. Lu Wan would assist. No one objected. The Nilang clan was famed for its intellect, each member capable of serving as a wartime strategist, even if the family as a whole tended toward laziness and an aversion to trouble. They all answered yes. Jingyi linked arms with Xiaoying and cheerfully walked out, only to see Mingren crouched in a corner, a shadow behind him. Approaching, they heard Mingren muttering something like "Exclude me, don't exclude me." Xiaoying and Jingyi were baffled. Their master simply did not want him exposed to the dark side, yet the boy had fixated on that very notion. Jingyi interrupted Mingren. "What are you doing?" Mingren brightened as if seeing a golden-haired puppy, calling out that Jingyi and Xiaoying were finally out. Jingyi rolled her eyes at his foolish antics and asked what he had been up to. Mingren scratched his head with a grin and said he had been bored while they were gone so long. He could not let them know what he had been doing a moment before. It was too embarrassing. Xiaoying blinked and dismissed it as a trick of the eyes. She had almost believed Mingren had turned into a little dog. Mingren blinked and asked what they had been talking about for so long. The two exchanged looks. Why had he suddenly become so solicitous? Before they could answer, Lu Wan arrived like a savior and called Mingren to go. They would eat and then depart on the mission. Lu Wan came in holding his head. His mother had been cooking Mingren's favorite dishes these days and had asked him to call Mingren home for the meal. If he did not bring him along, his mother would surely scold him. "Fine," Mingren asked. "Had Aunt Jinai made something I like?" "You will know soon enough," Lu Wan replied with a sigh. The foolish child was so easily distracted. Well, he would keep an eye on him in future. Such a trusting heart. Watching them leave, Xiaoying and Jingyi headed off as well. Jingyi's mother was out today, so Jingyi would eat at Xiaoying's house. They could have eaten outside, but Xiaoying brought her home. As soon as they entered, the little one leapt at her, eyes wide and sparkling. Jingyi pretended to sob, asking if Xiaoyu only saw his sister, and not, and Jingyi wiping her eye for effect. Clever Xiaoyu froze briefly, then patted her hand. Don't cry, he murmured, pressing his chubby cheek close. Xiaoying inwardly chided Jingyi had she been so idle lately as to trick a child. Jingyi hugged him and grinning walked to the table. The deceived little Xiaoyu was puzzled. Wasn't this sister supposed to be very sad? Why was she smiling now? Xiaoying first told Yuchui's mother about the impending mission. Hearing it, Yuchui's mother frowned, struck by an uneasy premonition. Is the mission dangerous? She asked. You two girls must stay in the rear, do not be reckless and stay safe, Yuchui's mother admonished, unable to relax as they ate. Don't worry, they assured her hastily. Still remaining in the rear seemed unlikely. Either of them was timid, and if something happened they would truly step forward. Because both were medical ninjas, one must stay behind. At worst they would rock paper scissors and the loser would remain to tend the wound. Seeing her sister leave without him, Xiaoyu was very sad and clutched her skirt tightly. Patting his small head, she told him to behave at home. Soon Xiaoyu fell asleep. The sleep seal specially devised for him worked only on him, so with it they need not worry about him clinging to them or crying on the way. Isn't the sleep seal supposed to be unusable on those without chakra? Jingyi asked in puzzlement. Xiaoying explained, and the two bid farewell to Yuchui's mother before leaving. They hurried to the gate. The other two squads had already assembled. Mingren was speaking with Xiaoli. Lu Wan leaned against the wall. Tian was cleaning a kunai. Ning Ci propped his face with one hand watching hers. Wu Jing held a scroll sketching while Ding Ci munched on snacks. The two teachers conversed and laughed lightly about their students. Everyone had arrived except Kakashi. Seeing the two girls, the others waved and called that Xiaoying had finally come. Apologizing for the slight delay, Xiaoying said they had kept them waiting. Not at all, they replied. They had only just arrived and teacher Kakashi had not yet come. Mingren smiled with radiant warmth. If he said they had only just arrived, then it was true. Kakashi sensei is taking so long again, late as usual. Naruto muttered, already counting ants. Kakashi appeared right behind him and rapped him sharply on the head. Never complain about your teacher behind his back. I merely stepped out to pick up a few things. Ow. Naruto clutched his head. This was utterly unfair. Let's go. Kakashi added, indeed, having bought an assortment of sweet buns, pastries, and drinks. Once the team assembled, they set off, following Kakashi back toward the Sound Village. Sakura observed her surroundings closely along the way, wondering whether she might spot more of those luminous trees, truly breathtaking sights. They halted before a cave entrance. One squad stood guard outside while two others entered. Inside, the cavern stood utterly empty, no trace of anything remained. Sasuke had stripped the place clean. Kakashi surveyed the barren chamber, then searched several more rooms in succession, finding nothing at all. Sakura approached a patch of charred earth. Fine ash on the ground caught her attention. What could this be? Choji, does this place feel unnervingly eerie to you? Huh. Ino rubbed her arms. Why had Orochimaru chosen such an unsettling location? Well, of course caves feel eerie, Choji replied, puzzled. If you're afraid, just walk in the middle. Choji crunched loudly into a potato chip. That sound only deepened the dread. Ino clenched her jaw, then lost control, punching him square on the head. Be quiet. Choji sighed inwardly. Ino's temper seemed to grow sharper by the day. After completing their reconnaissance with no useful findings, the team regrouped outside. They pressed onward to the next destination, an island off the coast. There too Orochimaru maintained a hidden base, a detail Sasuke himself had revealed. Surprisingly, even Konoha showed interest in its occupants. Had they known earlier, they might have simply packed everything up and delivered it straight to Sakura. Meanwhile, Sasuke continued his search elsewhere, accompanied by 3 allies he'd personally recruited. Tell me, where is Itachi Uchiha? Sasuke tightened his grip around Daidora's throat, his expression impassive, crimson eyes blazing with 3 black tomo fused into a single ominous pattern. Daidora's body bore fresh lacerations, his face was bruised and swollen, glaring furiously at Sasuke. You bastard, if you refuse to speak! Sasuke sneered coldly, driving his blade forward with his free hand. From afar, the 3 members of the Hawk team hesitated. Should they intervene? Before they reached a decision, a colossal explosion erupted. Their mouths fell open in stunned disbelief. Could it be? Their newly appointed leader had vanished in an instant. I'll check it out. Karen, the red-haired kunoichi, rushed forward tense and anxious. Suigetsu and Yugo exchanged shrugs and followed. At the blast epicenter, a colossal skeletal frame erupted from behind Sasuke, shielding him completely. Unscathed by the detonation, Sasuke flicked blood from his blade and carefully wiped it with a handkerchief, Sakura's gift meticulously preserved. Thus the trio arrived to find Sasuke seated motionlessly beneath a tree, gazing blankly at his sword, his gaze turning icy as they approached. They paused uncertainly. Had Sasuke not yet sated his bloodlust? Would approaching provoke another assault? Once assembled, he rose without a word and strode ahead, back turned. Let's go. Yes, sir. They replied obediently, falling into step behind him. Then, what was this? A glowing tree blocked their path. Sasuke frowned. Trees that walked. Unthinkable. What is this? A luminous ambulatory tree? Karen asked, intrigued, almost tempted to dissect it. That azure radiance is rather beautiful. Suigetsu mused, circling it slowly. Mem. Yugo nodded earnestly. Beautiful. Sasuke felt no awe, but if they found it beautiful, would Sakura? Would she admire it too? Perhaps they should excavate it and bring it back. Absolutely stunning. All three affirmed. 15 minutes later, Yugo carried the entire luminescent tree silently in tow, while Sasuke strode ahead unburdened and lightfoot. Having teammates truly helped, someone else could carry the load. Sasuke reflected as he led them toward the land of fire. Though Deidara had yielded no precise intelligence, prior reports indicated Itachi Uchiha had headed westward, toward the land of fire. On the island, Sakura struck down an attacker with a single swift blade stroke, then hurled a kunai toward a ninja creeping up behind Ino, eliminating both in quick succession. This is bad. Ino and Sakura stood back to back, breathing deeply. Hold on a little longer, they'll emerge soon. Sakura sighed, pulling out a thick stack of explosive tags from her pack, dangerous for wide area use given the risk of collateral harm. Ino, are you ready? Of course, I've got this, Ino declared confidently. A massive eagle soared overhead. Sakura flung the tags skyward, seized Ino's hand, and leapt upward. Detonate! Sai guided the eagle to catch them midair, exhaling in relief. How perilous that had been. Earlier they discovered traces of enemy shinobi along the route, prompting them to split up. Unexpectedly, Sakura and Ino encountered the highest concentration of foes. Upon learning this from captured enemies, Sai raced back, arriving just in time. Are you all right? Sai asked, concern etching his features as he studied Ino. Her cheeks flushed crimson under his unwavering gaze. She quickly turned away. No. I'm fine. Truly. Sai remained unconvinced. Their clothes were stained with blood. We're fine, don't worry. Sakura reassured him with a firm pat. Then, leaning close to Ino's shoulder, she whispered playfully. Hey, Ino, isn't Sai incredibly handsome? You. What are you saying? Ino stammered, flustered. He, do you like him? We could arrange a match. Stop teasing, Sakura. Humph. Ino shoved Sakura's hand away and spun around, her ears burning scarlet. Sai blinked, bewildered. What had just happened? Why had she suddenly grown so irate? It's fine, just watch the road. Let's go support Tenten. Sakura met his puzzled gaze and shook her head gently. Sai nodded silently. At Tenten's location, the spectacle was dazzling. She unfurled a scroll and countless kunai burst forth, impaling adversaries like porcupine quills. Ino marveled. Truly extraordinary, you rival Sakura herself. Me. Sakura tilted her head, puzzled. Your explosive tags, her kunai. Looks like I'm the poorest of us all, can't even afford to buy any. Ino's face fell into a comical grimace. How could the heir to the Yamanaka clan utter such a thing with a straight face? Sakura couldn't even muster a retort. No one took that seriously except perhaps one man hopelessly smitten. Here, my savings. Ino, take whatever you need. Sai bashfully produced his personal bride fund and offered it to Ino. Sakura stared dumbfounded. When exactly had that transpired without her knowledge? Ino blinked, bewildered. What? Why give it to me? What's going on? Ino may purchase anything she wishes with my funds. Sakura covered her mouth, stifling laughter. Sai hadn't even begun courting her yet. And he'd already surrendered his salary. What on earth are you babbling about? Ino flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Sai tilted his head, puzzled. Why was she suddenly angry? Watching the pair up close was simply too delightful. Tenten and her companions soon noticed them, and the battle ended swiftly. Tenten sustained several deep wounds, whereas Niji remained relatively unscathed. Even blindfolded, he bore no injuries. It seems our journey ahead will be anything but smooth. Tenten sighed. Sakura tended to her wounds while Ino carefully bandaged them. Niji sat quietly beside them, inwardly agitated yet outwardly impassive, secretly wondering when his sight would finally. All right, you're healed now. Still, Tenten, you must strengthen your close combat skills. I'll personally oversee her training, Niji declared. Tenten grimaced. She had no desire for it whatsoever. As long as you have a plan, that's reassuring. After all, the battles ahead will be perilous. Sakura felt increasingly uneasy. They kept encountering clusters of hostile shinobi, repeated, exhausting and utterly aggravating. Once we locate Shikamaru, we'll devise another strategy. Sakura rubbed her temples in frustration. We're not in the land of fire anymore. Other nations have dispatched numerous shinobi here. If we eliminate them all, it could cause serious diplomatic complications for the 5th Hokage. Yet if we ignore them, they may strike us from the shadows. What complications could possibly arise? Ino frowned baffled. Surely the answer was simple: fight back. I fear they'll demand compensation from our village. And if the fifth Hokage chooses to comply? Sakura hesitated, not out of distrust in Tsunade but because those in power must weigh countless political variables. Such an outcome, however unlikely, remained plausible. At these words, Niji's chakra darkened with lethal intent. His father's fate flashed before him. The man had been condemned not for wrongdoing but for defending Hinata against kidnappers within their own village. Oh, come now, why dwell on such things? Relax, we have Shikamaru with us, so everything will be fine. And don't forget your faith in our sensei. Ino slipped an arm around Sakura's shoulders, gently steering her away from darker thoughts. Shikamaru, upon reuniting with Sakura and the others, could only sigh. Why overthink it? If the sky falls, let the tallest stand beneath it. Just act boldly, I'll handle the consequences. Isn't this precisely the opportunity the fifth Hokage needs to assert her authority? Lady Tsunade would welcome such challenges, repeatedly. They freed 25 captives from the underground cells. Starving, unconscious, likely abandoned after Orochimaru's defeat, left no one to deliver their meals. How on earth do we escort so many people back? Tenten fretted, slumped across Ino's back. Everyone was injured, the group was large, and the road ahead felt treacherous. A betrayal from within would be catastrophic. Sai, can you manage so many at once? Sakura asked after checking everyone's condition. Sai frowned. I can summon at most 2 giant eagles, each capable of carrying 15. But the rest of you will need to travel on foot. That meant 1 eagle could carry 8 people, and Sai could simultaneously control 2 such beasts through his super beast imitating drawing technique. That's more than enough. Don't you recall you lost us a scroll last time? Sakura retrieved the scroll from their previous mission. Kakashi and the other 3 jonin, Asuma and Guy, along with Naruto and Lee, had yet to return. They would wait until the entire team was assembled. Where are they? As dusk approached and the 5 were still absent, anxiety mounted. Tenten, though gravely wounded earlier, had regained enough strength to walk after repeated treatments. Elsewhere, Naruto and Lee. Naruto stared in awe at a grove of luminous blueting trees, then immediately unsheathed his hoe and began digging. Lee blinked, bewildered. Naruto, what are you doing? I'm digging up these glow trees. Sakura said they're beautiful. I want to plant them all across Konoha. I'm taking them home. Beaming, Naruto carefully placed the first excavated sapling aside. Hearing this, Lee joined him with equal enthusiasm, and remarkably neither encountered a single enemy shinobi along the way. In stark contrast, Kakashi and the 3 jonin fared far worse. They ran straight into Itachi Uchiha. Itachi sighed inwardly. He merely indulged a whim, to inspect Orochimaru's abandoned base. Instead, he found them, an exasperating complication. Asuma was negligible. Asuma? Is that really polite? Guy, a master of taijutsu, could break free from genjutsu with relative ease. But Kakashi? He was troublesome, especially since he wished to conserve chakra for his eventual confrontation with Sasuke. Naruto joyfully summoned Gamabunta. The great toad surveyed the surroundings. What is it, Naruto? Are you in danger? Naruto shook his head and pointed to the towering mound of trees beside him. Nope. Boss Toad, I need you to carry all these back for me. Gamabunta stared in silence, utterly speechless. Naruto. What kind of beast do you take me for? Please, 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 Boss Toad, help me out. Naruto pleaded, pouting like a child. In the end, Naruto and Lee stood atop Gamabunta's head, surrounded by dozens of glowing saplings, chattering gleefully as they rode. Gamabunta gritted his teeth. I'll endure it, for the sake of this boy's contract and his lineage as the 4th Hokage's son. Otherwise I'd sweat him flat. Birds scattered wildly from the forest canopy as thunderous footsteps drew near. The group braced themselves, until Sakura spotted Gamabunta's silhouette and signaled them to stand down. Sakura. Shikamaru. Choji. Niji. Ino. Tenten. Sai. We're back. Naruto waved energetically. Such a colossal summoning beast. Ino gasped. They'd never seen Naruto's toad before. Shikamaru blinked slowly. I've got an idea. Indeed, a sound one. Sakura agreed. Choji frowned, puzzled. What idea? 2 masters of intricate scheming. What were they plotting now? Sakura. Thank you, Boss Toad, truly. Ino. You're absolutely magnificent, Boss Toad. Tenten. We couldn't have made it without you. Flattered Gamabunta immediately consented to ferry them home. The 3 girls exchanged a quiet, triumphant thumbs up. All 25 rescued civilians lay safely across Gamabunta's broad back while the rest soared overhead on Sai's summoned eagles, until they spotted 3 motionless figures standing rigidly in the distance. Sai guided one eagle downward. They hauled the 3 onto the eagle's back. No response. They're almost certainly trapped in genjutsu. Ino murmured, waving her hand before their blank eyes. Should we dispel it? Shikamaru's voice trailed off as he watched Sakura pull out her brush. Hold on a moment. I'd love to sketch a seal for Sensei Kakashi. Not that she cared what he looked like truly. At last, she would see Kakashi Sensei's face. Her hand trembled slightly as she reached forward. So handsome. Ino's eyes sparkled with stars. Tenten nodded fervently. Sakura cleared her throat. No wonder I wore that expression last time. Naruto recoiled in disbelief. That perverted book-reading Kakashi Sensei. Handsome. Is this even the real him? Sakura's gaze flickered nervously. Her hand shook as she prepared the seal. Ahem. Let's focus on the mission. If Sensei Kakashi is this handsome, why wear a mask at all? An excellent question. One best left unasked again. The students, after all, had no answer. While they remained unconscious, Sakura hurriedly finished the drawing. Though slightly crooked, it proved effective. It'll fade only after 3 days, she mused with a quiet chuckle. How amusing it'll be when they wake up. Shikamaru lay sprawled on his back, hands cradling his head, glancing idly at the crimson flower painted across Asuma's face. Fortunately, he'd spent those 3 days resting at home. Only his family and Sakura had seen him since. That evening, the people carried on Gamabunta's back gradually stirred awake. The group paused to prepare food for them. Kakashi too regained consciousness at that moment, and raised an eyebrow upon spotting the patterns adorning Might Guy's and Asuma's faces. Did you draw this while we were trapped in the genjutsu? Still, it doesn't suit their faces. Without having seen Kakashi's own visage, they might have thought little of it, but now inevitably comparison revealed the truth. Kakashi's features were strikingly adorned with the pattern of red spider lilies. They took on an alluring, almost bewitching elegance. Hearing his remark, the others nodded in quiet agreement. Yet with Kakashi now awake, there was no need for the others to hunt for provisions. After all, he had purchased far more than enough before leaving the village. She handed a steamed bun and a drink to a small girl crouching silently nearby. The child cast her a wary glance, hesitated, then accepted the offering. Thank you. You're welcome, she replied warmly, eyes crinkling into gentle crescents, before turning toward another child. Oddly enough, among this group, Shikamaru was the one most readily embraced by the children. Several sat quietly around him, hushed and attentive. Shikamaru wore an expressionless mask, inwardly sighing, what a nuisance. He had no idea the children mistook his weary, lifeless demeanor for shared coercion, and thus felt safe approaching him. After brief discussion, they decided to rest for the night, and resume travel at dawn. Kakashi summoned his Niken to return to the village and relayed the situation. Securing shelter for the children would be their first priority. Sensei Guy and Sensei Asuma still haven't awakened. Are they truly all right? Lee voiced his concern. Kakashi had woken nearly half a day earlier. Ino bristled. Are you questioning my medical skill, or Sakura's? And no, not at all. Lee retreated meekly. Gomen nasai. Sakura gently calmed Ino. Don't worry. They should awaken by tomorrow. Let's discuss the night watch instead. These trees glow too brightly. I'll cover them. Naruto unrolled a scroll and pulled out a mountain of black clay. Sai remained silent. Why does Team 7 always carry such bizarre items on missions? Sensei should take the night watch. You've already rested sufficiently? Kakashi rose, only for Shikamaru to stop him. Please rest, Sensei Kakashi. Your chakra is severely depleted from the genjutsu. Niji and I will stand watch. They both rested during the day precisely to prepare for this contingency. I'm perfectly fine, Sensei. Sensei Kakashi, please heed Shikamaru's advice. They are formidable shinobi. Ino echoed the sentiment. Kakashi gazed upon these teenagers, 16-17 years old, and realized with quiet awe how much they had grown. And so he yielded, retiring to rest. If anything arises, alert us immediately. Do not act alone. As they neared the land of fire, enemies would surely grow restless. Understood. Shikamaru and Niji ascended a tree, concealing themselves within its foliage. Niji reached to remove his bandages, only for Shikamaru to murmur, no need. You must remain concealed. Not until Naruto assumed leadership. He and Sakura had already agreed Naruto as Hokage was inevitable, and when that day came they would support him unwaveringly, resolving Niji's predicament in full. Very well. It had long become second nature. If removal wasn't permitted, then he'd simply wait. Niji knew he was part of Sakura and Shikamaru's quiet, careful design, and willingly so. The first half of the night passed without incident. Sakura and Ino awoke to relieve the pair, letting the others sleep undisturbed. To everyone's surprise, except Shikamaru and Niji, not a single intruder appeared during the second half. At dawn they resumed their journey. Not far from where they'd rested, over a dozen figures lay bound together, breaths growing faint. Unseen and unsung, Shikamaru and Niji slept deeply. So many. Upon hearing Kakashi's report, Tsunade knew Orochimaru was monstrous, but never imagined he'd sink this low conducting so many human experiments. Kakashi nodded. Yes, 5th Hokage. I've prepared several rooms in West Street, take them there first. Then return home and rest. It's already late. Understood, 5th Hokage. Sakura and Ino departed midway. The 3 teachers could handle the matter alone. For the next month Sakura volunteered at the hospital. One evening returning home she found Tsunade inside, her parents conversing with her in tense halting fragments. Welcome home, Sakura. I'm home. She slipped off her shoes and approached, lifting the toddler who'd crawled eagerly toward her. Wunchin. Yu's plump cheeks rubbed against Sakura's face until she rewarded her with a soft kiss. Master. Sakura, this time I've come to ask a favor. Tsunade's expression dimmed. Is something wrong? Sakura asked, puzzled. What challenge could possibly elude Tsunade's resolve? Hearing this, Sakura's parents discreetly withdrew, granting them privacy. They'd intended to carry you away, but she clutched her mother's collar fiercely, refusing to let go. Jiraiya is heading to the village hidden in the rain. I'd like you to design a new type of medical talisman for him. Tsunade stated her purpose plainly. Of course. Sakura nodded, without hesitation. Jiraiya had treated Naruto with rare kindness. Relieved, Tsunade gestured toward the door, signaling Jiraiya to enter. Where had Jiraiya been? She hadn't seen him upon entering. Sakura retrieved her brush, first sketching the seal onto his face, then adding several more on his hands for good measure. Thank you, Sakura. Jiraiya smiled. This young woman was truly exceptional. Pity Naruto saw only friendship in her. For a fleeting moment he even considered matchmaking the two. You're very welcome, Lord Jiraiya. May your journey be safe and swift. Sakura bowed her head, watching them depart. She hoped the talismans would bring Jiraiya home safely. If not, Naruto would be heartbroken. The sky darkened unusually fast that day. Sakura declined dinner, cradling Yu as she retreated to her room. After a pause she penned a letter to Sasuke. He bit into a tricolored dango, then faintly frowned. It tasted slightly sweeter than usual. A summons cry echoed across the heavens. Sasuke lifted his hand, unfurled the scroll, read its contents, and the corner of his lips lifted just slightly. Lord Sasuke actually smiled. Karen bit her knuckle, tears welling. Who else could possibly make him gather gifts day after day? Suigetsu, curious. Karen asked, eyes gleaming. Suigetsu grinned. Are you Jugo? Jugo stared blankly ahead. Not at all. Truly not curious. This is the one person Lord Sasuke holds closest to his heart, damn it. Jugo remained unmoved, but Karen, overcome, shouted aloud and slammed a fist into Suigetsu's skull, effectively silencing his prying. What was she doing? Was she mad? Mad. Under the cover of night the four hastened toward Amigakure village. Sasuke had only declared their destination, Amigakure, offering no further explanation. The others asked nothing, fearing his cold indifference. After hours of travel they paused to rest. The three jostled hesitantly before Suigetsu finally stepped forward. Sasuke, why are we going to Amigakure? The Akatsuki, the organization led by Itachi Uchiha, maintains its main base there. Telling them the truth is out of the question. So, we're going to fight Itachi Uchiha. Suigetsu's voice carried a flicker of excitement. I will face him, not we. You'll wait outside. Sakura's letter had asked him to safeguard Jiraiya, the Nine-Tails host's mentor. Though reluctant, he could never refuse her request, not the first time she'd reached out to him. She was the light that guided him from his darkest despair. Every vow he made to her he kept without fail, and no one under any circumstance would ever take her from him. He also intended to verify whether Itachi Uchiha remained in Amigakure. A village perpetually drenched in rain, Amigakure's overseers detected all outsiders upon entry, so discretion demanded careful planning. Naruto's expression darkened. An uneasy premonition clung to him. Sakura. Tsunade back and said, Jiraiya-sensei has left on a mission. Yes, and since you're free for now, would you like to join me on a mission? Sakura waved the mission scroll lightly in her hand. Having attained the rank of Jonin, she could select her own teammates and undertake assignments independently, no supervising instructor required. Normally Naruto would have agreed instantly, but this time he lowered his head. I'm sorry, Sakura. I want to wait for Jiraiya-sensei to return. Sakura sighed softly and ruffled his hair. I believe Jiraiya-sensei will be fine. Trust me. Then I'll depart for my mission now. You train well in Konoha. All right. They parted ways. As Sakura walked home, she passed the riverside, where the azure glow trees she'd brought back earlier now flourished across the vacant lot, radiant and serene. A single azure glow tree also grew inside her home, yet this one was extraordinary, ambulatory and sentient. To conceal its nature, she'd planted it indoors, never allowing it outside. Little Yu often chased it playfully through the house. Changing into her training attire, Sakura set out. This assignment posed little challenge, escorting grain supplies to Sunagakure for a merchant from that village, a trivial task for a jonin of her caliber. Upon learning of the mission, Naro Shikaku immediately petitioned Tsunade to assign Shikamaru as Sakura's companion. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, until Shikaku revealed his son's affection for Sunagakure's princess, at which point she readily consented. Why refuse? If mutual affection blossomed, a union might even strengthen ties between the two villages, fostering enduring alliance. Thus Shikamaru, who'd been napping atop his rooftop, was summoned. He stared blankly. His father beamed. Clever, isn't it? For your lifelong happiness, I've labored tirelessly to forge a strategic alliance between our nations. Even my wife complains about my thinning hair. Thanks, Dad. No need to thank me. Shikaku nodded with quiet satisfaction. His long-awaited opportunity had arrived. Without hesitation, he turned and hurried off, intent on seeking Sakura's help in matchmaking. Shikamaru, utterly exasperated, silently wondered whether that thanks had been sincere, or merely unspoken sarcasm. And why did that rumor persist? Naruto. I'll remember this. Don't ask why Sakura isn't targeted. Her protector is formidable. Only the earnest, hot-blooded Naruto remains fair game. Years later, Naruto, the 7th Hokage, stared at Shikamaru idling in his office while mountains of paperwork buried his desk. He clenched his fist, wishing fiercely he could deliver a sharp slap to his younger self. Shikamaru, eyes dull and resigned, methodically packed his gear to catch up with the main party. Meanwhile, Sakura received a personal request from Uncle Shikaku. Please look after Shikamaru during the mission. Sakura nodded firmly. I'll support him wholeheartedly, don't worry. Please. Shikaku invited her to dinner upon her return before departing contentedly. Sakura arched a brow as Shikamaru arrived late. How slow you are, Shikamaru. Did you lose your way along life's path like Kakashi-sensei? Shikamaru blinked, expressionless. No. I was simply contemplating how to remove future obstacles, since I suspect I've been maneuvered into this. Haha. Sakura laughed heartily, earning a weary glare from Shikamaru. After a pause, she guided him to meet the Sunagakure merchant Sanda Kid, introducing him as part of the escort detail. Pleasure to meet you, esteemed shinobi. May I ask your name? Sanda Kid extended his hand. Shikamaru shook it briefly. No need for formal titles, it feels awkward. Just call me Nara. Ah. Right. Just Nara is perfectly fine, please don't stand on ceremony. Sakura interjected gently to ease his nerves. Having heard grim tales of shinobi who killed without hesitation, Sanda Kid had previously hired only samurai, men whose arrogance, excessive demands, and occasional banditry left him wary. Now cautiously hiring shinobi for the first time, he found Konoha's ninja refreshingly courteous, approachable, and decidedly not the merciless killers of legend. Relief washed over Sanda Kid. This investment, it seemed, had been well worth it. Thank you both for undertaking this journey. It's our duty, no thanks necessary. Sakura nodded and took position beside Shikamaru, flanking the caravan's center, ready to respond swiftly should danger arise. Big sister, you're so beautiful. A girl of 5 or 6 darted forward, hands clasped behind her back, grinning up at Sakura. Sakura ruffled her hair gently. Thank you, you're lovely too. The girl blinked her wide, luminous eyes. I hope I'll be just as beautiful when I grow up. You'll shine even brighter. Amid endless sands, a bright spirit like hers was a rare gift. Her name was Sanda Suzuko, daughter of the merchant leader, and having traveled widely, she'd witnessed countless lands and lives. Precocious beyond her years, Suzuko regaled Sakura with vivid stories. Shikamaru strolled nearby, hands in pockets, lethargy etched into every line of his posture, as if mourning the nap he'd sacrificed for duty. This place is scorching. Has father truly lost his mind over matchmaking? Or else why exile me here on such a tedious mission? At that very moment, Shikaku sneezed sharply while reviewing documents. Across the desk, a black-haired subordinate glanced up. Concerned director, have you caught a cold? No need for medicine. I know exactly who's cursing me. Shikaku dabbed his nose with a handkerchief, certain it was his troublesome, perpetually reluctant son. Though he had no idea why the department head had spoken so, there was no need to persuade him further if nothing else required attention. Department head, if there's nothing else, they'll take my leave now. Raku waved his hand dismissively. As clan head, he was perpetually overwhelmed, juggling paperwork for Tsunade while simultaneously managing internal clan affairs. We've arrived already. Sakura gazed at Sunagakure's imposing gait, puzzled. Last time when Kakashi-sensei led their team, the journey had taken far longer. Isn't this the usual arrival time? Shikamaru frowned, baffled by her question. He had visited Sunagakure several times before, all via this very route. Last time Kakashi-sensei's team took much longer. Did you perhaps take a detour? It was indeed plausible. After all, Kakashi-sensei occasionally lacked reliability. After helping Shirden K unload and arrange his belongings, he paid her 5,000 ryo. A remarkably simple task, and handsomely rewarded. Having received her payment, Shurden Suzu clung to Sakura in tearful protest against parting. Only after Sakura spent considerable time soothing her did they finally step out, Shikamaru trailing behind. "Sakura, what are you doing here?" Temari happened upon them as she walked home, greeting Sakura warmly while pointedly ignoring Shikamaru behind her. "Temari, we've accepted a mission here. It's been a long time." "Ah, I see. Why not stay the night? Come to my place, I'd love to show off my cooking." Temari beamed with genuine delight. Sakura's gentle, amiable demeanor charmed her instantly. Shikamaru followed silently behind the two girls, utterly overlooked, and made no effort to intervene. One night would do just fine, he had no preference either way. Lately while cooking I've noticed Gaara is quite particular about food. He often slips dishes he dislikes into Kankuro's bowl when Kankuro isn't looking, thinking we won't notice. How utterly endearing. Gaara actually does something so adorable. Absolutely. And another thing. Once while training his disciple, the boy grew visibly distressed over a family matter, but felt too embarrassed to confide in Gaara. Sakura sighed inwardly but refrained from dampening Temari's enthusiasm. Clearly Temari had few peers her age, hence her eagerness to share so freely. Shikamaru. Was this woman truly treating him as though he were heir? Had his presence diminished to such an extent? Temari first led them to purchase groceries, then promptly delegated the heavy bags to Shikamaru. Next she guided Sakura to a local boutique showcasing traditional attire, light, breezy, and distinctly Sun-inspired. Shikamaru sat quietly on a chair and sighed, watching the two girls try on garments. He yawned, deeply weary. How much longer will this take? Hee, don't you think it's lovely, Sakura? The two emerged, Temari twirling playfully as her skirt flared outward. Her top lifted slightly, revealing a slender snow-pale waist. Shikamaru glanced briefly, then swiftly averted his gaze, ears faintly flushed. It's absolutely stunning. Don't you agree, Shikamaru? Sakura beamed approvingly, tossing the question directly to him. Shikamaru, yes, it's truly beautiful. Please don't put me on the spot. Sakura looks wonderful in this too. I must buy one as well. Then we can wear them together. An hour had passed before their shopping concluded. Dusk had already settled. Shikamaru exhaled heavily, lugging two bulging bags behind the two girls, now linked arm in arm. Why today of all days did Sakura keep turning every question toward him? I'm home. Welcome back. Hearing her voice, Kankuro stepped outside. I ran into Sakura and Shikamaru. They're staying for dinner tonight, and I'll be showing off my culinary skills. Yo, Sakura, Shikamaru. Long time no see. Long time no see. The two exchanged greetings, then were ushered to sit outside while Kankuro kept them company. Temari disappeared into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Though guests were under no obligation to help, Sakura delivered a sharp, playful slap to Shikamaru's back, nearly toppling him. Huh. He stared bewildered at Sakura, utterly mystified by her sudden strike. Go help in the kitchen. His expression screamed, why me? Wordlessly Shikamaru trailed Temari into the kitchen. Sakura's welcome, but why did he have to come along? Kankuro viewed Shikamaru, the proverbial pig eyeing his precious cabbage, with undisguised disdain, never granting him a single kind glance. Sakura replied cheerfully, we're on a joint mission, and met Temari along the way, so we decided to visit together. No. I wasn't genuinely asking why you came. I mean, never mind. Kankuro sighed inwardly, exhausted. He desperately needed comfort from his adorably oblivious younger brother. Yet even Gaara couldn't offer solace. Watching the two move harmoniously in the kitchen, warm, effortless, companionable, Kankuro ground his teeth in silent fury. His hand wiping down a puppet nearly wrenched its arm clean off. If not for the puppet's exceptional craftsmanship, it surely would have shattered. Sakura, blissfully unaware, happily indulged in the unfolding romance, her grin radiant with quiet delight. I'm home. Gaara's voice echoed 30 minutes later. Kankuro rushed forward, embracing him tightly. Welcome home. Startled by Kankuro's uncharacteristic warmth, Gaara blinked, then spotted Sakura and tilted his head in mild confusion. Sakura. Good evening, Gaara. He nodded toward Shikamaru, who stood beside the stove. Good evening. What brings you both here? We encountered Temari during our mission, so we thought we'd drop by as guests. Is Naruto here too? Gaara asked, his tone brightening with unmistakable hope. Kankuro bit down hard on his handkerchief, tears threatening. It felt as though both his sister and brother were slipping away, lured inexorably toward Konoha. No, he's not. It's just Sakura and me this time. We hope we're not imposing. Not at all. Please feel free to ask for anything. After all, we are friends, aren't we? Gaara offered a faint, serene smile, yet remained puzzled by Kankuro's palpable distrust of Shikamaru. Kankuro murmured something hurriedly in his ear. Gaara's eyes narrowed, skeptical, unconvinced. In short, just keep an eye on Shikamaru. All right, Gaara conceded hesitantly. At last dinner was served. Temari eagerly seated Sakura beside her, and gestured for Shikamaru to sit on Sakura's other side. But seeing Gaara settle naturally into the remaining seat, Sakura said nothing. Throughout the meal, aside from Kankuro occasionally snatching food from Shikamaru's plate, a source of quiet exhaustion, the atmosphere remained warm and content. Later, lying in the courtyard, Shikamaru gazed up at a tree glowing softly with ethereal blue light, puzzled. Why did Sunagakure have one too? I apologize for earlier. Temari stepped out and sat beside him. Shikamaru. About Kankuro, he may have misunderstood something. You probably didn't eat enough at dinner. This dessert is something I learned from Sakura. It should be quite good. Try it. She placed the treat beside him, then glanced at the luminous tree and smiled faintly. This blue glowing tree was Naruto's gift to Gaara. Gaara worried it wouldn't survive transplantation, but it adapted beautifully. It thrives. Shikamaru sat up, picked up a dango and took a bite, subtly sweet, perfectly balanced. Their quiet companionship settled warmly between them. Meanwhile, crouched in the shadows, Kankuro gnawed through his handkerchief, furious. That sly fox has seized his chance. Gaara rubbed his temples, watching his adoptive elder brother with weary resignation, certain his current behavior was profoundly unbecoming. Shikamaru, the blue light tree that Naruto sent can change the soil. Neither of them noticed the crouching Kenjiro in the corner, but Shikamaru recalled the changes he noticed that day and spoke up. The environment in Konoha village is relatively good, so they might not have noticed, but the effect in Sunagakure is quite significant. The sand in their yard has turned into soil and has even sprouted flowers and grasses. Shikamaru frowned, aware that such luminous trees were not simple, but he had never considered that they could change the soil. If other countries found out, it would surely lead to unrest. But rest assured, no one in Konoha will notice. As for Sunagakure, I won't tell my younger brother or the others, but I hope you can help relay this to the 5th Hokage. We want to purchase some. This was the reason Shikamaru came to him. She didn't want to trouble Sakura, who had already helped her a lot. What a bother. Shikamaru felt that the dumpling in his mouth had lost its flavor. He noticed Shikamaru's focused and expectant gaze fixed on him and shifted his attention away. Just to be clear, if the 5th Hokage knows, he might not be willing to negotiate. Shikamaru was planning for the worst, so he didn't make any guarantees. That's enough. Thank you, Shikamaru. Shikamaru joyfully pounced on him, giving him a kiss on the cheek before leaving. Kenjiro, hiding in the shadows, was frozen in shock, feeling as if he might shatter. Gaara had initially not taken Kenjiro's words to heart, but now in this situation, his sister was being pursued by a pig. The air conditioning was running freely. As soon as Shikamaru left, he blushed, and after a long time covered his face with one hand. This racing heartbeat felt a bit ominous. Sakura, who had gone to bed early, was completely unaware of what had happened that night, and thus missed out on the gossip. In the morning, after washing up and sitting at the dining table, he noticed Gaara glaring at him, radiating murderous intent. Kenjiro also had a fierce look in his eyes. Sakura's mind was filled with big question marks. Did she miss something again? Shikamaru happily held her hand and pulled her down to sit. Quick, try this. It's the buns made according to what you said, see if they taste good. Sakura blinked. Thank you. Shikamaru, you should eat more too. Shikamaru also added a bun for him, showing no signs of embarrassment or shyness on her face. It looked as if she didn't care at all about that kiss from last night. Shikamaru tightened his grip on his chopsticks. Gaara glared at him angrily, while Sakura felt that if they weren't friends and allies, Shikamaru would have probably been sent to his grave by Gaara's sandstorm long ago. Shikamaru. He sighed deeply, then tried to ignore the two as he picked up the bun, took a bite, and thought it really suited his taste. How strange. Shikamaru, we haven't seen each other for a while. How about we spar later? Gaara put down his chopsticks and said in a flat tone. If he wasn't radiating murderous intent, Shikamaru might have actually considered sparring with him. Shikamaru lazily gave him a dismissive glance. No, too much trouble. I have to leave soon. Let's do it another time. Look at that, while others say next time. He specifically said later. When is later? I don't find it troublesome. Once you finish eating, we can start. Gaara stood up, crossing his arms over his chest. Shikamaru was still a bit confused about why they suddenly started talking about fighting. Kenjiro looked on with amusement, hoping Gaara would go easy on him. Seeing Shikamaru's pleading gaze directed at him, Sakura coughed twice and lowered her head, pretending she hadn't seen anything. He needed to let his future brother-in-law see his strength right. That way Gaara and the others would feel assured to entrust Shikamaru to him. After dinner, Shikamaru was ultimately dragged by Gaara to the training grounds. Sakura sat on a bench in the distance with Shikamaru and Kenjiro watching as Shikamaru endured for half an hour. Then he ran out of chakra and was beaten up by Gaara, his face bruised and swollen. Shikamaru was somewhat worried that beating him up like this might not be good. Sakura found it very amusing, laughing uncontrollably and leaning against Shikamaru as she giggled. The two in the arena heard her laughter, and Shikamaru narrowly dodged the sand on the ground. Veins bulged on his forehead. Indeed, he had chosen his friends poorly. And Gaara had become the Kazekage. Was it really okay to beat someone up in broad daylight like this? Hey! The Umbu from Sunigakure had gathered around. Surely they didn't plan to join in, did they? I admit. Well, it was great. Even his surrender was cut off. Gaara narrowed his eyes, raising one hand and sneering. With such strength did he still dare to have thoughts about his sister. In the end, Shikamaru was heavily injured and passed out. Sakura had no choice but to send a message to Tsunade saying that Shikamaru was unexpectedly injured and would need a few days to recover. Upon learning that this guy would have to stay here for a few days due to his injuries, Shikamaru helped take care of him. Gaara. Things had backfired. Had he known he wouldn't have injured him so severely, then he wouldn't have to stay here. I wish I hadn't come. The more I see him, the more displeased I feel. Kenjiro rubbed his head. Shikamaru was carefully wiping his face and applying medicine, which made Kenjiro so angry that he wanted to finish him off. Sakura, I'm done. Okay, thank you. Sakura thanked her and asked Shikamaru to keep an eye on him to prevent him from getting a fever, then went out to brew medicine. Gaara found her sorry, Sakura, for causing you trouble. It's fine anyway. Shikamaru getting beaten up is no big deal. Let him see Gaara's strength. Maybe he wouldn't be so lazy in the future. Him and my sister. Gaara hesitated for a moment but still asked. These two just have a good impression of each other at the moment, but I feel that it shouldn't be far off. Sakura was worried he might feel bad about Shikamaru's injury. By the way, Shikamaru has indeed been slacking off lately. This is just right to give him some motivation, so don't feel burdened. Gaara fell silent for a while, thinking a lot. The environment in Sunigakure was indeed not very good, while Konoha village was quite nice. If his sister really liked Shikamaru, marrying him in Konoha wouldn't be a bad idea. Besides, with him as the Kazekage as her brother, Shikamaru certainly wouldn't dare to mistreat her. Little did he know that Kenjiro, who had somewhat betrayed him, was closely watching the two. Shikamaru held back, frowning. Kenjiro, don't you have any missions today? I do. Kenjiro didn't understand why his sister was asking him this. If you have missions, why are you doing this? Otherwise, why would he be idly standing here watching her and the unconscious Shikamaru? Feeling scolded by his sister, Kenjiro felt wrong but couldn't say that the kid had feelings for her, and that he needed to keep an eye on him to prevent him from pursuing her. Shikamaru placed her hands on her hips, her expression serious now. Immediately go help Gaara handle documents and patrol. Okay. Kenjiro replied reluctantly, glancing back 3 times as he left. Shikamaru really wanted to give him a fan. What was wrong with this brother today? For the past 2 days Lu Wan had been nursing his wounds. Xiaoying had not returned to my village, so she did not know that after Zhu rescued Zi Lai, he had stormed into the Mai Huiying Tower, tossed Zi Lai aside and fled. Along the way he had run into Mingren, and the two of them had come to blows, wrecking many houses in Mai. Lu Wan yawned and lay in the courtyard staring at the tree. His irritation seemed on the verge of taking shape. Just last night he could not even leave his bed, yet waves of blue light wrapped him, and his wounds mended by more than half. If others knew how many such things existed in my village, without doubt a war would follow. So you were here, Lu Wan? Xiaoying returned from outside with a local sweet for him. Xiaoying, 3 days have passed, we should be leaving. He accepted it. I came to tell you the same thing, but we've troubled them these past few days. Should we prepare some gifts? Gifts? Why gifts? And what is that look on your face, Xiaoying? Resigned, he rose and followed her out. They walked together for a while until they passed a jewelry shop. He paused at a pair of earrings. He followed Xiaoying as if nothing were the matter. Although they had gone shopping, the gifts Xiaoying had prepared were not bought in Xiaoying village. She had made pills herself, 3 bottles for the 3 of them. Lu Wan rubbed his forehead, troubled. He truly did not know what to give. In the end he wrote Ai Luo a long list of suggestions on managing a village, hoping to help him consolidate authority in Xiaoying village. Kenjio Lang gave a set of protective gear, and Shou Ju received the pair of earrings bought that day. Thinking back to that scene, his ears warmed and he wondered whether she would like them. On the way home Lu Wan drifted into thought. Xiaoying called him several times, but he did not answer. Xiaoying asked with curiosity, "Are you thinking of Shou Ju? How did you?" He stopped mid-sentence. Xiaoying teased him, pleased to have guessed that Lu Wan had feelings for Shou Ju. Embarrassed and flushed, Lu Wan quickened his pace. Xiaoying shrugged and kept up with him. Hey, don't be angry, Lu Wan. It's just that I guess right, isn't that all? Don't worry, Lu Wan, I won't laugh at you, but I will tell Mingren and let him tease you, hee. You're so heh. In the end Lu Wan was teased all the way back into Mai by the village gate. His expression had gone numb. It was the first time he had heard Xiaoying talk so much. He wondered how Zhu Zhu could stand it without growing weary. Returning to the village, the two found Mai in some disarray, ruins everywhere, and wounded villagers stumbling along the road. An Umbu passing by saw Xiaoying and hurriedly reported in. She was told to go straight to the ninja hospital. After bidding Lu Wan farewell, Xiaoying hurried off. The moment she entered the hospital, Tsunade seized her and pulled her toward an emergency ward. Master! Xiaoying Zilai, yes, bodily functions are declining, failing. This operation will need you and Jingyi at my side to assist. Tsunade's expression was grim when Zhuizhu threw Zilai. She had nearly believed Zilai had been killed by Zhuizhu. Throwing Zilai onto the Huiying Tower had been a provocation. She nearly issued an rank rogue ninja notice, but the toads from Miao Mu Shan told her otherwise, and she regained some composure. She had only just managed to have those toads take Mingren to Miao Mu Mountain to train before staying here to tend to Zilai. This surgery would consume both time and chakra. She could not perform it alone, which was why she had been waiting for her return. Jingyi had already been called to the hospital to help. After greeting Xiaoying, she entered the operating room to prepare, while Xiaoying followed Tsunade to sterilize and change. Before the operation, Tsunade's hands trembled. Xiaoying guessed she must be thinking of her former lover and her brother, afraid she might not be able to save Zilai. If Zilai could not be saved, Tsunade would surely break down. Xiaoying sighed, gripped her wrist, and said, Master, let me take the lead. Stand by and tell me what needs to be done. Her tone was gentle yet resolute, and Tsunade paused, then after a moment nodded, and made room, explaining the procedure from the side. Jingyi considered it, and decided she would operate after Xiaoying. Though Tsunade's hemophobia had been treated, lingering complications might remain. After all, this was not an ordinary patient but the comrade of her own master. Meanwhile, Lu Wan helped villagers and might tidy their belongings. By the time he finished, it was already night. On the road he ran into Ding Xiai, who recounted the events of the past days. First, Zilai was gravely wounded and delivered back by Zhuizhu, then Mingren fought Zhuizhu, leaving many villagers hurt. Lu Wan frowned. Could someone whose bodily functions were declining so badly truly be saved? And what of Zhuizhu's situation? Seeing him silent, Ding Xiai asked. Lu Wan, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking whether the fifth wing Xiaoying and Jingyi can make this operation succeed. They will, don't worry. Ding Xiai shoved a chip into his mouth. Besides, Jingyi has learned that technique from Xiaoying, so it will surely succeed. That technique? Lu Wan looked at him. Regenerative surgery. Really? Why could Tsunade not master it? Yet Xiaoying could, and now Jingyi as well. Is it because of age? He thought such a thing unlikely. Lu Wan parted ways with Ding Xiai halfway and headed to an eatery. He needed to eat after a long day of rushing about. While eating, Lu Wan watched an eagle land on a chair and could only stare in disbelief. What kind of restaurant allows an eagle inside? Sure enough, with a thud the transformation released and a dark-haired youth sat upon the chair. He regarded Lu Wan in silence. Lu Wan did not intend to break the quiet and continued eating in endurance. He had never conceded defeat. Finished? The youth asked. Lu Wan met him with a weary, deadpan gaze. I have news about Yiji Boyu. Next time I face him, I do not know if I will return alive from that contest. Silence. If I do not come back alive, I hope you will look after Xiaoying, Zhuizhu said after a pause. And Mingren? You hesitated over naming Mingren there, didn't you? Lu Wan rolled his eyes. Such a thing is for you to take care of yourself. I lack that strength. If I could, I would do it myself. Zhuizhu pushed a scroll across the table and slid it to him. This is payment. No thanks, they are my friends. Lu Wan did not take it. Zhuizhu's expression softened. He did not retrieve the scroll and rose to leave. Return alive, Zhuizhu. Of course. I will win. After he left, Lu Wan opened the scroll and found it full of money and a single black cord. Where had so much money come from? Did this man rob someone? Zhuizhu, not much, just took it from Dishiwan. After the last stitch was sewn, Sakura and Ino were utterly exhausted. This surgery not only required activating the cells but also needed a blood transfusion and disinfection, and after 10 long hours the operation was finally a success. Jiraiya's breathing had stabilized and there were many stitches on his body. His severed hand had been reattached. It was likely that scars would remain unless a new scar removal ointment was developed. Thank you for your hard work, Sakura Ino. Tsunade expressed her gratitude to the two as she instructed other medical staff to wheel Jiraiya to the intensive care unit. You're welcome, Master, Ino replied, shaking her head. Sakura was too exhausted to speak, having focused all her energy on the surgery for 10 hours. She was merely holding on. After the surgery, Sakura bid farewell to them, saying she needed to go home to shower, eat, and sleep, as these past few days had been exhausting. Upon returning home, she found food left on the table still warm, which warmed her heart. After resting for a day, Sakura woke up to the evening of the next day, yawning and sleepily heading downstairs. The 1-year-old Koki hugged a blue glowing tree, opening his mouth as if to bite it. A pair of delicate fair hands reached out to pick up the little one who wanted to eat everything. Koki wiggled his feet and turned to her, saying, Sister, sister, while giving a cute smile. You can't eat that, okay? Are you hungry? Let me prepare some milk for you. Sakura said, gently rubbing his round little face and smiling. With big eyes blinking, Koki obediently nodded. This little brother was just too cute. Sakura thought about asking Mabuki to have another child for her to play with, but then remembered Mabuki's age, so she let it go. While Sakura went to prepare the milk, Koki looked at the ajar door and then back at Sakura in the kitchen, crawling towards the entrance. The small bundle crawled through the night in Konoha unnoticed by the patrolling ninjas. Koki curiously stared at the blue glowing tree blocking his path, waving his little hand as if to say, "Get out of the way." The blue glowing tree was pushed aside by him, and Koki continued on his adventure. Once he left, the tree stood back up and returned to its original position. Meanwhile, Sakura finished preparing the milk and turned around, not seeing anyone. She searched each room but still found no one. Where could they be? Maybe she should check her parents' room. In the shadows, Sasuke, who had sent Sakura home and stayed in Konoha for an extra day, was now heading out of the village, completely unaware of the little pink-haired bundle crawling behind him. Koki patted the barrier in front of him, recalling how that person had exited earlier, and mimicking his actions, he actually managed to go outside. Whose child are you? As Sasuke stepped out of the village to prevent anyone from following him, he sensed someone, and initially thought it was someone who had discovered him, only to find it was a child. He stopped, crouched down, and picked him up. The two of them exchanged glances, and Koki tilted his head, saying, "W. You shouldn't be wandering at night. Where is your home?" Sasuke noticed his hair and felt uncertain. Could he be Sakura's younger brother? Koki. Koki smiled happily, so it seemed it was indeed Koki. Sasuke, somewhat helpless, cradled him in one arm while forming hand seals with the other, then turned back. The barrier of Konoha was quite peculiar. One needed to find a way to break in, but exiting required no such effort, allowing Sasuke to come and go with ease. Having crawled for so long, Koki had already fallen asleep by the time Sasuke arrived outside the Haruno residence, where he could hear some noise inside. First, he used the genjutsu to trap the Haruno couple in an illusion. Sakura looked towards the doorway, fearing that if she interacted with her she might feel reluctant to part, so he chose not to appear. Unexpectedly, he still ended up meeting Sakura carrying this little bundle, who was grabbing his hair. He wondered if Koki was too tired, as he had already fallen asleep. "Sasuke," Sakura called out. "It's been a while. I saw him outside and thought he might be your brother, so I brought him over for you to see." "Thank you, this is Koki, the one I told you about," Sakura said, relieved as she took Koki in her arms, looking gratefully at him. "Sakura, you never need to thank me," Sasuke replied, gently raising a hand to stroke her hair. "About what happened in the village today?" After escorting her parents back to their room and placing Koki between them, Sakura stepped out to inquire about the events of the day. "The situation in the Rain village was quite troublesome. When I arrived, Jiraiya was already gravely injured and there were too many opponents. I could only save him and run away," Sasuke briefly explained, pausing for a moment before recounting his encounter with Naruto and why they had fought again. Sasuke's entrance into Konoha caused quite a stir. Shimon and Suigetsu were helping him fend off those people while he carried Jiraiya, kicking open the Hokage tower and throwing Jiraiya down. Just then Naruto spotted him and thought he had injured Jiraiya, becoming furious and attacking him with the Rasengan. Sasuke felt a headache coming on at the mention of this. He didn't want to explain. Naruto was always impulsive, taking everything at face value. Regardless, as they fought, he too became angry, and they ended up causing considerable damage to Konoha. Tsunade was the one who finally called off the fight, allowing Sasuke to leave with the three of them while he returned. "Ha ha ha, you weren't hurt by Naruto, were you?" Sakura couldn't help but laugh, surprised at how the destruction of Konoha had led to this outcome. "I'm fine, but Naruto will probably be sulking for a while," Sasuke said, pulling her hand closed, their fingers intertwined. Sakura's hands were delicate and fair, though they had thin calluses from drawing seals. "Looks like I'll be busy with Shikamaru and the others tomorrow," he predicted. "Naruto will definitely come to complain that you were too harsh on him." "Sigh. That troublesome guy is still so stubborn," Sasuke lamented. "But let's not talk about him, Sakura." Sasuke's handsome face loomed closer, causing Sakura to lean back. He wrapped one arm around her waist and gently caressed her face, saying, "Sakura, I can be jealous too." As she blinked, the distance closed, and she raised her hand to push him away. "What happened next is left to your imagination." "Sakura, why is your neck red? Did a mosquito bite you?" The next morning Mabuki looked at the red mark on Sakura's neck, puzzled. Sakura awkwardly nodded. "Yes, I was bitten by a really big mosquito." "This is serious. Let me go get some medicine to apply on it," Mabuki said, putting down the spatula and heading to the storage room. At that moment Koki stumbled over, hugging her leg and then sitting on her feet. Sakura raised an eyebrow, holding him up as she walked. This is Naruto's side story. Since he could remember, Naruto has been cursed at by everyone. Most of the children in the village disliked him, and he was often chased away by shopkeepers whenever he went to buy something. At the age of 5, Naruto encountered a black-haired boy with a spiky hairstyle and a chubby boy. That day he was bullied by children of the same age, and while he cried the boy with the spiky hair was sleeping on the other side of the tree. The boy seemed to have been woken up by his cries, his cute face scrunching up in annoyance. What a hassle, stop crying. Naruto was startled and looked at him through his sniffles. The chubby boy who came looking for him handed him a bag of chips. He said his name was Naruto Shikamaru and the chubby boy was Akimichi Choji. If no one was around to play they could join him and Choji. That day he was very happy to have made 2 friends. He chatted with them although he was the one doing most of the talking while Choji kept eating and Shikamaru yawned with his eyes closed. However, whenever he asked a question both Shikamaru and Choji would respond. Shikamaru knew things he didn't, and he was really impressive even if he seemed to lack energy all the time. At noon a blonde girl and a pink-haired girl came over and then Shikamaru went with them. After they left, Naruto felt hungry too and decided to go home for food. Passing by the park he saw a group of children surrounding a girl with white eyes hurling insults at her. He rushed over to stop them but he ended up getting beaten again. It hurt a lot, and he wanted to cry but he couldn't. If he cried they would definitely hit him harder. He later didn't pay attention to where that girl went. It hurt a lot but when he returned home he found that his wounds had already healed. So was he really the demon fox they talked about? Because he met Shikamaru and the others yesterday, Naruto woke up early the next day and went to where he met them hoping to play with his new friends. However, he waited all morning but Shikamaru and the others didn't come. Did they not want to play with him because they knew he was the demon fox? He completely forgot that he hadn't arranged to meet Shikamaru and the others. Naruto drooped his little head. Hey, what are you doing here? A cute girl's voice rang out and Naruto looked up to see a girl with pink hair. I am waiting for Shikamaru and Choji. Naruto's voice was small as if afraid to disturb her. Shikamaru and Choji have things to do today, they'll be free tomorrow. If you want to find them I can tell them for you. The girl had her hands behind her back smiling adorably resembling an angel. You should head back early, I'm leaving now. The girl seemed to have something to do, said her goodbye, and ran off waving at him. Naruto's little face turned red. After waiting a bit longer he decided to go home and come back tomorrow. The next day he squatted under a tree watching ants move their home. Shikamaru and the others still hadn't come so he thought he would wait a bit longer, maybe he just came too early. He didn't wait for Shikamaru but he did encounter the kids from a couple of days ago, and he got beaten again. After they left Naruto buried his face in his knees and cried silently. In the afternoon he finally saw Shikamaru and Choji. Shikamaru, Choji. Yo Naruto, good morning. The boy with the spiky hairstyle had his hands in his pockets looking very sleepy. Choji greeted him too while munching on snacks. Naruto happily pounced on Shikamaru. I'm so happy she didn't lie to me, you really came. Shikamaru stumbled back from the impact and quickly reached out to steady him. Be careful. Naruto played with them for a few days and one day the pink-haired girl passed by and called Shikamaru and Choji to the training ground. The girl even asked if he wanted to join but Naruto was afraid that if he went everyone would be bullied so he declined. By the time he was 7 they were already in ninja school. At the start of school Shikamaru and Choji gave him a pair of goggles and he was very happy. It was the first time he received a gift. Shikamaru and Choji also asked him why he didn't go play with Sakura. It turned out that the girl was named Sakura Haruno, which was such a nice name. Feeling down he didn't answer Shikamaru. Shikamaru, being smart, seemed to have figured something out and didn't ask any further. Shikamaru was really smart, he could learn things from just one lesson in school while he struggled. Shikamaru taught him but he still couldn't grasp it. During exams it was Shikamaru who helped him with the retake just so he barely passed. Afterward he and Choji accompanied him to scrape by the passing line and skipped class with him. When the weekend came he discovered that a black-haired boy had joined Sakura and Shikamaru. He was very handsome but kept clinging to Sakura and was quite arrogant. He called Naruto a dead weight, which infuriated him, and he decided to dislike Sasuke. However, Shikamaru and Choji still got along well with him. In winter when it snowed in Konoha he wanted to buy clothes but was chased out by the shopkeeper. However, he saw a silver-haired older brother wearing a black mask enter his house through the window bringing him many clothes. The orange-yellow jacket was so warm that Naruto buried his head in it. There were sounds outside and when he went out to check he found a steaming bowl of ramen with the name that looked like Ichiraku. He decided that Ichiraku ramen would be his favorite food from then on. One day he met the third Hokage by the river and asked him strange questions. He told Shikamaru, who advised him not to say too much. The third Hokage seemed nice but he didn't understand why Shikamaru said not to say too much. But since Shikamaru was his friend he decided to trust him. After that he encountered the third Hokage several times but didn't say anything. Years passed and graduation exams were approaching. The day before Shikamaru had been tutoring him diligently but for some reason he couldn't master the transformation technique so he invented a sexy jutsu. When Shikamaru found out he got angry and ignored him for a day. Naruto didn't know why Shikamaru was mad at him and wanted to apologize, but he couldn't find the opportunity. On the day of the exam he didn't pass and could only sit on a swing under a tree watching everyone happily leave with their parents. He saw Shikamaru and Choji trying to come over, so he ran away. He was afraid that Shikamaru and Choji would be disappointed in him, thinking he didn't pass and wasn't qualified to be there. However, he still became a genin, afterward assigned to Team 7, becoming teammates with the arrogant Sasuke and the angelic Sakura. Sakura was so nice she would bring them breakfast and would occasionally invite them over for meals at her house. Sakura also told him why Shikamaru and Choji were upset. The sexy jutsu he used disrespected women and advised him not to use it. As expected, after he apologized to Shikamaru and Choji, promising never to use it again, they forgave him, and they continued to play together. During a mission, everyone discussed ninjutsu for a long time on the way. He learned the Rasengan while arrogant Sasuke learned the Chidori. They developed many small ninjutsu based on the Rasengan and Chidori they learned. When fighting Zabuza and Haku, he seemed to understand why the village called him the demon fox. It was because a monster was sealed within him. It seemed everyone could sense his emotions. Sakura and Kakashi kindly comforted him, but arrogant Sasuke was so proud that he couldn't even comfort anyone. On the way back to the village, Kakashi-sensei made them walk back with weights and didn't allow them to use chakra. Training was so tiring, but he was very happy. During the Chunin exams he was very nervous. He was afraid of failing the written test, which would cause Sakura and Sasuke to fail as well. He thought about a lot but ultimately passed. He encountered Orochimaru, and while Sakura was knocked out he wanted to kill her. Sasuke's eyes became stranger than before and even bled. His strength increased, but he still couldn't defeat Orochimaru. Because he wasn't skilled with the Mangekyo Sharingan's control, he felt weak. If he were stronger, could he protect everyone? What was that sound? His heart raced quickly and he didn't remember what happened afterward. When he woke up, Sasuke had been cursed and became even gloomier, forbidding him from getting close to Sakura, which annoyed him. The village was attacked by Tsunagakure, and he encountered Gaara, who had a similar experience to his own. He could feel Gaara's confusion and loneliness. His heart was crying. He wanted to save him, and he succeeded. Why was he so persistent? This is a side story of Naruto continuing from the previous chapter. After Gaara, he rested for a few days before going out to train with Master Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya is very kind. Although he spends his pocket money, he always makes up for it. After being out for a month, Master Jiraiya asked him to return to the village as he had some business to attend to. Every day, as he proclaimed his ambition to become Hokage, he felt confused when faced with the villagers' strange and hostile gazes. Could he truly become Hokage? He seemed to hear Sakura's voice, and indeed it was her along with Shikamaru. He followed the two to the store run by Sakura. The villagers still looked at him with that same judgmental gaze filled with hostility. But it didn't really matter how the villagers treated him as long as his friends didn't hate him. Sakura and Shikamaru were angry at the villagers' words, and he felt happy because they were standing up for him. Tsunade had found an excuse to send him away, but he still waited downstairs for Master Jiraiya. When Sakura and the others came out, he hid, but it seemed Shikamaru noticed him. After he walked with Sakura, he returned. Shikamaru treated him to seafood ramen, and they talked a lot. Well, actually, it was mostly him talking, with Shikamaru occasionally agreeing. Shikamaru asked him a question: did he really want to become Hokage? Of course he did. But Shikamaru told him to think carefully and reply next time. He nodded silently. Master Jiraiya returned in the middle of the night, checked on him, and then left. He wouldn't have known this if it weren't for Kurama telling him. The next day he set off with Master Jiraiya again. Master Jiraiya introduced him to many people and showed him various ninjutsu. When they returned to the village 6 months later, he noticed that the villagers no longer looked at him with disdain. Some even apologized to him. He went to see Tsunade, who gave him many things, claiming they were the inheritance of the Uzumaki clan. She also informed him that he was the child of the 4th Hokage. At that moment he felt a mix of resentment towards the 3rd Hokage and the villagers. However, thinking about how the 3rd Hokage was no longer around, he felt a sense of relief, yet he didn't know how to face the villagers. His wealth now seemed enough for a lifetime. He ran into Irika-sensei, who treated him to ramen. Ichiraku ramen was his favorite. It was so delicious, and Uncle Tsuchi even added extra meat for him. On his way home he saw Kakashi-sensei with silver hair and a mask bringing in a pile of items through the window. Naruto's eyes widened. It felt like a memory from his childhood was overlapping. So those items were a gift from Kakashi-sensei. He rushed upstairs and found Kakashi-sensei was indeed there. Kakashi greeted him leisurely and helped him dispose of expired food. Naruto, don't keep expired food, remember to throw it away. Kakashi-sensei lightly tapped his forehead and he smiled foolishly. Kakashi puzzled sighed and left after giving him many reminders. It turned out he was never alone. Upon learning that Sakura, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino were trapped in the daimyo's mansion, he happened to be passing by on his training journey. He anxiously rushed up and faced the guards, resolving them in an instant, but there were more than he expected. When Shikamaru and the others came out, he realized it was a misunderstanding. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and looked innocently at the two. Fortunately, the daimyo didn't mind, otherwise he would have caused trouble for Sakura and Shikamaru. Niji, unable to see due to bandages from surgery, was continuously drawing symbols. He could only practice with Lee and persuaded Sakura to go out with him. Though they were reluctant, they indulged him. It felt really good. After telling Shikamaru his answer and playing for a few more days, he had to leave again. A year later, Master Jiraiya said he would take him to meet an old friend arriving in a quiet village. He searched the entire village but found no one. After telling Master Jiraiya, a loud noise came from the mountains. They rushed over and the sight of the young men and women stunned him. Sasuke was actually here. And why was Sakura injured? His mind went blank, and before he knew it, he had dashed forward. This was unforgivable. He had hurt Sakura. But why did he fall into a genjutsu and lose consciousness? When he woke up, Sasuke was already gone. Ah, that annoying Sasuke. He returned to the village with Sakura. One day Tsunade said they were adding another member to their Team 7 named Sai. He had a pale face and looked fragile. Wasn't he just a pretty boy? He would definitely hold them back. But Tsunade surprisingly said he was the only genin. How could she look down on him? Tsunade, no, I'm not, I didn't. After safely delivering supplies to their destination, he wanted to secretly compete with Sai while Sakura was resting, but Kakashi-sensei said it wouldn't be good, so he gave up. On the way back, they all went to Ichiraku for ramen. He didn't expect a new spicy dish, it was really hot. He was competing with Ino. He couldn't give up, she would work hard and he had to win. He woke up to find Shikamaru, Sakura, and Choji in his house cleaning up. They said he could come over for dinner in the future. Bohu Sakura was indeed an angel. Shikamaru and Choji. What about us? One day Tsunade summoned everyone and asked who would go to Sunigakure for support. He really wanted to go out, but Sakura held him back. If it were just Sakura, she wouldn't have been able to stop him. The main reason was that he was caught by Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique. Fortunately, he was still in the departing team. Sunigakure was so hot and far away they walked for a long time without arriving, and it was still Sei's ninjutsu that transported them. Sakura was treating Kankuro inside, and an old lady recognized Kakashi. When she spoke about him, he got angry and argued with her. However, Sakura opened the door and called Kakashi and Guy inside, which made him stop. After rescuing Gaara, Sakura lost too much blood and fell into a coma from chakra overload, lying unconscious for many days. Kakashi-sensei said it was nothing, but he still worried, pacing back and forth in the hospital. Gaara had prepared a feast for everyone. Are those bugs? Why would anyone eat those? He didn't want to eat them. Unexpectedly, they were delicious and he wanted to eat more. On the way back, he encountered Shikamaru and the others. His teacher was severely injured, but Sakura and Ino saved him. If they hadn't, Shikamaru would have been very sad. Thinking of this made him very angry. He assisted Shikamaru in defeating the enemy. They returned to Konoha, and life in Konoha was so joyful. Every time he went to their house for dinner, Shikamaru, Choji, and Sakura's parents were very warm. Shikamaru's mother often cooked his favorite dishes. But Sakura's little brother was so lively it felt like he never needed rest. Sometimes he would climb into his arms, and he didn't dare to move, he was so small. Master Jiraiya went on a mission, and he found Konohamaru in the village to see if he had learned the Rasengan he taught him last time. Konohamaru was so slow he still hadn't learned it. Konohamaru, so which way is which, how do I learn? He demonstrated carefully and taught him for 3 days. One day he saw Sasuke carrying Master Jiraiya and throwing him at the Hokage building. Master Jiraiya was covered in blood. How despicable. Sasuke actually injured Master Jiraiya. He realized he had misunderstood. But Sasuke was really something. He didn't explain anything to him. Sasuke, did you ever give me a chance? He knew Sasuke wouldn't harm the villagers. After a grueling day at the hospital, Sakura was utterly exhausted, too weary even to lift a finger. The extra workload had been imposed by Naruto and Sasuke. After their brawl left numerous shinobi injured, and she regretted having shown Naruto any kindness the previous night. Sakura sighed deeply. No sooner had she stepped outside the hospital than she spotted one of the chief culprits sprinting toward her with unrestrained excitement. Sakura! Naruto skidded to a halt before her, bouncing in place. I've got news! Shikamaru and Choji discovered an intriguing mission. Let's go together, it's an rank assignment. Naruto! Sakura replied wearily. I'm afraid not, I can't leave. The hospital is overwhelmed with casualties. You and Shikamaru should go without me. Naruto slumped crestfallen. But I really wanted to go on this mission with you and Shikamaru. It's been so long since you joined us. He resembled a golden retriever, adorable, earnest, and utterly disarming. A pang of guilt struck Sakura. She covered her face with both hands. Sakura, please come with us. Isn't Tsunadesima still overseeing the hospital? Naruto tugged gently at her hand, his pleading expression unmistakably childlike. All right. Sakura relented with a soft sigh. It had been ages since their last joint mission, but hadn't Shikamaru only returned home yesterday? Why another assignment so soon? Inside his room, Shikamaru sneezed mid-pack, then dabbed his nose with a tissue. Was he coming down with a cold? Shikamaru, have you finished packing? Once you're ready, go fetch Naruto for lunch. Yes. He replied to his mother, then sealed his most essential gear into a storage scroll and changed into fresh attire before heading out. Oh, and Shikamaru, could you grab your father a pack of cigarettes? His father Shikaku sat in the living room and murmured as Shikamaru passed by. At that moment his mother materialized silently behind Shikaku, shadowed silent and gripping a kitchen spatula. What did you say? Shikaku froze, his entire frame stiffening. He flailed his hands frantically. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Oh. Really? Then why did I just hear someone ask Shikamaru to smuggle cigarettes? Her voice was edged with quiet fury. Shikamaru turned away wordlessly. Don't blame me, father. You're on your own. Even as he reached the doorway, muffled cries of surrender echoed behind him. He cleared his throat softly. I heard nothing. And in my heart, father remains dignified. Good afternoon, Sakura. Naruto, time for lunch. Shikamaru greeted Sakura first, then waved casually toward Naruto. Sakura thought wryly, it's like he's calling over a dog, just like last time when he played with Kiba's Niken. Good afternoon. Shikamaru. What did Aunt Yoshino prepare today? That I don't know. You'll see soon enough. He raised a hand to stifle a yawn, his exhaustion deepening. Were it not for the imminent mission departure after lunch, he'd already be asleep. Though Shikamaru perpetually exuded lethargy, and muttered what a drag under his breath, he unfailingly answered every question Naruto posed. Sakura observed quietly, bidding them farewell. She wouldn't return home this noon. Better to avoid Yuki's tears and simply send word to Yokosan instead. TCH, Shikamaru, you're impossible. You never tell me anything ahead of time. Just know there'll be food you love. Hurry up, or mother will scold us again. Shikamaru strode ahead briskly. Naruto scrambled to keep pace. So, we depart right after lunch? Yes. We'll file our report and leave immediately. A cooking contest classified as frank. How odd. Perhaps the client simply has deep pockets. Shikamaru dismissed the anomaly. Should danger arise, their combined strength would ensure swift retreat. I'm home. Twice in unison. They entered, slipped off their sandals. Naruto even had his own pair kept here permanently. Welcome home. Smiled Aunt Yoshino warmly, taking Naruto's hand and guiding him to the dining table. I've prepared all your favorites, eat well. You won't have such meals for days once you're on assignment. Naruto's eyes sparkled, fixated on the feast. Meanwhile, Shikamaru caught sight of his father, sitting slumped on the sofa, nursing a black eye and swollen cheek with an ice pack, and inwardly thanked fate for sparing him the habit of smoking. Aunt Yoshino's cooking is absolutely delicious. Then eat more. If you're still hungry, I'll prepare another dish. Few things brought Yoshino greater joy than hearing her cooking praised aloud. She beamed as she ladled food onto Naruto's plate, while Shikamaru and his father, ever reserved, expressed appreciation, silently devouring generously, speaking little. If only Shikamaru and Naruto balanced each other's temperaments. Shikamaru, no, I refuse to succumb to reckless fervor. Naruto finally sated, sat back belly full and content, then blinked, noticing Shikaku's injuries. Uncle Shikaku, what happened to you? Nothing serious, just a minor mishap during the mission. Could he possibly admit it was Yoshino's doing? He shuddered under her serene, smiling gaze. Absolutely not. For his dignity, Sake, this excuse would suffice. He coughed dryly. Though honestly, Naruto's situational awareness is astonishingly delayed. Took him this long to notice. I see. Please take care next time, Uncle Shikaku. Yes, Naruto, are you full? Completely. Aunt Yoshino's cooking is truly magnificent. Yoshino stifled a chuckle beside him. Shikamaru ate, slowly, indifferent to their conversation. When Shikamaru finished, Shikaku said gravely, This rank mission, you must prioritize safety. Don't overextend yourselves. Yoshino added gently. When you return, I'll prepare a feast, and invite Sakura and the others. That sounds ideal, Shikamaru thought, then hesitated, recalling his mother's earlier misunderstanding. Understood, we'll stay vigilant. With hearts light and bellies full, they set off to meet Choji. Along the way, Naruto chattered incessantly about recent training sessions. Shikamaru answered each query patiently. No, it wasn't quite like that. Then what happened? I see. What a troublesome affair. Sakura, Since you'll accompany Naruto and Shikamaru, there's a particular location you'll need to investigate. Inside the Hokage Tower, Tsunade handed Sakura a sealed dossier. What is this? Sakura opened the file. The mission site lay in a village near Kirigakure in the Land of Water, a place famed locally for its hospital yet strangely notorious for shinobi vanishing without trace while passing through. Hinata's team had disappeared under identical circumstances en route to a mission. As heir to the Hyuga clan's main house, her disappearance prompted immediate investigation by her kin. The investigators were severely wounded, repelled by techniques like rotation, and barely escaped with intelligence. The hospital conducted illicit human experiments. The survivor collapsed mid-report, dying before he could reveal more. Having learned the facility would host a culinary competition, Tsunade secured an rank assignment under a false pretext, ostensibly to compete but truly to infiltrate and expose the hospital's dark operations. Naruto's impulsive nature demands close supervision from you and Shikamaru. As for the primary objective... Tsunade paused, leaving the rest unspoken. Sakura nodded. So we won't tell Naruto. Fine. If he inevitably uncovers the truth by accident, it won't be her responsibility. Then we are off, Granny Tsunade. Naruto flashed a bright smile, his pearly white teeth glistening in the sunlight. The group bid their farewells, with Kakashi and Asuma Sensei arriving later. Sakura and the others set off first. At the village entrance, Sakura handed the document to Shikamaru, who took a glance and frowned. What a hassle involving the Hyuga clan! Isn't this a conspiracy? What's going on? What are you looking at? Sakura, Shikamaru. Naruto leaned in closer. Shikamaru tried to hide, but Sakura blocked him. Eventually Naruto would have to face this. It was better to let him see it now and prepare psychologically. What is this? Let me see. Naruto took the document from Shikamaru's hands. Sakura walked ahead, not wanting to see Naruto upset. It would be better for Shikamaru to handle him. As they approached, Ino, whispering to her, Sai quietly followed. As expected, Naruto got angry. Shikamaru sighed and hurried to catch up with him. Anger was fine, but they still had to keep moving. I will definitely save Hinata. Yes. Naruto has such great energy. Ino exclaimed. Sakura nodded, feeling uneasy. It felt like someone was watching her, but when she looked back she saw nothing. Yes. What's wrong? You keep looking back. Ino asked, puzzled. It's nothing, they are fine. Let's quicken our pace. The trees around them flew past quickly. Sakura took out some candy from her bag and popped it into her mouth. Seeing Chuji look over, she raised an eyebrow and tossed him a piece. Ino waved, signaling she wanted one too. Sakura gave her a piece as well. It was too boring on the road, better to eat something. Sai saw this and took out a bag of candy from his own bag, offering it to her. Ino fell silent and Sakura instantly felt like she had hit a wall. Shikamaru was speechless. What was going on with Ino and Sai? It seemed like he went to Sunagakure for just a few days, yet something he wasn't aware of had happened. Seeing this, Naruto reached out towards Sai. Sai handed him a bag silently. Naruto happily shared with Shikamaru. What a hassle, he said, but Shikamaru quickly accepted the candy Naruto handed him, putting it in his pocket and eating another piece. After running for several hours, everyone stopped to rest. Naruto pulled out a table, food and pots and bowls. No matter how many times he saw it, Sai still thought Team 7 really brought everything. Last time they had brought cooked food, this time they brought raw ingredients to cook. Alright, let me show you my skills, Ino said, hands on her hips. She had made something delicious and even her mother praised her. She had to let everyone taste it. Then I'll go catch some fish, Shikamaru said coolly, not believing he wouldn't catch any fish this time. I'll go with Shikamaru. Chuji raised his hand, wanting to redeem himself. Which ninja has ever caught fish empty-handed? Only those two. Go ahead. Sakura waved her hand, helping Naruto and Sai with the ingredients. Sakura. I'm done. Naruto raised the bare stalks of broccoli, grinning. Sakura face-bombed. Naruto. How did you end up with it like this? It was like this. Naruto animatedly described, while Sai looked at the stalks in his hand and the green balls scattered in the water that he had thrown away. Naruto, you don't need to cut this down, just wash it and set it aside. We'll blanch it and then cook it. Sakura felt a sense of helplessness. Is that so? Naruto widened his eyes, the nine tails within him mocking him. Yes. Remember for next time. Okay, I'm sorry, Sakura. Ino, I messed up. Naruto lowered his head and Sakura patted his head. No need to apologize, after all it's Naruto's first time handling this. Right, Naruto, if there's anything you don't understand you can ask us. No need to apologize. Ino shook her head, it was just a small matter. However, Naruto quickly brushed it off, happily chatting away. Sakura smiled and nodded, catching a glimpse of Sai secretly disposing of the evidence. Great, another one who didn't know how to handle things. Shikamaru and Chuji returned with dark expressions. Seeing their empty hands, Seiya's gaze turned strange. Could it be that ninjas couldn't catch fish? Shikamaru Chuji. Where's the fish? Naruto asked curiously. Not saying anything would have been better, but after he asked, their faces turned even darker. There are no fish in the nearby river. I don't believe it, I'll go check. Saying this, Naruto ran off. Shikamaru and Chuji didn't care. After all, there really were no fish, and they didn't believe Naruto could catch any. Isn't this a fish? Why did you say there weren't any, Shikamaru? Naruto soon returned holding a few fish. Sakura felt like Chuji was about to crumble. He even dropped the chips in his hand without reacting. Ino burst out laughing. Pahaha. Shikamaru, did you and Chuji get possessed by a black spirit? This is unbelievable. Sakura covered her mouth, suppressing her laughter. What a hassle. Shikamaru's expression remained unchanged as he stared at the fish in Naruto's hands, furious. Why hadn't he seen any earlier? While Ino was cooking, Naruto laughed at the two. Chuji held back his urge to fight, thinking it was better not to endure this. If he didn't strike now, he might not have the chance later. Putting down his chips, he clenched his fist and lunged at Naruto, catching him off guard and sending them into a scuffle. Help! Help me! Naruto struggled in the dust, reaching out a hand. Sakura. Sai. Shikamaru. Ino. Sakura and the others looked up at the sky and down at the ground, ignoring him. The weather was so nice today. When it came time to eat, both of them had bruised faces, exchanging glances before huffing and turning away. So delicious. I never expected Ino could cook too. The pleasant meal ended, and after tidying up, everyone continued on their way, finally arriving the next day. Sakura discussed with Shikamaru, and they decided to split up. Sakura took Naruto and Sai to infiltrate the hospital, while Shikamaru took Ino and Chuji to participate in the competition, diverting everyone's attention. Ino and Chuji went up to participate in the cooking competition, surrounded by many spectators. Shikamaru knocked out a villager and hid him aside, using transformation jutsu to take his place and watch. As the competition was about to announce the champion, an explosive tag was thrown onto the stage, causing panic among the crowd. Taking advantage of the chaos, it quickly became more and more chaotic, and soon someone went to report. On the other side, just as Naruto hid under the eaves, he saw Hinata walking out in a light blue kimono. Naruto was stunned. Hinata was so beautiful. Sakura and Sai infiltrated the second floor, and the two of them split up. Seeing that no one was around, Sakura hurried to the door marked as the director's office and knocked, but there was no sound inside, so she rushed in. Ugh! Upon entering, she heard a whimpering sound. Sakura turned around and saw Kiba, his mouth taped shut, bound in a corner, shaking his head anxiously with bloodstains on his forehead. Kiba! Sakura frowned, and a gust of wind sounded beside her, prompting her to jump away quickly. I didn't expect anyone could evade my attack. The man rested a massive blade across his shoulder, flashing sharp shark-like teeth in a sly grin that lent him a distinctly unsavory air. Sakura rolled her eyes. It wasn't even a formidable strike. How could anyone possibly fail to dodge it? Do you think you're eagle eye? A basic melee swing isn't some grand technique. Kiba exhaled in relief. Had he not been ambushed, he'd never have ended up bound here. He regretted his momentary compassion. The man licked his blade. Sakura's lips twitched. That sword sliced through everything, hasn't it? Doesn't it disgust you? Villains always died from talking too much. She wouldn't waste breath. Chakra surged into her fists as she lunged forward. Their exchange of blows quickly left him at a disadvantage. He swallowed a pill, and instantly erupted with oozing pustules, his strength surging grotesquely. Sakura recoiled in visceral revulsion. Sakura. My native tongue is speechless. What is this? A bioengineered abomination. Hey! Don't touch me! Panic flared in her chest, but her movements remained swift and precise. She dodged, snatched on gloves and a surgical mask, then struck with furious amplified force. One punch, one knockout. The foe was down, but so was the room. Kiba stood utterly petrified. He recalled how during the Chunin exam Sakura and Ino had demolished half the arena, her strength already terrifying. Yet in just 2 or 3 years it had grown even more overwhelming. Thank goodness he's not our enemy, otherwise he'd be dead or crippled. Elsewhere, Naruto dodged Hinata's relentless assaults. Hinata! Can you hear me? No response. Hinata's voice emerged flat, unshaken. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Chakra coalesced in her palms, and a colossal shockwave hurled Naruto backward, followed by an unbroken cascade of strikes. Naruto staggered, wiping cold sweat from his brow. This won't work, I'll be caught if they return. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino. Do you seriously misunderstand our capabilities? Hey! Hinata! Snap out of it, I'm Naruto. She paused, her expression flickering with inner struggle, then blanked again, resuming her assault without hesitation. Then, forgive me, Hinata. His gaze hardened, sharpening like tempered steel, and a spiraling Rasengan blazed toward her. Meanwhile the others' battles raged on. Compared to Naruto and Sakura, Shikamaru's team faced far less resistance. Their foes were ordinary humans with only rudimentary skill, and utterly ignorant of their abilities. Shikamaru immobilized a cluster of enemies with shadow imitation technique. Ino and Choji finished them off cleanly. They're pathetically weak. I wonder how Sakura and the others are faring. Ino sat atop a mound of subdued bodies, elbows propped on knees, chin resting in her palms, a sigh escaping her lips, utterly unimpressed. Shikamaru secured the last captive. These are mere foot soldiers. Sakura's group must be dealing with something far more serious. Choji hadn't touched any snacks, not even a bite. His appetite had vanished after seeing one foe, a writhing mass of oozing pustules. Was it the result of some twisted experiment? Ino, take a look at these people, they're unsettling. Choji gestured toward her. Ino leapt down from her human hillock, and shuddered at the sight. The pustules wept ceaselessly, dripping viscous yellowish fluid. I'll examine them. She donned white gloves, drew a scalpel, suppressed her rising nausea, and excised a sliver of flesh from one man's arm. She flung the gloves aside and retreated into her compact mobile lab. Shikamaru clicked his tongue. This reeked of something deeply wrong. Shikamaru, look at this one. At Choji's call, Shikamaru approached. Beside the afflicted man, a young man writhed uncontrollably. His skin first flushed sickly green, then burned crimson. Within minutes he mirrored the other's grotesque transformation. They recoiled in horror. Shikamaru swiftly produced masks and fitted one onto Choji. Shikamaru, this is contagious. Are we infected too? Cold sweat drenched Choji's brow. I don't want to become some half-human monstrosity. His voice trembled. I feel it, I'm itching all over. Shikamaru studied him. The telltale discoloration had already begun. Yet why did he feel nothing? Then it struck him he hadn't touched any of them. Ino. He burst into the lab, relief flooding him as he saw her unharmed. Had she fallen ill, reaching Sakura in time might have been impossible. Shikamaru. Why did you come in? I was just about to tell you, it's airborne. I'm synthesizing the antidote now, please wait a moment. Then thank you? Choji's already infected. Shikamaru exhaled, tension easing slightly. Choji fought the urge to scratch. Shikamaru, could you bind me with your shadow? I'm losing control. Calm restored, Shikamaru complied, his shadow lacing seamlessly with Choji's. At last Choji relaxed, breathing easier. I wonder if there are infected patients inside the hospital. If so, Sakura and the others are in real danger. What kind of mission was this? Shikamaru rubbed his temples, sinking onto the floor. Choji mirrored him, then assumed a thoughtful pose. Inside the lab, Ino finally held up the vial, its amber liquid swirling gently. Honestly, this would be lethal to civilians, but for medical ninja formulating the cure was trivial. The divide between ninja and civilians lay in chakra. Civilians possessed none, rendering them defenseless against infection, and ordinary physicians were powerless once contamination took hold. Medical ninja, however, wielded chakra intrinsically. Their knowledge surpassed that of civilian doctors, and their synthesis process involved chakra-infused experimentation, accelerating success exponentially. Why hadn't these victims sought aid from medical ninja? Because most ninja-run hospitals refused civilian cases outright. Any attempt to enter would end in immediate expulsion. Ino emerged, vial in hand. Seeing Shikamaru still deep in thought, she administered the antidote to Choji, whose skin erupted in hives within seconds. Choji, circulate your chakra after drinking it. Recovery will accelerate. He nodded, and the affliction vanished almost instantly. What a nuisance. Shikamaru released the technique, massaging his temples. Thinking too long always triggered this ache. Ino offered him a candy. He blinked, then accepted and ate it. Try not to overexert yourself like this, Shikamaru. She murmured, concern softening her tone. His extraordinary intellect exacted a toll. Prolonged concentration invariably brought searing pain. It's fine. Let's administer the antidote to these others and leave them aside. We need to find Sakura and Naruto, now. Sigh. So, should I leave? Shikamaru. Why worry about a dead pig? Their anxiety was genuine. Sakura could handle herself, but Naruto. His recklessness was legendary. Let's go. Ino stretched languidly. She'd barely broken a sweat earlier, and this time she intended to truly enjoy herself. Shikamaru and Choji secured the area, ensuring no villagers would stumble upon the scene, then fell into step behind her. Xiaoying finished undoing Yas' bindings, walked to the intact bookshelf and began searching through the reference materials. Thank you, Xiaoying. If not for you, I suppose I might have ended up like those others later. Yas scratched his head. His Chiwan was not at his side, and he had no idea where those people had taken him. It's nothing. Xiaoying, I need to find Chuan Chutian and Jinai. She had just rescued him, and now she wanted to leave, An awkward thought made Ya's face flush slightly. Go on. I need to see if there is any useful information. Xiaoying waved her hand dismissively, drew out a file and began to skim it. Seeing that Yu departed as well, leaving Xiaoying alone in the room. She opened a document titled, Bloodline Limits, and grew increasingly astonished. The person who conducted these experiments must have been a genius. The files catalogued every manner of bloodline limit, and astonishingly even included material on the Yuzhibo clan. The dates showed the research began during the Third Great War. Xiaoying read on something felt wrong. Such materials should not be guarded by a mere nobody. I never expected you to discover this. Mui's shinobi are impressive, an elderly voice observed. Startled, she turned to find she had not sensed anyone approach. You must be Mui's famed healer, a disciple of Gongsho, one of the three Sannin. White-haired and disheveled, wearing a white coat and glasses and leaning on a cane, he introduced himself. I am Zun Woshan. These materials are the product of my research and writings. Xuanhua? She asked. Yes. When Wozigyo was destroyed, I escaped and hid in this small village, endlessly studying these matters. Zun Woshan stepped closer and produced a folder. This is decades of my work. I have made breakthroughs on certain bloodline maladies. I have also researched the Yuzhibo clan, Xuelu and Yen, the blood wheel eye, and in that field I have advanced some discoveries. Xiaoying took a few steps back to keep her distance. Is it safe to tell me this? It matters not, besides you will not live to return anyway. Zun Woshan chuckled lightly, his tone laced with contempt. As he spoke, several chains shot from behind and lunged toward Xiaoying. Xiaoying performed a few leaps, produced an explosive tag and hurled it away. Zun Woshan murmured with nostalgia. This is Jingang Seal, a technique unique to the Xuanhua clan. I have not used it in years. How it stirs the memory. Xiaoying's mouth twitched. In a flat voice she unleashed a technique, an ultimate move excessive in its force. I bore no enmity toward Mai at first, but you my people kept coming one after another like fleas, constantly harassing me. You old man. Do not speak so calmly while you attack people. Xiaoying drew her sword to block. He had not taken her seriously at all. Ha! Young people have such volatile tempers. By the way, I have sealed this hospital and I have placed certain things here. Zun Woshan shook his head with a smile. If you wish to leave alive, you must defeat me and disarm what I have placed. No more words, fight. Xiaoying's gaze sharpened. Villains who spoke too much often met a fitting end, and this time she would certainly prevail. In the end, wounded and bloodied, she approached the broken-limbed Zun Woshan and questioned him. Even if you defeat me, you cannot escape these poison gas and bioconstructs. Before he could finish, the man was gone. You are saying? What? The world swam. She clutched her head. Poison. A sedative. Why did she feel absolutely nothing? The instant she lost consciousness, she seemed to glimpse that same nauseating thing slither inward. Mingren ran with Chutian on his back, but a sudden premonition slowed his steps. Tears were already streaming down his face. He raised a hand to wipe them away. What was this feeling? Why did he feel such sorrow? Why had the chakra marks Xiaoying left on his face vanished? Xiaoying. Hey! Luan. Jingye walked with the pair down the corridor, touched her face, and with tears streaming looked toward Luan, only to find their faces equally grim. Luan frowned at the sour feeling. Dingxi studied their faces. Luan, Jingye. The markings on your faces appeared and then disappeared. We must quicken our pace. Luan said, sighing deeply. This truly wasn't Frank's mission. Zhuizhu, having just finished his fight with you, sat against the wall to rest as a fine rain began to fall. He looked at you, unconscious and stained with blood, his expression unreadable. It's over. Zhuizhu murmured, then rose and lifted his hand. Even if you had your reasons, these eyes. You are no longer worthy of them. I will spare you this time. When we meet again, I will kill you. He stowed the items arranged for the man to be placed in a nearby village for care and finally departed. A figure walked slowly through the forest, blood tears streaking his face from overuse. He sought a place to wash them away. He finally reunited with the three members of the Ying Xiaodui. Xianglin stared at his face with curiosity while Chongwu and Shuiwei glanced his way from time to time. What's wrong? Zhuizhu felt a touch of helplessness at their stares. Xianglin pointed at her own face. Zhuizhu, what are these red marks on your face? They're slowly fading. Zhuizhu remained expressionless as Shuiwei formed a water mirror. Xiaoying. Could something have happened? Let's go. He turned toward Mai. Secret technique, insect wall. A youth in a hooded cloak stood between the pink-haired girl and the advancing threat. A swarm of flying insects hovered, intercepting and striking at the approaching crawling creatures. He bent and lifted Xiaoying into his arms, letting the insects clear a path as he hurried away. Fortunately, he had earlier sent insects to scout. Without them, he might never have arrived in time. Jingye and her group were on the left, Mingren and the others on the right. They decided to find Jingye. Jinai hesitated, then chose to search for Jingye, new medical ninjutsu. Those crawling creatures were a nuisance secret technique insect orb. With the sound of an explosion, Xinai's swift movements allowed her to locate them quickly. Jinai, what's wrong with Xiaoying? She seems poisoned. I'm not entirely certain. The insects reported she spoke with someone they fought and afterwards she ended up like this. Jinye hurried over, took Xiaoying in her arms and examined her. A weak heartbeat, no chakra anywhere in her body. Completely clean, just like an ordinary human. Jinye, I'll leave Xiaoying in your care. Dingxi, protect them. Jinai, come with me to complete the mission. Luwen's claim of calm was a pretense, he worried, but their task remained unfinished, so there was no choice. Even if enemies appeared, he trusted Dingxi to protect them. If Dingxi could not manage alone, they only needed to hold out until Jinye could heal Xiaoying. What was Xiaoying enduring in her slumber? She felt voices whispering incessantly, so noisy. Xiaoying! Are you calling me? Walking home from school, Qianyin was somewhat dazed. She glanced around but found no one calling her name. She brushed it off as a hallucination, setting aside the nagging unease and continuing toward home. Then faint voices called out. Xiaoying, Xiaoying! A sharp sting in her temples. Why did it feel as if someone were calling her? A hand appeared on her shoulder and patted it. Qianyin started turning around in alarm. Xiaoying, what are you doing? I've called you so many times. A girl with long black hair tied high and clad in a blue and white striped school uniform looked at her in puzzlement. A sudden nostalgia washed over her. It had been so long since she had heard her mother tongue. Huh, why that feeling? Qianyin's eyes misted, perplexed. She shook her head. I just didn't hear you. She lied. Find my treat, I'll buy you Malatang. Come on. The girl regarded her with concern, then took her hand, smiling brightly. Then I'm going to pick all the expensive things. Qianyin stuck out her tongue at her close friend Qinyu Ran. It's okay, you won't bankrupt me anyway. Qinyu Ran was fearless about spending. She never seemed to be drained by it. Wonderful, she could eat more. Xiaoying! Wake up. Qianyin snapped her head up but still saw nothing. Xiaoying, what's wrong? Qinyu Ran frowned. There was something odd about Xiaoying. She shook her head and decided that the recent academic pressure had likely caused auditory hallucinations. She should see a doctor. With that in mind, she parted from Qinyu Ran and went to the hospital to queue for an examination. A gray-haired doctor pushed up his glasses and looked her over. Auditory hallucinations. Your physical checkup looks normal. These past few days I keep feeling someone calling me, yet it feels as if they're not really calling me. Qianyin rubbed her forehead. It had been disturbing her sleep. They'll prescribe you something for 2 days to try. If it doesn't help, you should see a larger hospital. The doctor gave her medication for psychiatric symptoms. Reading the prescription, Xiaoying was speechless. Why prescribe psychiatric drugs? Was he implying she was mentally ill? Wait, why could she understand this? Bewilderment returned. Qianyin suddenly felt exhausted and in the end chose not to collect the medicine and left. It felt strange and wrong. Why did this place feel off when she had truly lived here for more than a decade? Xiaoying! Chun Ying! Wake up, for goodness sake! In the outside world, seeing Ming Ren's repeated calls failed, Jing Yi angrily grabbed Xiaoying by the collar, hauled her upright, and shouted into her ear. The force of her voice left several bystanders stunned. Ahem. Lu Wan pressed a fist to his mouth and cleared his throat a few times, then quietly tried to make himself less noticeable. Jing Yi is terrifying. Ming Ren's mouth twitched. Jing Yi's icy glare had frightened him into stillness. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Xiaoying wouldn't be like this. Chu Tian lowered her head in despair, timidly tapping her fingertips together on the verge of tears. What she imagined remained unknown. Ming Ren, though puzzled, refused to let her shoulder the blame. This isn't your fault, Chu Tian. Don't worry, don't overthink. It's only an illusion now. Once Xiaoying perceives the truth, she will dispel the illusion. Jing Yi patted her head, masking her worry with a calm demeanor. This illusion is remarkably strong. The outside world cannot interfere at all. Holding Qi Wan sat not far from Xiaoying. Earlier, everyone had tried to disrupt the chakra to no avail, so Ming Ren kept calling Xiaoying's name. Honestly, Jing Yi sighed. There was nothing left to do but return to Mu Yi to investigate further. With no other option, Lu Wan told everyone to pack their prepared things and they set out. After taking the medicine for 2 days, the voices indeed ceased. Qianyin breathed a sigh of relief. She had arranged with Qinyu Ran to go to the amusement park today and needed to set out early. She changed into a newly bought hanfu, fixed a hair ornament, glanced in the mirror. Perfect. As always, she felt she looked her best. Xiaoying, are you ready? I'm here. Qinyu Ran's voice came from the doorway. Xiaoying hurriedly opened the door. I'm ready, let's go. What shall we ride today? How about the roller coaster? Qinyu Ran tilted her head, grinning. Isn't that too intense? Xiaoying was reluctant and inwardly resistant. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Just this one, please. Qinyu Ran coaxed, shaking her hand and batting her eyelashes. There was no reasoning with her, so Xiaoyin yielded and rode. After the coaster she was weak-kneed and pale, vomiting into a trash bin. Qingyuan stood awkwardly nearby, averting her gaze, then after a moment handed her a bottle of water. Xiaoyin took it and rinsed it. Felt like a sacrifice made to keep a companion company. She vowed never to ride that again. Look, the pendulum swing looks great, Xiaoyin, Qingyuan said, pointing at the map with delight. She loved such thrilling rides. No, have mercy. Xiaoyin rolled her eyes. It felt like an attempt on her life. Then wait for me down here, I'm going to ride. Qingyuan thought it over. The little coward Xiaoyin could only wait below. Xiaoyin nodded and relaxed on a distant bench to watch her friend. Time was peaceful. If only it could always be like this. Then screams rent the air. Aya! Help! What was happening? She saw a dozen people plummeting from the sky, scarlet blood staining the floor. The girl who had been smiling moments before lay amid blood, her mind blank. This must be a joke, right? Xiao ran. Xiaoyin lunged toward her. It couldn't be real. This had to be a cruel prank. The short black-haired girl leaned against the wall, numb and ashen. Across from them a couple sobbed in utter collapse, and then a woman stepped forward. She struck her and screamed. It's your fault. If I hadn't gone to the amusement park with you, why would my Ran be like this? Why weren't you the one who died? What on earth is this? A crushing despair welled up. This world suddenly seemed unbearably dull. Let it end. A black fissure opened outside the hospital, but it was not enough. As Xiaoyin's heart shifted, the fissure healed, and the world snapped back to normal. Xiao Ran was dead. Her only friend. Today was Xiao Ran's burial. Xiaoyin wanted to go in for one last look but was refused. She trailed the funeral procession from afar. After who knew how long, rain began to fall. The rain soaked her hair and then her face. She could no longer tell whether those wet streaks were tears. Holding an orchid, she placed it upon the gravestone, and stood in silence, wishing they might be fated to meet in another life. Hey! Zhuju! Can you get it together or not? Ming Ren shouted angrily. Hey! Sasuke! Are you even capable? Naruto angrily grabbed Sasuke's collar. Sasuke brushed his hand away, his gaze icy. Kurenai felt a bit awkward and quickly stood between the two boys to intervene, saying, Naruto, Sasuke's eyes are practically killing you. Why are you being so impulsive? You think him like you. Don't get in my way. Clenching his sword tightly, he commanded. Shin Mizuki Karui, protect me. Naruto's face turned red. This guy was infuriating. If it weren't for Sakura's issues still unresolved, he would definitely have fought that arrogant Sasuke by now. The boy sat on the edge of the bed, leaning his forehead against Sakura's, eyes closed. Soon he collapsed weakly onto her. Naruto, don't interfere with Lord Sasuke. Karen stood in front of him, pushing up her glasses. Naruto, trust Sasuke. Shikamaru placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder, looking calm. But Naruto still felt uneasy, eventually sitting down in a nearby chair. This was the first year since Sioran's departure. She was admitted to university with excellent grades. Xiaoyin quietly stood for a long time after placing down the orchid she brought. A gentle breeze blew and a light rain began to fall. Xiaoyin finally snapped back to reality. Opening the umbrella she brought, she said, Chioran, I watched the anime you loved the most. The girl you like seems a bit like a love-struck fool, but if you like her then I will too. Haruno Sakura, that name is also quite nice. What a pity though, it was made by a country living quite well. By the way, I got into medical school. I want to become a doctor in the future, and Auntie and the others are doing well now. You have a younger brother named Shinyuashi, doesn't it sound nice? The rain is getting heavier, I should go now. I'll come back to accompany you next time, Xiaoyin said with a smile before leaving. The rain today felt strange, it seemed to be getting heavier, and she needed to hurry home. The surrounding scene began to blur. Xiaoyin frowned and shifted from walking to running. Bang! Had she bumped into something? Xiaoyin dropped her hand, falling to the ground, and her skirt got soaked. Who is this? Xiaoyin held one hand over her head, staring at the long-haired boy who looked a bit like Uchiha Sasuke from the anime. Sakura, I found you. Hey! Who are you? The boy's handsome face loomed closer. Xiaoyin was stunned as he picked her up. Huh? Sasuke was confused. What was Sakura saying? What language is this? Get lost. Pervert. Let me go. He understood that, and Sasuke raised an eyebrow, the corners of his lips curling slightly. A pervert, huh? The boy used his mouth to block her other unspoken words. Xiaoyin was completely stunned. Sasuke, in a good mood, hugged her and walked towards the wooden house. He suddenly thought that this illusionary world was nice without anyone disturbing them, but Sakura still had to be brought back. So where are you taking me, you guy? After struggling for a long time and failing to break free, Xiaoyin decided to save her strength to escape later. Sakura, this world isn't real, come back with me. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaoyin questioned, wanting to punch this pervert. Just because he's good-looking does he think he can kiss girls at will? What else isn't real? Has she been living a lie for over a decade? What a joke. Sasuke blinked, remaining silent. He didn't know how to explain. However, as long as Sakura agreed to return with her, that would be fine. Clearly this was not enough to convince Sakura to come back with him, and Xiaoyin discovered that next. Although this pervert had no intention to harm her, he occasionally kissed her. But that was unforgivable. That was her first kiss. She had lost her first kiss and now her second. Boo-hoo. Xiaoyin glared angrily at the boy cooking. It must be said this guy was really handsome. No, she couldn't fall for the beauty trap. Xiaoyin, dinner's ready. Sasuke brought out the last dish, smiling and waving at her. What? Am I a dog? What's with that gesture? Xiaoyin got even angrier and threw a pillow at him. It hit Sasuke square in the face. He was momentarily puzzled. Why was Xiaoyin angry? Indeed, over these past few days Sakura had told him her name was Genin, so he would call her Xiaoyin. This was a unique name known only to him, which felt quite nice. So when are you going to let me go? Xiaoyin took a big bite of the meat as if it belonged to Sasuke. Sasuke supported his face with one hand, his eyes filled with laughter but silent. Fine, he was definitely going to make her return with him. Xiaoyin sighed deeply. Life was not easy. So why do I have to go back with you? Can't you let me go? Sasuke thought for a moment, summarizing. This world is just an illusion. If you are willing to come back with me, this world will end. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Xiaoyin rolled her eyes and continued eating. This guy must be too into that illusions and all. He was too deep into it. Why not try and find out? Sasuke ruffled her hair. The scene instantly became warm, but the next second, her hand was slapped away by Xiaoyin. Your hands are oily, right? Xiaoyin, you're ruining the atmosphere. Sasuke held his forehead. There was no helping it. He didn't want to do anything to Sakura, so he had to take it slow. Luckily, time didn't match reality. Xiaoyin, what if this is real? Would you be willing to come back with me? Looking at the boy's serious face and the concern in his eyes, Xiaoyin was silent for a moment. If this is real, then I'll go with you after I finish my matters. Seeing that Xiaoyin was serious, Sasuke nodded, and the next day he let Xiaoyin go. Coming out from there, Xiaoyin still found it a bit unbelievable that she had escaped so easily. Was what he said really true? Sasuke silently followed in the shadows, not revealing himself, watching Sakura finish university and become a doctor in this world. Then one day Xiaoyin set up a pile of explosives and blew up an amusement park at night. Sasuke laughed helplessly as he watched the girl being chased by a group of people. He leaped down from above, grabbing the girl and running away. Xiaoyin was shocked to see this guy defying Newton's laws. He held her while jumping very high and even ran along the wall. Hey, what's with the motion of your hand? Is it lightning? It must be lightning, right? So this guy really isn't cosplaying Sasuke. Sasuke, so did you really think I was joking when I told you my name? Kirin. Looking at the half-destroyed sky, Sakura, who remembered everything, felt she couldn't face anyone. Burying her face in his chest. The reason she couldn't bear to leave was actually because Chinyu ran away and blew up the amusement park. The key was that it had really succeeded. Hee. Sasuke chuckled, causing a vibration in his chest. Have you remembered, Xiaoyin? Shut up. Sakura was a bit annoyed and embarrassed. This won't do, we should leave now, Xiaoyin. Sasuke set her down, his hands touching her cheeks. Hurry, let's go. Sakura removed his hands, her face already flushed. In the moment Sakura spoke, the world shattered into pieces. Sasuke held her tightly. Thankfully she remembered. Although the amnesiac Xiaoyin liked him, she still preferred the Xiaoyin who retained all her memories. Thank you all for the gifts, love you all. The world shattered and the two fell into darkness. Sakura peeked out from his embrace, puzzled about why they had not yet escaped. Sasuke released her, vigilantly observing their surroundings. I thought I would leave you here, but I didn't expect an idiot to come and rescue you. Vortex Tien appeared with a sulky face, clearly displeased to see Sasuke. It's you. Sakura was not surprised. It would be strange if she were. Why did these guys always like to inject their chakra into things? Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Although he did not know who this guy was, it did not stop him from wanting to eliminate him. Who called him an idiot? We meet again. You've broken this illusion, so I can't deal with you anymore. Sigh, I didn't expect the legacy of the Vortex clan to end with me. Sakura remained silent, likely because this guy had no intention of letting her speak. I brought out the important parts of the Vortex clan's legacy years ago. I originally intended to send it to Konoha, but due to various reasons I hadn't delivered it when I heard about Kushina's death. Sasuke was not interested in chatting with him. As long as he dealt with this guy, they could escape, right? A long sword appeared in his hand. Young man, don't be too hot-headed. I just want to ask you for a favor. Naruto scratched his head, pacing around the room, feeling incredibly anxious. Kakashi blinked, feeling that this scene looked familiar. Never mind, the three people Sasuke brought were really hard to deal with. Looking at the three fighting against the Root members, Kakashi sighed. His people were secretly protecting Sasuke and Sakura, leaving Root with no opportunity to approach. Sai was sweating profusely, crouching in a corner with shadows wrapping around him. Shikamaru peeled an apple, the shadow beneath his feet connecting to Sai, binding him, while occasionally tightening just as he was about to break free. He handed the peeled apple to the restless Naruto, who paused for a moment before accepting it, angrily biting into it and venting his frustration on the fruit. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, pleased that they wouldn't leave, finally able to focus on reading. Bang! The massive door was pushed open, crashing against the wall as Tsunade stormed in, angrily exclaiming, "You guys, why aren't you out on a mission? What are you doing here?" Tsunade picked up the door and hurled it at a group of Root members. Dingy paused and everyone looked at Shikamaru, who helplessly wondered why they were looking at him. "Look at Naruto." So everyone turned to Naruto, and unsurprisingly he reacted. Naruto angrily threw the apple core toward the Root side, hitting someone and creating a large dent in the wall. "Tsunade-baken. Sakura hasn't woken up yet. How can we go on a mission? You don't care about her at all." Tsunade's veins bulged as she clenched her fist and pounded the wall, creating a large crater. "What did you say?" Naruto gulped, still stubbornly retorting. "That's exactly it." Kakashi, feeling a headache coming on, quickly stood up to smooth things over. Sorry. Lady Tsunade, we are really worried about Sakura. We will go on a mission tomorrow, we just happen to be taking a break here, right? You guys are all close to the Hokage, are you all taking a break at the same time? She doesn't have enough people to use." Tsunade was furious. She really should have found the 6th Hokage earlier. She didn't want to be Hokage for even a moment longer. Shikamaru noticed her increasingly dark expression and felt something was amiss. He should let Naruto charm her. Seeing Naruto about to say something, he quickly pulled him back, gesturing for him to be quiet. He might as well let Kakashi-sensei handle it himself. "Sorry, Kakashi-sensei." Feeling guilt for 1 second, Shikamaru placed his arm around Naruto's shoulder, and his shadow covered Naruto's mouth. Naruto made muffled sounds but had to give up. Sure enough, the next moment Kakashi-sensei was scolded. Tsunade criticized him for over 10 minutes before finally stopping the chaos from Root, telling them to roll back to where they came from. A rustling sound emerged. Dingy looked down just in time to meet Sasuke's murderous gaze. He rolled his eyes back at him, wondering why he was scared. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, and had no choice but to pick up Sakura. Since she had been saved and Konoha was not safe, then she should come with him. "Sasuke! What are you doing?" Naruto opened up Shikamaru's shadow and angrily glared at him. "Let go of Sakura. If Konoha can't protect Sakura, then she should come with me." "What are you talking about, kid?" Sasuke was still angry at this naive underdog. He couldn't even protect Sakura. Tsunade gritted her teeth. She had endured for a long time. She couldn't bear to let a fellow villager go, but this brat who wanted to take her apprentice away still wouldn't let go. "I want to take Sakura away." His tone was firm, and Shimon and the others stood beside him. Karui bit her handkerchief, tears streaming down her face. How frustrating! The person Sasuke-sama liked was actually this girl. No wonder he destroyed many places with the Kirin yesterday. Isn't it just because she's a Metacalnan, good-looking, has a great figure, and is powerful? Where did I fall short, Karui? Goodbye. My first love. Sakura, first love. Sasuke, no. She's imagining things. Sasuke, I don't want to fight you. Put Sakura down. Kakashi's expression also turned serious, feeling that this student was unpredictable. What a hassle. Shikamaru released Sai, scratching his head. Should he intervene or not? Even if he didn't, Sakura would come back once she woke up, right? Her family is in Konoha. Blocking is really troublesome. He didn't want to move. Dingy could tell from his expression what he was thinking. If Shikamaru slacked off, he wouldn't take it seriously. If you don't want to fight me, then let me take Sakura away. Sasuke slowly spoke, his Sharingan swirling in his eyes. Naruto stood in front of everyone, fists clenched. Sakura won't leave with you. Aunt Haruno and Uncle are here, and there's also Shoyu. And us. He stood in front, protecting everyone from Sasuke. Fearing that everyone might attack Sasuke, while also worried that Sasuke could hurt everyone. One must admit the actions of a hot-blooded idiot sometimes left one speechless. Shikamaru yawned, not at all afraid of a fight. Sasuke had awakened, and Sakura should be waking up soon too. Well, you don't need to hesitate when talking about us. Sakura's cheerful voice echoed. Sasuke looked down at those smiling eyes, feeling a bit guilty, but he was not wrong. He tightened his embrace. Sakura. Naruto was overjoyed. Sakura had woken up. How wonderful. Let me down. You're hurting me. Sakura patted his hands, slightly annoyed. This guy woke up earlier than her. And he actually wanted to take her out of the village. Sasuke had no choice but to release her, looking at her with disappointment, as if asking why she wouldn't come with him. I won't leave, but what about you? Do you still want to leave? The girl's voice carried worry. Sasuke lowered his gaze, concealing his emotions, and silently stepped back. Since Sakura was unwilling to leave. Mizuki Shimon Karui. Let's go. Kirin. He raised his sword, lightning striking down. Sakura looked at everyone around her being struck, and then at herself, who remained unharmed, unable to hold back her laughter. Ha 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 ha, everyone has been charred black. Dingy lay on the medical stretcher, completely numb. He was hurt even more severely, charred all over, with his clothes barely covering the essentials. Did Sasuke really not intend to take revenge? Was it just because he didn't protect Sakura well? He hadn't expected this mission to be so bizarre. What the heck? If there are any typos, you can use the typo feedback option so the back end can see it. I won't look at the comments to avoid seeing anything negative. Thank you all for your support. Heart gesture. Tsunade left the hospital while Sakura and Ino, who had just arrived, arranged everyone else. It was unclear whether Shikamaru had offended Sasuke, but he was the most severely injured, while everyone else merely had their hair standing up from the electricity, and their faces covered in soot. Shikamaru lay in the hospital staring blankly at Asuma Sensei, who was lecturing him about remembering to keep his distance next time. Could he just run away if he wanted to? That guy had clearly aimed for him. Indeed, money wasn't so easy to come by. After a long while, Asuma Sensei finally left, as his wife was about to give birth, and he couldn't stay with Shikamaru for too long. We came to see you, Shikamaru. Sakura and Naruto peeked in from behind the door, their expressions slightly teasing. Shikamaru ignored them, seeing nothing. Hey! Shikamaru! What's with that expression? Naruto was unhappy they had specifically come to visit Shikamaru. Sure. Shikamaru replied perfunctorily, causing Naruto to explode in anger. Sakura hurriedly stopped him. They couldn't make a scene in the hospital. We rarely get a chance to come see you after completing a mission. Are you feeling any better? Sakura had Naruto sit down, placing flowers in a vase and arranging a fruit basket. Well, I'm recovering pretty well. Shikamaru nodded, tossing an apple to Naruto, who caught it and began peeling. That's good. Jiraiya has awakened and Tsunade has decided to send him to Myaboku Mountain to recuperate. Naruto might accompany him there for training. Sakura shared the news she had received, stating that several tailed beasts had been captured and Naruto might also be in danger, just in case he should train at Myaboku Mountain. Is that so? Shikamaru furrowed his brow, about to think it over, when Naruto stuffed an apple into his mouth. Seeing Naruto's innocent expression, Shikamaru felt a wave of annoyance. This guy. Sakura said. Alright, don't overthink it, this is a good thing. Naruto will train hard, and the most important thing for you now is to recover. We're here for you. I'm leaving tomorrow. You can count on me to train hard and protect you all. Naruto patted his chest with a beaming smile. Shikamaru could only nod, and Sakura and Naruto stayed with him for an hour before leaving. Everyone still had things to do, and since Naruto was leaving tomorrow, Sakura decided to help him pack some things. She felt that the food at Myaboku Mountain wasn't very good, and she couldn't quite remember after all this time. Just in case, she prepared a few things for Naruto. She didn't want him to lose weight again. Sakura, I want to bring this. Naruto pointed at the goggles, grinning. Sakura glanced at the suitcase and nodded it was fine to take it, as it wouldn't take up much space. Naruto then brought over a golden fox, insisting that he wanted to take this too. Sakura had a black line across her forehead. Naruto, didn't you say you didn't like this? Naruto also looked a bit unhappy, as he didn't need Kurama's help. I don't like it, but Kurama wants to take it. Alright then. What could Sakura do? Since Kurama requested it, she let him bring it along to prevent Naruto from causing trouble while training. In the suitcase, Naruto packed 3 sets of clothes. He initially wanted to pack identical ones, but Sakura insisted on different ones. Alright, put the scrolls inside. I'm taking you out to buy some food to prepare. Sakura clapped her hands and stood up. Do we need to bring food? Naruto asked, puzzled. Yes. Just in case you can't get used to the food there. Tonight I'll teach you how to cook. Afterwards you can cook for yourself, and if you can't, let Jiraiya help you. Sakura nodded. It was indeed necessary. She completely forgot that Naruto had once tried to cook for himself, and ended up burning the kitchen. Trusting Sakura completely, Naruto nodded, also forgetting about his lack of cooking talent. Thus, the neighbors nearby were frequently awakened by explosions at night, so they angrily went out to find out where the noise was coming from, only to discover it was Naruto's. Feeling guilty and not daring to knock, they endured the whole night without sleeping. The next day they went out with huge dark circles under their eyes and were laughed at by their colleagues. The sky was already lightening and morning glow appeared. Sakura looked at the messy kitchen while Naruto was busy cleaning up with his shadow clone technique. Headache, this was too hard to teach. In that case she could only rely on Jiraiya to cook. She should go buy some vegetables first along with buns and snacks for Naruto. Sakura. I'm done cleaning. Naruto couldn't dare to look at her, remembering how angry Sakura had been last night and how, cough cough, a bit fierce. It was quite scary. Then let's go out to eat. I can't expect you to cook for yourself when you get to Myoboku Mountain. Let those frogs cook for you or find a way to get Jiraiya to cook. Sakura yawned, feeling extremely tired. She already had dark circles under her eyes. This was easy. Just act a bit cute, hee. Naruto chuckled inwardly. Ever since Jiraiya learned about his identity and past experiences, he had been very tolerant and caring towards him. With Naruto having ideas, Sakura didn't need to think of any. She just took him to a restaurant to let him eat his fill. It felt as if she was raising a son. Sakura propped her face in her hands, watching Naruto eat happily. The moment this thought appeared, she couldn't help but cover her face. Oh my. So had she really started raising Naruto like a son? No. She shouldn't think like that. Sakura's expression was unnatural. After he finished eating, she would take him to the Hokage Tower to meet Jiraiya. Jiraiya would be sent to the Hokage Tower today, and a toad from Myoboku Mountain would take the two of them there. Good morning, perverted sage. Tsunadebaba. Naruto waved his hand in greeting. Tsunade gritted her teeth. This guy really kept calling her Baba. Forget it, she wouldn't argue with a kid. Naruto, good morning. Jiraiya was used to it and greeted him. They didn't waste any more time. Once the toad arrived, it took the two of them away, and Naruto didn't even have time to say goodbye to Sakura. Sakura, from now on you will serve as the deputy director of the ninja hospital, taking care of injuries until Naruto returned. Tsunade felt a bit worried. This disciple always got seriously injured every time he went on a mission, even though he could always resolve things himself. But how many times could this body withstand it? Especially that Uchiha orphan. From the intel, this guy had killed his own brother, and not only that, but he didn't even return to Konoha after resolving it. He had caused quite a commotion twice, destroying many houses in Konoha. Luckily no one died, otherwise she would have had to issue a bounty. Especially with the previous incident, everyone was still repairing houses and roads were being fixed. Should she be grateful that Sakura was still alive? She should accumulate strength in Konoha for now. Once her strength exceeds mine, I'll let her out. If she surpasses me, great. They'll have Sakura take over as the 6th Hokage, and then she can be released. She believed that by then that Uchiha brat would definitely not dare to destroy Konoha's property. Unaware of Tsunade's thoughts, Sakura considered it for a moment, and could only nod. Fine, after a few months Konoha might be destroyed again, so she would stay in Konoha to improve her medical skills. Sakura. Just as Sakura reached the door, Tsunade called out to her. Sakura turned back, puzzled. Becoming Hokage? Impossible, it's far too exhausting. She shook her head. Well then, it seems my retirement plan has vanished before it even began. Tsunade sighed, gazing at the towering stacks of paperwork. She couldn't even step out for a stroll. Sakura shrugged lightly. Master could serve a few more years, you know. It was hardly surprising. Still, Tsunade had no intention of abandoning her idea. While Naruto would make an excellent Hokage, he remained too inexperienced. Sakura, by contrast, was ideal. She enjoyed warm rapport with every member of the Hokage's inner circle. Even Kakashi's generation held her in high regard, so Tsunade resolved to give Sakura a chance. And within her mind persuasive arguments unfurled like unspooling scrolls. Unaware of Tsunade's inner deliberations, and even if she had known, it would have made no difference, Sakura remained resolute. Becoming Hokage was simply out of the question. Absolutely, utterly impossible. Leaving the Hokage Tower, she headed home to rest. She'd been pushing through an entire day and could barely hold herself upright. On the way she spotted Ino speaking with Sai, but they were too far away to hear what was being said. Still, Ino appeared visibly furious. Ino could handle it just fine. Sakura would go home and rest. The next morning she arrived early at the hospital, first visiting Shikamaru, then reporting for duty, only to learn that Dr. Kawamura had become hospital director. No wonder she'd been appointed deputy director. Was this nepotism? As Dr. Kawamura guided her through the wards, he reacquainted her with hospital protocols. Sakura took meticulous notes. Her new responsibilities as deputy director were vastly more demanding than her previous solo clinical duties. She needed to master each physician's area of expertise to assign appropriate lead surgeons for patients. At this point Sakura asked, "Why aren't there specialized departments?" Dr. Kawamura paused, then explained. "Villagers often present with simple fevers, but sometimes fever is merely a symptom. Take poisoning for instance, patients may run high fevers, yet one careless physician once misdiagnosed such a case and administered the wrong treatment." Sakura listened in silence. Though she'd assisted at the hospital for years, she'd never grasped this nuance. After all, most cases arriving at her desk were resolved swiftly and independently by her. No wonder she'd suddenly been dubbed the Divine Healer. Just thinking about the title gave her a headache. It sounded utterly unrefined. Once acclimated to her new role, Sakura settled into the rhythm of a dedicated professional, arriving at the hospital before dawn, leaving well after dusk, and still practicing chakra control at home each evening. At dinner, her mother Yuki studied her dark circles with deep concern. "Sakura, perhaps you should take tomorrow off and ask Dr. Kawamura for leave." Sakura yawned widely. Exhaustion weighed on her like lead. "It's all right, Mom. I'll sleep early tonight." Yuki nodded reluctantly while little Yu watched her with wide, earnest eyes, and stretched his tiny arms upward, demanding a hug. "Not right now, Yu. I'm utterly spent. Let me rest early tonight," Sakura murmured gently as Yuki gently lowered his arms. The child must not disturb her. She was already running on fumes. Yu's face crumpled instantly, his large eyes shimmered with unshed tears caught between sorrow and sleep. Yuki hurried to soothe him. Yu was fiercely attached to Sakura, trailing her everywhere whenever she was home. After finishing her meal, Sakura lifted the softly sniffling toddler. "I'll take you to bed now." Watching his expression transform instantly into radiant delight, Yuki sighed helplessly. What else could she do? Her own son was quite the little actor. "You know crying when you're with Wenshin, she's truly exhausted. Let's rest now." She lay down, placed him gently beside her, covered them both, and closed her eyes, all in one smooth, practiced motion. Once Sakura fell asleep, Yu shifted carefully onto his side, gripped her hand with both tiny palms, and emitted a soft cerulean glow. 10 full minutes passed before the light faded. Exhausted, Yu curled against her hand and drifted off. When Sakura awoke the next morning, she felt astonishingly refreshed. Her hands slipped free effortlessly. Remarkably, the child hadn't stirred her once throughout the night. Maybe I'll take him on a little outing once the holiday arrives." "Sakura, why are you up so early today?" Yuki stood at the stove preparing breakfast, startled. Just days earlier, Sakura had slept until moments before her shift began. Woke up and couldn't fall back asleep. Let me help, Mom." "No need, young Yu hasn't woken yet, has he?" "No, he hasn't." "Then please bring him down here. He might cry if he wakes alone and doesn't see us." Sakura acquiesced, carried him downstairs, and found breakfast already set: steamed buns, soy milk, and crispy youtiao, her favorite. Another perfectly satisfying day. Seated in her office, Sakura reviewed past patient records, reorganizing them methodically according to her own system. Hardly had she finished when an ANBU agent arrived with urgent summons. Tsunade had convened an emergency meeting of all jonin. An emergency summons? What could it possibly be about? Sakura sighed. Another storm was brewing. On her way, she encountered Niji, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Tenten, and Lee. They walked in together, and found the chamber already filled with shinobi murmuring quietly among themselves. Silence fell instantly as they entered. Danzo slammed a thick dossier onto Tsunade's desk. "Look, those treacherous Uchiha dared attempt to capture the Eight Tails, and succeeded. What is their aim? Is Konoha next?" A vein pulsed at Tsunade's temple. "You old fool, what tone is that? I warned you repeatedly to issue a warrant. You refused, and now the Raikage demands answers." Sakura moved to stand beside Kakashi and silently gestured for clarification. He handed her a folded note detailing what had transpired moments earlier. In short, Sasuke had never been officially declared a missignin, nor had any arrest order been issued, yet his assault on the Eight Tails gave the Raikage ample pretext to accuse Konoha. Danzo intended to exploit the crisis to seize power. Sakura passed the note to Shikamaru, who groaned inwardly, massaging his temples with a heavy sigh, and met his father's anxious gaze, shaking his head to signal all was under control. Seizing power. As if it were that simple. Shikamaru glanced warily at Danzo, whose presence exuded quiet menace, and raised a calm hand in silent reassurance. No one knew how long the two had argued, until Tsunade shattered the desk with a thunderous blow. "What do I fear from the Raikage? At worst, war-erupts. Do you imagine I flinch?" Tsunade sneered. Danzo fell silent for a beat. "Speak plainly, don't slam furniture." He nearly jumped. Enraged, Tsunade had gathered them to devise strategy, but Danzo's provocation derailed everything. "Let me be unequivocal, a man half buried in his grave has no business meddling in affairs of state. We stand with Lady Tsunade." Shikamaru stepped forward, Sakura and the others following. Then naturally the rest of the room echoed their declaration. "Excellent. Now get out." Tsunade pointed firmly toward the door, her gaze fixed on Danzo. Tuanzang slammed the door in anger and strode out. Gang Shou exhaled in relief, then turned to regard them. "That may be, but the fact remains that Zhu captured the Eight Tails. Laying will not let this opportunity pass. Full-scale war is unlikely, yet it may cost us dearly. Recently patrols will be harder. Do not let small intruders slip in." "Yes. You all may go. Kakashi, see Makai, keep your squad members here." Being summoned only to hear this made everyone take the matter more seriously. A mere patrol order had required calling them together. Clearly things were not calm lately. They watched the others leave one by one. Xiaoying stood at the rear silently pleading not to be called. She had been terribly busy. Kai take Ning Xiai Shaoli and Tian Tian to probe the veracity of this mission. She handed a mission scroll to Kai. Kai took it, opened it, and was shocked. What is this? Indeed. On a mountain along the eastern border several members of the Yujibo clan were reportedly seen. Take them to investigate. They accepted the task and the four left. Xiaoying slipped a few medical talismans into Tian Tian's pack hoping there would be no danger. Next is the matter of Zhuizhu. Gang Shou regarded the group sternly. They looked at one another puzzled. Have you been in contact with Yujibo's Zhuizhu? They fell silent. They believed they had nothing to hide and wondered why Gang Shou only asked now. Are you implicitly condoning him? Gang Shou walked to the window and gazed up at the sky, her thoughts tangled. Xiaoying had long assumed Gang Shou knew. She had not tried to conceal it, and Gang Shou's silence had felt like tacit acceptance. She lowered his head. He had been discovered. Had he failed to clean up some trace? Indeed, he was always the one who covered for the students when they contacted Zhuizhu. He had not expected to be found out. No, perhaps it had nothing to do with covering tracks but stemmed from that one incident. It was so obvious that it was no surprise anyone noticed. If you have contact, write back and tell that brat to return within a month. If he does not, I will issue a wanted notice. Whatever becomes of the Yujibo child afterward, Mu Yi will not intervene. Gang Shou meant it. Zhuizhu's actions showed no regard for Mu Yi, and if Laying started a reckless fight, only the common people would suffer. Fifth Lord, we have no contact information. Lu Wan cut off attempts to answer, refusing to admit anything. Who knew whether this was Gang Shou's test? Very well, then I will issue a wanted notice. Leaving the Huang building, Jing Yi could not understand the denial and looked to Lu Wan for an explanation. Explaining is too much trouble. And going back to rest. My wound hasn't healed yet. Lu Wan waved his hand without looking back. Ding Xiai followed silently, and Jing Yi trailed after them, determined to learn the reason. Xiaoying bid Kakashi farewell and returned to the hospital. Zui Jing went back to the route. The remaining two instructors exchanged a look. Kakashi, shall we gather sometime? Not now, I have matters to attend. Another day. Kakashi scratched his head. He truly had business to handle. A shame, then another day. A month slipped by and Zhuizhu was declared a rogue ninja by Mu Yi in a rank notice. Esteemed healer, can my child truly be treated? A woman whose garments were patched with coarse cloth gripped Xiaoying's hand with trembling excitement. Her child had been born prematurely and was tiny at birth. The doctors had declared the case critical, but the family would not give up spending every last coin to seek physicians across the lands. Only the medicines prescribed by various doctors had kept the child alive until his second year. A physician from Sha'in village had suggested coming to Mu Yi. Gang Shou, one of the three, was the foremost medical ninja, and her disciples were excellent. Hopeful that a cure might be possible, the couple hurried here. The father was moved as well. How could their child depart before tasting life? Being called esteemed healer embarrassed Xiaoying, she covered her face, steadied herself, and cradled the sleeping child. Come with me. Perhaps word of Mu Yi's medical ninjas had spread. People from other nations often came seeking a chance. Because of this influx, Jing Yi stayed at the hospital to help while Lu Wan and Ding Xiai trained at home, occasionally taking missions. Yes, thank you so much. The woman wiped her tears with relief. By the way, your own condition does not look good. Do you need treatment as well? Xiaoying asked. The couple exchanged glances and finally shook their heads. No, our savings have been exhausted. The man looked sorrowful. His wife had resolved before coming that they would do whatever it took to save their son. There are laborers being hired west of Mu Yi. If your savings are insufficient, you could apply there. Xiaoying suggested a place for them to earn a living. Over the past month, those seeking aid had come from both wealthy and poor backgrounds. Once a man who could not pay his medical bills said he could build houses and work in Mu Yi. Dr. Hsiyuan considered it and agreed to let him stay. The hospital occasionally suffered from unruly ninja who damaged buildings. Gradually more people arrived, many with useful skills, so Gang Shou set up a farm and had them work the fields for Mu Yi. Really? Esteemed healer? The man asked, voice trembling with hope. This meant his wife could receive treatment. Don't call me esteemed healer, just call me Xiaoying. Xiaoying examined the child in her arms. This is real, you can go have a look. If the child's mother needs treatment, we can treat her first and arrange payments afterward. Alright, I'll go see now. Ingzi, stay here and be well repay as we can, the man said, tearful and relieved before departing after giving his wife further instructions. Ingzi wept openly. If one could live, who would choose to die? The previous doctors were skilled. They'll prescribe medicine for the child. With another week of observation, if the condition improves, we can proceed with surgery. Xiaoying withdrew her hand, placed the child on the bed, and told them to wait, while she prepared the medication. Esteemed healer, I heard from the nurse that you received a child with congenital deficiencies. I'm here to learn from you, Jingyi said cheerfully as she ran up and hugged her. Enough, your skill is fine too, so stop talking about learning. Xiaoying patted her hand, warning her not to be cheeky. She inwardly cringed. She truly disliked being called esteemed healer. She covered her face in secret. Xiaoying really resented that title. Have you prepared the medicine? Do you need my help? Jingyi leaned in one hand on her shoulder, her golden hair swaying with emotion. Then take this to the nurse and have her simmer it for me. The two walked towards the hospital room while talking. Ino examined the child's health and then discussed which medicine would be best to use with Sakura before leaving. For the past month, Sakura had solely cared for this child with congenital deficiencies, and finally after all this time the child met the discharge standards and underwent surgery. The surgery was very successful, and although it succeeded, the child would still need to return for a checkup once a week and take medication for recovery. I am truly grateful, Master Healer. Ino continuously bowed to Sakura while holding the child. Sakura smiled awkwardly, repeatedly waving her hands. It seemed she could never shake off this title. No need to thank me, you all should head home now. With that she quickly left, deciding that unless absolutely necessary she would never personally intervene again. Strangely enough, Teacher Kai and his team had been away for a month and still hadn't returned. While thinking about this, Sakura just met up with Ino when suddenly the sounds of beast roars and terrified screams echoed outside, making her a bit uneasy. Sakura, Ino said, a bit flustered. Was Konoha being invaded? She wondered if her mother had gone to the shelter. Ino, you go arrange for them to go to the shelter, I'll go check outside. But... Ino seemed a bit uneasy. There's no but. Don't worry, I will check if Auntie has gone to the shelter. And little you, I wonder if he has been hurt. Sakura thought so. Am I not important to Dad at all? Pai with her determination, she jumped out of the second-floor window, and sure enough saw several summoning beasts causing chaos. Could that be Pain's summoning beast? Has the storyline progressed to this point? Tying her long hair up high, she drew her long sword and ran towards them. A flash of white light passed, and one of the summoning beast's legs was severed. She picked up the child beneath her, and jumped several times to catch up with everyone orderly entering the shelter. Just then Iruka-sensei was there maintaining order. She asked him to take the child to safety and rushed off to provide support elsewhere. Sakura, be careful. Iruka watched the girl's back, his expression complex. The student from years ago had grown up. Wah wah wah, teacher! The child in his arms quietly cried on his shoulder. It's all right, I'll take you to the shelter first. Dad? Mom, wah wah, they're gone! Iruka gently patted the child's head as he guided the villagers toward the shelter. Sakura ran home but didn't find her parents there, so she hurried to Ino's house. Just in time, she ran into her parents rushing with Ino's mom with a summoning beast trailing behind. She sighed in relief and swung her sword. Mom, Dad, Auntie, and little you, are you all alright? We're fine. Why did you come out? We were just about to head to the shelter. Haruno Sho replied nervously, still anxious. Let me take you there, I need to check if anyone else hasn't made it to the shelter. With that she took little Yu, who was flailing his arms, and led them all toward the shelter, thankfully encountering no summoning beasts this time. First she stuffed her parents with a pile of healing talismans just in case before rushing off. Meanwhile, in another part of the village, residents were running around in panic. A dozen chunin were trying to stop a summoning beast but couldn't hold on for more than 5 minutes before being swept away by its tail. No one could stop it as it was about to attack a mother and daughter. Its movements suddenly halted. TSK, what a hassle. A boy with an outrageous hairstyle stood with his hands in his pockets, looking lackadaisically at the summoning beast in front of him, and the shadow beneath him ensnared the beast. He had thought they could handle it, but it seemed he couldn't slack off. When could he retire? Roar. The summoning beast struggled. Any slight movement would tighten the shadow's grip. Shikamaru casually glanced at the frozen mother and daughter beside him. You two hurry to the shelter. Huh. Oh, okay. The woman snapped back to reality, nodded repeatedly, and thanked him before running off with her child. A huge shadow appeared behind Shikamaru, blocking him. He turned around, surprised at the number of summoning beasts. While thinking, he split the shadow beneath him to trap the summoning beast behind. He raised one hand, strangulation. The shadow pierced through the summoning beast's body, blood splattering all over Shikamaru, and his expression froze. He wished he had run farther away. This technique was developed based on Gaara's method to increase lethality. What a hassle! I wonder if the 5th Hokage has any solutions for this. There shouldn't just be summoning beasts, right? Shikamaru looked around at the villagers, scratching his head and sighing, then promptly directed the other unharmed ninjas to leave in an orderly manner. Sakura wiped the blood off her sword, several summoning beast corpses lying around her. She initially planned to sheath her sword but was suddenly struck by a killing intent from behind, sending her flying. In midair, she adjusted her body and looked up at the person, her eyes widening in shock. Yo, Xiaoyin, long time no see. A girl with black hair tied in a high ponytail cheerfully greeted her, dressed in a red qipao high heels and holding a red fan sitting atop a large red bird. Sakura opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound, her heart filled with shock. Shikamaru and Choji resolved the last summoning beast, suddenly realizing it was dark. Looking up, Choji was astonished. Everyone moved quickly. Choji shouted while Shikamaru struggled to calm himself. This kind of attack was completely unstoppable. They could only defend. Shikamaru clenched his hands. Choji, you get in too. Choji was confused. Hurry, there's no time. Shikamaru grabbed his hand and threw him in, sealing the entrance. Shikamaru. Choji fell to the ground trying to rush out but was blocked by the barrier, anxiously pounding on the barrier's entrance. Well, it's not that powerful, but it can protect a few people. I didn't expect to have a day to show off too. Shikamaru forced a smile. He raised his hand to form seals, trying out a newly developed ninjutsu. He hadn't expected to use it in such a situation. Oh, don't you remember me? Xiaoyin. Qingyu Ran chuckled, covering her lips with her fan, looking down at the disheveled Sakura with amusement. You little brat. The hilt of her sword shattered in her grasp and Sakura radiated a fierce, killing intent. Xiaoyin, I've missed you in hell for over 20 years. Qingyu Ran tilted her head, sighing as she waved her fan. She had expected it to be a wind blade, but it turned out to be a massive fireball. Hit directly by the fireball, Sakura transformed into a wooden figure. Was this a substitution technique? Qingyu Ran raised an eyebrow. Not bad. Don't make such moves with that face. Boulders plummeting from above obliterated Konoha outright. The two figures nearest the epicenter were hurled backward by the sheer concussive force. Sakura's body was riddled with burn wounds sustained during her battle with Qingyu Ran. HSS. She gasped sharply. The pain was excruciating. She and Qingyu Ran had clearly been separated. A saffron-hued tree blocked Sakura's path, and suddenly cerulean light shimmered into being around her, gently seeping into her flesh, healing over half her injuries in moments. Sakura stared at the trees with quiet unease. This phenomenon demanded thorough investigation once the battle ended. Without delay, she drew forth a healing talisman and resumed treatment. Inside the shelter, Shikamaru's face was ashen, blood trickling from the corner of his lips. Behind him, the refuge lay engulfed beneath a vast oppressive shadow. His gaze, hollow and unblinking, fixed upon Konoha's ruin, until at last his strength gave way and he collapsed. Ah, how troublesome. Why did I ever do something so recklessly heroic? Before his mind's eye surfaced the image of that fool, always charging headlong into danger, eyes blazing with fervor. So, he'd truly been influenced after all. Yet strangely, the feeling wasn't unwelcome. Shikamaru. Choji pounded desperately against the barrier sealing the shelter's entrance behind him. The crowd stirred restlessly. They had all witnessed it, the young man who saved them. Irika stepped forward from the throng and attempted to dispel the barrier with a ninjutsu, only for it to hold firm. Tsunade lay sprawled on the ground, battered and disheveled. That wretch. Damn him. Her gaze turned icy. Though she longed to confront him in combat, she could not. Her villagers' lives came first. As for the others, Sakura had no idea what had befallen them. Just as she turned to leave, Qingyu Ran reappeared before her, blocking her path once more. It felt as though he were deliberately preventing her from reinforcing the others. With a flick of his fan, countless fireballs erupted, engulfing and incinerating the azure-lit trees. Sakura, do you like this welcome gift? Qingyu Ran concealed his face behind the fan, chuckling softly. Sakura said nothing. Her mentor's words echoed in her mind. When words fail, silence is wisdom. Fight instead. She reached to tear away the hem of her long skirt, which hampered her movement. Qingyu Ran watched, eyes widening in surprise. What on earth is she about to do? Hey. Sakura, please don't do that. It's terribly embarrassing. His cheeks flushed crimson as he twisted awkwardly. Sakura's brow twitched, then the two clashed once more. How much time had passed? Sakura's burns worsened. This time no azure trees remained to heal her. The dagger pierced her heart. Sakura dropped to one knee, gazing down silently. Yet even impaled, the girl burst into wild, unrestrained laughter. A single tear fell onto her cheek, and the laughter ceased instantly. Sakura, you've always been my dearest person. Forgive me, I know our parents cast a deep shadow over your life. Then tell me, why are you here in this world? Sakura's face remained impassive, but tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Do you know, in the genjutsu realm of Uzumaki-den, those who left the strongest imprint upon you are manifested here. The deeper you dwell within that illusion, the more completely my memories coalesce, thus granting a kind of unorthodox immortality. Sakura slumped motionless onto the scorched earth. Qingyu Ran's severed head lay nearby. Truly, a chaotic, senseless world. Was this merely the tornado summoned by a butterfly's wing beat? What other calamities await? Let them come, she could not remain idle any longer. Others still needed her aid. First, she would go to the shelter. From afar she spotted Shikamaru lying unconscious. Upon examination she found no grave injury, only absolute chakra exhaustion. She glanced back at Choji, who stood trembling with anxiety, shouting incessantly. She signaled him to calm himself. This barrier at least she could dismantle. After ushering Shikamaru inside, Sakura approached, whereupon Choji stared stunned. Sakura. Your face. It's nothing, this will heal soon. To her such wounds were trivial, her medical mastery was peerless. Choji, stay here and guard them. I'll scout outside. He hesitated. He too yearned to join the fray, especially since his father and the others remained unseen. Sakura had already departed, heedless of his doubt. Amidst the ruins she suddenly noticed countless pale white slugs crawling outward in every direction. One caught sight of her, and swiftly crawled toward her. Sakura extended her hand, allowing the slug to climb aboard, then settled it gently upon her shoulder. Her mentor's chakra must be utterly depleted. She had to reach her immediately, otherwise Danzo might seize the moment to scheme. Her pace quickened with urgency. True enough, near the Hokage Tower she spotted over 20 Root operatives lurking in the shadows alongside several unnamed jonin whom Root agents barred from advancing. What exactly are you doing? Sakura unsheathed a blade from her scroll, her eyes glinting cold and sharp. Lady Haruno. Several jonin cried out, relief flooding their voices. The Root operatives exchanged wary glances, but refused to yield. Step aside. She raised her sword toward the figure before her, fully hooded, unmoving, silent. Fine. Before the final syllable faded, Sakura lowered her sword, and drove a devastating fist into the operative's chest, sending him flying. The jonin surged forward, hidden allies emerged from the darkness to reinforce them. In the end it was Ino's timely arrival that secured victory, subduing the remaining operatives and binding them tightly. Together the two rushed to Tsunade's side, where Shizen was already administering treatment. Seeing them, Shizen exhaled deeply in relief. Sakura. Ino. You're here, thank the heavens. Shizen briefed them swiftly while Sakura applied several high-tier healing talismans to Tsunade's body. Ino gently urged Shizen to rest, and seamlessly assumed her role. Slowly Tsunade's withered, aged visage regained its vitality, flushed with color, then gradually softened, growing younger before their eyes. At the crater's center Naruto materialized, summoned back by the toad. He blinked blankly at the devastation surrounding him. Another toad, puzzled, asked the elder toad matriarch why she hadn't summoned him directly to Konoha. This is Konoha, dear husband. Naruto froze in disbelief, scanning the ruins, searching frantically for Kakashi-sensei's chakra, for Shikamaru's. Shikamaru, my chakra's completely spent. Of course he couldn't sense it. Kakashi-sensei. Shikamaru. This had to be a joke. Who had done this? Sakura heard the thunderous echoes of distant combat, her concern sharpened. She longed to reinforce Naruto, but Danzo had arrived here, his gaze locked hungrily upon Tsunade. Sakura suspected that given a blade he would stab Tsunade without hesitation. Ino watched her anxiously. Sakura shook her head, signaling she was unharmed. Go, Sakura, I can handle this. Sakura hesitated. Ino was too guileless, she feared Danzo would manipulate her. Don't worry, I've got this. Ino declared confidently, utterly unaware of Sakura's misgivings. Ino, if he comes within 3 meters, strike him immediately, Sakura called out firmly. Danzo's face darkened. Tsunade's disciple was unforgivably insolent. Were it not for her unparalleled medical prowess, and the risk he might fall ill mid-confrontation, he would have eliminated her long ago. Ino nodded earnestly. Understood, leave it to me. I'm quite formidable, you know. Sakura first handed her a bundle of assorted talismans, then cast a deliberate glance at Danzo, delighting in the sight of his scowling countenance, before departing fully satisfied. Sakura's mood brightened upon unsettling Danzo, until she noticed the black rods embedded in Naruto's body disrupting his chakra flow, and her expression darkened instantly. Hinata rushed down to aid Naruto against pain, prompting Sakura to sigh. Hinata's combat prowess appeared scarcely improved. Seizing the moment, while she drew Pain's attention, Sakura darted swiftly into the center of the fray and in a single fluid motion extracted the last 3 rods. She then hurled explosive tagged kunai toward Pain before sweeping Hinata into a firm waist embrace and sprinting away, leaving Naruto moments from total collapse, abruptly stunned into speechless disbelief. At Sakura's sharp command, "Explode!" a blinding fireball erupted. Naruto stood just beyond its lethal radius. Hinata blinked, dazed. What just happened? Naruto. He's all yours now. Sakura winked, affixing several healing talismans to him. His wounds vanished instantly. With a radiant smile she carried Hinata off the battlefield. Naruto scratched his head and climbed to his feet. Sakura's gotten even faster, Alright, let's continue. Pain stared silently. He'd been released far too easily. Sakura. Naruto-kun. Hinata murmured, eyes clouded with worry, her own grievous injuries forgotten as concern for Naruto consumed her. I'm worried too, but standing there would only hinder him. Naruto is truly strong. Trust him. Sakura gently set Hinata down and began treating her wounds. This vantage point was ideal, clear sight of Naruto's battle, and ready for swift intervention should it be needed. She believed firmly that he had grown stronger than in the original timeline, and would prevail. Even if he faltered, she and Shikamaru held reserves in reserve. Naruto would survive, pain would fall. She'd momentarily forgotten Yamato, then instantly abandoned the attempt to rationalize it. Though the emotional breakdown was omitted, Naruto still triumphed, entering sage mode not with toads, but with a decisive clap of his hands. Hinata gazed at him, the radiant sun-like figure, and felt her spirit shrink within her. Naruto truly is extraordinary. If only I were that strong, would he finally see me? Unaware of her turmoil, Sakura clenched her fists as Naruto was sent flying. Hold on. Not yet. This was vital training for Naruto. Sakura. Shikamaru's weary voice drifted over. She didn't turn. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Shikamaru sank beside them, utterly spent, fingers tapping idly against the floor. Then retract your shadow possession already. Sakura shot him a sharp, exasperated glance. One might expect basic courtesy before offering reassurance. Shikamaru showed no trace of guilt at being called out, merely withdrew the technique. Your chakra isn't fully restored yet. Why come here? Oh, just bringing the villagers to witness their hero. He yawned, eyelids heavy with exhaustion. Indeed, not far away, a cluster of Konoha citizens watched the battlefield with hushed, tentative awe. Very well, let them observe. It would serve their next phase perfectly. The sixth Hokage's ascension was imminent. Sakura nodded thoughtfully. In her view, the sixth Hokage would inevitably be either Shikamaru or Kakashi. Naruto, though destined for greatness, required further refinement before assuming the mantle of seventh Hokage. A sudden chill prickled Shikamaru's spine. Who's scheming? Meanwhile, Tsunade stirred awake. Shizen offered her water and helped her sit up. Shizen, how is it going over there? All is well, Lady Tsunade. Shizen replied, shaking her head reassuringly. Once Konoha begins reconstruction. She paused mid-sentence, her gaze sharpening as Danzo entered the room. I've come to check on your recovery. A fox paying homage to a chicken, no goodwill behind those words. Shizen frowned. Hadn't Ino been stationed outside the tent? How had Danzo gained entry? My recovery proceeds well, you may leave. Tsunade rose, her expression glacial. Danzo studied her intently. Had she truly healed? What are you staring at? Tsunade stepped forward, cracked spiderweb across the floor beneath her feet. Danzo retreated a step. Since the fifth Hokage has recovered, I shall go soothe the villagers. TCH. Had her chakra not partially returned, and her countenance remained so composed, that wretched old man might have plotted something sinister. She'd intended to hold the sixth Hokage election upon reconstruction, but clearly that could wait. First, the cancer had to be excised. Her knees buckled. Tsunade collapsed. Shizen caught her face etched with alarm. She'd forced chakra use before full recovery. Lady Tsunade. I'm unharmed, Shizen. Fetch Kakashi and Hamura immediately. Tsunade seated herself and issued the order. If I depart, your safety, you needn't worry. Truly. She needed time to devise how best to eradicate this festering blight. Naruto's battle with pain drove them ever farther. As his silhouette began to vanish, Sakura and Shikamaru gave chase, soon spotting him halted by Hamura's delegation, voices rising in heated debate. Sakura and Shikamaru exchanged a glance. He approached his father, she moved to guide Naruto away. Sakura, is this wise? Niji frowned. Sakura assured him it was entirely acceptable. She'd been monitoring their injuries closely, deeply concerned. Later, when the slain villagers were revived, Sakura witnessed countless shimmering lights flowing into their bodies. They awoke bewildered, only to be engulfed by tearful embraces from loved ones. Over an hour after departing, Naruto finally returned, immediately surrounded by villagers overflowing with gratitude and remorse for past misjudgments. Stunned, Naruto was hoisted skyward amid cheers, then burst into unrestrained joyous laughter. From a distance, friends watched, smiles soft and warm upon their faces. Sakura hesitated, reluctant to disrupt such a tender moment, yet stepped forward decisively. Hey! You! Put Naruto down, we need to treat him. Hands on hips, she shouted. Ugh, Sakura spoilsport! A burly man grumbled loudly. Her expression hardened. What did you say? Meeting her icy glare, he wilted instantly. I'm sorry. Now, she snapped, voice edged with impatience. Put him down. The crowd hastily lowered Naruto. He scratched his head, grinning sheepishly, so endearingly foolish that Shikamaru covered his face in second-hand embarrassment, muttering, "Sometimes I wish I didn't know him." "And Naruto-kun, you're safe, thank goodness," Hinata whispered, cheeks burning crimson, then overcome by nerves she fainted dead away. Naruto's eyes widened, he lunged to catch her. "Hey! Hinata! What's wrong?" "Sakura! Ino! Quick, help her!" Ino was absent. Sakura sighed, another patient to manage. Amid the ensuing flurry, every injured soul received care, every unharmed villager found reassurance. As Sakura dressed Naruto's wounds, he fell silent, gazing at her, then breaking the quiet. "Sakura, why do wars happen?" She paused, surprised. "Well, I never expected you to ponder philosophy, Naruto." His sullen expression crumpled into a grin as she laughed. His question unanswered, his curiosity unasked again. Konoha is currently in the process of reconstruction, with many jonin called in to fill the large pit created by pain. Kakashi, supported by Guy, gazes blankly as all those with Earth-style chakra have been summoned to assist. "Ha, your chakra is seriously lacking," Asuma mocked him. Kakashi shot him a resentful glance, thinking how shameless this guy was to say that when he knew full well Kakashi had little chakra left. "Kakashi, you should rest on the side, I'll go help the villagers lift the wood." Guy set him down and vanished in a gust of wind. Well, Kakashi sat on a large rock watching everyone busying about, unable to help but smile. They were all alive, which was wonderful. "Naruto! You're still injured, don't run around." Ino glared at Naruto, who was running back and forth carrying wood. Naruto patted his stomach and laughed. "Ino! I'm fine, look, I'm almost healed." The nine-tails inside him snorted coldly, thinking, isn't it all because of me? With hands on hips he spoke firmly. "Get down, I'll check." Naruto hesitated, then ran off with his load. Ino, furious, wanted to drag him back and slap a sleeping seal on him. Sai sat on the giant eagle drawn by the super beast imitation painting, controlling it to fly around with a small pile of wood behind him. Seeing Ino angry, he blinked and placed his load down next to her. "Ino! What's wrong? That guy Naruto is running around even though he's still injured. That guy is as tough as a cockroach, he'll be fine." Inside the tent where Tsunade was, Sakura was changing Tsunade's bandages. Tsunade looked at her outstanding disciple, continually marveling at how much Sakura had grown. "Sakura, do you want to become Hokage?" "Why are you asking me that again? I have no interest in being Hokage at all." "Please don't even think about it. Being Hokage is exhausting. It's better to be an ordinary medical ninja, occasionally treating patients in the hospital or having fun on missions." She certainly doesn't want to be stuck in an office. Tsunade sighed. What a pity it was. When would she be able to retire, and she still had to attend the 5 Kage summit afterward. What's with the expression on the heartless man? Sakura rolled her eyes and left with the remaining medicinal herbs. The next day, Sakura, looking confused, followed Kakashi and Shikamaru into a room where the heads of various clans sat in 2 rows, with Tsunade and the daimyo at the front. "Are these the 3? The one with white hair? And these 2, are they not too young?" The daimyo, with a fan covering the lower half of his face, asked in an ambiguous tone. "Yes, all 3 are outstanding ninjas from our Konoha village and can fully represent me at the 5 Kage summit." Tsunade rested her face on one hand, lightly tapping the table with the other. Sakura wanted to cover her face, but with so many people watching. Shikaku raised an eyebrow, surprisingly agreeing with his son. "Agree. Agree. Disagree." Half agreed, half disagreed. Danzo stood up. "I believe I can represent Tsunade at the summit." The room fell silent. Shikamaru frowned. This old man is so annoying. Should he ask Sasuke for help to resolve this? Young people still need more time to train. I'm afraid they might be ambushed on the way, which wouldn't be good for them. Ambushed? Who? Besides you, old man, who else would ambush them? Sakura silently complained, maintaining a calm expression. Danzo continued with his impassioned speech, hoping to gain the support of the daimyo, and the heads of the clans, completely unaware that no one was listening. The daimyo glanced at the 2 young people who had suggested using up many of his medicinal herbs with a hint of amusement. Clap, clap, clap. The daimyo lightly applauded, and everyone looked at each other, reluctantly joining in. Tsunade glared at Danzo, thinking he really knows how to stir trouble. Kakashi scratched his head and said, Regarding the 5 Kage summit. Let us handle it. You said that young people need more training. This is just the opportunity, isn't it?" Shikamaru stepped forward and stood in front of the 2, forcing Kakashi to silence. "Oh dear, it seems he is getting old. This is the era of the young." Danzo's murderous gaze fixed on Shikamaru. Shikaku slammed his hand on the table, looking at him warily. "Elder, I believe we should give the young people a chance, don't you? If this guy dares to touch Shikamaru, just wait and see. The Nara family will find you dozens of things to do every day." Shikamaru's eyes flickered. This old man. Watching the scene that was about to escalate into a fight, the daimyo finally spoke. "Are these 2 children named Nara Shikamaru and Haruno Sakura?" "Yes. Tsunade nodded. And who is this white-haired one? The fan pointed at Kakashi. Tsunade gave Kakashi a look and he nodded. Sir, I am Hatake Kakashi. The daimyo certainly knew his name, he simply acknowledged it with a nod. I think this boy Shikamaru is right, since young people need training, this is a perfect opportunity for them. Let the three of you go to represent us. The daimyo directly finalized the selection. However, if Danzo is worried about ambushes, then you will be responsible for protecting them. The relief that had just settled rose again in an instant. Sakura supported her forehead, noticing that the daimyo's gaze frequently glanced over. Every time she looked, he would look away. How strange. Yes. Danzo reluctantly agreed, but don't worry, there are plenty of people on the road to take care of them, and if protection fails it will be the daimyo who sends someone to punish them. The three were happy. The daimyo waved his hand and Tsunade instructed them to go and take care of their own matters, departing tomorrow. Following the two on the road, they looked at a street that had already been completed and couldn't help but marvel at the speed. Sakura accompanied the two, chatting about daily life, when she spotted a swaying small figure and quickly bid farewell to chase after it. Kakashi was puzzled, but with everyone gone no one explained it to him. What's going on? Why the rush? Shikamaru noticed but didn't speak. He shoved his hands in his pockets, feeling lethargic and wanting to go back to rest. Sakura picked up the swaying little Yu, squeezing his chubby face. Little Yu! What are you doing here? Sister. Little Yu could now pronounce words clearly. His little face was smiling, and he nudged his hand against hers, which was just too adorable. I haven't asked you what you're doing here yet. Looking for. Sister. Mommy. Little Yu giggled, his small hands hugging her neck. Unseen by Sakura, a blue light slipped into her body, and soon Little Yu grew sleepy, closing his eyes. Sakura, who wanted to lecture him, halted, feeling that her internal injuries had healed quite a bit. Was it an illusion? Or? She looked at the Little Yu, who had fallen asleep in seconds. Due to Konoha's reconstruction, the adults all went to help, and the village's children gathered together. A couple of people were allocated to help watch over them, while the older kids also helped look after the younger ones. Unexpectedly, Little Yu slipped out, but fortunately he didn't run to where everyone was working. Xiaoying, what are you doing here? Mingren popped up from behind, noticing the little Xiaoyu in her arms with a puzzled look. Why is Xiaoyu here? Sneaked out. Xiaoying flinched, then answered helplessly and stepped forward. The sudden appearance had been utterly silent. Had she not been holding Xiaoyu, she might have punched Mingren. Xiaoyu was surprisingly quick. Mingren scratched his head, and from the corner of his eye caught sight of a white sleeve in the shadows. He asked curiously, Xiaoying, who is that? Following his gaze, it looked like Chu Tian's clothing. Why was she hiding like that? I don't know, maybe she's just resting against the wall. Let Mingren discover it himself. She refused to meddle in the affairs of the young couple. Yet Mingren's obliviousness astonished her. Chu Tian had confessed to him, and he hadn't even reacted, let alone answered. If she was merely resting, then never mind. Mingren didn't pay it much heed. After bidding Xiaoying farewell, he intended to go help others. Passing by, he saw Jing Yi and Zhui Jing arguing heatedly. He was puzzled but didn't intend to intervene. He trusted Jing Yi to handle it herself. Mingren. Oh no, he'd been spotted. Mingren vanished from where he stood, leaving Jing Yi flushed with anger. This fellow wouldn't even rest when told to. Mingren breathed a sigh of relief. He'd escaped. Heh. Did you hear? Kakashi, Lu Wan and Xiaoying are going to represent Gang Show at the Wuing Huitan. I heard. It seems the daimyo approved. I heard the sixth Huing will be chosen from among the three. Huh. No, Mingren. He's only a fox demon, someone muttered. Slap. Another struck him. Mingren is our hero. How can you say that? Which family are you from? I'll report this to Wu Daiduren. Right. Mingren is our hero, and he's not a demon, you fool. Come to think of it, I don't recognize you. Who are you? Let's seize him and take him to Wu Daiduren. Seize him. The commotion drew everyone's attention, and amid the clamor someone produced a rope and bound the unfamiliar man. He tried to flee, but a junior ninja slapped a sleep talisman on him. The crowd gave him a thumbs up. Hidden in the shadows, Mingren was taken aback. He hadn't expected to overhear such news. Xiaoying and the others were going to the Wuing Huitan. He was angry Xiaoying hadn't told him earlier. On the way home, Xiaoying sneezed, feeling as if she had forgotten something. Xiaoyu stirred in her arms. She gently patted his back, and he soon fell asleep again. Being cared for felt wonderful. Mingren felt a warm current sweep through his chest. Cheerful, he headed to Ilo Ramen. Today he intended to eat bowl after bowl. Mingren, you're hurt. Why aren't you resting and running around everywhere? Ilu Ka hurried over when he saw him, worry etched in his tone. Mingren's eyes brightened. Teacher Ilu Ka. I want ramen. Ilu Ka hesitated under that gaze. Well then. I'll buy you a bowl, okay. Mingren nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Free lunch, excellent. Lu Ka covered his face in embarrassment. He had clearly been misunderstood and had accidentally offered to treat. Looks like his wallet would be emptied. Mingren merrily devoured several big bowls. The Ilu owner smiled and asked if he wanted more, ignoring the pleading looks toward Lu Ka. Mingren finished and held out the bowl, another bowl. Coming right up. Lu Ka looked at his empty wallet and felt tears well up. He alone bore the injury in this world. Xiaoying had little to pack. Their house had been rebuilt and most possessions destroyed. Fortunately, she had stored clothes in a storage scroll, so there was nothing more to prepare. I didn't expect this tree to still be alive. Xiaoying watched a small blue glowing sapling scurry over in surprise. The tree waved its branches as if gesturing, but she couldn't tell what it meant. Never mind, she would let it watch over Xiaoyu. She planned to cook a few dishes to take to her parents and tell them about the upcoming mission. They were leaving tomorrow and time was tight. They would likely return late tonight, so she would mention it when she brought them food. Early the next morning, Xiaoying found her parents were not at home. Unsurprising, everyone was helping out. After leaving Xiaoyu with those helping to watch the child, she hurried toward the gate. Good morning, Xiaoying. Lu Wan leaned against the gate with dark circles and waved a hand in greeting. Good morning. Is teacher Kakashi still not well? Xiaoying ignored Tuan Sung, who stood with two subordinates, and calmly greeted Lu Wan. Humph, utterly ill-mannered. Tuan Sung tapped his cane on the floor and spoke coldly. Lu Wan gave him a listless glance and ignored him, a self-important fool. He had already spoken with Zhu Jing last night. They were reluctant to act directly, but could they not act because Zhu Jing was a rogue ninja? Xiaoying ignored him completely. The more attention such a man received, the more he flourished. Ignoring him only irritated him. Lu Wan wants some. She produced a bag of buns and milk and handed them over. Lu Wan accepted quietly. His parents had left early, and there had been no breakfast prepared. Besides, their kitchenware was gone, so he hadn't eaten. He took a bite and sighed inwardly. Indeed, Xiaoying's breakfasts were always delicious. He wondered how she managed it. Tuan Tseng watched the two, ignoring him, and seethed, especially when they ate so unabashedly. Gang Shou's disciple was terribly inconsiderate. Just as he was about to speak, Kakashi arrived with a blonde youngster in tow. Oh, sorry. The teacher was stopped on his path by an enthusiastic youth, so I had no choice but to bring him along. Kakashi spoke without an ounce of apology. Tuan Tseng was speechless. This mission would not be easy. Hehe, Lu Wan. Xiaoying. Mingren grinned foolishly, trying to bluff his way past their questions. Xiaoying realized then, she had simply forgotten to tell Mingren. Lu Wan was not surprised. If Mingren had known, he would certainly have insisted on accompanying them. The three had no objections. Tuan Tseng wanted to protest, but Lu Wan shut him down with, "You can bring guards. Why can't we?" How could Tuan Tseng move against Xian Wa Mingren's strength? He scarcely considered Kakashi, Xiaoying, and Lu Wan worthy of concern and assumed they would be easy to deal with. It was not entirely his fault. The three were low-key, especially Lu Wan, who rarely spoke of his developed jutsu. They used them only when necessary. After the Peian incident, they had fled and hidden, so no one truly knew the present strength of Lu Wan, Xiaoying, and Kakashi. Their dossiers still reflected the strength they displayed when rescuing a Sima. The road was alive with jostling laughter, everyone in high spirits, all except Tuan Zhang, whose mood had curdled. He had several times wanted to strike, but opportunity never came. The four kept walking behind him, leaving him no chance to slip away and act. What a nuisance! Lu Wan muttered listlessly. The ones hiding in the shadows had been far too careless. If they had not pretended not to see, they would have been exposed and disposed of long ago. Mingren hugged his arms, shivering. Xiaoying! Lu Wan! Kakashi teacher! Aren't you cold? Everyone else was dressed lightly, yet only he and that sinister-looking old man seemed to feel the chill. That reminds me. I nearly forgot this for you. Xiaoying knocked one fist into the other and produced the talisman. Here. It was kindly provided by the second young master of a certain family. Zhu's second young master. No sooner had it been placed than warmth flooded Mingren. He looked at them with a wounded expression. Why didn't you give this to me earlier? They exchanged glances. Lu Wan. I thought you had already given it to him. Kakashi. I thought you had given it. Xiaoying laughed awkwardly. I thought you had given it, he was acting. That's too much. Mingren complained, hands on his hips, ready to scold them. Xiaoying hurried past Tuanzang, embarrassed. She could not let Mingren sermonize. Besides, he was far enough ahead. They could deal with that old man once and for all. If he crossed the line and yielded to impulse, they could settle him. I wonder if Zhu has arrived. She shook her head. Why had she even thought of him? Of the two being scolded, one showed no expression, the other was unreadable. Kakashi murmured. It is unbecoming for a teacher to be lectured by his students. They would also have to warn the others not to spread it. Lu Wan. Another little leverage against Kakashi. He had grown used to such jibes ever since Mingren returned after 2 years of training. Even finding him asleep drew comments. I know. The teacher will speak next time. Kakashi said with a hollow look. All right, Xiaoying has already run ahead. Let us hurry. Xiaoying clenched her fists. Kakashi was asking her to change the subject. What if Mingren ran over? Lu Wan let a faint smile slip and fell in step with him. Tuan Zhang's face had soured from the moment Mingren began to speak, such disrespect toward an elder. When he saw them finally run ahead, he slipped away in silence, and signaled the hidden men to move in. Only when his own men burst forth did Tuan Zhang turn, and then he met a pair of blood-red eyes. Xiaoying, sheltered in the middle by 3 companions, felt equal parts vexed and amused. She was no weakling, such protection seemed unnecessary. Well then, watch how teacher uses this. Kakashi drew a sword and stroked its blade. It had been a spare kept since his father's days. He had never imagined it would see use under his hand. Xiaoying resigned herself to playing the idle onlooker, eyes bright as she watched Kakai's strikes. Compared to her impulsive flurries, this was genuine swordcraft. Indeed, Kakai's father had been a swordsman. Kakashi could not be ignorant of the art. Then he murmured a technique. Shadow manipulation technique. Shadows crept along the snow and swiftly ensnared several men. Mingren's counterattack followed. Rasengan. One man was hurled through the air and smashed into those already controlled the impact, gouging large craters in the snow. Mingren flexed his wrist. Lu Wan stood beside Xiaoying, watching the others press the attack as he quietly formed seals. Why would such a trouble-avoiding fellow even come out? Is Shouju here? Never mind. The skirmish was over quickly. Xiaoying had no need to fight, for Lu Wan's control kept their foes subdued and no one was injured. Kakashi, teacher, our route operatives always this week. Xiaoying prodded one of the men on the ground with a stick she had found. Kakashi produced his well-worn Ika paradise and said lightly, not always. Zhuijing's strength has been quite good, hasn't it? Mingren cast a disdainful glance at the book in Kakai's hand and edged away. Kakashi shot him a look. The fellow's embarrassment was painfully obvious. Zhuijing. Very well. Zhuijing's current strength was indeed commendable. That boy had taken a fancy to Jingyi, but with her growing power he would have to train seriously. I wonder how things are over there. Lu Wan said, eyes drawn toward a distant commotion, worry threading his voice. Xiaoying rose and brushed snow from her sleeves. It's fine. Let's move on. He will catch up. Mingren looked puzzled. Who is he? Is anyone else coming? No one you'll need to worry about. Lu Wan replied, patting his shoulder. You'll see. Because of Lu Wan's timely interventions, Wu Zhu had not made a scene at the 5 Kage summit venue. Though he had struck at the Rakige's younger brother, they could not enter together, and so they met along the road instead. Let us go. Kakashi and the others set off, their footsteps cutting neat traces in the snow. Elsewhere, Wu Zhu had at last subdued Tuan Zhang, staring at the eyes upon his arm. His chest roiled with fury. He pried out the eyes and sealed them away to be laid to rest in the clan's burial ground. Indeed. Yuji-Bo, you could not be allowed to live. He wiped the blood from the wound where the eye had been, his vision blurred. He had not yet replaced Yuji-Bo's eyes last time. Must he now take the eyes of that sinner? Conflicted, he hurried toward the mark they had left. Before long he saw 4 figures. Zhuiju. Mingren's eyes went wide. Was that whom Lu Wan had spoken of? Zhuiju cast Mingren a cool glance, then strode toward the pink-haired girl and embraced her as if no time had passed. Mingren froze. What on earth was happening? Why was Zhuiju hugging Xiaoying? Had they been apart so long? Why not hug me, he thought indignantly. We have not seen one another for ages. Lu Wan, accustomed to being sidelined where Xiaoying was concerned, merely watched. Kakashi, who seemed to understand everything, showed no outward reaction and resumed his reading. Zhuiju whispered. Long time no see, Xiaoying. I have missed you. It felt bluntly plain-spoken. Xiaoying flushed and tapped him, signaling him to release her. These days I have time. I will escort you safely to the 5 Kage summit and then see you back to Muyi. Zhuiju let her go, took her hand again, and tucked several scrolls into her satchel. It was not that he refused to help carry her things. The world of shinobi was prone to sudden disaster. Better that Xiaoying keep her own bag should misfortune strike, at least she would still hold what she wanted. Lu Wan made a curious sound. Mingren, I will escort you back and forth as well. Odd, Lu Wan, what is wrong with you? So gross. Mingren rubbed his arm, gooseflesh rising. Lu Wan fell silent. He should not jest with Mingren's feelings so clumsily. Sakura urged him to let go, and Sasuke shot a murderous glare at Shikamaru. So Sasuke, when are you coming back to Konoha? Naruto completely ignored the hands they were holding as he approached to ask. Sasuke really wanted to give this oblivious person a sharp retort. This third wheel was so annoying. What a hassle. Shikamaru sighed and walked over, tugging at his collar to lead him forward while Naruto asked why he was pulling him. Since making Naruto this friend, his headaches had only increased. Fortunately, he hadn't lost much hair. Sasuke was quite pleased with Shikamaru's perceptiveness, while Sakura chuckled softly. Sasuke's behavior was sometimes truly childish. He took out the gift he had prepared for him and placed it in his bag. Neither of them mentioned what was inside, continuing to hold hands and follow the three in front. Did you really kill the Rakige's younger brother? It's no wonder Sakura asked this. After all, the plot had long since collapsed, and no one recognized anyone anymore. Sasuke's strength was indeed a possibility. No, that was just a tale. He ran away. Sasuke recalled what that guy had said at the time, feeling a bit speechless. In fact, his Hawk team had merely passed through. That guy had blocked their way and asked them to cooperate in a performance. His brother was too strict, wanting him to cooperate. He wanted to go out and have fun. He didn't want to, but that person provocatively challenged him. He wasn't angry, but Suigetsu and the others were. The three of them went to attack him, but before they could land a hit they ended up getting injured, so he had no choice but to That guy's escape was too obvious, leaving a trail and slipping away, while the remaining ones were relentlessly pursued by those sent by the Rakige, leading to him being wanted. Next time he encounters him, he must make things right. That's good. When the time comes, we'll speak on your behalf at the 5 Kage Summit, so you won't be hunted by the Rakige anymore. No need, just do your thing. The ones coming are just small fries. Sasuke was indifferent. Let them come. He would take down one if they dared to approach, which would also reduce their village's fighting strength, so they wouldn't always keep an eye on Konoha. As long as you have some sense, there's a snack prepared in the scroll. You can share it with the Hawk team later. Sasuke paused in silence, unwilling to share. They don't like snacks. Seeing through his little thoughts, Sakura didn't press the issue. Fine, if her little boyfriend didn't want to give, then he wouldn't give. That night everyone found a cave and decided to rest for the night, continuing their journey tomorrow. Naruto asked Sasuke again when he would return to Konoha. Sasuke lifted his eyelids to look at him. When you become Hokage, I suppose. I will become Hokage as soon as possible, Naruto declared confidently. Sasuke handed a grilled fish to Sakura and continued to grill another one. He still didn't understand why this tail-end character was so fixated on having him return to Konoha. Was it just because they were comrades? Konoha wasn't in a great state either. Returning would be pointless. Kakashi Sensei, Shikamaru, Sakura, none of them ever mentioned it. If they considered him a comrade, then it shouldn't matter if he was outside. Then Naruto should work hard. Kakashi ruffled his hair, and while Naruto nodded happily, he swiftly snatched a bite of his grilled fish. Ah, indeed, fish grilled by a student is delicious. Ah, Kakashi Sensei. You're so unfair. Give me back my grilled fish. I'm your teacher. What's wrong with eating a grilled fish? That was something I worked hard to grill for a long time. What a hassle. Shikamaru propped his face on one hand, watching Kakashi tease Naruto while flipping the fish. This kind of life was quite nice. The corners of his lips slightly lifted, his gaze soft. Shikamaru, Sakura, Sasuke. Look at Kakashi Sensei, Naruto reported while Kakashi had already finished eating the grilled fish, looking utterly satisfied. The few called over looked at Kakashi with disdain, and Kakashi felt a bit uncomfortable under their stares for a few seconds before smiling back at Naruto. Here. Sasuke handed him the grilled one and Naruto looked at him touched. Sasuke, you're so nice. Unlike Kakashi, who's so old and disrespectful. Hey. Who are you talking about? I'm still in my youth. How am I old? Naruto scoffed. You're old, Sasuke replied. I just think you're too noisy. What did you say? Naruto exploded instantly. The two began to argue. Sakura didn't stop them, watching with a smile. It had been a while since she had seen such a scene. How nostalgic. Shikamaru quietly asked Sakura what was going on. Wasn't he going to stop them? Don't worry, it's fine, they used to be like this. Are you sure? Naruto was already preparing a Rasengan. Shikamaru watched the two speechless. One was about to unleash a Rasengan, and the other a Chidori. If they didn't stop, they would fight. This cave wouldn't hold up, would it? Alright, finish eating and rest early, we need to travel tomorrow. In the end it was Kakashi who stopped them. Naruto took out the scroll and pulled out several beds from inside. Fortunately Sai wasn't around, otherwise he would probably complain again about why Team 7 carried so much stuff. Originally Shikamaru planned to keep watch, but noticing his dark circles, Sakura had a change of heart and let him rest, saying she would keep watch. No need to keep watch, you'll have my summoning beast patrol outside. If anything happens it will notify us, Sasuke said. Shikamaru's refusal was halted. Was this guy Sasuke waiting for Sakura to speak before he would say something? Kakashi and Naruto suddenly realized so it could be done this way. They understood. If they didn't have to, then he would rest. He was exhausted. Lying down on the bed, Shikamaru fell asleep in seconds. In the middle of the night, Sakura groggily thought she saw Sasuke get up. Sasuke, where are you going? It's nothing, you just keep sleeping, Sasuke said softly, watching her fall back asleep as he walked towards the cave entrance where a cold wind was blowing. Hundreds of green eyes in the forest were watching this place. Oh! The howls of wolves rose and fell, and Sasuke hurriedly set up a barrier at the cave entrance. He took out a sword, his Sharingan appearing. You have 10 seconds to retreat. It was obvious that these wolves had no intention of leaving. If that's the case, then don't blame him. Outside the cave, lightning flashed while the few inside slept soundly. Sakura eventually woke up, got out of bed, and saw that Sasuke had already come back in after tidying himself up. What made you get up? Just a few little wolves, I sent them away. Sasuke picked her up and placed her back on the bed, tucking her in. It's nothing, you keep sleeping. Sakura blinked and obediently nodded. All right then, she would rest. If anything happens, remember to call us. Sasuke chuckled softly and nodded, kissing her forehead. Good night. Sakura woke up early today and saw Sasuke sitting by the campfire cooking something. Good morning, Sasuke. Sasuke turned around smiling and nodding. Good morning, Sakura. Go wash up, breakfast will be ready soon. Sakura hurriedly got out of bed, and the 3 others nearby also began to stir, slowly sitting up. Shikamaru still looked lethargic while Naruto took his toothbrush and face-washing supplies and headed outside. The cold wind swept over him, causing him to sneeze and instantly wake up. It's so cold. Remember to take the talisman. Sakura passed by him, stuffing a talisman into his pocket, and Naruto felt warmth as he infused chakra into it. After washing up, Sakura saw the millet porridge being cooked inside along with some steamed buns. These items were brought over by Mizuki, and the others they had gotten cold during the transfer, so he heated them up again. So delicious. I'm so full. Naruto devoured a dozen buns, prompting Kakashi to quickly intervene. Wasn't he afraid of overeating? Wouldn't it be uncomfortable? Sasuke, remember to use the transformation technique when the time comes. Shikamaru reminded him about the raking incident to avoid any surprises. Watching Sakura eat her fill, Sasuke nodded in a perfunctory manner. Hey Kakashi-sensei, where will the raking and his group pass through? Naruto looked outside and asked. What's the matter? Why did he suddenly ask this question? Naruto stuttered and Sasuke glanced at him. Hot dead weight, if you can't say anything useful, just don't speak. Successfully diverting Naruto's attention, he exploded. What did you say? Sasuke really knew how to make Naruto angry, and Shikamaru sighed, wondering why he had to tag along. Sleeping in Konoha was so nice. Who recommended him? A small clan leader whose family was saved by Shikamaru sneezed, wondering if he had caught a cold. Should he go to the hospital for some cold medicine after work? He continued to handle documents. Once everyone was packed up, they continued on their journey. Sakura glanced towards the snow-covered forest, feeling a sense of bloodiness in the air. Sasuke took her hand and looked at her. What's wrong? I just feel a sense of bloodiness. Really? Following her gaze, Sasuke looked over. Wasn't that the place where he had Mizuki and the others dispose of the wolves last night? I don't smell anything, it must be an illusion. Perhaps. Upon arriving at the meeting location, only Shikamaru would be chosen. After a brief discussion, Kakashi felt that Shikamaru should handle the negotiations as he was the most suitable for this task and could adapt to circumstances. However, Shikamaru refused. I don't have much fame. If I go, the other Kages won't take me seriously. Sakura, you and Kakashi-sensei are different. Sakura is a medical expert, they have to give you some face just for your medical skills. Kakashi-sensei needs no introduction, your names are well known in all major nations, so it would be more appropriate for you to attend. Though he said that, Sakura also did not want to go, so they both looked at Kakashi. Cold sweat dripped down Kakashi's forehead. He had no choice since the students were unwilling, he would have to go. Kakashi entered first, and the others waited outside to enter later. Just then the raking and his group arrived, and Naruto stood in front of him. Sakura frowned, and just when Naruto was about to say something, Shikamaru used the shadow imitation technique to control him, and moved him aside. The raking squinted his eyes and glanced at the group before entering. Sasuke had already used the transformation technique while on the way, so the raking didn't notice anything. Shikamaru! Naruto glared at him unhappily. Shikamaru finally understood why Sakura warned him earlier to control Naruto when he saw the raking to prevent him from speaking. Was Naruto planning to ask the raking to withdraw the order for Sasuke's execution? Dead weight, you don't intend to ask the raking to revoke the order for my execution, do you? Sasuke spoke in an unclear tone, looking coldly at him. What was this idiot doing? Did he really think he could change a Kage's decision by himself? Ha! What kind of tone is that? Naruto was very unhappy. Who was he doing this for? Naruto, there's no need for this. Kakashi-sensei will handle it. Sakura looked at him helplessly. You don't need to say anything. But... Naruto was still not at ease. Sakura sighed. Sasuke took her hand and shook his head at her. Since this idiot couldn't understand, they might as well just go inside. Looking at the other Kage's guards in the hall and then at their own four, Shikamaru scratched his head, realizing he had underestimated the situation. If he had known, he would have brought more people. Just as he turned around, he saw Temari half leaning on the table watching Gaara below. Kankuro was saying something beside her and Temari wore a happy smile. Shikamaru raised his hand to shield his eyes, feeling that it was a bit dazzling. Sasuke and Sakura sat down. The other Kages had gathered, and without Danzo causing trouble, the discussions were sharp but not overly tense. Just as Sakura was starting to doze off, White Setsu emerged from the middle, announcing that Uchiha Itachi had arrived, instantly waking Sakura. What? How could there be a storyline about Uchiha Itachi when Sasuke was absent? Sasuke's expression was complex. Why had that guy come here when he was already blind? Sakura, I need to step out for a moment, Sasuke whispered in her ear, and Sakura nodded in agreement. Just as the Raikage was angrily shouting, Obito wearing a mask appeared and subtly glanced at Kakashi. He then began to speak about his Eye of the Moon plan, and everyone jumped into action, guarding their respective Kages. Sakura and the others stood in front of Kakashi, vigilantly watching him. Obito chattered on, also revealing that the 8 tails had not been captured, which made the Raikage even angrier. He had come to the 5 Kage summit to save his brother, yet that guy was perfectly fine, just out for a joyride. Kakashi felt that this person looked very familiar, but he couldn't figure out who it was, frowning as he stared at him. Hearing the explosions outside, the others felt a little curious to see what was happening. But Obito was still here. He was more dangerous than Uchiha Itachi. I declare war here. The 4th Great Ninja War is starting. See you on the battlefield next time. Obito vanished from the spot, and the others resumed their previous discussions. Without mutual accusations, they focused on how to deal with the power of the 7-tailed beasts, realizing that forming a ninja alliance was the only way. The final commander would be the Raikage, and the goal this time was to protect the 8 tails and 9 tails. At this point, the Raikage looked at Kakashi. Who is the 9 tails in your village? The other 2 Kages also looked at Kakashi, while Gaara turned to Naruto, who scratched his head awkwardly. Well, Kakashi fell silent as he spoke. You don't need to worry, our biggest enemy now is that guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara, the Raikage said, noticing Kakashi's concern. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the 9 tails Jinchuriki. In the end, it was still Naruto who stepped forward to speak. Everyone immediately looked at Kakashi with strange expressions. You Konoha folks are really something, allowing the Jinchuriki to roam around. What was the purpose of bringing him to the 5 Kage summit? Was it just to suppress with brute force? No wonder they only brought a few people, unlike them who had a whole group lurking in the shadows. Kakashi cleared his throat, signaling everyone to continue. It wouldn't be long before he wrote daily extras. The remaining hours were devoted to planning the operation. Seeing that Zhuozhu had not yet returned, Xiaoying murmured to Lu Wan and slipped outside. The walls were pitted and the lamps had been extinguished. Once the door closed, a heavy silence settled. Xiaoying stepped out and followed the lingering traces all the way to the battlefield. She saw Zhuozhu thrust a sword toward Yujiboyu. He opened his mouth, but no words came. Yujiboyu wore a faint smile as his breath slowly faded away. Zhuozhu hung his head, wisps of hair hiding his expression. Watching the tears drip from his face, she imagined his sorrow. Xiaoying hesitated to move forward. A shadow flickered and she found herself held by him. Xiaoying, I only have you. His shoulder grew damp. Xiaoying lifted a hand and gently patted his back. I am here. The boy wept silently. After an unknowable, while Xiaoying realized he had fallen still. She helped him beneath a nearby tree. He had lost consciousness. Xiaoying exhaled deeply, then went to where Yujiboyu lay, produced a scroll and sealed him within. They would decide where to bury you once Zhuozhu awoke. She found him and carried him onto a bed, left a note explaining her errand, locked the door, and departed. At the meeting hall she found Kakashi and several others waiting. Xiaoying, has Zhuozhu left? Mingren asked, puzzled. Yes. Let us return. Let us return and set the arrangements in order. Lu Wan watched her for a long moment, then looked away only when Wei Luo emerged with his men. Xiaoying, Zhuozhu came over and embraced her. She had wanted to greet her earlier in the hall, but with the other Kage present it had been awkward. Xiaoying smiled and replied, I did not expect we would act together afterward. The two girls chatted while Wei Luo caught up with Mingren. Kinjio Lang stared daggers at Lu Wan as if fearing some mischief. Lu Wan kept a stony face, inwardly bemused. Why was this fellow so wary of him? Kinjio Lang crossed his arms and spoke in a sour tone. Hey. Niliang brat. Just call me Lu Wan, Lu Wan replied coolly. My sister is not someone you may covet. All right, rest assured. Lu Wan answered perfunctorily. Kinjio Lang grew more displeased and looked for a way to pick a quarrel. Wei Luo sighed helplessly and glanced their way. Seeing that Kinjio Lang was only mouthing threats, he let it be, so long as no blows were struck. Kakashi kept his eyes on the book and his hands waiting for the children to finish their chatter. When they were finally done, everyone exchanged farewells. Before leaving, Shoju handed something to Lu Wan. He blinked in surprise as Kanjio Lang glowered at him with a murderous look. Wei Luo sighed. Apparently Kanjio Lang truly did not want Lu Wan to become his brother-in-law. As Kanjio Lang put it, his sister was so innocent she should never be with a man whose heart was like a hornet's nest. She would be swallowed whole down to the last strand of hair. Lu Wan endured Kanjio Lang's stare and quietly put the gift away. Amid Ming Ren's teasing laughter, he quickened his pace. Shoju looked at his flushed ears, arched an eyebrow, and smiled. Kanjio Lang was thunderstruck. Curse you. Just wait and see Nai Lian Lu Wan. Xiaoying caught up with Lu Wan and smiling at Ming Ren said, Ming Ren, this is a return present for the one you gave before. She then produced a small box and handed it to Ming Ren. Ming Ren accepted it quietly. Ah, what a fuss, still thank you. Kakashi could not help a short amused laugh, though to mock a student was unbecoming. Lu Wan flushed crimson with embarrassment and anger. Shut up. Xiaoying. Ming Ren. Teacher Kakashi. I'm not. Ju, don't you like that earring? Why won't you wear it? Ming Ren put his hands on his hips, laughing. Lu Wan clenched his fist and advanced. Ming Ren fled. Xiaoying covered her mouth to hide a smile. No, if Lu Wan began to fight, he might even pull her in, and that would be trouble. Shadow imitation technique. Ah. Damn it. Lu Wan, you can't catch him, so you use a jutsu. You scoundrel. Looks like you have too much free time lately. Bang. Thud. Ah. Help. Teacher Kakashi. Xiaoying. Save me. Ahem. Ming Ren, I believe you can shake off Lu Wan. Meeting Lu Wan's eyes, Kakashi quietly returned to his book. Sorry, Ming Ren, the Nai Lian household holds grudges. Well, the teacher would not risk it. Besides, it would only be a beating. The teacher believes you can hold out. Xiaoying deliberately pretended not to hear. With their jostling and laughter, they finally returned to Muyi the next day. Inside the inn, Zhuju woke with a hand to his brow. Seeing the note on the table, the corner of his mouth lifted. He folded the paper away. Though Xiaoying had asked him not to see her off, he still had matters he wished her help with, and he longed to see her. Stepping into the corridor, the innkeeper, seeing that Xiaoying had paid generously, offered him something to eat. Zhuju shook his head, asked where he was, summoned a great hawk, and set off toward Muyi. He had rested only a few hours and should be able to catch up with them swiftly. Xiaoying and the others always paused to rest at night. Sure enough, from afar he saw white smoke rising from the forests. Zhuju dismissed his summon and leapt down. Ming Ren, return and report to the 5th. We will arrange for someone to escort you to the Turtle Island training site the Lei Ying mentioned. I will not go. Teacher Kakashi, I can help too. No. Their target is you and the Baowei Rinjuli. But... Ming Ren looked wounded. He wanted to fight alongside them. You laggard, don't go and hold everyone back. Zhuju dropped from the sky. Ming Ren blinked, and the memory of those words made him flare with anger. What did you say? I will not be a drag. You would only hinder them if you went, Zhuju said coldly, and his words cut Ming Ren deeply. Was he so inadequate? Why? A warm hand touched his head. Xiaoying had risen and gently stroked his hair. Ming Ren, Zhuju is too proud. He is worried about you as well. If Zhuju speaks harshly, you can teach him how to express concern. Xiaoying was not pleased with Zhuju's tone either. Although Ming Ren seemed like a little son, he could be sensitive at times, so... Ming Ren, if he speaks hurtfully, you go and give him a good thrashing. Zhuju was stunned and fell silent. Perhaps his manner had indeed been off, but to ask him to apologize, no, he could not bring himself to voice it. Ming Ren opened his eyes wide. Was that what she meant? Seeing Xiaoying nod, Ming Ren brightened and chuckled softly. Xiaoying was fair after all. Humph, arrogance was Zhu. She would not fuss over him now. He would have to make amends later. Xiaoying, I would like to ask you to help change this. Zhuju produced the Shueluan yen he had taken from you last time and unveiled it before them. Several of them frowned. Lu Wan fell into thought, concealing his presence as he slipped behind Zhuju and waved a hand before him. If not for Sasuke's familiarity with Shikamaru would have likely been sent flying. It seems Sasuke's eyesight is nearly failing him. He shook his head at the others, who nodded in agreement. Shikamaru took out a small wooden house, instructing Sakura to take him inside for surgery. The three of them stood outside, bored and in silence. Can I just leave this unfinished? He, Naro Shikamaru, met a pink-haired girl when he was just 4 years old. She introduced herself as Haruno Sakura, studying textbooks alone, struggling to recognize many characters. Finding her somewhat clumsy, he taught her to read, and later how to gather chakra. She trained diligently and possessed remarkable talent, whereas Shikamaru leaned toward lethargy, content merely to watch her practice. One day on a whim, he asked young Sakura why she trained so hard. She replied that the world was too dangerous, and she needed the strength to protect her comrades and family. What a troublesome answer, yet it left him silent for a long while. That year at 5 he spent nearly a month indoors, lost in thought or asleep, hardly stepping outside. Worried his son might wither from boredom, his father brought over a plump boy and a blonde girl to keep him company. Shikamaru felt more like a babysitter than a playmate. Ino was unbearably loud. Choji constantly craved snacks. It was utterly exhausting. When his father again asked if he'd like to go out, Shikamaru flatly refused to chaperone children, only to find Choji's father had unceremoniously dropped Choji off at his doorstep. With no choice, he reluctantly took Choji along, intending only to sit beneath a tree, let the boy amuse himself, and then drift off to sleep. But then from behind the trunk came muffled sobs, so persistent they shattered his slumber. How troublesome! Stop crying! He finally spoke up. A blonde boy emerged, startled by the sudden voice, so Shikamaru apologetically fetched a bag of chips from Choji to offer as peace offering. I'm Nara Shikamaru. This is Akimichi Choji. A simple self-introduction, and yet the boy lit up with unexpected delight, sparking an unexpected conversation. Shikamaru couldn't fathom why this boy talked so incessantly, but though it felt tedious, he still responded patiently, as did Choji. After a morning together, Ino and Sakura arrived to fetch them. Shikamaru joined them, and Choji, as they headed off for ramen. He'd even considered inviting Naruto along. But Naruto had hidden behind a tree. Puzzled, Shikamaru watched him vanish, then later after dinner saw him heroically intervene for a girl only to be swarmed and beaten by a group of children. For the first time, Shikamaru revealed his innate gift, the shadow imitation technique. He discreetly guided the attackers away, ensuring neither Naruto nor the Hyuga boy ever learned of his involvement. On his way home, he encountered his father, who lifted him joyfully into the air and urged him to release the technique. Gazing at the frightened children, Shikamaru nodded and dispelled it. Once released, he remembered nothing more, slept straight through the day, waking only on the third morning. Sakura arrived to ask questions, and told him Naruto was waiting for him at their usual spot. His mother invited Sakura to stay for lunch, her quiet demeanor hinting at something deeper. After the meal, Shikamaru asked Sakura if she'd like to join him and Choji for play. Sakura declined, citing other commitments, and promised to meet another time. So Shikamaru set off with Choji, and soon spotted Naruto weeping nearby, who brightened instantly upon seeing them. Shikamaru. Choji. Yo, Naruto. Morning. Hands buried deep in his pockets, Shikamaru yawned. He was genuinely tired. For him it truly was morning. Naruto lunged forward, wrapping him in a tight hug. I'm so happy she didn't lie. I knew you'd come. Hey, watch it. Shikamaru barely caught him in time, nearly toppling both to the ground. The three played together for several days, until one evening Sakura proposed joint training. After brief consideration, Shikamaru suggested they begin the next afternoon, letting the girls go ahead. Later, Sakura passed by to invite them again. Shikamaru reluctantly went with Choji, and Sakura even asked Naruto to join. But Naruto hesitated, fear flickering across his face, and declined. On their first day of school at age 7, Shikamaru and Choji gifted Naruto a pair of goggles. Naruto beamed, his very first present, and declared he loved it. Academic lessons posed no challenge. He absorbed each textbook at a glance, and unsurprisingly aced every written exam. Choji performed respectably, but Naruto's grades were abysmal. Shikamaru held back, for a while, before conceding this required intervention. Thus began their grueling, relentless tutoring sessions. Naruto could be astonishingly naive, memorizing the beginning of a passage yet forgetting its end. So Shikamaru resorted to brute force repetition. Miraculously, on exam day, Naruto scraped past the passing threshold. Shikamaru exhaled in profound relief, convinced that failure would have triggered premature balding in a 7-year-old, shattering Konoha's record for earliest hair loss. Learning that Naruto's academic ceiling was barely passing, Shikamaru once witnessed him being bullied, not for any fault but simply because he excelled while Naruto struggled, and because Naruto chose their friendship over theirs. Seriously, how utterly boring! To avoid further complications, Shikamaru and Choji deliberately settled for just above passing scores. Still, those bullies deserved a lesson. After one vacation, Naruto mentioned meeting the third Hokage by the riverbank. Recalling how often Naruto was mocked as the Ninetales, Shikamaru quietly advised him to speak sparingly to the elder. Time slipped by, filled with play, tutoring, and quiet camaraderie, until at last their final academy exams loomed, marking the threshold of graduation. In the days before the test, Shikamaru and Choji drilled Naruto relentlessly in transformation and clone techniques, yet he failed to master either. Frustrated, Naruto suddenly transformed into a naked girl. Shikamaru recoiled in outrage. Who had corrupted him with that? Furious, he and Choji turned on their heels and stormed off. The day before the exam, Shikamaru refused to speak to Naruto. Even when Choji tried to broach the subject, he faltered under Shikamaru's icy glare. On exam day Naruto failed. Regret washed over Shikamaru. Had he not quarreled with him, might things have turned out differently. Now what? Returning home, he sought counsel from his father. The old man waved it off. Don't worry. Naruto will graduate. Though baffled, Shikamaru breathed easier the next day, when Naruto indeed stood among the newly appointed genin. Relieved, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino departed with their new sensei, Asuma Sarutobi, son of the third Hokage. Their sensei asked each student about their dream. Shikamaru's was refreshingly simple. To become a shinobi, earn enough to live comfortably, marry a woman neither strikingly beautiful nor plain with a gentle disposition, and raise 2 children, a daughter and a son. When his daughter married and his son secured steady work, he would retire quietly, spending his days playing shogi in peaceful obscurity. And one thing mattered above all: he must die before his wife. Ino delivered a thunderous slap to his back, sending him stumbling forward. Do you have any ambition at all? Honestly. Her expression radiated exasperated disappointment. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. What do you know? Isn't living safely and peacefully enough? As they dispersed, he and Choji ran into Naruto, whose sincere apology surprised them both. I won't use those jutsu anymore. Humph, Sakura must have reminded him. I'd nearly forgotten all about it. Under Asuma's guidance, their early missions, pulling weeds, retrieving lost cats, were dull yet undeniably hassle-free. After the fourth great ninja war, due to Sasuke's sudden whim to control the 9-tailed beasts, Naruto ended up fighting him, causing chaos and destruction across the world. After their fight, Sakura looked at the 2 fools with severed arms in front of her, utterly speechless. She could only inform Ino, and the 2 of them proceeded to perform regeneration surgeries simultaneously. Setting aside the surgical issues, they needed to find 2 people for blood transfusions. After completing the surgeries, the 2 continued to argue during their hospitalization. Sakura endured as much as she could before grabbing one by each arm and throwing them out. It's all your fault. Stupid Sasuke. Naruto sat on the ground angry. You're the one at fault. This guy kept shouting loudly. If not for his volume, Sakura would not have been so mad. Huh? What did you say? Naruto was even angrier, questioning his attitude. Humph. That dismissive tone caused Naruto to lose all rationality. He stood up, pointing with his intact finger. I want to compete fairly with you. Sakura will be mine. The pink-haired pudding passing by was completely frozen, her large eyes glistening with tears. He knew it. Both the blonde and dark-haired boys were there to compete for his sister. The small figure immediately ran to the hospital to tell on them. The 2 boys were completely unaware of this scene. Upon hearing what was said, Sasuke was furious, and Chidori manifested. Sakura is mine. And just like that, they started fighting again. Shikamaru, who came to visit, observed this absurdity, and wondered what was going on. Why was Naruto provoking Sasuke? Hinata, standing nearby, was petrified. Naruto. Naruto-kun. Like Sakura. Boo-hoo. Well, it's true. Sakura is so wonderful. How could Naruto not like her? Shikamaru felt a headache coming on. He was truly worried that Naruto might get himself into trouble. This is youth. Out of nowhere, Lee appeared, flashing a bright smile. Sakura. She should be mine. Guy also popped up. Excellent. Lee. Don't lose on the path of pursuing this person. I support you. Lee was in tears. Teacher Guy. Lee. Guy was also in tears. Ino watched from the 2nd floor, utterly speechless. Sakura, aren't you going to manage this? Sakura smiled, flowers blooming behind her. If they die, so be it. It has nothing to do with me. In that case, let's have a contest to pursue Sakura. Guy exclaimed. He appeared to have a microphone. Anyone who wants to participate can sign up with me. Teacher Guy, I want to sign up. Sasuke's Sharingan appeared. Hey. You. I want to participate. Me too. Holy Master, I also want to pursue. Instantly Konoha was in chaos, everyone without a partner joining in. Naruto had a bad feeling. Should he not join in the chaos? Yo. I didn't expect you guys in Konoha to secretly hold a contest without inviting us from other ninja villages. Suddenly a ninja from the land of lightning appeared. Right. We want to participate too. Ninjas from the land of water chimed in. Sakura's grip on her pen tightened, and Ino trembled, asking, Sakura, are you okay? Turning around, she smiled. I'm fine. What could possibly go wrong? Just wait for it, Guy. Lee. Naruto. Sasuke. What a hassle. Shikamaru's eyelids twitched. He should just go home and come back another day. It felt like staying any longer would be disastrous. Just as he thought this, Kankuro grabbed his collar, revealing a shark-toothed grin. Isn't this quite interesting? Let's participate together. Nara. His premonition came true. Shikamaru felt his life turn grim. Why did he have to participate in this meaningless contest? He didn't even like Sakura. Are you at a loss for words from excitement? That makes sense. After all, Sakura is so outstanding, it's all thanks to me helping you. Kankuro snickered, his tone half teasing. Gaara, who had come to negotiate a peace agreement, silently walked toward the Hokage building. Temari raised an eyebrow and smiled. Sounds quite fun. You'll join in too. You're a girl. What do you want to participate for? Who says girls can't join? I like Sakura as well. What if Sakura likes girls? There's some merit to that. The questioning ninja was stumped. Guy gave a thumbs up. Exactly, this is youth. Let's all compete together. To win the right to pursue Sakura. It's the right to pursue, not to be Sakura's boyfriend. Sasuke's face darkened. He had to compete with other guys. He also had to compete with girls. Did his presence as her legitimate boyfriend really feel so low? He laughed, hands on his hips. Ha! Quite interesting. Sakura is mine and I want to join. Nijii watched her fondly from the side while Shikamaru covered his face, feeling more and more chaotic. In that case, let me your fifth Hokage. Sakura's master will be the final judge. Tsunade stood on the roof of the Hokage building, arms crossed, speaking loudly. It's over. How did the fifth Hokage get involved? Shikamaru felt hopeless as things became increasingly complicated. He needed to find a place to hide soon. Not bad. The brat from the Land of Lightning yelled. You all cheer for me. Raking also joined in the fun. Gaara coughed awkwardly. To all my comrades from the Land of Wind, I believe the one who will ultimately win the beauty will be us, so everyone must win. With all the Kages joining in, the nature of this had changed entirely. Kakashi, hiding in the shadows, let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had hidden well. The people of the Land of Water must also cheer. You must win for me. Oh. Then let me announce the first match. Everyone please prepare. Guy grinned and Lee nodded seriously beside him. Are you ready? Ready. First match, run 100 laps around Konoha, time limit of 1 hour. The first to finish will advance to the second round. This guy is clearly giving Lee an advantage. Ino twitched her mouth. She wanted to participate too. She couldn't let Sakura fall into the hands of unknown individuals. Sakura, who was thoroughly agitated, turned to leave. Since there was going to be a contest, how could she, the person in question, not be present? For the last question, let her be the one to set it. Returning from a mission and hovering in the sky, Sai looked perplexedly at the hundreds of people running laps outside. Noticing Ino, he hurriedly controlled an eagle to fly over. Ino. What's going on? Oh, we're in a competition, Sai, you should join too. Saying this, she hugged his neck, pulling him down. Sai quickly steadied himself, following beside her. Did Ino just hug him? Shikamaru was lagging behind in the middle of the crowd, watching as a bunch of people ultimately gave up. Lee was far ahead of everyone. Seeing there were only 3 laps left, a ninja from the Land of Lightning and another person pulled out ropes and directly sprinted to trip Lee. Naruto hurriedly stopped to help Lee up. Oh. That's so despicable. No, that's strategy. On the road of love, one will always encounter various difficulties. Are you going to give up just because of this? A bystander said firmly. So don't be naive. Holy Master will be with me. No. Naruto. Lee stood firm, his knee already scraped and bleeding. What he said is true. I won't give up. Let's work hard together. Naruto looked worried. Lee. Don't worry. Sasuke said nothing. A flash of white light and the 2 ninjas from the Land of Lightning were lit up. Ah. They quickly covered themselves. You guys from Konoha are more despicable. Sasuke let out a dismissive huff and walked past them. You. What kind of expression is that? The 2 showed their shark teeth in anger. It must be said that Sasuke knew how to attract hatred. Oh look. The 2 ninjas from the Land of Lightning were taken down by the light strategy. Are they going to give up? Kai was passionately commentating when he saw the 2 stand up with firm expressions. No, they haven't given up. They actually targeted others. Oh my gosh, they got new clothes and are off again. Yo. Then I have to work hard too. Naruto clapped his hands, entering Sage mode. Oh, our Naruto actually used Sage techniques. Wow, this speed is incredible. Naruto has already surged to second place, closing in on Sasuke in first. Will he catch up? Oh my gosh. Sharingan. Sasuke actually used his Sharingan, causing Naruto to slow down. He fell asleep. Sasuke successfully reached first place. It seems that the other ninjas still have a chance to compete for second place. Who will take second? Goodness. This news made Sakura want to join in. Niji looked at Tenten, who was focused beside him, sighed and directly picked her up, using chakra to speed up, instantly overtaking several people. Wow, Ino's eyes lit up. This guy was impressive. Sai looked on confused, but if Ino also wanted to win. Super Beast Imitation Tiger Eagle. Several animals flew out from the scroll, blocking everyone's path. Ino, go for it. Ino was stunned, then smiled brightly, happily kissing his cheek. Thank you? Focusing chakra to her feet, she sped up, taking second place. She got it. Tenten blinked, extending her scroll. Ninjutsu 100 flower chaotic slash. Countless shurikens flew from above 6. They turned from shurikens into short blades. Sakura covered her forehead. Did these guys really have to go this far? Shikamaru stood holding a large fan. Wind release, violent wind dance. Infusing chakra, a massive gust blew away the short blades ahead. Easily done, sorry. Teacher guy, I don't want to lose so. Lee's whole body surged with energy. 8 gates released. The door of opening is open. Speed increased. He flashed past, seeing Niji about to take Tenten to second place, but he was first blocked by Sai and then by Shikamaru's jutsu. Seeing Lee about to surpass him, he threw Tenten towards the finish line. Bagua palm heaven return. Tenten adjusted her body midair, standing steadily, about to rejoice, only to find Shikamaru giving her a thumbs up. Alright. Third place is acceptable. What an exciting competition, truly, youth. Now the first to third places have been determined. Uchiha Sasuke. Shikamaru. Tenten. Let's see who will take the 4th to 10th places next. Ha! The first and third places are all from Konoha. Thank you, thank you. Tsunade laughed heartily. If only she had bet earlier. The expressions of the Raikage and the other 2 Kages were not great. Gaara let out a sigh of relief, thankfully getting in. Otherwise this time his village would have to concede. Thankfully, thankfully? Raikage shouted angrily. You brats. Haven't you eaten? Run faster. Yes. The remaining dozen or so from the land of lightning quickly shouted, picking up speed. Niji pushed Lee back, catching a glimpse of Kankuro, already sneakily nearing 4th place, and quickly chased after him. Ino deeply sighed. Don't blame her. With a single punch she hit a tree, striking down an unprepared Lee, followed by Niji. Kankuro. Everyone looked at Ino with devilish gazes. Ino nodded in satisfaction. 4th place. It's in the bag. If it weren't for her earning the title of healer in the 4th war, saving a ton of people, the ninjas from other countries would never give her away. Naruto was finally awakened by the Ninetales inside him, realizing that 6 of the top 10 had disappeared, with Lee in 5th, and Niji in 6th. He had to step up his game. Multiple shadow clone technique. Thousands rushed towards the finish line together, blocking everyone from moving. Kankuro struggled to raise his hand toward the finish line. It's over. Damn it. Naruto. Shikamaru quietly jumped, stepping over Naruto's shadow clone. Sorry, Naruto. 7th place, easily done. Sasuke muttered idiot and looked towards Sakura's direction. Sakura just happened to look this way and then saw his hand wrapped in white bandages, bleeding. After telling Tsunade, she walked over. Sakura helplessly changed his bandages. Don't think she didn't see it. This guy had secretly used lightning release. Otherwise, how could he have knocked down so many people? So don't use ninjutsu carelessly. I will win, Sakura. He wanted Sakura as a reward for the competition, but if not for this contest. He had no idea so many like Sakura. As her boyfriend, he would eliminate anyone with intentions towards her. No one could steal her away. Sakura shot him an annoyed look. They were discussing the matter of his wound opening up, and here he was saying he would win. Sasuke smiled, and as the two conversed, the atmosphere felt completely disconnected. A few girls nearby exchanged glances, ultimately not interjecting. Alright. Time's up. 50 people have advanced to the first round. Next is the second round. Let's welcome Sakura's supervising teacher, Kakashi Hatake. Yo, hello everyone. Kakashi waved his hand, surprising them all. He was the examiner for the second round. The second match is to gain the consent of important people in Sakura's life. Sakura's parents were shocked when they saw 50 people running towards them. Aunt Mabuki, nice to meet you. I heard from Sakura that you love all kinds of food. This is a millefeuille cake I made myself. Ino presented an exquisite cake. Mabuki looked at Ino with a smile. Good, good. Auntie likes it. Other ninjas bit their handkerchiefs. Damn it. Konoha had the advantage. This was no longer just a simple contest, it represented the face of each major country. Everyone was using their tricks to successfully advance to the next round. Kakashi silently flipped a page of his book, sighing. He was also an important person in Sakura's life. Why wasn't anyone giving him gifts? He had specifically asked Sakura to set the questions. Yo, Kakashi-sensei. Please agree to my relationship with Sakura. Just as he thought this, Lee slid in front of Kakashi. Kakashi fell silent for a moment. Why was there no food when it came to him? No. What? Lee was petrified, completely different from his expectations. Sakura was secretly laughing at them. In reality, one person's consent was enough, but unfortunately no one understood that. Shikamaru quietly took out the chips Choji had given him earlier and started eating. He was Sakura's companion and an important person. He didn't need to fight for it. Then he saw Temari standing beside him, looking a bit troubled, handing over the chips. Want some? Temari blinked, taking it. Thank you? No need to worry, you passed this round, Shikamaru said slowly. Temari was confused, then thought of something and nodded. This round was super easy, so everyone passed except for those who were too frustrated. You'll be the one to set the question for the third round. Only 30 people were left to compete. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. The remaining boys and girls all looked decent, and their strengths were also acceptable. Third round, endure 3 punches from Sakura. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Hey. Are you kidding? The people below began to discuss. Naruto clenched his fist, making contact with his other hand. Yo! Let me go first. Sakura raised a beautiful smile, while Naruto's expression was serious. Infusing chakra, he threw a punch, sending Naruto flying, shielding his eyes. My strength has increased again. The remaining people quietly took a step back. Shikamaru raised his hand. I forfeit. Some spoke up, and naturally others followed suit who wouldn't forfeit. Was this waiting to get hurt? Did you see the one who defeated Uchiha Madara was also sent flying? Thus only Sasuke and Ino were left. The two exchanged glances, and Sasuke looked at her with his Sharingan. Helplessly, Ino also forfeited, leaving Sasuke as the only one. Susanoo withstood 3 punches from Sakura. Logically, Sasuke should have won, but unfortunately this pink-haired little ball defeated Sasuke. She was too cute. He couldn't bring himself to hit her, therefore. Now the winner is Haruno Sakura. No one has the right to pursue her. Tsunade smiled while Sasuke did not. Absolutely. Sasuke helplessly looked at the wide-eyed little ball, feeling a bit of a headache. It seemed that marrying Sakura was still a long way off. One day Sasuke but Haruno Yuki invited Sakura on a date. Sakura had already agreed and Haruno's parents also consented, but her future little brother did not. The 2-year-old Haruno Yuki looked angrily at Sasuke, eyes reddening, clearly showing he would cry if he was not included. What could Sakura do but bring him along? Kids, after all, sometimes they just need to be spoiled. In the end, Sasuke promised to teach him ninjutsu in the future, and even promised him candy. Only then did Yuki agree not to cry. During their date they ran into Naruto and Hinata. Naruto, that idiot, had no sense of awareness. He didn't want to date with them at all. He needed an unknown world. But since Sakura had won, there was no helping it. He would find a way to shake them off. One day Hinata went missing on a mission. Naruto went to the moon to chase his wife, going by himself, and he even took Sakura with him. Reluctantly, Sasuke had to follow as well, watching this guy flirt on the moon, finally winning the Bowtie's heart. One day Naruto told him they had already discussed when to get married, and Shikamaru asked him what gift he should prepare. This guy was quicker than him. He hadn't even proposed yet. So one day after work, Sakura returned home to find the house dark. Turning on the lights, she was captivated by the flowers inside. A young man walked towards her with a bouquet, kneeling on one knee to propose. Sakura's face turned red as she silently nodded in agreement. In the end, their wedding was held together with Naruto. Originally, Shikamaru was going to ask Sasuke what was a good gift to give, but now he had to prepare 2 gifts, and he still didn't know what to give. So he invited Temari out to ask what gift would be good, but he was unsure if Temari misunderstood. During their wedding, people from all nations came to give gifts. After all, the two had saved the world. They were great heroes. The 2 brides stayed on the same floor, divided into 2 rooms sharing a staircase. The staircase was guarded by little Yuki, while the 2 boys looked at the little guy who had received a pile of red envelopes, his eyes watery, as he watched them, unable to move at all. The chakra was infused, creating a massive airflow that blew away the short knife, blocking the way. No big deal. Sorry, Teacher Kai, I don't want to lose, so. Lee was surrounded by a flow of energy. 8 gates released. The door of opening. His speed surged and he flashed past, but Niji saw that he was about to carry 10-10 to second place, only to be momentarily hindered by Sasuke and then by Shikamaru's ninjutsu. Seeing that Lee was about to surpass him, he tossed 10-10 towards the finish line. Bagua palm. Returned to heaven. 10-10 adjusted her body midair, standing firm, and was about to celebrate, only to find Shikamaru giving her a thumbs up. Alright. 3rd place is fine. What an exhilarating match, truly youthful. Now the 1st to 3rd places have been revealed. Uchiha Sasuke. Shikamaru. 10-10. Let's see who the 4th to 10th places will be next. Ha! The 1st and 3rd places are both from Konoha. I concede. Tsunade laughed heartily, wishing she had placed a bet earlier. Raikage and the other 2 Kages wore grim expressions, while Gaara sighed in relief, glad that they managed to squeeze in. Otherwise this negotiation would have forced their village to concede. Good. Raikage yelled angrily, you little brats. Haven't you eaten? Run faster. Yes. The remaining dozen or so from the land of lightning hurriedly responded, and quickened their pace. Niji pushed Lee back, catching sight of Kenjiro stealthily reaching for 4th place, and quickly chased after him. Ino sighed deeply. Don't blame her. With a punch she struck a tree, hitting an unsuspectingly, followed by Niji. And Kenjiro. Everyone looked at Ino with devilish eyes, and Ino nodded with satisfaction, 4th place. If it weren't for her earning the title of healer in the 4th war saving a lot of people, the ninjas from other nations wouldn't have given her a free pass. Naruto was ultimately awakened by the 9 tails within him. When he woke up he found that 6 of the top 10 had vanished. Lee was 5th, Neji was 6th, and he needed to step up his game. Multi-shadow clone technique. Thousands raced toward the finish line, causing everyone to be unable to move. Kenjiro struggled to raise his hand toward the finish line. This is bad. Damn it. Naruto. Shikamaru quietly jumped up, stepping over Naruto's shadow clones, apologizing to Naruto. 7th place effortlessly. Sasuke silently muttered idiot, then looked over at Sakura. Sakura happened to glance this way and noticed his hand wrapped in white bandages was bleeding. She said a few words to Tsunade and walked over. Sakura helplessly changed his bandage, not that she hadn't seen it, this guy had sneakily used lightning release earlier. How else could he have knocked down so many people? So don't use ninjutsu carelessly. I will win, Sakura. He didn't want Sakura to be a reward for the match, but if it weren't for this match. He had no idea so many people like Sakura. As her boyfriend he would eliminate anyone with thoughts about her, no one would pry her away. Sakura shot him an annoyed glare, now talking about his wounds splitting open, and he was saying he would win. Sasuke smiled and they chatted. The atmosphere was so awkward that the girls nearby exchanged glances, ultimately refraining from interrupting. Alright. Time's up. Now 50 people have advanced from the first match. Next is the second round. Let's welcome Sakura's teacher Kakashi Hatake. Yo, hello everyone. Kakashi waved his hand, surprising everyone. He was the examiner for the second round. The second round is seek the approval of someone important to Sakura. Sakura's parents were astonished, and then saw 50 people rush in front of them. Aunt Mabuki, nice to meet you. I heard from Sakura that you love various delicacies. Here's a millefeuille cake I made myself. Ino presented a beautifully crafted cake. Aunt Mabuki looked at Ino with a smile. Very good, very good. I love it. Other ninjas bit their handkerchiefs. Darn it. Konoha had the upper hand. This was no longer just a simple competition, it represented the pride of the great nations. Everyone employed their tactics just to successfully advance to the next round. Kakashi silently flipped a page in his book, sighing, even I as Sakura's teacher am someone important to her. Why was no one giving him gifts? He had specifically asked Sakura before setting the questions. Yo. Kakashi-sensei. Please agree to my relationship with Sakura. Just as he thought of this, Lee slid up to Kakashi. Kakashi remained silent for a while, wondering why there was no food left when he got here. No. What? Lee was petrified, completely unexpected. Sakura chuckled behind them. Actually, this answer only required one person's agreement, but unfortunately everyone didn't understand. Shikamaru quietly took out the chips that Chuji had given him earlier and started eating. He was Sakura's companion and an important person, he didn't need to compete. Then he saw Shikamaru, who looked a bit distressed, standing nearby, handing over the chips in her hand. Want some? Thank you. Don't worry, you passed this round, Shikamaru said slowly. Shikamaru was confused, then thought of something and nodded. This round was super easy, so everyone passed except for those who were too embarrassed to do so. The third round will be proposed by me, your teacher. Only 30 will remain to compete. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. The remaining men and women were all decent looking and reasonably strong. The third round endured 3 punches from Sakura. As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. Hey, are you joking? The people below began to discuss. Naruto clenched his fist, touching one hand to the other. Yo. Let me go first. Sakura raised her beautifully smiling face while Naruto's expression was serious. Chakra surged as he punched out. Naruto was sent flying, raising his hand to shield his eyes. Hee, my strength has increased again. The remaining one silently took a step back. Shikamaru raised his hand. I forfeit. When someone spoke, naturally others followed suit. Not forfeiting meant waiting to get hurt. Didn't they see that the one who defeated Uchiha Madara also got knocked away? Thus only Sasuke and Ino were left. The two exchanged glances and Sasuke's Sharingan looked at her. Helplessly, Ino also forfeited, leaving only Sasuke alone. Susanoo endured 3 rounds from Sakura. Logically speaking, Sasuke should have won, but unfortunately this pink-haired little girl defeated Sasuke. Cuteness overload. Too scared to make a move thus. Then. The winner is Haruno Sakura and everyone has no pursuit rights. Tsunade smiled while Sasuke did not. Unbelievable. Sasuke helplessly looked at his wide-eyed little girl, feeling a bit of a headache. It seemed marrying Sakura was still far away. One day Sasuke and Haruno invited Sakura out on a date. Sakura had already agreed and Haruno's parents also agreed, but his future brother-in-law did not. 2-year-old Haruno Yuki looked at Sasuke angrily, eyes reddening, clearly indicating that if they didn't take him along he would cry. What could Sakura do? She could only bring him along. After all, he's a child. Sometimes you have to indulge him. Sasuke ultimately promised to teach him ninjutsu in the future, and promised him candy so Yuki wouldn't follow them. During their date they bumped into Naruto and Hinata on a date. Naruto, that idiot, had no sense of the situation. He didn't want to date with them at all, he needed a world of two. But Sakura won, so there was no helping it, he would think of a way to shake them off. One day Hinata went missing on a mission and Naruto ran off to the moon to pursue his wife, and not only did he go alone, he took Sakura with him. Helplessly Sasuke had to follow along, watching this guy flirting with women on the moon, finally winning the beauty's heart. One day Naruto told him they had already discussed when to get married, and Shikamaru came to ask him what gift to prepare. This guy was quicker than him, he hadn't even proposed yet. So one day Sakura came home from work to find the house dark and was attracted by the flowers inside when she turned on the lights. A young man approached her holding a bouquet, kneeling on one knee to propose. Sakura's face turned crimson as she silently nodded in agreement. Ultimately their wedding was held together with Naruto. Originally Shikamaru was going to ask Sasuke what would make a good gift, but now he had to prepare 2 gifts, and he still didn't know what to give. During their wedding people from all nations came to give gifts. After all, the 2 saved the world, they were great heroes. The 2 brides stayed on the same floor, separated into 2 rooms sharing a staircase. At the staircase little Yuki was guarding while the 2 young men watched this little guy who had received a pile of red envelopes, and was looking at them with tearful eyes, unable to move. "Yuki, can you let us pass please?" Naruto said anxiously while Sasuke sighed. This was indeed a tough challenge. This little guy would really cry if he was unhappy and could cry for hours. But Yuki, holding a pile of red envelopes, felt wronged. Ino said that if he let them through he would no longer have a sister. Ino, secretly causing trouble, watched the show from the shadows. She didn't believe they could get up so easily. Sasuke picked him up. "Yuki, let's take your sister home together." "Take home? Then aren't you taking her away?" Yuki, confused, nodded. Now he wouldn't cry. "Alright then, let's take her home." Shikamaru sighed. This was indeed a loss due to a lack of education. Ino had underestimated the situation. The end of the story, it may be a bit rough, but I really had no inspiration to write.